Chapter 1. Has the ancestor of humanity sustained grave injuries? In the eastern expanse of the Primordial World, beneath the towering peaks of Mount Bujo, lies a secluded valley. A young man, wielding a carving knife, possesses a gaze that sparkles with brilliance, his hands moving gracefully as he chisels away. Stone fragments dance around him, swirling in the air. Before long, a figure emerges from the stony and imposing man clad in imperial robes, his features somewhat obscured, yet exuding an overwhelming aura. Although the visage remains incomplete, it already conveys an air of supremacy, as if he were striding upon myriad paths, looking down upon all realms with disdain. Alas, once again, I am only able to carve half of it, unable to capture that divine essence, the young man laments, casting a glance at the heavenly emperor's image in his mind, then at the statue before him, as he shakes his head in resignation. But when he realizes that the completion of the statue has elevated his own realm to that of a Tai Golden Immortal, a smile graces his lips. His name is Ming, and upon rough calculation, he has traversed into the primordial world for 30,000 years to achieve the realm of Tai Golden Immortal in merely 30,000 years. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish a multitude of innate beings. Even in this epoch of the witch and demon wars, where the Tao ancestors' teachings have proliferated and great Luo golden immortals abound, attaining such a feat in a mere 30,000 years would be regarded as nothing short of miraculous. However, as he contemplates the imminent outbreak of the first battle between the witches and the demons, the smile that had just blossomed on Su Ming's face vanishes without a trace, replaced by a deep sigh. The Tai Golden Immortal Realm is only sufficient to ensure my survival in the forthcoming calamity. It is utterly inadequate to contend against the demonic race and safeguard the human race. His identity as a transmigrator is that of the first generation of innate humans. Created by Su Ming, is well-versed in the unfolding narrative of the primordial world, fully aware of the tragic fate that awaits humanity. After Nuwa crafted the human race, attaining great merit, and becoming a saint, she cast aside the newly created beings due to various pressures, leaving the first generation of innate humans to face overwhelming dangers in the treacherous primordial world. Just as they began to establish their footing, the demonic race discovered that consuming humans could enhance their cultivation, and the blood and resentment of the deceased could inflict severe damage upon the witch race. Having been locked in a stalemate for countless years, both the demonic and witch races suffered grievously, rendering the prospect immensely tempting for the demons. Most critically, the nascent human race was still feeble, posing no threat to the demons whatsoever. Thus began an unprecedented massacre of the human race, which had only just begun to take shape. The initial elite of millions was nearly exterminated, their corpses piling up like mountains, leaving only a handful of humans scattered throughout the primordial world, struggling to survive. Even after the Witch-Demon War, when humanity ascended to the role of protagonist in the primordial world, what difference did it make? In the absence of formidable opponents, relying on sheer numbers and the support of Hong Jun and the Six Saints, humanity fortuitously emerged as the principal force in the primordial world, a veritable windfall from the heavens. Yet, in this world, where is there a free lunch? The elite of countless generations of humanity have been ruthlessly slaughtered even with boundless fortune. They cannot escape the control of the saints, becoming mere puppets in their hands. The human race, as the protagonist ordained by the grand design, possesses an immense fortune, yet lacks a single formidable champion. Even the emperor must refer to himself as the son of heaven, worshipping the deities and Buddhas above. How lamentable and sorrowful this is! The position of protagonist in the celestial realm is akin to a grand edifice lacking a solid foundation, akin to a rootless floating weed, unsupported by a multitude of powerful allies. The myriad occurrences leading to this state of affairs stem from various causes, but the most tragic root lies in the massacre perpetrated by the demon race against humanity. Since Su Ming is aware of this fundamental truth, and, as the first generation of innate humans, he cannot passively witness these events unfold. Upon awakening the divine-level sculpting system, he realized that by carving the statues of mythical figures from novels he was familiar with in his past life, he could enhance his strength. He plunged into the valley of the unyielding mountain, dedicating himself entirely to the art of sculpture, by merely reciting the name of the mythical figure in his heart. The system would conjure a visualization of the character in his mind, serving as a guide for his carving. Yet, for reasons unknown, while sculpting every other part of these mythical figures progressed smoothly, he found himself utterly unable to carve the most crucial aspect of the face, particularly the eyes, which encapsulate the essence of the character. The more powerful the figure, the more arduous the task became. Carving minor characters from novels was effortless, but it provided little enhancement to his prowess. He was acutely aware that successfully sculpting a complete mythical figure would lead to a transformative leap in his abilities, yet he remained hopelessly stuck. In short, it was excruciatingly painful. Who shall I carve next? Ming mused, and suddenly a half-crying, half-laughing ghostly mask emerged in his mind, exuding an overwhelming aura, its flowing gown billowing, gazing down upon the heavens and the earth with disdain, not for the sake of attaining immortality, but to await your return amidst the mortal realm. The ruthless empress from the novel The One Who Covers the Skies. Carving this masked mythological figure should not pose too great a challenge. With this thought, a smile spread across Ming's face. He felt an intense conviction that if he could carve a complete mythical figure, it would yield immense surprises. Without hesitation, he set to work. Ming swiftly located a towering peak within the valley, soaring into the air while silently invoking the name of the ruthless empress. Instantly, a visualization of her, treading upon the mortal realm and surveying the heavens, materialized in his mind. In the primordial world, mountains were the least valuable of all, found in abundance. In fact, peaks that did not reach hundreds of thousands of meters in height lacked the audacity to be called mountains. Then, Ming employed both hands and feet, divine radiance tearing through the firmament, stone fragments and boulders soaring. After countless years of relentless carving, his control over force had reached an exquisite pinnacle. Before long, the general outline of the ruthless empress began to take shape. What followed was the true test of his skill, and soon, Ming immersed himself wholeheartedly in his craft. Meanwhile, just outside the valley, two towering figures approached slowly. Such an ancient aura, and it elicits an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if originating from the same source. Among the two individuals, the one on the right squinted his eyes, his face revealing a look of astonishment as he abruptly turned to his companion. Did you feel that just now? It was at that moment when Ming unleashed his power, meticulously carving out the contours with great fervor. Furrowed her brow, nodding gravely as she gazed intently at the nearby small valley. That aura we sensed moments ago seems to have emanated from that valley. This ancient and familiar essence. I have only experienced it in my childhood, through our first ancestral progenitor of the human race. In that instant, both Yu Chao and Z seemed to have a revelation, exchanging a glance that turned their eyes misty and their expressions fervent, exclaiming in unison, "Could it be that our ancestral progenitor from the first generation still exists?" The human race had emerged for 30,000 years, enduring myriad hardships and battles to barely establish a foothold, yet the first generation of ancestral progenitors had long since perished. Yu Chao and Z belonged to the second generation of humans, possessing merely celestial abilities at this moment. Amid the tense atmosphere between the formidable clans of the demon and shaman races, they were deeply concerned for the fate of the human race and had ventured forth to seek opportunities for their kin. I once heard our first ancestral progenitor speak of the foot of Mount Buzhou, the birthplace of our human race, and the sanctified ground where the Holy Mother NWA attained her divinity. Yo Chao's face flushed with excitement. Is it possible that a hidden progenitor of our race resides there? Z was equally exhilarated. It must be so. Only the first ancestral progenitor could exude such an ancient and endearing bloodline aura, and the magnitude of that presence suggests a terrifying power, likely at least at the Golden Immortal level. They dared not envision a higher realm for the progenitor. For a human race whose strongest members were merely celestial beings, a Golden Immortal, several realms above, was an existence they could only yearn for. The second generation of humans, Shen Nong and Z, seek an audience with the ancestral progenitor. Both knelt outside the valley, their voices raised in fervent supplication. The mere possibility of the first generation's ancestral progenitor still being alive was an extraordinary boon for the two, who felt lost regarding the future of their people. However, after a prolonged wait and numerous calls, the seemingly unassuming small valley remained enveloped in silence, with the aura they had sensed earlier completely vanished. Within the valley, Ming had immersed himself entirely in his sculpting, completely isolating himself from the external disturbances, thus remaining oblivious to Shen Nong and Zi's persistent cries that Ming held no concern for the safety of the outside world. Beyond the valley, he had laid down a grand formation bestowed by the system's rewards, which could automatically sense his bloodline, rendering even a formidable being of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level incapable of entry. As for whether it could withstand Quasi Saint or even Saint-level beings, he remained uncertain, for no entities of such caliber had ever taken notice of his secluded valley. Yu Chao, could it be that the progenitor is gravely wounded, and the aura we sensed earlier was merely a fleeting manifestation before losing consciousness? After a lengthy wait, Z voiced her grave speculation. The nesting clans swiftly contemplated this possibility, nodding emphatically. It is highly likely otherwise, given the proximity to the realm of humanity. Although the number of travelers is few, they nonetheless exist. It is implausible that the presence of the ancestor could only be sensed at this moment. Chapter 2. The Celestial Emperor's Dominion. Upon reaching a consensus, the two individuals strode purposefully into the small valley. As they entered, their anxious expressions caused them to overlook a subtle distortion in the fabric of space, through which a formidable and terrifying aura flickered before vanishing without a trace. Sensing the gentle tremor of the valley's formation, Ming furrowed his brow and regained his focus. Upon realizing that the newcomers were two members of the human race, he immersed himself in his carving once more. When he had secluded himself in this valley to cultivate and set up formations, he had never considered the need to guard against humans. It was merely that no one had previously taken note of this seemingly unremarkable small valley. Now, as he began to carve the formidable Empress of the Wicked, a time when his cultivation was progressing at its swiftest, he was reluctant to miss any opportunity. The valley, devoid of peril except for a multitude of statues, could accommodate the two wanderers for a while. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Yu Chao clan and Zi clan felt an overwhelming power surge around them. In an instant, their surroundings darkened, and they found themselves in different locations within the valley. Upon opening their eyes, Yu Chao clan was met with an astonished fury. Barely able to contemplate the whereabouts of Zi clan, completely captivated by the scene before them. Heavens, is this still the desolate little valley? Yu Chao clan murmured in disbelief. As far as the eye could see, towering statues stood majestically in every direction, lifelike and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Each statue appeared as if it had come to life. Some roaring towards the heavens, others gazing down upon the earth, or pointing their swords at the skies. The sheer aura emanating from these statues left Yu Chao clan breathless, their heart reverberating with shock. Yu Chao clan was certain that each statue, even if their features were indistinct, had once been an invincible being, commanding the realms of heaven and earth. Ancestral Lord, where are you? Yu Chao clan shouted, scanning the surroundings. They had not forgotten their purpose for entering the valley, to seek the first generation of the human ancestors. As they looked up, the first sight that caught their eye was the closest statue, a colossal figure with arms crossed, standing upon myriad paths, with hair billowing wildly. Upon sighting the statue, a resounding voice echoed in their mind. I am the Celestial Emperor, destined to suppress all foes in this world. In the next moment, grand and magnificent scenes flashed through Yu Chao clan's mind, immersing them in an overwhelming experience. These visions unfolded like a vivid tableau, placing Yu Chao clan as an observer, witnessing the protagonists rise from the mundane. With unwavering will and an indomitable aura, they pressed forth, breaking seals, vanquishing holy sons, battling great saints, annihilating sacred lands, establishing the celestial court, and conquering numerous supreme forbidden grounds. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, the visions began to fade. Yet, Yu Chao clan remained entranced, unable to shake the reverberations of what they had witnessed. After a prolonged silence, they finally exhaled a soft sigh. What an indomitable and unyielding celestial emperor. With iron fists, they protect kin and friends, safeguarding the lower realms, and suppressing all adversaries in the world. Only such a figure can truly be deemed worthy of the title of the Heavenly Emperor. The plight of humanity, reminiscent of the struggles faced by the ancient figures, is fraught with peril, surrounded by formidable adversaries, striving to survive amidst ceaseless dangers. Their situation is perhaps even more desperate than that which the Heavenly Emperor once confronted, with the path to resurgence obscured from view. In the primordial world, humanity is akin to a solitary leaf adrift on a vast sea, easily overwhelmed by a mere ripple. A resonance emerged between the statue of the Heavenly Emperor and the figure of Yu Chao, who found himself murmuring the words, "I am the Heavenly Emperor," destined to suppress all adversaries of the world, becoming enraptured by the Emperor's commanding presence. He pondered when he might rise to quell the myriad foes of the primordial realm and safeguard humanity for countless millennia. Yu Chao, lost in thought, seemed to experience an epiphany as he sat cross-legged before the statue, entering a state of profound realization. Time flowed like a river in the primordial realm, and soon a month had slipped by. In this state of enlightenment, 3 resplendent golden characters gradually materialized in Yu Chao's mind. Heavenly Emperor Sutra. In the next moment, vast lines of scripture, imbued with boundless mysteries, coursed through his heart. Unconsciously, his innate powers began to circulate in accordance with the profound intricacies of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Before long, a magnificent golden divine light erupted from the crown of his head, soaring into the heavens and shaking the firmament. Every pore of Yu Chao's body was infused with golden energy, as his blood surged like an ocean of vitality. The statue of the Heavenly Emperor resonated with Yu Chao's very being, establishing an inexplicable connection that exuded an aura of ancient grandeur and invincibility, bridging the infinite void and channeling a formidable power akin to a torrent or a tsunami directly into him. Boom, boom, boom. Yu Chao's body radiated with myriad golden rays, his blood energy roiling and producing a thunderous roar reminiscent of a great tsunami, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Suddenly, it felt as though a barrier within him had been shattered. His cultivation soared like a roller coaster, ascending through the ranks: early celestial immortal, mid-celestial immortal, mystic immortal. Yet this was not the end. From early mystic immortal to mid-mystic immortal, until he reached the pinnacle of mystic immortal, where his rapid advancement finally came to a halt. Buzz. At that moment, Yu Chao opened his eyes, which shimmered with intense turbulence, overwhelmed with exhilaration. In just over a month, he had ascended nearly 2 significant realms. Such rapid progress, under normal circumstances, would require millennia or even longer, an impossible feat more importantly. Yu Chao vividly recalled that the Heavenly Emperor Sutra was forged at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation, crafted from the myriad paths of the heavens. Yu Chao never anticipated that his quest to find the progenitor would yield such an astonishing, earth-shattering supreme technique. Although he was unaware of the specific level of the Heavenly Emperor scripture within the realm of the primordial Heavenly Emperor, Yu Chao possessed unwavering confidence that mastering the Heavenly Emperor scripture to its zenith would undoubtedly rival any technique within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Even the sacred texts of the sages. As he sought the progenitor, he was unexpectedly graced with such an unparalleled opportunity. While Yu Chao was filled with a myriad of emotions, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Could it be that the first-generation progenitor had deliberately leaked his aura to guide them toward the acquisition of this profound technique? After all, had they not sensed the bloodline essence of the progenitor, they would have never paid heed to this seemingly unremarkable and desolate valley, let alone ventured into it. It must be so. At that moment, an infinite yearning blossomed within Yu Chao's heart. To be able to carve a statue that was both awe-inspiring and lifelike, and to possess such an extraordinary technique, how immensely powerful must the progenitor be? Meanwhile, as the Shen Nong awakened, on the other side, Ming, who was entirely engrossed in sculpting the ruthless empress, suddenly felt a jolt run through his entire being. What was happening? What had transpired? His eyes brimmed with astonishment, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly, a vast and inexplicable force surged from the void, continuously flowing within his body. In the next moment, a transcendent power emanated from Ming, surpassing the river of fate, transcending the 3 realms, and existing beyond the 5 elements. How could he break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal state before even completing the sculpture? Feeling an immense surge of power within him, Su Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment. This was overwhelming. What on earth? Could it be that his understanding was flawed, and that a heavenly boon had truly descended upon him? At that moment, the system's notification chimed. The human tribe, Yu Chao, has comprehended the Heavenly Emperor scripture from the statue you sculpted, and as the sculptor of the statue, the host receives a 100-fold power bestowment reward. Yu Chao has acquired the Heavenly Emperor scripture, and the host automatically receives the Heavenly Emperor scripture and comprehends it to the state of great perfection. Chapter 3. A resounding victory. Countless golden characters materialized in Su Ming's mind, radiating a brilliant golden light, akin to a multitude of golden suns suspended in the firmament. An endless stream of insights flooded Su Ming's heart, elevating his comprehension of these characters to a state of profound mastery. His vigorous life force surged like a dragon, roaring above his head. What an extraordinary triumph! This time, he had truly achieved an unparalleled victory. With the understanding of the celestial sculpture of the nesting clan, he automatically received a 100-fold power infusion as a reward, and his grasp of the celestial emperor's scripture reached a consummate level. What else could this be but a resounding victory? Astonishment filled Su Ming's gaze, yet before he could fully absorb the marvel, he suddenly noticed that the image of the celestial emperor in his visualization became increasingly vivid in his mind. It was not merely that the visualization itself had grown clearer. Rather, he could delineate every nuance of the celestial emperor Yi Fan's visage in his heart, including the aura of invincibility that surrounded him. This sensation was something he had never experienced before. In the past, each time he carved a visualization, he painstakingly replicated the image depicted therein, bit by bit. Yet now, an overwhelming surge of confidence welled up within him. Should he continue to sculpt the statue of the celestial emperor, he was certain he would capture the entirety of the emperor's likeness and essence. It was an ineffable, intangible confidence, yet it palpably existed. Turning his gaze toward the statue of the celestial emperor, he glanced at the nesting clan and pondered. Could it be that his previous inability to carve the statue's visage stemmed from his lack of understanding of the celestial emperor's techniques? Without such comprehension, it was only natural that he could not render their true forms. This realization left Su Ming somewhat astonished. He had initially carved these statues solely to enhance his own cultivation, never anticipating that they would possess such wondrous capabilities. They could allow one to glean insights into the techniques once wielded by the very figures they depicted. How frustrating that this insipid system failed to inform him. Su Ming felt a twinge of irritation. Where had this faulty system learned such habits, speaking only in half-truths? The mythic statues he carved not only elevated his cultivation, but also harbored boundless potential for enlightenment. However, these statues represented the protagonists of a novel world. Individuals who had ascended from the depths to the pinnacle of power, each embodying an unparalleled existence capable of traversing myriad realms. The difficulty of resonating with such a statue was beyond imagination. The nesting clan. A smile played upon Su Ming's lips. It seemed this individual was indeed one of the illustrious ancestors of humanity, predating the revered three sovereigns of the human race, truly deserving of the title ancestor of humanity. The second generation of humans boasted a pure bloodline, standing as the elite among elites, with talents so extraordinary that they could resonate with the statue of the celestial emperor. It is worth noting that the celestial emperor Yi Fan was undoubtedly among the most distinguished figures within the many statues he had carved. A faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as he stepped forward, appearing before Yu Chao Shi. His gaze was calm, accompanied by a serene smile. You are a second-generation descendant of our human race. Though Su Ming's voice was tranquil, it resonated in Yu Chao Shi's ears like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. The amiable smile on Su Ming's face, coupled with an ancient yet incredibly warm aura and the powerful call of the ancient bloodline within him, conveyed a singular truth to Yu Chao Shi. The seemingly youthful man before him, who appeared decades younger, was the progenitor of the human race. In the primordial era, there had never been a tradition of judging age or strength based on appearance. It was said that among the demon race, there existed a deity who had taken the form of an 8- or 9-year-old child, born not long after the creation of the heavens and earth. Thus, it was not surprising that Su Ming, who seemed to be in his early 20s, was indeed the progenitor of the human race. Su Ming was in no rush. He quietly observed the ever-changing expressions of Yu Chao Shi aware of the profound impact his presence would have on him. Yu Chao sure needed time to absorb this overwhelming revelation. After an indeterminate period, Yu Chao Shi's body trembled lightly before he suddenly knelt heavily before Su Ming, declaring, "I am Yu Chao Shi, the chieftain of the human tribe and a second-generation descendant. I pay my respects to the progenitor and thank you for bestowing the teachings." His voice was choked with emotion, and as he bowed his head, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The existence of the first-generation progenitor brought hope to the human race. A profound strength now anchored in their lineage. The human race was no longer a drifting reed without roots. With the astonishing abilities exhibited by the progenitor, the future of humanity now brimmed with promise. "Rise," Su Ming said, gently lifting Yu Chao Shi. After engaging in casual conversation about the current state of humanity, Su Ming felt a swell of emotions and sighs within him. Since its inception, the journey of the human race had been fraught with obstacles, nearly devoid of any glimmer of hope. From the moment of their birth, they had been viewed with suspicion by Hong Jun and many other formidable beings. Yet, in a mere few tens of thousands of years, amidst such adversity, they not only survived but grew into a considerable force. The hardships and sacrifices along the way were unimaginable. The first generation of humans, contemporaries of Su Ming, had all sacrificed themselves for the survival of their race. The first elite humans created by Nu Wa had dwindled to just him. Nevertheless, this only solidified Su Ming's resolve to defy fate and reshape the destiny of humanity. Connected by blood, those first-generation sacrifices were akin to brothers, sharing the same roots and origins as him. Su Ming's eyes shimmered with moisture, sorrow welling up within him. In just 30,000 years, humanity had transformed dramatically. Yet, Su Ming had no regrets about his choice to retreat to this secluded valley for meditation. In those early days, he had merely been a nascent being, at the level of a human immortal, had it not been for these 30,000 years of seclusion and cultivation. The present existence of this individual would have been nothing more than a mere addition to the corpses of the first generation of humanity, and the current state of humankind would not have undergone significant alteration. "Brothers, you may now depart with peace of mind. The future of humanity shall henceforth be entrusted to me, Su Ming. I shall never allow the decline of our race under my watch." Su Ming's gaze gradually transformed into one of resolute determination, as he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, far heavier than Mount Tai or the vast ocean. The first generation of humanity sacrificed their lives, enabling the present-day humans to precariously establish their foothold and leaving behind the elite of the preceding generations. If the primary challenge faced by humanity thus far was to ensure survival and secure a place for reproduction, then Su Ming's forthcoming task is to strategize for the advancement of humankind. He aims to bolster the strength of humanity, allowing them to firmly establish themselves in the primordial world through their own capabilities, rather than relying on the so-called Six Saints and Hong Jun, becoming their puppets. At this moment, Su Ming had already begun to harbor some nascent ideas, though he had yet to validate them. Just then, Yu Chao, standing before him, suddenly trembled, recalling that his companion, Zi, who had entered alongside him, was still unaccounted for. Yu Chao scratched his head, appearing somewhat like a child in front of Su Ming, and awkwardly said, "Ancestor, I have a companion who came with me, named Zi." He had just lifted his head to inquire about Zi's whereabouts when he noticed Su Ming's slight smile, with a casual wave. The current scene of Zi materialized before Yu Chao's eyes. Chapter 4. The Primordial Emperor. You refer to another descendant of the human race, the Zi clan, do you not? Su Ming, regaining his thoughts, gazed kindly at his descendant from the Zi clan and remarked, "The Zi clan has also attained some understanding. It will take time for enlightenment to awaken. He is indeed the last remaining first generation of humanity, and asserting that the Yu Chao clan is his descendant poses no issue whatsoever." At this moment, the Zi clan sat cross-legged before a statue, eyes closed, seemingly in a state of deep contemplation. However, this statue differed from the one the Yu Chao clan was meditating upon. This statue depicted a figure from behind, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upon the myriad realms while turning his back to all sentient beings. The imposing silhouette exuded an aura of grandeur, antiquity, and an air of unparalleled supremacy, obscuring the figure's visage, yet radiating an essence that seemed to single-handedly shield the world from all unknown threats. Upon witnessing the statue's imposing figure, the Shen Nong clan was struck with awe, enveloped by a sense of solitary pride and desolation, rendered speechless. It was none other than the primordial emperor from the novel The One Who Covers the Heavens. No wonder the Zi clan, one of the three clans of humanity, possessed such extraordinary talent and fortuitous opportunities, rivaling those of the Yu Chao clan in every regard. Su Ming, filled with reflection, recalled the content of the novel, and could not help but exhale softly. At the end of the celestial path, who stands as the pinnacle? Upon first sight, the primordial Tao becomes void. This statue represents an unparalleled emperor who single-handedly suppressed numerous forbidden zones, standing alone against the world, guarding humanity against the invasion of myriad realms at the end of the celestial path. Hearing the verses recited by the progenitor, the Yu Chao clan pondered deeply, feeling an overwhelming aura of supremacy wash over him. The pride was excessive, the dominance was profound. It was unfathomable what kind of existence could utter such unparalleled words. This was undeniably an entity that could rival the statue of the heavenly emperor he had comprehended. In that moment, the Yu Chao clan involuntarily turned his gaze towards Su Ming, his heart filled with even greater astonishment. He could scarcely imagine the horror of the progenitor who could carve both the heavenly emperor and the primordial emperor, two supreme existences. However, such contemplations were beyond his current capacity to fathom or inquire. With anticipation, the Yu Chao clan looked towards the cross-legged Zi clan, wondering what extraordinary and transcendent techniques he might glean from the statue of the primordial emperor. Seeing that the Zi clan was momentarily unable to awaken, the Yu Chao clan did not waste time and began to meditate, delving into the endless mysteries of the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra. With the unfathomable progenitor by his side, the Yu Chao clan felt assured that the Zi clan would encounter no misfortune. As Su Ming divided his attention between observing the Zi clan's comprehension of the primordial emperor statue and continuing to carve the fierce female emperor, he occasionally noticed the Yu Chao clan furrowing his brow in confusion over the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, prompting him to offer guidance. His understanding of the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra had reached a state of perfection. It could be said that, apart from the Heavenly Emperor himself, there was no other existence with a deeper comprehension than his own, making it a trivial matter to assist the Yu Chao clan, who was merely at the peak of the immortal realm. Su Ming's casual remarks during the carving resonated profoundly with Yu Chao, each utterance striking directly at his points of confusion. Yu Chao felt a surge of awe within. It was evident that the ancestral figure was not merely a master of the Heavenly Emperor's scripture. Yet, despite this, the clarity with which he articulated his perplexities regarding the scripture was striking, each word hitting the mark with precision. Yu Chao's reverence for the ancestral figure's profound level of mastery deepened. In the primordial world, the lifespan at the celestial immortal realm was already exceptionally long, allowing one to coexist with the sun and moon, provided they encountered no calamities. Time held little value to them, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Under Su Ming's casual guidance, Yu Chao's stability at the grand perfection of the profound immortal realm solidified, now merely a step away from the Golden Immortal stage. Prior to this expedition to seek opportunities among the human race, Yu Chao could hardly have imagined such a monumental leap in power. He had achieved an extraordinary transformation. It is important to note that the cultivation realms in the primordial world are classified as human immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Profound Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, and Saint. The disparities between each realm are substantial, making breakthroughs arduous and often measured in millennia. Yet, within less than 2 months of his departure, he found himself on the brink of surpassing the Golden Immortal stage, having also acquired the supreme scripture of the Heavenly Emperor. The once dim and uncertain future now brimmed with hope, illuminating the path ahead. For Yu Chao, all of this felt dreamlike, a scenario he had never dared to envision. If this were a dream, he silently wished to remain ensconced in it forever, casting a glance at Su Ming, who was enveloped in clouds of stone dust as he sculpted the mythic statue. At that moment, a monumental wave of energy jolted Yu Chao from his reverie, shattering his illusions. This was no dream. Su Ming, equally immersed in his carving and the elevation of his realm, was also interrupted by the wave. Turning to gaze alongside Yu Chao, both corners of their mouths lifting in a shared smile. The Zi clan had finally attained enlightenment. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. A colossal statue of the Primordial Emperor, towering tens of thousands of meters, suddenly connected with the boundless void, channeling infinite energy into the celestial cavity of the Zi clan. An overwhelming and timeless aura, akin to a tsunami, spread forth. In that instant, the mythic statue of the Primordial Emperor seemed to awaken, treading upon the heavens, its back turned to all beings. A faint yet palpable aura, though weak, began to emanate from the Zi clan, one that shared a source with the Primordial Emperor. As torrents of energy flowed in, this aura surged at a terrifying pace. From the initial stage of the Celestial Immortal to the mid and late stages, it culminated at the grand perfection of the profound Immortal Realm before finally stabilizing. Witnessing this scene filled Su Ming with joy, yet a hint of contemplation stirred within him. The Primordial Emperor, like the Heavenly Emperor, undoubtedly belonged to the elite echelon of the mythic figures he had sculpted, a peerless few of the same caliber. The understanding attained by the figures of Hatching and Zi is nearly indistinguishable, elevating from the early stage of celestial beings to the pinnacle of profound immortality. Approaching two grand realms, it appears that this represents the utmost capacity for enhancement that the most elite mythological statues can confer upon those who seek enlightenment. Contemplating this, Su Ming's gaze deepened, becoming unfathomable. It is crucial to note that these are merely incomplete mythological figures. Yet they have not yet captured the unique essence of the mythological characters, which is the very core, the soul. This disparity is not merely quantitative, it is fundamentally qualitative. A single word's difference can yield myriad variations. Had Hatching and Zi been enlightened by the statues embodying the complete essence of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor, the benefits derived would likely be transformative, a change of quality. Presently, Su Ming felt a profound confidence in his ability to carve the essence of the Heavenly Emperor. He began to anticipate the monumental transformations that would arise upon the completion of the mythological statue. A slight smile graced Su Ming's lips as he gradually formulated a comprehensive plan for the impending future. His gaze becoming even more profound. The benefits I shall gain will be 100-fold for those who seek enlightenment. At that moment, a vast and magnificent force permeated from the boundless void, instigating changes in the heavens and earth, directly infusing Su Ming's being. He swiftly stabilized at the initial stage of the Great Golden Immortal Realm and began to ascend at an alarming pace. Chapter 5. Su Ming's power escalates madly. Su Ming's strength surged once more, advancing through the early, mid, and late stages of the Golden Immortal Realm. It was only upon reaching the late stage that the pace of his dramatic enhancement began to decelerate, ultimately stabilizing at this pinnacle. While the magnitude of his ascension this time did not rival the immense comprehension he achieved during his enlightenment of the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, the overall enhancement of his prowess was decidedly substantial. It is imperative to recognize that as one ascends to higher realms, each breakthrough becomes increasingly formidable. The disparity between the early and mid-Golden Immortal stages is even more astonishing than the gaps observed between preceding major realms. The distinction between the early and late stages of the Golden Immortal is beyond rational comprehension. According to the conventional cultivation speed of beings in the Primordial World, transitioning from the early to the late stage would require an extensive period, measured in epochs, with each epoch seemingly spanning over 126,000 years. Su Ming could not recall the precise duration. However, it is known that in the Primordial World, an epoch is a significantly larger unit of temporal measurement compared to a myriad, with lifespans extending into immortality. Few would concern themselves with the passage of time unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, in the context of the Primordial World, absent catastrophic events akin to the great catastrophe of Longhan that engulfed the entire realm, time is a most trivial commodity. The Zi clan, through the statue of the Primordial Emperor you sculpted, comprehended the primordial scripture. As the sculptor, the host received 100-fold blessing of power. The Zi clan obtained the primordial scripture, and the host automatically acquired and comprehended it to perfection. At this juncture, the awakened Zi clan was brought forth by the Yu Chao clan, learning of his deep immersion in comprehension during this interval. Upon discovering that Su Ming was the last surviving ancestor of the human race, having sculpted these statues, the Zi clan gazed upon Su Ming, who appeared serene, youthful, and exuding an ethereal aura, with profound astonishment in their eyes. Had they not personally experienced and witnessed the incomplete, indistinct visage of the statue before Su Ming, they would have found it hard to believe that such an overwhelmingly powerful being existed among humanity. The statue of the formidable Primordial Emperor, which bestowed upon them boundless benefits and a meteoric rise in their realms, was indeed sculpted by their progenitor. The implications of such artistry beggar belief regarding the sheer terror of the ancestors' own strength. With reddened eyes, the Zi clan leader knelt deeply, bowing fervently, as a descendant of the second generation of humanity and chief of the Zi clan. I pay my respects to the ancestor and express my gratitude for your generous gifts. Su Ming gradually regained his composure, a smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand, using his magical power to elevate the Zi clan leader, and spoke with gentle warmth. Your ability to comprehend the Heavenly Emperor and Primordial Emperor statues stems from your own diligent efforts, which have laid a solid foundation, combined with your remarkable talent. Now that you have attained complete understanding of the Primordial Scripture and the Heavenly Emperor's Scripture, I am eager to finalize the statue of the Ruthless Emperor before I attempt to perfect the sculptures of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. All that needed to be said has been said. You may take your leave, as there are many matters to attend to given the vast development of humanity. Thus, he issued the decree for their departure. At that moment, the leaders of the Nest clan and the Black Robe clan exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The tumultuous situation in the primordial world was fraught with hidden currents, with smoke and chaos rising as countless lives were lost. They had been contemplating inviting the ancestor back to oversee and manage the human race's affairs. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming spoke again. In the future, should any significant matters arise within the human race that you find difficult to resolve, feel free to seek my counsel. Moreover, you may select individuals of exceptional talent from among the human race to come and comprehend the mythical statues. At this juncture, the first battle between the witches and the liches had begun, and the primordial world was on the brink of upheaval. Despite the human race's inherent frailty, they would inevitably be affected by the turmoil. After secluding himself for tens of thousands of years, with the first generation of humans having perished, it was now time for him to emerge. However, Su Ming had no intention of taking full control over the affairs of the human race, as the complexities involved were overwhelming. According to the Nest clan leader, despite the incessant external crises over the past 30,000 years, the flourishing vegetation of the primordial world provided an abundance of sustenance, relying on the human race's remarkable reproductive capacity and their unity. Although many perished daily on the hunting trails, the number of births far exceeded the losses. At that moment, the total population of humans had approached 100 million. 100 million individuals entailed an immense array of daily matters. Su Ming discerned that the primary crisis facing the human race was still the external threats. Thus, he chose not to intervene in the internal order of the human race at present, but instead to focus on enhancing their strength. He intended to utilize the mythical statues to elevate both the quantity and quality of formidable individuals within the human race, preparing to confront the external dangers head-on. In contemporary terms, he aimed to concentrate on the most pressing military and diplomatic matters while allowing the human race to continue developing under its existing order. For the primordial world, the emergence of the human race was regrettably late, leaving them insufficient time to cultivate their internal growth. Therefore, relying solely on natural internal development to withstand the conflicts with the witches and liches was utterly implausible. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the previously despondent leaders of the Nest clan and the Black Robe clan were filled with elation. They immediately bowed in gratitude to Su Ming before turning to depart the valley. At this time, the human race was indeed brimming with prodigious talents, yet they lacked the time necessary for their growth. The fact that the leaders of the Nest clan and the Black Robe clan had ascended to the pinnacle of the human race attested to their formidable capabilities, intellect, and wisdom. They recognized that Su Ming was not keen on the internal power dynamics of the human race. Otherwise, he would not have remained hidden in this secluded valley. Given the multitude of external threats enveloping the human race, their greatest fear was that Su Ming would choose not to emerge. His assurances were, therefore, a reassuring balm, promising that they could consult him on significant matters and select gifted individuals from their ranks to engage with the mythical statues. two crucial elements for the current state of the human race. As he observed the two individuals departing the valley with great enthusiasm, Ming shook his head, fully aware of the terrifying threats that lay ahead for humanity. With knowledge of the future, he dared not afford even the slightest relaxation. He promptly immersed himself once more in the intricate carving of the ruthless empress. He had no intention of abandoning his task midway. Instead, he set forth to refine the mythic statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. The ruthless empress, too, was a formidable force, rivaling the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor, and perhaps could contribute to humanity by becoming a powerful entity of immense potential. Chapter 6. The onslaught of fire larks upon humanity in the primordial expanse. The sky was shrouded in gloom. Enormous insects occasionally soared past the mountain peaks, while colossal avians blotted out the sun as they traversed the heavens. There were even moments when titanic figures, towering hundreds of thousands of feet, ambled across the earth, their very steps capable of collapsing entire mountain ranges. As they journeyed back from the foot of Mount Buzhou, Yu Chao and Zi, though eager to relay the momentous news of their discovery of the ancestor to their kin, remained tense and vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. Despite their significant enhancement in strength, they dared not afford even a moment's lapse in caution. They understood well that, within the ranks of humanity, the realm of the perfected Xianxian was unparalleled. Yet, in the broader context of the primordial world, such power rendered them no more than slightly larger ants, barely capable of self-preservation. The current state of the primordial realm was perilously heightened compared to previous years. Centered around Mount Buzhou, the clans of the witch and demon races governed vast territories in an irregular division, embroiled in countless skirmishes amongst themselves. The fierce confrontations between the great witches and formidable demon tribes were a common sight, with the heavens fracturing and the earth shifting, each clash reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation, involving at least the mightiest of Tai Golden Immortals. At times, one could witness entire clans or tribes of the witch and demon races, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of powerful beings, engaging in brutal warfare. Given the immense strength of these two races, even a battle involving merely hundreds or thousands instilled terror in Yu Chao and Zi, overwhelming them with dread. The ferocity of combat was staggering. Even the weakest among the witch and demon races possessed the prowess of celestial immortals. What they witnessed was merely the initial skirmishes of these formidable races. Were such conflicts to erupt within the territories of the diminutive human clans, the reverberations would be sufficient to decimate a significant portion of their populace, potentially leading to their annihilation. The disparity between the grand witch and demon clans and the humble human tribes became painfully evident, leaving Yu Chao and Zi paralyzed with fear, their hair standing on end. The chasm was vast, an abyss of despair. However, having glimpsed the multitude of statues within the valley, they found that, despite the overwhelming power of these battles, it could not extinguish their unwavering resolve to elevate humanity and establish its rightful place amidst the myriad races of the primordial world. They harbored absolute confidence that, given time, and under the guidance of ancestor Ming, the rise of humanity was merely a matter of time. The dwelling place of humanity was not far from Mount Buzhou. If they were to exert their full strength, they could return within 5 days. Yet, due to the intense conflicts between the witch and demon races, it took them a full month to finally reach their kin. The abode of humanity was nestled within a vast valley, encircled by a series of desolate mountain ranges. This expansive valley, nearly 10 million meters in diameter, was more than sufficient to accommodate the human population at that time. However, it lacked any rare treasures or resources, the concentration of spiritual energy being rather ordinary. Consequently, no formidable beasts claimed this barren land, nor did any powerful beings take notice of this desolate terrain, rendering it remarkably safe. Perhaps this was the very reason the primordial ancestors of the human race chose this location. In their nascent stage, the human race, frail and vulnerable, harbored but a singular desire, a secure haven for survival and propagation. Gazing into the distant valley where the human kin congregated, Yu Chao and Zi were filled with exuberance, their hearts brimming with immense joy, eager to share the momentous news of their ancestral discovery with their kin. At that very moment, powerful tremors began to ripple through the valley, sweeping across the heavens. The sound of a low hum resonated as the sparse trees of the desolate mountains were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Following this, a cacophony of fierce avian cries erupted, accompanied by torrents of crimson flames that spread across the sky like a raging river. The terrifying heat enveloped even Yu Chao and Zi, who were situated 100 miles away, as if they were standing in a furnace. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the intense sounds of battle and cries of the human race. Summon all the formidable beings above the celestial tier from the major tribes. The command reverberated with fierce determination. I refuse to believe that the descendants of the venerable Nuwa cannot subdue these beasts. Kill, kill, kill! The intense roars, laden with a terrifying aura of slaughter, pierced the ears of Yu Chao and Zi, causing them to tense up. They exchanged a grave glance, their eyes reflecting the seriousness of the situation. This was the roar of the Shen Nong clan, the highest authority among the human race at that moment. With their departure, only the Shen Nong remained. With nearly 100 million souls among them, the human race was beset with myriad affairs. Typically, a mere incursion by ferocious beasts would not provoke the Shen Nong clan. However, the urgency, anger, and the formidable presence emanating from the flames indicated a grave crisis for humanity. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Chao and Zi abandoned their concealment and unleashed their might, racing toward the great valley of the human race with utmost speed. The heavens trembled as the mountains were scorched by the terrifying heat, fissures gaping open, and even massive boulders melted into streams of lava. For two beings at the pinnacle of celestial mastery, a distance of 100 miles was but a mere trifle. Soon, they reached the sky above the valley, and the harrowing scene unfolded before their eyes. A dreadful spectacle, seas of fire, molten rock, bloodied corpses, and the anguished wails of countless humans filled the air, coalescing into a nightmarish tableau. For colossal avians, their fiery plumage ablaze, spread their immense wings, each spanning thousands of meters, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. The Fire Cloud Sparrow, one of the most formidable clans of the demon race, second only to the 108 demon god clans, held a fearsome reputation in the primordial world, standing in stark contrast to the human race. The crimson eyes of the Fire Cloud Sparrow blazed with an icy ferocity, its beak swirling with tempestuous winds, drawing in hundreds, even thousands of humans as though they were mere ants. This scene was gruesome, yet in the primordial realm, it was all too common. In the primordial world, it is inherently a realm where the strong are revered and the weak are prey. In this domain, the weak do not even possess their own lives. They exist solely as sustenance for the powerful. Below, waves of celestial beings from the human race, immortals and Earth Immortals, descend from all directions, relentlessly forming simple formations to besiege for fiery cloud sparrows. However, even the weakest among the sparrows possesses the strength of a late-stage heavenly immortal, far surpassing the early-stage heavenly immortals of the human race. The mightiest among them boasts a colossal stature of nearly 50,000 meters, its wings unfurled, casting shadows that obscure the sun, having attained the realm of profound immortality. The relentless assault from numerous celestial beings, who are deemed formidable among humans, is akin to mere tickling for this creature, as it rampages through the human ranks, devouring thousands. Chapter 7. Could these two fellows be transformed beings of another race? Vile creature, cease your prattle. Before this crimson lark stood a towering man clad in animal skins, his wild black hair whipping about him, exuding an aura of murderous intent and battle fervor. He, accompanied by a formidable cadre of warriors, relentlessly besieged the fire lark, intent on halting its rampant consumption. This man was none other than Shen Nong, one of the three mightiest beings of the human race at that time. At this moment, Shen Nong had ascended to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm, surpassing both the nesting clan and the garbed clan who had previously comprehended the mythic statue. With every move, his magical prowess surged forth, his vitality roaring like a dragon, his combat power overwhelming, causing the very heavens to tremble. The firelark's fiery feathers shattered and danced in the air, inflicting considerable damage. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. The mid-stage celestial immortal displayed such formidable strength that it posed a genuine threat to the fire lark of the profound immortal realm. Yet, this was all he could achieve. He remained unable to prevent the fire lark from its rampage, from devouring the human race. Suddenly, The rampaging fire lark halted. Its crimson, icy gaze fixating on Shen Nong, a flicker of profound disdain flashing within. Mere ants. Though it was only slightly more powerful than Shen Nong, the contempt it exuded was palpable, not merely a personal disdain, but a reflection of its race's innate superiority. To the Firelark clan, the human race was merely a hapless food source, fortuitously discovered, one that offered immense benefits to its essence and bloodline. It was akin to the indifference one feels when slaughtering pigs, chickens, or even crushing an ant. Would one lament the struggles of a pig or the bite of an ant? Let us depart and return to digest this bounty. We shall return another day, it declared, addressing the other 3 fire larks with a chilling voice. As if the humans were merely livestock to be consumed at will. The other 3 fire larks erupted in gleeful laughter, responding, Brother Huoli. This ant race possesses such rich and wondrous bloodlines, yet remains so feeble. The benefits we have gained this time are tremendous. After a period of seclusion to absorb this, I am certain to break through to the profound immortal realm. This ant tribe is a treasure. The 4 fire larks exchanged laughter and banter, brazenly preparing to depart in full view of Shen Nong and the many human warriors hastening to their side. Humiliation and fury coursed through the hearts of the human warriors, their eyes bloodshot as they exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to detain them. Yet, the chasm in power was insurmountable. The taunts of the 4 fire larks were grounded in their overwhelming superiority, rendering any anger utterly impotent. Fire lark, I Shen Nong. Vow to one day annihilate your entire clan. Shen Nong roared in a fit of rage, his hair whipping wildly, his blood surging like smoke, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. This was not only an expression of his wrath against the Firelark clan, but also a manifestation of his frustration over his own weakness, unable to mount any substantial counterattack. At this moment, it was not only the legendary Shen Nong, but numerous formidable beings of the human race, even throughout the vast human valley, whose crimson eyes reflected the scene before them. They are the children of humanity, birthed by the divine Nuwa, not mere insects. Yet, their fury proved futile. Amidst the relentless assault from the human warriors, the 4 fiery cloud sparrows moved with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll, flapping their scarlet wings, poised to depart the human valley. All the while, the charred bodies of fallen human warriors plummeted to the ground. Die! Suddenly, 2 thunderous roars erupted, imbued with a murderous intent akin to a surging tsunami, shaking the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor's fist, an unfathomable divine technique, unleashed a cataclysmic force. Boom, boom, boom. The air buzzed with energy. The figures of Hachao and Zi, their eyes blood-red and filled with unbridled rage, unleashed a terrifying aura that swept across 3,000 miles of land, simultaneously executing their dreadful divine abilities. Golden radiance enveloped the scene, imperial might surged forth, and an invisible, terrifying pressure pervaded the skies, as if ensnaring all within its grasp. A colossal golden fist materialized, vast and imposing, seemingly capable of shattering the very cosmos, slowly descending upon the heavens. With a series of explosive bursts, the 3 laughing fiery cloud sparrows momentarily glimpsed terror before being obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist by the golden fist. So swift, the power was overwhelming. The divine technique was utterly invincible. All transpired in an instant. The 3 once arrogantly triumphant sparrows were reduced to nothingness, even their primordial spirits annihilated by the cataclysmic force. Who are you to dare lay a hand upon my Zhu Yunk clan? Do you not fear the annihilation of your entire race by my demon kin? The remaining fire sparrow, a Xuanqian-level being, cried out in terror. The energy contained within that golden fist, the overwhelming imperial might, instilled profound dread, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. In that moment, he was stripped of the lofty arrogance he had exhibited moments prior towards the human insects. Instinctively, Huoli took flight, exerting all his strength to flee, and in the next moment, he had soared 100 miles beyond the human canyon. At that instant, a voice, raspy and laden with suppressed murderous intent, resonated in Huoli's ears. I am what you deem to be the insects of the human race. Prepare to meet your end. Buzz. The fire sparrow felt a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of death itself, fixated upon him, sending waves of terror coursing through him. Yet, before he could utter a threat, an overwhelming, mysterious force, seemingly predating the very dawn of creation, surged forth. This energy was formless and intangible, yet harbored unimaginable power. In an instant, the massive form of the fire sparrow was consumed inch by inch. Hoyle barely managed to escape a faint trace of his primordial spirit. His body and remaining essence were utterly erased. As the figure of Z observed a faint remnant of the primordial spirit attempting to flee, he was poised to pursue. Yet Yu Chao calmly interposed a hand to halt him. The tumult of battles waged by the wraiths outside is far too rampant. Our human race is frail, and it would be imprudent to engage in ostentatious pursuits. We must tread cautiously, evading the myriad battlegrounds, let alone a mere wisp of a lingering soul. Upon hearing this, Z regained his composure. The analysis presented by Yu Chao was undeniably astute. The proverbial bullet strikes the prominent bird. Indeed, it was not the time for grand displays in the wilderness. Even if that fragment of a soul were to return to the Huyunk clan, so what? It is akin to a human venturing forth to hunt, only to be inadvertently harmed by a lesser beast tribe. Would it be justifiable for the entire human race to mobilize in extermination of that weak tribe? The same principle applies here. In the natural order of life and death, it is merely a matter of being outmatched. The Huyunk clan is immensely vast. They would not mobilize their entire force over a mere Xianxian Huyunk. The notion of summoning the elders and ultimately the entire clan is nothing more than a figment of dreams, unlikely to manifest in reality unless propelled by substantial incentives. But what could the human race possibly offer that would entice such a formidable clan? The annihilation of 4 Huyunks might serve as a fleeting satisfaction. Yet this calamity would be indelibly etched into the very essence of the human race's formidable beings, a profound enmity. Had their strength been sufficient, they would not have hesitated to obliterate the entire Huyunk clan for sustenance. As Yu Chao and Z strode back to the human valley, the earlier fury had been relegated to the depths of their hearts. In the Primordial Realm, lacking strength equated to oppression, humiliation, and even becoming prey. Having endured for so long, they had long grasped this simple truth. The sole hope of avoiding the fate of being reduced to mere fodder or insects lay in the enhancement of the human race's power. In the human valley, Shen Nong and numerous other powerful beings gazed skyward at Yu Chao and Z, who appeared as celestial deities, effortlessly vanquishing the 4 Huyunks. Their pupils constricted deeply, their bodies froze, and words eluded them. As they beheld the familiar faces now transformed in demeanor, they scarcely recognized them. Were these two clad in animal hides truly of the human race? Could they possibly be formidable beings from another tribe in disguise? Chapter 8. Did Laozi give you a hand? At this moment, this was the shared thought of many powerful beings among the human race. After all, it had been less than a year since the departure of the Nest clan and the Garb clan. They had left at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. Yet now they had ascended to the profound immortal realm. Do they truly believe that the path of cultivation and breakthroughs in realms is as simple as eating and drinking? What are they thinking? Did these two alien beings truly consider themselves to be fools? Recalling the ancestral figure of Su Ming and the countless mythological statues, the Nest clan and the Garb clan were filled with delight, eager to convey this splendid news to the Shen Nong clan and the other powerful beings of the human race, striding confidently down from the heavens. However, what awaited them was not a warm welcome or the applause and flowers of the many human beings, nor the gaze of reverence. Instead, it was the vigilant eyes of the Shen Nong clan and numerous powerful beings of the human race, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In the distance, more and more powerful human beings were flying in, alert and watchful. These two individuals were far more formidable than the previous 4 vermilion larks, and they dared not act carelessly. Do not approach. State your identities and the purpose of your transformation into our human leader, spoke the Shen Nong clan coldly, their energy surging, prepared for a desperate fight, while secretly issuing orders to evacuate the human race. Even if they could not win, they must secure enough time for the people to retreat. This was how the human race had persevered through trials and tribulations. We are indeed the Nest clan and the Garb clan. All right. We will not move, we will not act. The Nest clan and the Garb clan were at a loss for words, bewildered by the situation. As they noticed the Shen Nong clan and the many powerful beings among the human race preparing to take the initiative, they hurriedly stepped back. It was not out of fear, but rather concern about inadvertently injuring their numerous brethren. At that moment, The leaders of the Shen Nong clan and the various human tribes appeared somewhat frail in their eyes. Seeing the two retreating, the leader of the Shen Nong clan finally breathed a sigh of relief and coldly inquired, "Who are you truly? And what is your purpose in impersonating our human leaders? You hot-tempered fellow, have you perhaps consumed the lava fruit again, that you cannot even recognize us?" The two could only respond in silence, complying with the inquiries of the tribal leaders and powerful beings of the human race, recounting their experiences during this period. Otherwise, any misunderstandings or conflicts could lead to dire consequences. After a while, upon hearing the Nest clan and the Garb clan recount their experiences among the humans with utter precision, including the private embarrassing moments they had shared, the tribal leaders and the Shen Nong clan finally believed that they were indeed the true Nest clan and Garb clan. However, what followed was boundless astonishment. This meant that everything the Nest clan and Garb clan had said was true. The first-generation ancestor of the human race, who had been in seclusion for a long time, truly existed. The valley filled with mythological statues was indeed real. They had received the blessings of the ancestor and comprehended the two mythological statues, resulting in their rapid advancement in strength. Moreover, most importantly, was the final statement made by the Nest clan and the Garb clan. The ancestor proclaimed that individuals of exceptional talent among the human race could be chosen to comprehend the divine statues. In an instant, numerous high-ranking officials, tribal leaders, and powerful figures within the human race were driven to madness. No, to frenzy. What an extraordinary opportunity this was. In the primordial world, where strength reigns supreme, this was a chance for the human race to rise. They were no longer willing to endure the feelings of helplessness and humiliation they had just faced against the Fire Cloud Sparrow, with the Nest leader and the Nest chief. Who could rival Ji Yuan in terms of innate talent? The chief of the Black Garb urged, "Take me with you. You are well aware of my combat prowess. Though I may merely be at the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal stage, I dare to confront the Celestials." Another boasted, "Nonsense. I, as a late-stage Earth Immortal, am not afraid of you." The other interjected, "Is it merely because you were born 2,000 years earlier than I? Give me a few hundred more years, and even a mere Earth Immortal would fall to my might." Just moments ago, the many tribal leaders and powerful figures of the human race stood united against external threats. Now, they were vocally bickering, eager to roll up their sleeves and prove their own superior talents. At this juncture, the Shen Nong stepped forth with great strides, bellowing to overpower the crowd. "In terms of talent and combat prowess, who dares to challenge me? Step forward. I could easily dispatch you with a single hand." Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence. Among the high-ranking officials, who did not know the brutish and domineering nature of the Shen Nong, this individual possessed exceptional talent and combat strength, truly unparalleled. If the Nest and Black Garb clans had ascended to the highest echelons of the human race through shrewd intellect and cunning, then the Shen Nong had fought his way up through sheer might. He would not engage in strategizing. His iron fists would suffice to suppress all opposition. Thus, the most formidable Shen Nong was retained within the human race, while the strategic and far-sighted Nest and Black Garb clans sought opportunities elsewhere. It appeared that all had come to an agreement that his talent stood unrivaled. The Shen Nong nodded in satisfaction and addressed the Nest and Black Garb. "Hasten, take me to meet the ancestor. My understanding of the divine statues shall undoubtedly surpass yours." The Nest and Black Garb clans exchanged glances, bemused yet unsurprised by the Shen Nong's temperament, as they were well acquainted with his nature. However, on the return journey, they had already devised a plan for how to arrange matters. The Shen Nong was indeed on their prearranged list of the first batch. The Nest clan promptly remarked, "The ancestor is deeply engrossed in his cultivation and prefers tranquility. We should not make too much noise to avoid disturbing him." On our way back, I conferred with the Black Garb clan. "We, the high-ranking officials of the human race, shall divide ourselves into 3 groups, each taking a decade as a term, with a 30-year cycle, continuously rotating to the ancestor's valley while the rest guard the human race. Additionally, we will seek out prodigies of exceptional talent within our tribes and send them to the ancestor's gorge to comprehend the statues. However, the number of selected individuals should not be excessive, with a cap of 100 for this phase. Future increments may be considered judiciously, and utmost confidentiality is imperative. Those chosen must possess unwavering loyalty to humanity, with no allowance for even the slightest disclosure." Upon hearing this, the leaders of various tribes nodded in agreement. This was a proposal that everyone could endorse. A decade is not an overly protracted duration. They also understood that if the mythical statue truly possesses the extraordinary qualities described by the Haoqiao and the Sea clans, it would be invaluable, and its revelation could bring catastrophic consequences and endless troubles to both humanity and the progenitors. Very well, let it be so. I shall return at once to begin preparations and select the most exceptional talents from my tribe. I shall also make my way back. Damn it. Once I comprehend the mythical statue, I shall surely roast the entire Huyunk clan. I intend to devour them raw. Chapter 9. The assistance of Hongjun in the expansion of the Lich's influence? Such a notion seems rather implausible. Numerous tribal leaders, filled with enthusiasm yet grumbling, departed in their own directions. 6 months later, a contingent comprising 1/3 of the human elite and 100 prodigies vanished from the human realm under the pretense of seclusion. Under the guidance of the Zhaoshi and Shen Nong clans, they stealthily departed from the human valley, heading towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, the Zi clan remained behind, tasked with safeguarding the human realm along with the remaining elite, disseminating the foundational techniques derived from the Tiandi scripture and the Wu Shi scripture throughout the entirety of humanity. The human race, frail and isolated, has endured countless perils since its inception, struggling to reach its present state. Lacking formidable allies and advanced techniques, they relied solely on instinct, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, which was a slow process. Although humanity did not lack in talent, it was in need of profound methodologies and scriptures. Thus, humanity began to gradually diverge from its original trajectory, embarking on a path previously unimagined. In the valley of Mount Buzhou, a triumphant laughter reverberated across the heavens. Su Ming stood aloft, gazing at the imposing statue before him, draped in a flowing gown and adorned with a ghostly mask, his expression brimming with satisfaction. This statue represented an unparalleled female prodigy who, standing amidst the mortal realm, defied the heavens and attained the status of a great emperor, yet scorned the notion of immortality. In a previous life, within the novel Covering the Sky, the protagonist paled in comparison to the formidable empress, who left an indelible impression on Su Ming. The empress, indeed, was the most satisfying statue he had crafted since retreating to the valley, although he still could not capture the enchanting essence of her eyes. In terms of detail and sculpting technique, having fully comprehended the Tiandi scripture and the Wu Shi scripture, he had succeeded in embodying the majestic presence of a supreme emperor. This statue of the empress was undoubtedly the most exquisite creation within the valley thus far. Moreover, Su Ming had come to realize the reason he could not sculpt the mythic statues with the profound essence that emanated from the depths of the soul. He pondered who among the human race could resonate with the statue of the empress, grasping the devouring magic or the indestructible heavenly skill, or even the entirety of the scriptures she had created. Su Ming mused quietly, for the empress was the most gifted emperor he knew, having produced the most powerful scriptures and mystic arts. After all, it was inconceivable for one of mortal form to ascend against the heavens and stand atop the legacy of emperors. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the supreme elegance of a human being who could comprehend the scriptures of the empress. It would signify the emergence of another being with unparalleled potential within humanity. Upon completing the statue of the empress, Su Ming's realm experienced yet another breakthrough. Achieving the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he was but a step away from the fabled quasi-saint realm. However, the term saint already implied a vast chasm separating it from the Great Luo, an unfathomable gulf. To take that step proved to be even more arduous than the ascent from a human immortal to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the Primordial World, countless formidable beings remained trapped at this juncture, unable to progress further throughout their lifetimes. The quasi-saint realm stands as a pinnacle, where powerful entities such as the Eastern Emperor Tai, Dijuan, and the 12 ancestor witches currently reside. Should a prodigious member of the human race manage to comprehend the essence of the ruthless empress, the augmented rewards might propel them across this threshold. Yet, one must rely on fate. One cannot force such matters. Su Ming shook his head, having pondered for quite some time, unable to identify a suitable candidate among the human race. However, soon he felt a surge of excitement. It was time to refine the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. As he gazed toward the valley's entrance, he spotted the Shen Nong clan. Accompanied by a group of human warriors and aspiring heroes, their garments tattered and faces weary from their arduous journey. It was evident that their trek had been fraught with challenges and near-death experiences. Su Ming had been keeping an eye on the tumultuous situation outside the valley, aware that the witch and demon clans were embroiled in a fierce conflict. Although a full-scale war had yet to erupt, skirmishes were rampant. The scale and power of both clans meant that even localized battles would significantly affect the primordial world. This realm had entered a period of upheaval, no longer resembling the tranquility that prevailed during Hongjuan's three teachings. After the calamity of the Dragon Han era and the ensuing three-clan war, countless powerful beings had perished, leaving behind territories and resources that remained, albeit with a diminished population. Thus, the need to fight for resources had lessened. However, following an extended period of calm, the primordial world found itself at a peak of strength, indicating that available resources were nearly depleted. Without conflict, combat, or expansion, the absence of resources would soon become apparent. The strife between the witch and demon clans, as well as the impending calamity, would unfold regardless of human intentions. Unless the witch and demon clans could transcend the primordial realm and venture into the chaotic world to acquire external resources, such aspirations seemed unrealistic. Only if the six saints attained enlightenment and, under Hongjun's leadership, reached an agreement with the 12 ancestors and Eastern Emperor Tai, might there be a glimmer of possibility. Yet, this notion bordered on the fantastical. Could the six saints and Hongjun truly aid the witch and demon clans in expansion? Such a scenario was inconceivable. Even if it were possible, Su Ming would vehemently oppose it. What of the human race, the so-called destined protagonists? Would they merely serve as decorations? Pondering further, he mused that the conflict among the witches and demons was of little concern to him. Once the human race rose to prominence, mutual annihilation would be preferable. With a shake of his head and a murmured thought, he lifted his gaze to the leading figure of the Chao clan. Though the human settlement was not far from here, the current state of human power would undoubtedly necessitate a considerable struggle to reach this point. Su Ming had contemplated personally retrieving the human prodigies to engage with the mythic statues, but after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The path of cultivation and the pursuit of enlightenment has always been fraught with challenges. It is not something that can be attained easily by the prodigies of humanity. This journey serves as a crucible for their resolve. If they cannot traverse this path, then understanding the mythic statues is but a fleeting dream. It is crucial to acknowledge that the mythic figures he has sculpted represent the pinnacle of heroes, formidable leaders, and protagonists from various tales, each one distinguished by exceptional talent, unparalleled prowess, and the trials they have endured to reach their zenith. To resonate with them and grasp the scriptures, innate ability, willpower, and fortune are all indispensable. Su Ming scrutinized the figure of Yu Chao Shi, whose countenance was stern, hair disheveled, and stained with blood, and whose body bore significant wounds, yet had nonetheless achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Immortal level. He nodded in satisfaction. Let us first refine the mythic statue of the Heavenly Emperor. It is also a fitting opportunity to experiment with the effects that a perfected statue may have on Yu Chao Shi. At that moment, a voice resonated from the mouth of the valley. I, Yu Chao, chief of the Yu Chao tribe, along with numerous tribal leaders and prodigies of humanity, pay homage to our ancestor. The call echoed, we pay homage to our ancestor, as many tribal leaders and gifted individuals simultaneously knelt, sincerely bowing their heads in reverence to the valley. Feeling the overwhelming, ancient, and warm resonance of their shared bloodline emanating from within the valley, they offered their heartfelt worship. The first generation of humanity's ancestors fought valiantly with their lives, paving the way for the humanity we know today. Chapter 10. Perfecting the mythical statues of the primordial deity enter. The serene and ethereal voice of Su Ming echoed gently beyond the valley, as his words resonated. The formations within the valley rippled, gradually dissipating like mist, unveiling pathways that led to the various statues scattered throughout the valley, beneath the feet of the Yu Chao clan, the Shen Nong clan, tribal leaders, and numerous prodigies. Gratitude to the ancestor. The Yu Chao clan bowed deeply, their eyes filled with gratitude. Gazing upon these pathways, the Yu Chao clan could envision a decade hence a multitude of formidable, deeply rooted, and infinitely promising human powerhouses emerging. The ascent of humanity would commence from this very moment. The mythical statues within this valley represent the immense legacy the ancestor has amassed for humanity over countless millennia, a treasure beyond measure. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. The many tribal leaders and eager young prodigies were somewhat disheartened, as they had not been graced with the true visage of the ancestor. However, they quickly composed themselves and offered their sincere thanks. I anticipate that each of you will glean insights from the mythical statues within the valley. Enriching the foundation of our people, Ming proclaimed, directing a gaze as substantial as reality itself towards the Yu Chao clan, stating gently, Yu Chao clan, come to me afterward. At your command, ancestor, the Yu Chao clan respectfully replied, then turned to the Shen Nong clan and the other tribal leaders and young prodigies, earnestly advising. There are numerous mythical statues left by the ancestor within the valley, each containing countless mysteries. Remember, do not be greedy. Choose the statue that resonates most with you for contemplation, and do not squander precious time. We understand, we understand. You've repeated this ad nauseum, sounding like a nagging woman. The Shen Nong clan waved dismissively, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. With that, he boldly strode into the valley, vanishing into the clouds and mist, eclipsed from their view. Yet, it was difficult to conceal the disappointment that flickered in the Shen Nong clan's eyes, which soon transformed into determination. The ancestor had summoned only the Yu Chao clan, neglecting to call upon him, one of the three principal leaders of humanity. This time, he was resolute in mastering the most powerful mythical statue, striving to catch up with the Yu Chao and Zi clans, seeking the ancestor's acknowledgement. The widening gap between him and the two clans weighed heavily upon him. He must endeavor to close this distance. Moments ago, witnessing the formidable strength displayed by the Yu Chao and Zi clans left him with an indescribable sense of loss, particularly as he once stood as the mightiest leader among humanity's tribes. You stubborn fellow, the Yu Chao clan shook his head in resignation, fully aware of the tenacious spirit of the Shen Nong clan. Nevertheless, he also hoped the Shen Nong clan would grasp a powerful statue, further enriching humanity's legacy. With internal and external pressures looming over humanity, now was not the time for infighting. Otherwise, he would not have brought the Shen Nong clan along. All of you should enter now. Heed my words. The Yu Chao clan addressed the various tribal leaders and prodigies. Until we meet again in 10 years, Yu Chao clan. Until we meet again in 10 years. Numerous tribal leaders, accompanied by young prodigies, resolutely ventured into the misty valley. It was evident to all that this represented an unparalleled opportunity. To miss it would mean losing the chance for ascendance. Everyone needed to exert themselves. Yu Chao stood still, murmuring to himself before entering the valley. As the space subtly distorted, he found himself before Ming, who had his back turned to him. Not far from them loomed a magnificent statue, towering nearly 1,000,000 meters high. This statue was peculiar. From any direction, north, south, east, or west, one could only glimpse its solitary, majestic silhouette, turned away from the world. It was the statue of the Primordial Emperor, a figure that Yu Chao had once comprehended. Yu Chao, you are indeed commendable, Ming said, still facing away, his voice calm. Though he did not turn, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He had observed every action of Yu Chao with keen interest. Ming was highly pleased, immensely so. The human lineage that Yu Chao brought forth possessed pure bloodlines and remarkable talents. His greatest fear was that, in the face of such monumental peril, the human tribes would succumb to internal strife and conflict. Such occurrences had plagued the annals of human history in later times. Fortunately, unity prevailed among the humans, and Yu Chao did not allow jealousy or fear of being surpassed by other tribal leaders to prevent him from bringing forth the celestial clan. Thank you for the praise, ancestor. This is merely my duty, all for the survival and advancement of our kind, Yu Chao responded with calm composure, exhibiting the magnanimity befitting a leader of the human race. Very well, from this day forth, you shall contemplate the statue of the Primordial Emperor here. It will greatly benefit you, Ming declared, ceasing further discourse as he strode purposefully towards the mythic statue. With each step he took, the perception of him in the eyes of the Shen Nong shifted dramatically, evolving from an initial faint, detached aura to one of pride, solitude, grandeur, and profound depth. Ming's essence, presence, and spirit gradually aligned with that of the Primordial Emperor's statue, until it seemed as though he and the Emperor had merged into one. It was as if he embodied the Primordial Emperor, and the Primordial Emperor existed within him, a seamless unity. Witnessing this, Yu Chao was overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. Gazing at Su Ming's silhouette, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The aura emanating from the ancestor was all too familiar to him. It was the very essence he had cultivated through the Primordial Sutra. Having practiced the same sutra, how could he not recognize this force? Yet, if the ancestor's aura could be likened to the vastness of the starry sea, then his own presence was but a mere drop in that ocean. Merely a speck of dust. The great perfection of the primordial. Yu Chao felt a dryness in his throat, unable to articulate his thoughts fully, and he sensed the brink of madness enveloping him. As he delved into the cultivation of the infinite scriptures, he profoundly sensed the profound and intricate nature of these teachings, akin to the enigmatic and elusive essence of the Tao. Yu Chao, in his wildest dreams, never imagined that one day he might attain the pinnacle of the infinite scriptures. Should that day arrive, he might have already achieved enlightenment and sanctity. However, to his astonishment, it was not long before he beheld this grandeur embodied in the ancestor before him. The overwhelming solitude and unparalleled imperial majesty that emanated from him left him utterly speechless. In that moment, gazing at Su Ming's silhouette, an inexhaustible flood of insights regarding the infinite scriptures surged into Yu Chao's mind. At that instant, Su Ming appeared as though he were the infinite emperor himself, standing before Yu Chao. Suddenly, as the aura of solitude surrounding Su Ming reached its zenith, he moved. The chisel danced through the air, stone chips swirling around him. Su Ming's movements were ethereal, as exquisite as art itself, each gesture seemingly imbued with boundless philosophical profundity. Chapter 11. A momentous opportunity. The ancestor was in the process of perfecting the mythic statue of the Primordial Emperor. Yu Chao immediately realized that this was likely the true purpose of the ancestor summoning him, an unimaginable and monumental opportunity. The process of refining the statue of the Primordial Emperor resembled witnessing the very act of creation itself. The perfected Primordial World, once opened, could be observed with a mere glance. However, the act of creation occurs but once. It is a singular journey from nothingness to existence, imbued with boundless Taoist essence and opportunities. This was especially poignant for him, a practitioner of the Primordial Sutra. Yu Chao felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Su Ming. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate. He immediately assumed a meditative posture, absorbing every movement of Su Ming and the process of the statue's perfection. The intricate Taoist essence and insights into the Primordial Sutra surged into Yu Chao's mind like a tidal wave. Merely moments later, having already reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, he found himself breaking through effortlessly. With a resonant hum, his path became clear. Remarkably, this breakthrough occurred less than a year after his last one. Within a year, he had ascended to the Golden Immortal Realm, an unfathomable miracle. It is evident how tremendous the opportunity presented by the perfection of the Primordial Emperor's statue was for Yu Chao. He achieved the Golden Immortal Realm, exuding an aura of pride and solitude that could not be contained. Torrents of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged upon him, flowing into his being like a mighty river. Moreover, as his insights surged, Yu Chao's own cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. At that moment, on the opposite side of the valley, the Shen Nong's expression shifted. He immediately directed his gaze towards a direction obscured by swirling mists. Sensing the vast momentum of Yu Chao's breakthrough. Another breakthrough. Yu Chao, I, Shen Nong, shall surely catch up to you. Driven by a fierce determination, Shen Nong murmured to himself, then turned his attention to a nearby black statue. This mythic statue, entirely shrouded in darkness, appeared to be enveloped in thick black mist, revealing only a pair of blood-red, merciless, and bloodthirsty eyes. Within them lurked a semblance of madness, an endless sea of blood. The moment he laid eyes on the statue, a chilling sensation coursed through him, as if he were to be invaded by that malevolent aura, teetering on the brink of insanity. Rather than a mythic statue, it resembled a statue of a demon god. Upon seeing the statue, a thunderous voice echoed in Shen Nong's mind, infused with a visceral scent of blood and madness. When chaos disrupts the yin and yang, my demonic blood shall stain the heavens. Kill, kill, kill. At the moment the voice resonated, it felt as though Shen Nong's very blood had erupted, his eyes becoming veiled with layers of crimson, engulfed by madness. A powerful voice seemed to roar within his heart. This is the statue that is most befitting of him. Yet, within his heart, another voice warned him. This statue of the demon god is perilous, exceedingly so. Should he fail to comprehend its essence, he may very well descend into madness, forever lost. Paradoxically, this looming threat only fueled the fervor within Shen Nong, who roared internally, "To be unhinged is to truly live. This shall be my path. When the chaos of yin and yang unfolds, my demonic blood shall stain the heavens." Ha ha ha, how delightful. Shen Nong laughed heartily, his raven hair swirling wildly, blood surging through him. He sat cross-legged, ready to decipher the mysteries of the demon god statue. He was audacious, proud, and unruly, forging ahead with unwavering resolve. In that moment, his hubris seemed to resonate with the statue itself. Gradually, a dark mist began to envelop the statue, wrapping around Shen Nong like a shroud. Within this malevolent fog, countless spirits seemed to roar and bellow in fury. At that instant, the sky above the valley appeared to be obscured by an ominous cloud of darkness. Meanwhile, Ming, absorbed in his carving, felt a subtle shift in his consciousness. He looked up toward the statue of the demon lord, his gaze piercing through the mist, revealing Shen Nong within. Shen Nong, Ming pondered, momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the one known as Chao Shi referred to this individual as Shen Nong. However, was not Shen Nong the one who tasted all herbs, a figure of great compassion? How could he resonate with the statue of the demon lord? Could it be that this Shen Nong was not the same as the one he knew? Such a possibility was indeed plausible. After all, during the primordial era, many among the original human tribes were not entitled to surnames. Tribal leaders inherited the names of their predecessors. The demon lord, as his name suggests, was a being of tremendous terror, master of myriad demons. Among the numerous statues Ming had carved, the demon lord stood as one of the most formidable, possessing an awe-inspiring combat prowess. The alignment of Shen Nong with the demon lord statue triggered an ominous phenomenon, far more terrifying than the insights gained by Chao Shi and Zi. Ming did not wish to create a commotion that might attract the attention of the powerful from the witch and demon clans. With a flick of his hand, the array within the valley revived, isolating the demonic aura within. The demon lord statue, perhaps a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, was within reach. Ming smiled faintly, then withdrew his focus, returning to the refinement of the statue of the primordial emperor. What was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. Within the valley, tribal leaders and young prodigies continued to discover mythic statues that resonated with them, plunging into deep contemplation. The human race began to gradually deviate from its original trajectory of development. As the saying goes, a butterfly flapping its wings in the eastern hemisphere can stir a tempest in the western hemisphere. In the original narrative of the primordial world, Zhu Yang, who was supposed to safely depart after the massacre of the human race, now found himself reduced to a mere remnant of a soul, fleeing from the valley where humans congregated. On the surface, the primordial world appeared to be progressing along its original path. The small-scale skirmishes among the Lich have been incessantly escalating, causing the very land to crumble inch by inch. Remarkably, the remnant soul of Li, a mere Earth Immortal, could easily be extinguished by even the most modest of celestial beings. Yet, by an extraordinary stroke of fate, it evaded numerous grand battles, traversing vast distances to return to the clan of the Fire Cloud Sparrows. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, however, stands as a formidable lineage among the demon races, second only to the 100 divine beasts, boasting supreme beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal caliber among their ranks, with powerful entities abounding. In the primordial world, the law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are devoured by the strong and slaughter is relentless. Logically speaking, Li, being a mere mystical immortal of the Fire Cloud Sparrow lineage, holds little standing within his clan. Even in death, he would likely attract no attention, and his remaining essence would be relegated to languishing in his cave abode, struggling to coalesce into a corporeal form. The act of devouring human beings to augment his strength and bloodline potency would also be temporarily suspended. Yet, once again, serendipity intervened. As Li's remnant soul returned to his ancestral land, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly resonated. "Ah, is that the Emperor's might?" A delicate, alabaster hand enveloped the void, seizing Li's remnant soul. In that moment, Despair engulfed Hua Li's mind, as he sensed an irresistible force, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. This hand belonged to a being of at least the great completion of the Golden Immortal Realm, a terrifying powerhouse, against whom he could not have stood a chance even at the zenith of his strength. After narrowly escaping across tens of millions of miles, had he finally stumbled at the threshold? Chapter 12. The Devouring of Humanity. A temptation of enormous proportions before me lies the lingering soul of a member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, its essence still suffused with the aura of imperial might. Pray tell, which sovereign has dared to lay hands upon you? A youthful figure, his complexion fair and adorned in resplendent crimson robes, with eyebrows that arch like swords, stands atop the clouds, casting a penetrating gaze upon Hua Li. He is Hua Wuhan, the son of the clan leader of the Fire Cloud Sparrow. Originally en route to the palace of the 10th Prince Luya of the Golden Crow clan, he was suddenly struck by the faint imperial presence emanating from a lingering soul. Sensing an intrusion into the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow, he seized Hua Li to interrogate him. Upon encountering this young master, Hua Li's heart trembled, and the lingering soul transformed into a faint shadow, kneeling before him in supplication. Spare me, young master. It is I who am at fault. For harboring covetous thoughts towards humanity, Hua Li was oblivious to the true nature of imperial might, instinctively believing that his actions against humanity had drawn the ire of the Holy Mother Nuwa, prompting such a formidable figure to personally seek accountability. 3 millennia ago, Nuwa, one of the 5 emperors of the demon race, created humanity and attained immeasurable merit, her actions reverberating throughout the primordial realm. How could Hua Li, a member of the demon race, remain ignorant of this? During that epoch, humanity became the focal point of the demon race's attention. Yet, Nuwa allowed humanity to roam freely, indifferent to their plight, resulting in immense suffering and loss, which led the entire demon race, including the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, to abandon their interest in humanity. After all, the strength of humanity was exceedingly feeble, devoid of the halo bestowed by Nuwa, rendering them unworthy of the demon race's concern. Hua Li was among the elite sent by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to track the movements of humanity. Upon discovering that consuming humans could enhance his strength and bloodline, he was emboldened to initiate a massacre against a race so weak and lacking in support. Humanity? At this moment, Hua Wuhan furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Hua Li with cold intensity. You dare to claim that humanity has reduced you to this state? Such audacity to deceive me. Enraged, Hua Wuhan unleashed a fury that radiated menace. Humanity, after all, was the creation of Nuwa, and as the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, he could not remain oblivious to this fact. Since her ascension to sanctity, Nuwa's status had subtly begun to rival that of the 2 demon emperors. In such a context, Hua Li's audacity to turn his aggression towards humanity could not help but evoke Hua Wuhan's wrath. Within the demon race, numerous clans exist, rife with deep-seated conflicts, and the struggles, both overt and covert, among them are fiercely intense. Almost instinctively, Hua Wuhan began to suspect whether Hua Li had been bribed by a rival clan to incite Nuwa's animosity towards the Fire Cloud Sparrow. His suspicions were not unfounded. After all, humanity had only been in existence for a mere 3 millennia, a blink of an eye in the annals of time. How could they possibly possess a being of imperial might? Such power could only be attained by those who have reached the heights of the 5 emperors, or even the 2 demon emperors, a rarity in the entirety of the primordial realm. The reason why Hua Wuhan can recognize the imperial might lies in the resemblance between the Huiyang clan and the Jinwu clan in terms of both appearance and innate fire attributes, which earns them considerable favor from the Jinwu lineage. Furthermore, he shares a close relationship with the 10th prince of Jinwu, Luya, frequently sensing the imperial aura inherited from Dijuan through Luya, thus enabling him to discern it. Spare me, young master. What I speak is the truth. I am truly unaware of what imperial might is. Hua Li, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the young master, was struck with terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. I shall see which clan has instigated you, harboring malice. A cold glint flickered in Hua Wuhan's eyes, the murderous intent surging forth as he abruptly extended his hand to seize Hua Li's remnant soul and swallowed it whole. Hua Li, a mere nameless beauty from the Huiyang clan, was insignificant to him. Killing him was inconsequential. Yet, at the moment he absorbed Hua Li's memories, A strange and ancient energy surged forth from the residual soul, coursing through his veins. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Huo Wuhan's expression shifted dramatically. For beneath this peculiar and ancient energy, the bottleneck of his perfected Golden Immortal stage showed signs of loosening. It is worth noting that he had only been striving to break through the perfected Golden Immortal stage for less than 100,000 years. Even with his extraordinary talent and pure bloodline, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage without immense fortune would typically require at least 1,000,000 years, if not tens of millions. Could this energy be? Huo Wuhan intensified his absorption of Hora Li's memories, and with each passing moment, his expression transformed ever more profoundly. It appeared that this strange energy was a remnant left within the residual soul after the Hoi Yunk consumed a human. To devour humanity could yield such significant benefits if one were to engage in large-scale consumption of humans. Advancing the Hoi Yunk clan to the realm of divine beasts would merely be a matter of time. Contemplating this immense advantage, Huo Wuhan's demeanor shifted dramatically. The memories of Hora Li's remnant soul could not deceive him. Humanity, though weak, harbors such terrifying energy within their bloodlines, rendering the temptation overwhelmingly potent. Yet, he hesitated. Humanity ultimately represents the face of the Creator, Nuwa. The consumption of humans by someone of Hora Li's lowly status falls within the bounds of the natural order of survival of the fittest, thus evoking no concern from Nuwa. However, as the young master of the Hoi Yunk clan, his direct involvement would undoubtedly tarnish Nuwa's reputation, drawing her attention. The entire Hoi Yunk clan taking action would be even more alarming. This grand opportunity, while tantalizing, could not be seized by the Hoi Yunk, nor could they dare to attempt it. Huo Wuhan continued to murmur to himself, his gaze shifting fervently, his fists clenching and relaxing in a repetitive cycle, as if embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. After a considerable pause, Huo Wuhan's gaze gradually became resolute. Since the Hoi Yunk clan cannot, nor dare to offend Nuwa, what of the Jinwu clan? The Jinwu clan would not fear Nuwa. If they cannot consume it alone, then reporting to the Jinwu clan represents a significant opportunity as well. Perhaps the Hoi Yunk clan could share in the spoils. Upon reaching a decision, Huo Wuhan instantly transformed into a fiery rainbow, soaring towards the celestial expanse. Its destination was unmistakably the palace of the Jinwu clan within the heavenly realm, home to the 10th prince of the demon race, Luya. At this juncture, the first battle between the witch and demon factions had yet to unfold, and among the 6 saints, only Nuwa had attained enlightenment, while the remaining 5 had not yet embarked on their paths. Nevertheless, the news that consuming human beings could enhance their bloodlines and power had already circulated among the upper echelons of the demon race. The trajectory of the primordial world was gradually veering into the unknown. Within the valley, Ming continued his meticulous carving, remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. His current endeavor was merely to refine certain details of the statue of the primordial emperor, rectifying the incomplete essence of the primordial mystique, resulting in minimal commotion. However, contrary to the subtlety of his actions, the overwhelming aura of the solitary primordial emperor grew increasingly majestic, resonating with a palpable intensity that caused the heavens to tremble. In that moment, the colossal and imposing statue of the primordial emperor radiated an even more profound sense of solitude. The statue seemed to exhibit signs of animation, as if it were on the verge of transcending time and space. It appeared almost lifelike. As Ming enhanced the statue of the primordial emperor, his own power surged dramatically. Having just attained the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he began to stabilize his newfound abilities at an astonishing rate, simultaneously climbing ever higher in prowess. As he approached the completion of the statue of the primordial mystique, his cultivation had already reached a point where he was merely a half-step away from entering the quasi-emperor level. With unwavering focus, his gaze became as tangible as reality itself, an imperial majesty emanating from him as he gripped his carving knife, poised to make the final incision on the statue of the primordial emperor. With a resounding crack, the carving knife, which had accompanied Ming for countless years, shattered into 2 pieces, disintegrating into fine ash. With that decisive stroke, the statue of the primordial emperor was rendered utterly complete. Chapter 13. The Primordial Treasure, the Beginningless Bell, the Emergence of the Human Emperor. The tremor of the dual saints, a resonant hum echoed through the air, as an overwhelming and terrifying imperial might envelop the valley, casting a solitary and explosive aura that turned its back on all beings. At that very moment, the entity known as Yu Chao, which had been observing the entire sculpting process, experienced a surge of power that shattered the previous limits of its golden immortal perfection, ascending to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Such a series of monumental breakthroughs was nothing short of astonishing. It is easy to imagine the magnitude of the opportunity presented by witnessing the completion of the mythological statue. The resonance between Yu Chao and the perfected statue of the beginningless emperor intensified, causing its aura to swell uncontrollably, drawing forth boundless spiritual energy from the cosmos. Pouring into it from above, the force within began to amplify exponentially, resonating with the mythological statue, swelling to an incomprehensible degree, akin to a surging ocean. It was only through Su Ming's personal intervention that this extraordinary phenomenon was contained within the valley. As Su Ming observed the tremendous upheaval caused by Yu Chao's breakthrough, he too was profoundly shaken. He had believed he had adequately estimated the immense significance of the mythological statue, yet the arrival of this moment surpassed the limits of his imagination. Not long ago, Yu Chao had merely been at the celestial immortal stage, and now, in the span of just a few years, it had traversed 3 monumental realms: Celestial Immortal, Profound Immortal, and Golden Immortal, arriving at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. It is worth noting that even with the advantage of the mythological statue system, Su Ming had taken 30,000 years to achieve the Tai Golden Immortal stage before he recognized the statue's profound potential for enlightenment. At that moment, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. "Congratulations, host. You have sculpted a perfect mythological statue. Reward: advanced version of the Chaos Beginningless Sutra." Congratulations, host. You have sculpted a perfect mythological statue. Reward: innate treasure, the Beginningless Bell. Yu Chao has comprehended the perfect mythological statue of the beginningless emperor. Host gains 100-fold power infusion. A continuous stream of system prompts flooded Su Ming's ears, bestowing upon him immense delight. Boom. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far greater than the commotion caused by Yu Chao's breakthrough, erupted violently, pouring into Su Ming's being as if it had taken on a tangible form. The pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal was instantaneously shattered. The quasi-saint realm was attained. Su Ming was overwhelmed with joy. This surprise was utterly unforeseen. He had anticipated that only after Shen Nong comprehended the statue of the Demon Lord would he have the opportunity to break through, yet it had arrived ahead of time. The term saint embodies the extraordinary and transcendent. Even though the quasi-saint realm merely touches upon the concept of saint, it is a world apart from what preceded it. If the realm of quasi-saint was reliant on the absorption, mastery, and application of spiritual energy from the cosmos, representing quantity, then post-quasi-saint mastery of the laws of heaven and earth, where every movement is imbued with celestial authority, signifies a transformation of quality. Upon transcending the quasi-saint realm, the primordial chaos scripture commenced its automatic operation within Su Ming's form, perpetually absorbing the boundless chaotic energy from the infinite void. A torrent of imperial might permeated the atmosphere. An overwhelming saintly aura surged forth. At that moment, Su Ming was enveloped in the radiance of the primordial essence, intangible and formless, as if standing beyond the 9 heavens, liberated from the confines of space and worldly concepts, transcending the mundane, shaking the heavens and the earth, resembling a divine being gracing the mortal realm. Clang, clang, clang. A dark, colossal bell descended from the heavens, looming over Su Ming in the unfathomable depths of the void, towering to immeasurable heights, continually exhaling and inhaling endless chaotic mists, transforming them into primordial essence. This was the innate treasure, the primordial bell. It appeared akin to an abyss of inky blackness, poised to consume the entire world, transmuting it into primordial essence. At the moment the primordial bell manifested, in the unseen realms above the human race, an unseen, formless surge of human destiny roared forth, coalescing into a singularity, subsequently suppressed. In this instant, whether it be the chieftains of human tribes in the valleys or those residing millions of miles away in human settlements, all could sense an intangible energy enveloping them, their spirits crystallizing in an instant. This was the effect of the innate treasure suppressing the destiny. In this moment, The destiny of humanity belonged solely to humanity. Without Su Ming's tacit consent, scarcely any means could sever the human destiny. At this juncture, Su Ming truly forged a substantive connection with the destiny of humanity, a shared fortune, a shared misfortune. In the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness, such a substantial connection with human destiny had only been witnessed post the battle between the Wu and the Yao, when humanity became the nominal protagonists on the celestial stage. With the tacit approval and encouragement of Hong Jun and the Six Saints, bestowed upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who had rendered great merits to humanity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all sovereigns and emperors of humanity's history. In that moment, throughout the valley, numerous chieftains of human tribes and young prodigies awakened from their contemplations, kneeling reverently in the direction of Su Ming. Leading the reverence was the chieftain of the Yu Chao clan. His eyes filled with awe as he bellowed, "I, Yu Chao clan's chieftain, pay my respects to the human emperor." This proclamation reverberated throughout the valley, piercing through the 9 heavens, causing the heavenly Tao to tremble. This was a roar of enlightenment, an expression of willing devotion. The contributions of the progenitor to humanity warranted the title of human emperor. Paying respects to the human emperor echoed the multitude of chieftains and prodigies in unison. At that moment, far away across millions of miles, over 100 million humans, inspired by divine enlightenment, simultaneously bowed towards the valley. In that instant, the clouds above stirred, transforming into the forms of dragons and phoenixes, their cries harmonizing. Dragons soaring and tigers leaping. A torrent of 9-colored radiance spread from the horizon, sweeping through the primordial wilderness. At that moment, the entire primordial world shook, with countless formidable powers astonished, extending their consciousness to seek the source of the extraordinary phenomena. The spectacle, shaking the heavenly Tao, rivaled any manifestation in the annals of primordial history. Yet, the most profound astonishment belonged to the 2 saints of the primordial realm at that time, Hong Jun and Nuwa. Beyond the chaos, within the small world that Nuwa created after attaining sainthood, a breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in imperial garments slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of sanctity suppressed the chaos in all directions. What transpired? Nuwa's indifferent gaze swept across the entirety of the primordial world, lingering particularly on the human settlements. Scanning them repeatedly, yet she detected no signs of anomaly. How peculiar! Nuwa murmured to herself, a hint of perplexity flickering in her beautiful eyes. Just at the moment when the strange phenomenon appeared, she inexplicably felt a twinge of trepidation while in meditation. As a sage of the primordial realm, relying on the primordial purple energy to attain enlightenment, and with her primordial spirit intertwined with the heavenly path, she could not possibly believe that her feelings were mere illusions. A vague sense of impending danger lingered in her heart, as if something had emerged in the primordial realm that could threaten the stability of her sanctified position. Yet, the human race still existed, still feeble. As the maternal figure of the future protagonists of the primordial world, possessing a fraction of the fortune. Why did it evoke a sense of threat within her? Strange indeed. Nuwa reflected, then gradually closed her eyes once more. As one of the only 2 sages in the primordial world at that moment, she possessed formidable confidence to quell any arising threats. Most importantly, after attaining sainthood, Hong Jun forbade her from intervening in the affairs of the primordial world, especially concerning the demon and human races. This was the very reason she established her sanctuary in the chaos immediately following her enlightenment. Meanwhile, deep within the chaos, in a floating purple palace, an elderly man clad in a purple Taoist robe bore a grim expression. This elder was none other than Hong Jun, a being of supreme status revered throughout the primordial world, adorned with countless honors. With a fragment of the creation jade disc atop his head, he continuously deduced the heavenly path. His countenance growing increasingly dark, the trajectory of the heavenly path has shifted. The human race. The human race has existed for merely 30,000 years. Devoid of powerful figures or cultivation methods, how could a leader emerge? Chapter 14. Hong Jun's Fury. A warning to Nuwa after Nuwa attained sainthood through the creation of humanity. Hong Jun awaited the enlightenment of the other 5 saints. As the revered master of these 6 saints, he could consolidate the primordial fortune and unify with the Tao. However, at this moment, the 5 saints were achieving enlightenment, particularly with the human race. an entity he had calculated as reliant on the three pure ones, now giving rise to a leader who commanded the fortune of humanity. What did this imply? The five saints, in their quest for enlightenment, would have to seek the consent of this human leader to seize a portion of the human fortune. Hongjun found himself in a state of confusion, grappling with a scenario he had never contemplated. In his schemes, he had not accounted for the reaction of the human race itself. After all, while the human race possessed immense fortune, its existence was relatively brief, and its strength was so feeble as to be nearly negligible. Yet, the myriad of anomalies and the trajectory of the heavenly Tao indicated the emergence of a leader among humans. Moreover, this venerable patriarch of the Tao, the foremost saint, who wielded the creation jade plate, was unable to ascertain the whereabouts of this newly emerged human leader. It was utterly perplexing. A mere human race had somehow evaded his calculations. How could this be? No. It was impossible for such a diminutive race to escape the inexorable fate dictated by the heavenly Tao, let alone elude the predictions of his own design. Could it be that Nuwa had intervened clandestinely? In his musings, Hongjun continued to deduce the heavenly Tao while casting his gaze toward the direction of Nuwa's palace, his expression darkening ominously. Indeed, Hongjun's thoughts turned to Nuwa. At this juncture, in the entirety of the primordial world, only this demoness, Nuwa, possessed the insight to comprehend the trajectory of the heavenly Tao, influenced the overarching trends, and had justifiable reasons to interfere with the developmental course. After all, both the demon race, one of the protagonists in the primordial world, and the human race, destined to be a future focal point, were profoundly intertwined with Nuwa. If Nuwa could not bear to witness the gradual decline of the demon race, it would provide ample justification for her to intervene as the human race fell under her control, its fortune stripped away. Yet, what puzzled him was Nuwa's temperament, which Hongjun understood all too well: ruthless, ambitious, and desirous, yet inherently somewhat weak. Otherwise, he would not have chosen her as his designated disciple, bestowing upon her the primordial purple energy. He had selected Nuwa precisely for her temperament, which made her easier to manipulate. Nuwa, how dare you betray your master? Do you truly believe that attaining sainthood renders you beyond my reach? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Hongjun's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He held unwavering confidence that the current primordial realm lay firmly within his absolute control, including the dominant factions of the witch and demon races. Now, amid the myriad of chaotic demons who were either injured, fleeing, or dead, the only entity remaining in the primordial world who could comprehend him and influence the grand scheme was none other than Nuwa, his recently enlightened designated disciple. At this moment, Hongjun harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction toward Nuwa. However, it was not the time to directly chastise her. After all, she still held the title of the Holy Mother of Humanity, possessing a significant portion of both human and demon fortunes, thus wielding tremendous influence among both races. If Nuwa truly disregards the interference with the three pure ones' path to enlightenment, resulting in their lack of recognition by the human race, it would undoubtedly complicate her schemes significantly. However, under the current circumstances, it is imperative for her to send Laozi to the human realm in advance. Otherwise, once that leader of the human race matures, he would establish a doctrine that could create considerable difficulties for Laozi. Nuwa, this is a singular warning, not to be repeated. Hongjun gazed towards the direction of Nuwa Palace, his voice icy and imbued with immense pressure. His indifferent words traversed the endless chaos, reverberating within the halls of Nuwa Palace, where the overwhelming force swept through before dissipating. This served as a stern warning to Nuwa. Even without taking direct action, a cautionary admonition was essential. At this moment, within Nuwa Palace, Nuwa appeared somewhat pallid, her eyes filled with boundless confusion. It was not due to a lack of resolve or insufficient power. Rather, the formidable pressure was utterly unexpected, and she had never anticipated Hongjun's actions, leaving her utterly unprepared. In that instant, an ocean of resentment surged within her heart. Once again, she was suppressed by Hongjun. The previous occasion was after her ascension to sainthood, when Hongjun had coerced her to abandon the human race, forbidding her from intervening in the primordial chaos. That instance was somewhat justifiable, but what had she done wrong this time? Presently, she had taken no action, and the affairs of the human race were of no concern to her. Yet Hongjun unjustly chose to blame her. Hongjun, I am a saint, not your puppet. nor your slave. Nuwa seethed with indignation, a seed of resentment towards Hongjun taking root within her. However, she still dared not confront him openly. Having attained the status of a saint, her mind was naturally resolute, capable of enduring much. Hongjun's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, unfathomable. As the progenitor of the Tao, the first to attain sainthood, and the wielder of the creation jade disc, he stood as the only remaining chaos demon god. Nevertheless, if an opportunity arises, she would undoubtedly strive to free herself from Hongjun's control. In the chaos, significant events unfolded, unbeknownst to anyone in the Primordial Realm. Naturally, Su Ming had no inkling that his recent breakthrough to quasi-saint status had stirred the attention of the two most prominent saints in the Primordial World, inadvertently sowing discord between them. This revelation was quite astonishing. Gazing at the towering primordial bell above him, Su Ming murmured in awe, his eyes alight with shock. The rewards from the perfectly carved mythological statue were truly staggering. The chaos primordial scripture, along with the innate treasure, the primordial bell. In the primordial world, whether it be a person, an object, or anything else, anything associated with the term chaos was extraordinary. Moreover, the system had materialized a treasure of innate caliber. The primordial bell. Innate treasures represent the pinnacle of artifacts in the primordial world. Throughout the annals of primordial history, the number of innate treasures has always been exceedingly scarce. Following the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, they remained exclusively in the possession of saints and Hongjun. Furthermore, innate treasures not only possess immense power, but also have the capability to suppress fate. Fate, without a doubt, is the most vital element in the primordial world. Do you not see? In the future, the six saints, consumed by the quest for destiny, engaged in fierce battles, even shattering the primordial world. Hongjun, in pursuit of fate, merged with the Tao of heaven. Since the dawn of creation, he has schemed for countless years, leading innumerable innate deities and demons, the three clans of the Dragonhan era, and many chaotic fiends to their demise, some dead, some maimed, and others fled. However, at this moment, these matters bear no relevance to Su Ming. With the innate supreme treasure in his possession, the fate of humanity, Su Ming murmured to himself, his gaze deepening with contemplation. His initial thoughts did not dwell on his newfound strength or the collective acknowledgement from humanity, which crowned him as the emperor of humanity. Instead, he considered how the innate treasure could suppress human destiny. Well versed in the trajectory of the primordial world, he understood the paramount significance of human fate. The ability of Hongjun to merge with the Tao and the enlightenment of the six saints were inextricably linked to the fortune of humanity. Following the decline of the Wu and Yao clans, human destiny had been nearly entirely divided among the six saints. As humanity ascended to the role of the principal actors in the heavens, the elite and heroic figures perished and their lineage waned. Various formidable beings from the primordial realm, monstrous entities and spirits alike, flocked to impart their teachings to humanity, seizing the dwindling remnants of their fate. This ultimately led to the tragic state where the emperor of humanity, once a grand figure, was reduced to the status of an ordinary person. Referring to himself as the son of heaven and addressing any cultivator with the reverent title of immortal. For a great lineage in the cosmos, how lamentable! Such a monumental disgrace. It can be said that as humanity faltered, the entirety of the primordial realm thrived. The root of all this turmoil lies in humanity's lack of supreme treasures to stabilize their fate, allowing it to be easily squandered and divided. As the destined protagonists, humanity possessed a grand destiny, akin to the Wu and Yao clans, and naturally, they too had innate treasures. Yet, the only treasure capable of suppressing human fate, the Kongtong seal, inexplicably fell into the hands of Hongjun, only to be subsequently entrusted to the so-called master of the teaching, the Taoist sage Laozi. However, does this Laozi, the alleged master of humanity's teachings, have any genuine connection to humanity? He is, in fact, one of the principal architects of the division of human fate. Would he truly utilize the Kongtong seal to stabilize human destiny? Perhaps only when the boundless calamity arrives and the heavens and earth collapse, might he find the spark of conscience within. Upon entering the primordial world, aside from his frenzied sculpting and the enhancement of his strength, Su Ming's greatest concern was the inability to stabilize human fate without an innate treasure. His desire was merely to exert every effort to salvage humanity's plight, even if only a little. Yet now, with the innate treasure in hand, he had ascended to the status of the Emperor of Humanity. Chapter 15. In times of chaotic yin and yang, my demonic blood stains the heavens. Su Ming's gaze deepened, becoming cold and ruthless. The three pure ones aspired to enlightenment, and Hongjun sought to merge with the Tao, yet Su Ming remained indifferent. However, they must not entertain the delusion of treating the human race as mere stepping stones or sacrifices. The human race is not a tool for anyone. At this moment, Hongjun and the three pure ones, along with the witch and demon clans, had yet to take notice of humanity. Su Ming would not allow the human race to take the initiative. Instead, he would seize every opportunity to develop in silence, for quiet growth is the undeniable truth. He himself had not yet reached the time for emergence, as humanity remained too weak. Lowering his gaze towards the kneeling Yu Chao, whose imperial might had vanished. Restoring a tranquil demeanor, Su Ming spoke softly, "Rise. For now, do not speak of my ascension to the throne. This matter must remain confidential." Hearing Su Ming's words, Yu Chao felt puzzled. The emergence of a clan's sovereign and the formidable strength of the progenitor seemed like an opportune moment to elevate the human race's prestige and avoid unnecessary disturbances. Nevertheless, he complied, saying, "Yu Chao obeys. I will ensure this matter is communicated down the line, and not a whisper will escape." Since the progenitor had issued such a directive, there must be sound reasoning behind it. After all, the mythic statues adorning the mountains and valleys were the result of the progenitor's endurance over countless years. Yu Chao began to grasp the progenitor's intentions, to bide time and develop in silence. Patience, patience, and more patience. Lost in thought, Yu Chao momentarily veered off course. Indeed, Su Ming nodded, suddenly shifting his attention to another part of the valley. There, the demonic master associated with the mythic statues resided. Just then, a tremendous wave of demonic energy surged from afar. Yu Chao sensed this grand aura and followed Su Ming's gaze, instantly feeling his hair stand on end. The valley sky was swiftly obscured by dark clouds. A fierce wind swept through, lifting earth and timber alike. The sound of flying sand and stones became the sole melody in the realm. Buzzing, a colossal demonic shadow rose slowly from the valley, towering at a height of millions of feet, nearly shattering the valley's formation. A truly shocking spectacle. Yu Chao was left speechless, instantly recalling that a fellow human had comprehended the mythic statue, triggering such an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, the magnitude of this occurrence was undeniably terrifying. When the yin and yang are in tumult, my demonic blood shall stain the heavens. Suddenly, the cold, iron voice of Shen Nong echoed from within the demonic shadow, reverberating throughout the valley. It was indeed Shen Nong. Yu Chao murmured to himself, feeling his heart race. In that moment, as a Tai Golden Immortal, he discerned that Shen Nong's consciousness had momentarily fused with the demonic shadow, tainted by the madness of demonic intent, which had stirred endless malevolence, giving rise to such a horrifying spectacle. The affinity between Shen Nong and the demonic statue surpassed that of his own with the Zi clan by a significant margin. Most importantly, the words of Shen Nong reverberated with an unmistakable fervor, a profound obsession for the human race echoing through his voice. At this moment, he was in a frenzied state, merging with the demonic shadows. Instantly, the heavy sentiment of iron and blood stirred resonance among the other members of the human race in the valley. The present state of the human race was a legacy forged by the first ancestors, paid for with their lives, their blood, and the sacrifices of all the first-generation progenitors except for the human emperor. Should the balance of yin and yang be disrupted, Shen Nong would willingly offer his life, even if it meant that demonic blood would stain the heavens. In the face of chaos, he declared his intent to dye the sky with his blood. At this moment, many of the human prodigies in the valley gazed up at the imposing demonic figure, reflecting on his words, tears streaming down their faces. In this primordial world, the strength of the human race appeared utterly insignificant. Numerous formidable beings, brimming with talent and potential, willingly laid down their lives to safeguard their kin. Just recently, the havoc wrought by the fire cloud sparrow had claimed countless human lives. Observing this scene, Su Ming remained silent. This encapsulated the indomitable spirit of the human ancestors in the current chaotic world, an unwavering resolve to strive for survival. Having come from a peaceful era in the future, he had never experienced the external threat of mortality, and could not comprehend the anxiety of an entire race teetering on the brink of extinction. For the first time, he felt the relentless spirit of struggle that characterized the ancestral humans during this tumultuous and barbaric age. Within this experience lay elements that he could not yet fully grasp. Perhaps, there was an inevitability in the human race's growth toward becoming the protagonists of the land, transcending mere acknowledgement by the primordial heavens or grand fortunes. After all, the so-called vast fortunes had been thoroughly divided among the saints and celestial deities in later ages. The fortunes of the human race had never truly been intertwined with the essence of humanity itself. What Su Ming could do was to perfect this process before the human race ascended to its role as the protagonists of the land, striving to minimize humiliation and sacrifice, preserving a cadre of human elites, heroes, and their fortunes. Boom, boom, boom. Blood-red, demonic thunder enveloped the towering shadow, continuously erupting. As a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Shen Nong's being like a river. At this moment, with his power escalating rapidly, Shen Nong's hair transformed from black to crimson, gradually shifting to a blood-red hue, dancing wildly in the wind. A faint yet nauseating scent of blood began to permeate the valley. In a moment of haze, it seemed as if the valley was filled with endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with skeletal remains rising high. The demonic figure standing majestically amidst the blood-soaked abyss. The terrifying aura of malevolence swept through the air. Shen Nong's strength surged at an astonishing pace. Mid-stage celestial, late-stage celestial, and then the pinnacle of celestial. Following this, he broke through to the initial stage of the profound celestial realm, as if there were no barriers to his ascent. Then came the mid-stage profound celestial, late-stage profound celestial, and finally, the perfection of the profound celestial realm. The speed of this power enhancement was terrifying, truly startling, leaving even Su Ming in a state of shock. It was alarmingly rapid, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even when the Yin Chao and Zi clans grasped the essence of mythological statues, they did not experience such a terrifying rate of enhancement. Moreover, the ominous aura emanating from the shadow of the demon grew increasingly intense and tumultuous with the rise of the divine power of the Shen Nong clan, evoking a sense of dread. It was overwhelming. Merely gazing into those blood-red, profound eyes instilled a feeling of being consumed by an endless sea of blood. The Yin Chao and Zi clans, upon their initial comprehension of the mythological statues, only achieved the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Yet, the limits of the Shen Nong clan seemed to extend far beyond this pinnacle. The bottleneck of the profound immortal realm merely hindered the Shen Nong clan for a brief moment before being shattered by the frenzied infusion of demonic intent and the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chapter 16. Who is the true transcender? The Golden Immortal. At the initial stage of the Golden Immortal, and progressing swiftly through the mid-stage. Observing the rapid enhancement of Shen Nong's strength, Su Ming felt a parching sensation in his mouth. This Shen Nong possesses an exceptional talent, does he not? Is such rapid advancement truly beneficial? With such an exaggerated pace of growth, could his foundation be somewhat unstable? Even Su Ming, the owner of the system, began to worry about Shen Nong's swift rise in power. The rate of this ascension far surpassed his own. Su Ming felt somewhat bewildered. Who exactly is the real transcender? Who is the true owner of the system? After all, the mythological statue was crafted by my own hands. At this moment, while Su Ming felt merely a tinge of numbness witnessing Shen Nong's rapid ascent, the situation was utterly overwhelming for Yu Chao, who stood flabbergasted, like a deer caught in headlights. He had comprehended the mythological statue, acquired the Primordial Sutra, endured a series of life and death battles, and witnessed the process of the ancestor perfecting the mythological statue of the Primordial Emperor, yet he had only just reached the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The disparity was infuriating. At this moment, numerous tribal leaders and young prodigies in the valley gazed enviously at Shen Nong's explosive growth. Was this the fortune and benefits of comprehending a mythological statue? Yu Chao had not misled me. This was truly an unprecedented opportunity. The chance bestowed by the human emperor ancestor was monumental. They too must redouble their efforts to comprehend a mythological statue swiftly, for time is merciless. A decade can vanish in the blink of an eye. However, soon after, Shen Nong's advancement halted, stalling at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone else did as well. Had he continued to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal, it would have been truly terrifying. The human race's Shen Nong comprehends the demon Lord mythological statue sculpted by the host. As the sculptor of the statue, the host receives a 100-fold power bestowal reward. Shen Nong comprehends the Celestial Demon Sutra. The host automatically acquires the Celestial Demon Sutra and comprehends it to perfection. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was instantly overjoyed. The long-awaited rewards from the system had finally arrived. Otherwise, he would have felt an imbalance in his heart. As the system's voice faded, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, pouring into Su Ming's body. Just having reached the quasi-saint realm, his power began to escalate dramatically. However, the gap between the quasi-saint realm and the realms below, it was exceedingly vast. The 100-fold reward from Shen Nong's breakthrough did not significantly enhance Su Ming's power on the surface. It merely elevated him from the first level of the quasi-saint realm to the second level. Yet, the first level of the quasi-saint realm is akin to a chasm, not to be underestimated. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more arduous the journey becomes. In the later stages, even a slight advancement in realm can take billions of years to achieve. Su Ming's elevation of a single realm was exponentially greater than Shen Nong's, by far more than 1,000-fold. This disparity was not simply a matter of a 100-fold infusion of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the scriptures of the Celestial Demon Sutra flowed through Su Ming's mind like a tidal wave. Each character, dark as ink, contained boundless profundities. Before long, Su Ming fully comprehended the essence of the frenzied Demon Sutra. With the mastery of this sutra, a subtle shift occurred in his aura, transforming from a demeanor of tranquil detachment to a hint of coldness. Rather than being aptly named the Celestial Demon Sutra, it would be more fitting to call it the Frenzied Demon Sutra. Upon assimilating the teachings of the Celestial Demon Sutra, Su Ming could not help but exclaim, "This scripture compels practitioners to either succumb to madness or cease to exist." The more one embraces insanity and fearlessness, the greater the power they acquire, and the swifter their ascension. It is no wonder that the strength of the Shen Nong clan, who comprehended the statue of the Demon Lord, surpassed that of the Ji, Yi, and Yu Chao clans. This scripture is indeed a gamble for one's life. The essence of the Shen Nong clan resonates profoundly with the teachings of the Celestial Demon Sutra, resulting in their astonishing enhancement. Each elevation in power carries the risk of being tainted by the essence of madness, leading to total obsession. If the Primordial Sutra embodies aloofness and the Celestial Emperor's Sutra grandeur, then the Celestial Demon Sutra signifies madness, utter madness. Without madness, there can be no survival. However, it is essential to note that the Celestial Emperor's Sutra and the Primordial Sutra are not inferior to the Celestial Demon Sutra. Rather, they traverse a majestic path. In contrast, the Celestial Demon Sutra takes a more unconventional route, allowing for rapid advancement in the early stages. Yet, as one progresses, the distinction fades, with all paths leading to the pinnacle crafted by the mightiest of beings. Within the Celestial Demon Sutra lies a transcendent technique known as Celestial Demon Incineration. This technique involves sacrificing one's own power, spirit, and blood to gain a 100-fold increase in strength, an act of sheer madness. Such a frenzied ability left Su Ming utterly astonished. It is crucial to understand that at his level of cultivation, the time required to recover after burning one's spirit and blood could span eons, if not longer, potentially leaving behind irreversible wounds. Of course, it is only after Su Ming fully realizes the Celestial Demon Sutra's ultimate perfection that he could incinerate his power for a 100-fold increase. At this moment, even the Shen Nong clan could manage no more than a 5-fold increase, which is indeed formidable. With the Shen Nong clan's innate talents and their training in the Celestial Demon Sutra, a 5-fold combat power could potentially rival that of a Tai Golden Immortal. What an astonishing concept! It is well known that as one advances in cultivation, the disparity in combat power becomes increasingly pronounced. The Tai Golden Immortal level represents the absolute backbone of a major clan. For instance, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, which has existed for countless eons, is second only to the Demon God clan and is guarded solely by Great Luo Golden Immortals. The Tai Golden Immortal ranks just below the Great Luo Golden Immortal, highlighting their scarcity. Mid-level Golden Immortals facing Tai Golden Immortals are exceedingly rare in the annals of the Primordial World. As for Su Ming himself, since arriving in the Primordial Realm, He is yet to engage in battle and remains unaware of his current strengths standing within this world. He is uncertain of the extent of his own combat prowess. Indeed, the pinnacle is not far off. However, this technique of the celestial demon's flame is remarkably suited to me, Su Ming mused inwardly. The application of the celestial demon's flame results in an exceedingly sluggish recovery, fraught with difficulty. Yet Su Ming is different. He possesses the mythical statue. This allows him not only to sculpt mythological figures from novels and comprehend the essence of the cosmos for healing, but also, whenever a prodigy contemplates the mythical statue, he receives a 100-fold infusion of power, enabling him to swiftly mend his injuries. This audacious technique, which inflicts 100-fold damage upon the enemy while costing him 1,000-fold, is indeed perfectly fitting for him. Nevertheless, I do not consider myself to be that reckless. Su Ming lamentably rubbed his nose. At this moment, the human race had already produced the esteemed Golden Immortal, with figures like the Shen Nong and the Shi. In terms of strength, they are no longer inferior to the great clans of the Primordial World. As long as they do not provoke the monstrous deities and other powerful clans of the demon race, self-preservation is more than sufficient. Of course, this does not account for him as the ancestral emperor of humanity. If included, strength is still lacking. Further development is necessary, Su Ming quietly reflected. The first battle of the War of the Witch and Demon tribes has yet to commence, and the demon race will not yet strike against humanity. The human race has ample time for growth. With the mythical statue in existence, given the current pace of humanity's strength enhancement, they will soon catch up to the great clans of the primordial world, and even contend with the monstrous deities will not pose much of a challenge. At that moment, a voice filled with reverence reached Su Ming's ears. Shen Nong clan, I pay my respects to the ancestral emperor of humanity. Chapter 17. The Vengeance of Yu Chao and the Enhancement of the Demon Lord Statue. Su Ming lowered his gaze and beheld Yu Chao, who had completed his comprehension, leading the recently awakened Shen Nong to this place. Shen Nong's eyes gleamed like bronze bells, radiating a fierce vitality. His waist was encircled by animal hide, and his robust physique, with its ancient copper hue, imparted an overwhelming sense of strength. Most striking were his piercing eyes, exuding an air of aloofness and relentless determination. His naturally arched brows lent him an imposing presence, one that commanded respect without the need for anger. Moreover, after comprehending the heavenly demon scripture, an icy, frenzied aura emanated from Shen Nong, sending shivers down the spine of any who gazed upon him. At that moment, Su Ming harbored grave doubts. He suspected that even a rival of equal standing in the mid-Golden Immortal Realm would lack the courage to confront Shen Nong. Shen Nong, you are quite remarkable, Su Ming affirmed. Then added, during your time in the valley, you shall accompany me. His words were concise, yet profound. The enhancement of the statue of the primordial emperor had yielded tremendous benefits, and he was eager to refine the second mythical statue. Accompany the ancestor? For what purpose? The straightforward Shen Nong appeared perplexed, still wishing to delve deeper into the comprehension of the demon lord statue. However, Yu Chao, having experienced the ancestor's process firsthand, quickly grasped the intent behind it. Su Ming was preparing to enhance the statue of the demon lord. Yu Chao, having personally undergone the transformative experience of refining a mythical statue, understood the profound advantages it entailed. He immediately began to blink wildly at Shen Nong. Yet, despite Shen Nong's exceptional innate combat prowess, he was rather single-minded and impatiently waved at Yu Chao. Just speak plainly, stop blinking at me. He felt somewhat disgruntled, having only recently broken through to the mid-Golden Immortal Realm after comprehending the Demon Lord statue, while Yu Chao was already a Golden Immortal. It seemed he had not considered how long Yu Chao had been immersed in the comprehension of the mythical statue compared to his own duration. Yu Chao, what do you want me to say? Su Ming merely smiled faintly, unbothered by the exchange, and found great amusement in Shen Nong's straightforward nature. He elucidated, I shall proceed to enhance the statue of the Demon Lord. You may observe from below and surely gain insights. With that, Su Ming traversed the void and approached the statue of the Demon Lord, retrieving a pristine carving knife. The vision of the Demon Lord's statue manifested in his mind, a solitary figure clad in a black robe, standing proudly at the center, gazing defiantly at the heavens. Su Ming meticulously scrutinized the vision of the Demon Lord, seeking that essence of pride, coldness, and madness. The heavenly demon scripture began to circulate within him. In an instant, the heavens trembled, dark clouds gathered, and fierce winds swept through, stirring the very stones. At that moment, Su Ming's hair gradually transformed from black to a blood-red hue. An overwhelming scent of blood and madness surged through the valley, as if it were destined to be transmuted into an abyss of a myriad of demons. In this moment, the statue of the demon lord, resonating with the essence of the divine farmer, began to tremble violently. Towering at an astounding height of millions of feet, the statue quaked with ferocity as dark clouds surged, shattering the heavens and plunging the void into chaos. At that instant, the statue seemed to awaken, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light, the aura of malevolence surging forth as if to defy the heavens and obliterate this decayed world. This spectacle was terrifying and awe-inspiring, surpassing the convergence of the divine farmer and the demon lord's statue by an immeasurable magnitude. Su Ming's hair began to transform into a deep crimson hue, as though he were becoming the true embodiment of the demon lord. The overwhelming aura of malevolence resonated in unison with the statue, their powers intertwining and exponentially escalating. Had Su Ming not intentionally confined this madness within the valley, his quasi-saint level strength would have been sufficient to shake the heavens, breaking through the 33 layers of sky and genuinely rattling the celestial realm. No, at this moment, it should still be referred to as the Supreme Demon Court. The power of the progenitor seemed to have grown immensely. The entity known as the nesting ancestor murmured to himself, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. It had only been a little over 5 years since the completion of the statue of the infinite emperor. 5 years, in the context of the vast wilderness, is a fleeting moment, negligible in significance. Yet the aura emanating from the progenitor conveyed to him that the progenitor had become significantly stronger. Although, with his own capabilities, he could not ascertain the extent of the progenitor's enhancement or the realm he had attained, one thing was clear: he was exceedingly powerful, extraordinarily formidable, so much so that it invoked a sense of reverence that felt unattainable. Moreover, had the progenitor not cultivated the infinite scripture to perfection? Why then was he now radiating such an intense malevolent aura, surpassing even the divine farmer who had comprehended the statue of the demon lord? To the nesting ancestor, the progenitor had transformed into an unfathomable enigma, a mystery beyond comprehension. Could one individual truly cultivate 2 distinct paths simultaneously and achieve such an extraordinary level? The nesting ancestor found it inconceivable. The progenitor was astonishingly powerful. The divine farmer's eyes widened in shock, his voice hoarse and dry, his body rigid with disbelief. This was a force he had never encountered or witnessed before. Could it be that humanity could ascend to such heights, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture? The terrifying malevolence exhibited by Su Ming appeared to open a new portal for the divine farmer, leading to the pinnacle of strength. When might he ever reach such a level as the progenitor? The divine farmer instinctively muttered to himself. At this juncture, witnessing the divine farmer in a state of shock and stupor, the nesting ancestor could no longer contain himself. A great opportunity lay before them, and how could one afford to squander time in contemplation? With that thought, the nesting ancestor swiftly delivered a kick towards the divine farmer, propelling him like a shooting star towards the direction of the demon lord statue, always chastising me for being overly cautious. The nesting ancestor felt a rush of satisfaction from the kick, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. This old fellow was far too arrogant and domineering. His innate combat prowess and rapid ascension in strength warranted a moment of retribution before it was too late. Shen Nong slammed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and felt a searing pain radiate from behind, causing him to sharply inhale. That rascal, Yu Chao, showed no mercy with that kick. It was undoubtedly a calculated act of vengeance, delivered with lethal intent. Damn it, Yu Chao, just wait. Shen Nong cursed. However, despite the jest, he recognized that this was an unprecedented opportunity, one that, if missed, would be lost forever. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, fervently channeling the celestial demon scripture without restraint, unleashing a torrent of frenzied demonic energy that intertwined with the demonic essence of Su Ming and the statue of the demon lord. Although the demonic energy he emitted was but a mere fraction of Su Ming's, it was crucial to remember that Su Ming had attained the pinnacle of the celestial demon scripture and had reached the dual realms of quasi-saintship, placing him in an entirely different echelon compared to Shen Nong. Even a fleeting contact with Su Ming's demonic essence promised unimaginable benefits for Shen Nong. Furthermore, the resonance between the statue of the Demon Lord and Su Ming amplified the demonic essence exponentially. The moment Shen Nong's demonic energy met Su Ming's, he envisioned a towering demon god, wielding a vast, boundless map that shrouded the cosmos, ascending defiantly and vanquishing the heavens. This spectacle was profoundly awe-inspiring. Chapter 18. Is cultivation as simple as eating and drinking? Above the heavens, a torrent of demonic energy surged, and the black winds roared. Su Ming's essence of the celestial demon intertwined with the demonic intent of the statue of the Demon Lord, transforming the valley into an infernal realm, where colossal shadows of demonic deities emerged, creating a scene of utter terror. Yet, for the Shen Nong clan, adept in the cultivation of the celestial demon scripture, this spectacle felt as natural as swimming in water. A deluge of insights regarding the celestial demon scripture crashed into Shen Nong's mind like a tsunami, allowing him to swiftly stabilize his recently attained mid-stage Golden Immortal Realm. As his comprehension deepened, his strength surged remarkably, propelling him towards the threshold of the late Golden Immortal stage in just a few hours. The ease with which he transcended realms felt as effortless as consuming food and drink. Elated, Shen Nong reveled in this exhilarating ascent of power, akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. At that moment, Su Ming, who had been in deep contemplation, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a flash of crimson light akin to a blood-red lightning bolt streaking across the sky. His blood-soaked hair danced wildly, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Finally, Su Ming made his move. The blood-tinged blade carved through the air with the force of creation itself, embodying overwhelming dominance and unfathomable malice. Clouds of lime dust swirled around them. Unlike the meticulously crafted statue of the Primordial Emperor, the statue of the Demon Lord lacked such artistic finesse. Perhaps this discrepancy mirrored the stark contrast between the two figures, one solitary and ethereal, the other fierce and unyielding, one a mythic dream, the other a harbinger of destruction. The essence of the Demon Lord's statue exuded an aura of relentless aggression, devoid of hesitation. It was simply about annihilation. For Shen Nong, the strike was akin to a thunderbolt illuminating his mind, a manifestation of the Demon Lord's formidable presence, relentless and unyielding, a battle to the death. This stroke felt like the very act of creation itself. In that moment of clarity, Shen Nong transcended the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm and burst forth into the late stage. With every strike that Su Ming unleashed, a visage of the fierce and untamed Demon Lord emerged, especially those blood-red eyes shimmering with a desire for annihilation, sending shivers down Shen Nong's spine. Through each of these strikes, Shen Nong perceived the path the Demon Lord traversed from nothingness to supremacy, revealing boundless benefits hidden within. The swiftness of Shen Nong's elevation defied description, surpassing even the exhilaration of a roller coaster. If Su Ming were to express it in modern terms, it would be akin to the velocity of a rocket. Not long after breaking through to the peak of the late Golden Immortal stage, he continued his ascent, seemingly without any hindrance. If one were to inquire of the observing Yu Chao clan whether cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking, what would the answer be? Yu Chao would undoubtedly respond without hesitation, affirming that cultivation is far simpler than eating or drinking. Eating requires chewing, while drinking necessitates the movement of one's throat. In comparison, cultivation is considerably more effortless. One merely needs to sit cross-legged and take a nap. Yu Chao felt numb to the situation. He realized he could no longer remain there, for the comparative excellence of others was truly disheartening. His own rate of cultivation was already commendable, yet there existed someone whose prowess surpassed his own to an extraordinary degree. It felt utterly inconceivable. Thus, Yu Chao resolved to leave the valley and return to the human realm, choosing ignorance as a means of solace. To jest, of course, primarily. He believed that while remaining in this place would allow him to comprehend the perfected statue of the Primordial Emperor and rapidly elevate his strength, perhaps even grasping the primordial divine ability, the magnitude of his improvement would not match that of his earlier advancements, and the overall enhancement of the human race would be limited. Yu Chao was not merely considering his own position, but was contemplating the broader perspective of humanity. He surmised that after the ancestor perfected the statue of the demon lord, the next likely endeavor would be the statue of the heavenly emperor. Should humanity gain another Golden Immortal to oversee them, it would significantly bolster their foundation. Therefore, Yu Chao resolved to return to the human realm and replace the Zi clan. In light of the current tumultuous state of the Hongwang, his presence as a Golden Immortal would ensure greater stability for humanity. With a respectful bow to Su Ming, Yu Chao took his leave from the human sovereign. Upon making this decision, he turned to exit the valley. Meanwhile, Su Ming, engrossed in his sculpting and cultivation, seemed to hear Yu Chao's departing voice, prompting the valley's formation to automatically open a path for him. This occurrence further validated Yu Chao's belief that the ancestor's sentiments aligned with his own. At that very moment, in the celestial palace of the demon court prince, located billions of feet above the valley, two streams of fiery rainbow light erupted forth. Back in the valley, Su Ming continued his carving, while the Shen Nong clan was still immersed in the exhilarating ascent of their realm. Occasionally, tribal leaders and young prodigies resonated with the mythic statues, provoking grand phenomena and rapid enhancement of their abilities, inciting envy among others. The strength of humanity was swiftly on the rise. This valley seemed to exist in serene isolation from the relentless turmoil of the outside world, becoming a paradise amidst the chaos of Hongwang. Outside, endless battles raged, yet the looming shadow of crisis gradually enveloped the human race without their awareness. As time flowed in the Hongwang, a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the human settlement, merely 6 years had elapsed, a fleeting moment for the grand powers of Hongwang. However, due to their formidable reproductive capabilities, the human population had surpassed 100 million. The modest valley, with its limited territory and resources, could no longer sustain the rapidly increasing numbers and strength of its inhabitants. Consequently, some human tribes began to gradually expand beyond the valley, seeking survival outside its confines. However, the humans emerging from the valley were not particularly formidable, and thus failed to attract the attention of the two warring lich factions engaged in a minor skirmish. Within the human community, tranquility reigned, with clear divisions of labor. In each tribe, some individuals were tasked with hunting, others with cultivation, and still others with patrolling and defense. Everything was meticulously organized. At that moment, a group of robust men, bare-chested and adorned with animal hides around their waists, returned from the forest, bearing the massive carcass of a ferocious tiger-like beast. Their bronze faces, illuminated by the fading light of dusk, radiated joy. The nearby feral creatures were not particularly strong, with the most formidable merely reaching the celestial realm, while the majority were of the mortal and earthly ranks. In the past, hunting had been a monumental threat to the inherently frail humans. However, since the higher echelons of humanity imparted cultivation techniques 6 years ago, the overall strength of the human race had experienced a remarkable enhancement, with celestial-level experts emerging in abundance, and each tribe gaining substantial means of self-defense. Hunting and self-preservation were no longer fraught with peril, as the tribes welcomed their heroes back with jubilant cheers. Celebrating their bountiful return, no one noticed two golden-red streaks of light descending from the heavens above. Before long, two men clad in resplendent gold and crimson robes, exuding an air of nobility, stood majestically in the sky, their gazes as tangible as substance, surveying the gathering of humans below. Chapter 19. The ambition of Luya and the Celestial Emperor's fist. Before us stand two figures, the young master of the Firecloud Sparrow clan, Wu Wuhan, and the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan, Luya, who was born at the pinnacle of the Primordial World. Observing the weak human tribe, akin to ants in his eyes, Luya furrowed his brow, his gaze tinged with disdain. From the moment of his birth, he had already attained the status of a Golden Immortal, and now he had ascended to the level of a Golden Immortal. To him, the so-called human race created by Nuwa appeared exceedingly feeble. In a vast tribe of nearly 1 million, the strongest among them was merely at the celestial immortal level, while the weakest did not even reach the level of an immortal, with many being frail or infirm. Even the most diminutive of demon clans possessed individuals born with the strength of a human immortal. How could such a weak race survive in the perilous primordial world, rife with ferocious beasts? To Luya, Nuwa's creation of such a diminutive tribe was nothing short of a disgrace inscribed upon the demon race. Wuhan, is this truly the race of man-apes you spoke of? capable of enhancing one's cultivation and bloodline strength through consumption? A look of impatience crossed Lu Ya's face. Compared to referring to them as humans, he preferred to call them man-apes. In his view, this man-ape tribe was nothing more than a primitive, uncivilized group, deserving only of the lowest rung on the food chain in the primordial world. Such a tribe, a swarm of ants, could possibly elevate the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal like himself, particularly enhancing the purity of his esteemed Jinwu bloodline. It was known that he was the offspring of the demon emperor Dijuan and Shiha, a true beast of the sun, embodying an unparalleled potential. In the entire primordial realm, treasures capable of enhancing his bloodline purity were exceedingly rare, and most were under the control of powerful beings. Huo Wuhan, standing respectfully behind Lu Ya, upon hearing the latter's skepticism, refrained from lengthy explanations and swiftly reached out with his hand. In an instant, his fair hand obscured the heavens, casting a shadow over 100 miles as it descended, a terrifying aura rendering the humans below breathless. Their eyes were filled with terror and fear. Under the oppressive might, they could not even muster a scream, let alone fight back. Before Huo Wuhan, at the mid-level of Golden Immortal, these humans, the highest among them merely Earth Immortals, resembled ants. A dozen robust men, who had been carrying fierce beasts, were effortlessly seized into the air by the massive hand. Huo Wuhan then took a gentle breath, and 5 of the men were rapidly diminished, swallowed into his belly. Ah, the familiar, delightful sensation. A look of enjoyment spread across Huo Wuhan's face, and his aura surged slightly. In this world, there is no concept of cruelty. The strong rule, and the weak of the lower echelons are but food, destined to be consumed. Huo Wuhan glanced at Lu Ya, pointing to the remaining robust men with a smile. 10th Prince, do try it. The taste is exquisite and quite beneficial. The onlookers of the human tribe below watched this scene with reddened eyes, filled with bloodshot fury. They yearned to charge forth and confront these 2 sudden intruders. Regrettably, under immense pressure, they were rendered completely immobile. Even those who barely approached the celestial level found themselves unable to take flight amidst the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy in the primordial world. They lacked even the capacity to contend desperately against their devourers. Let me give it a try, Lu Ya thought, sensing a sudden surge in the momentum of Huo Wuhan, who was now closer to breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. For the first time, a glimmer of interest flickered in his cold, haughty gaze. As he opened his mouth, a tempest arose, a flash of dark brilliance swept through the air, and when the light reemerged, nearly 10 human men in the distance had vanished. The remaining humans below were nearly driven to madness, yet they remained powerless to act. Lu Ya gradually closed his eyes, feeling an extraordinary energy flowing through his body, cleansing him thoroughly. The bottleneck of his mid-Tai Golden Immortal Realm loosened slightly, and his power increased a notch. Most importantly, he sensed that his Jinwu bloodline had gained a minuscule enhancement, so slight it was almost imperceptible, yet Lu Ya captured it with clarity. Such a trivial elevation in bloodline vitality ignited a fervor within him, and he gazed at the humans below with an intensity akin to viewing innate treasures. They were invaluable, inciting a frenzy within him. This feeble, nearly insignificant human race transformed in his eyes into a vast, inexhaustible reservoir of resources. Suddenly, Lu Ya contemplated the prospect of cultivating this tribe. The potential resources they could yield were monumental, promising immense profits. At the very least, they could assemble a considerable number of clans and powerful allies. In that moment, a surge of ambition and murderous intent surged within him. Huo Wuhan, witnessing this scene, smiled with satisfaction, having achieved the desired effect. Lu Ya's reaction mirrored his initial discovery of this information, as he had accurately discerned that Lu Ya, the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan, harbored ambitions that had simply lacked an outlet. The human race represented a colossal capital. Huo Wuhan, I owe you my gratitude this time, Lu Ya remarked, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction as he turned to Huo Wuhan, finally breaking into a smile. He patted Huo Wuhan's shoulder, stating, I am not one to withhold rewards from my benefactors. This human race shall undoubtedly benefit your Huyang clan. As for Nuwa, she was swiftly cast from his thoughts. He had overheard his father and Uncle Tai express their grievances about Nuwa and Fushi, lamenting the expanding influence of Nuwa within the demon clan, which had greatly displeased his father. With the human race harboring such immense benefits, and Nuwa seemingly indifferent, Luya realized that once he cultivated the humans and conveyed the advantages of their bloodline to his father, there was a significant possibility that his father would support him, thereby diminishing Nuwa's prestige. Even if it truly comes to that, what of it? At worst, we can release the remaining members of the human race. Would Nuwa dare to lay a hand on the offspring of the Demon Emperor? Upon hearing these words, Hu Wuhan was filled with delight, hastily clasping his fists in congratulations. Congratulations, Tint Prince, for seizing control of such immense resources. Their dialogue, though centered around the human race, utterly disregarded the will of the humans themselves. The weak are merely fodder, unworthy of possessing a voice. Luya turned his gaze toward the human tribe below, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he slowly extended a colossal hand, casting a shadow over nearly 1,000 miles, obscuring the sun. The hand was engulfed in terrifying golden flames, as he intended to capture the entire human tribe in one fell swoop and devour them whole. Before exploiting the humans, he first needed to refine his Golden Crow bloodline to its utmost purity. Within the human tribe below, screams and cries of terror converged, but against the looming hand, all resistance was futile. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the human settlement. Beast, cease your actions. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Chapter 20. I am the Celestial Emperor. Suppressing all foes and protecting humanity, accompanied by a voice steeped in wrath, an overwhelming aura surged forth. This magnificent presence was beyond description, yet, the moment it emerged, the entire firmament fell into a state of stillness. The myriad trees stood silent, and the roars of countless ferocious beasts abruptly ceased. It was as if an emperor had awakened slowly from slumber, surveying his dominion, causing all existence to retreat in reverence. Buzzing with the emergence of this might, an unprecedentedly colossal golden fist enveloped the heavens. The space beneath it crumbled instantaneously, unleashing an unending torrent of chaotic energy. Perhaps aptly named the Celestial Emperor's Fist, it defied all rules of time, space, and causality, compelling them to bow beneath its weight. The grand imperial might permeated the skies. In an instant, the golden imperial fist shattered the confines of time and space, striking fiercely against the massive hand conjured by Luya. At that moment, the world fell into tranquility, as if a collision across time and space had occurred between the Celestial Emperor and the Demon Emperor. The terrifying imperial aura ravaged the heavens and earth, laying waste to the land for miles. This strike was executed with restraint, as Luya did not unleash his full power, resulting in the fiery hand being obliterated. While the residual golden imperial fist surged directly towards Luya's face, a torrent of murderous intent threatening to pulverize both Luya and Hu Wuhan into dust. In that moment, the human tribes below, engulfed in despair, erupted in fervent cries, relieved to have survived the onslaught. Yet, Luya narrowed his eyes, a flicker of golden flame dancing within. No one had ever dared to insult him to his face since he had spoken. A mere golden immortal from the diminutive monkey clan had the audacity to deride him so. Even Nuwa would not dare such insolence. This was a provocation against the son of the Demon Emperor, a trampling of his dignity, a humiliation of the entire demon race. Such audacity from a mere monkey. At that moment, Hu Wuhan bellowed sharply, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with the Tent Prince. He urged the son of the Demon Emperor to act, stepping forward with casual authority and summoning a torrent of flames. The aura emanating from the Golden Fist was merely at the mid-level of the Golden Immortal Realm, and its instability revealed that it had only recently achieved this tier. Moreover, during the clash with Luya, its energy had diminished significantly. Thus, Hu Wuhan regarded it with disdain. However, in the instant of collision, Hu Wuhan's expression transformed dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, extinguishing the flames he had unleashed. Yet, caught off guard, he realized too late that the golden fist was already hurtling towards his face, and he could not muster another divine ability in time. Luya's brow furrowed deeper, surprised by Hu Wuhan's ineptitude. Nevertheless, he would not permit this insignificant monkey clan individual to lay a finger upon his esteemed golden crow form, not even a single hair. Buzz! A flash of golden light erupted in his eyes, akin to a golden lightning bolt streaking across the horizon. A formidable force surged forth from the void, utterly obliterating the Heavenly Emperor's fist, which had just endured 3 successive assaults. These two wretched creatures continued to wreak havoc upon our human race, presuming we are devoid of defenders. At this moment, the figure of the Zi clan emerged with a frigid countenance and a furious gaze, soaring from the human settlement to confront Liu Ye and Huo Wuhan, effectively isolating the human tribes behind him. His presence radiated an unparalleled terror, the might of the Heavenly Emperor resounding across the expanse. This was, of course, a manifestation of his recent awakening from secluded meditation, startled by Liu Ye's oppressive might, and his subsequent breakthrough to the mid-Golden Immortal stage, an indication of his unstable realm. Although he had not returned to the Ancestral Valley to further comprehend the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, he had nonetheless achieved a breakthrough to the mid-Golden Immortal stage through the profundities of the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures and his previous insights. While this surge in power paled in comparison to that of the Yu Chao clan and the Shen Nong clan, it was nonetheless astonishing in its own right. Behind him, a relentless tide of human powerhouses streamed forth from the settlement, their collective aura darkening the skies. In a mere 6 years, nearly 100 celestial immortals had gathered, with countless others beneath them. Estimates suggest upwards of 1,000. Moreover, within the major tribes of the human settlement, a continuous awakening of powerful beings was underway. This spectacle was terrifying in its magnitude. Should any knowledgeable adept familiar with the human race's circumstances witness this transformation, their eyes might well pop from their sockets. In just 6 years, such a plethora of celestial immortals had emerged. Was there a factory assembly line for their production? It is worth noting that 6 years prior, the human race boasted merely 3 celestial immortal level experts, Shen Nong, Zi, and Yu Chao. Yet within this brief span, the human race experienced a monumental surge thanks to the acquisition of profound techniques. This vividly illustrates the immense potential of the human race, even in the wake of the near-total demise of its most potent first generation, leaving behind only the second and third generations. While bloodline is not the sole measure of talent, it is an exceedingly important and easily inherited foundation. In the past, it was the various overt and covert restrictions imposed by Hong Jun that hindered the human race from embarking on a true path of cultivation. Now, with the integration of the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures and the infinite scriptures by the Yu Chao and Zi clans, a transformative shift had occurred within the human race. 6 years had merely marked the beginning. Faced with the relentless emergence of powerful beings from the human race, Liu Ye's expression darkened with fury. It was not fear that fueled his anger. A mere mid-Golden Immortal, coupled with a throng of celestial immortal apes, could not shake the mountains. His ire stemmed from the audacity of this trivial ape clan to defy him, the prince of the demon race. In his eyes, the human race ought to kneel obediently, allowing him, the son of the demon emperor, to consume them. How brazen! This insignificant ape clan dared to insult and provoke the 10th prince. Such a transgression warranted death. At this moment, Huo Wuhan, feeling the weight of the situation and wearing a grim expression, let out an enraged roar and charged forth. 10th Prince, these mere insects are unworthy of your direct intervention. Allow me to handle them on your behalf. Buzzing, the firmament trembles as terrifying flames surge forth. A fire cloud lark, its wings unfurled and spanning thousands of miles, emits a piercing shriek, while torrents of golden red flames threaten to melt the very fabric of space. Its wings spread wide, casting shadows that obscure the sun, revealing only a pair of somber, merciless eyes filled with a sense of slaughter. You, beastman, shall pay the price for your actions. The voice of the flame, deep and resonant like distant thunder, reverberates. The golden eyes fixate on the Zi clan, unleashing 2 piercing golden beams that tear through the air, aimed directly at them. The terrifying aura of a perfected golden immortal is palpable, with only a thin veil separating it from the realm of the supreme Golden Immortal, wreaking havoc. Below, the human tribes tremble under the overwhelming pressure, with some even succumbing to the sheer force. Zi furrows his brow, instantly recognizing that the battle cannot be prolonged. It must be resolved swiftly. The density of the human populace here makes any protracted conflict, regardless of the outcome, likely to result in catastrophic losses. What can a perfected Golden Immortal achieve? I am the Celestial Emperor, destined to suppress all enemies in this world and protect the human race. Chapter 21. The 10th Prince of the Firelark clan, the Ce clan member, clenched his fists tightly, exuding a fierce killing intent. As he raised his head, his eyes were enveloped in a golden light, radiating imperial majesty, while his black hair danced wildly. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward decisively, unleashing a punch infused with the profound technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the divine martial art of the young heavenly emperor, renowned for its invincibility and perfectly suited for the present moment. In that instant, the Ce clan member transformed into a majestic emperor standing amidst an endless, shadowy expanse, propelling the 6 paths of reincarnation with a resounding force. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his power since receiving the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. Engaging in a head-on battle, this strike was not merely an attack. It was a culmination of all his vitality and spirit, a lethal blow intended for swift resolution. It was a matter of either his demise or that of his opponent. At that moment, the overwhelming might of the Heavenly Emperor surged through the heavens and the earth, as the 6 paths of reincarnation threatened to obliterate everything in existence. Suddenly, Hu Wuhin felt a jolt of fear as the golden red feathers on his body stood on end. His eyes filled with terror, and his skin prickled with dread. He sensed the unmistakable scent of death emanating from the Ce clan member's attack, a realization that he could scarcely fathom. How could a mid-level Golden Immortal evoke such a sensation of mortality? Yet, he dared not hesitate. He immediately summoned his most formidable innate divine ability, the Fire Cloud Hell. This esteemed technique, belonging to the Firelark clan, one of the most powerful among the demon races, second only to the demon god lineage, was renowned throughout the vast wasteland. A hellish inferno of crimson flames began to materialize, unleashing its overwhelming might. Just then, a colossal shadow of a black fist pierced through the heavens, shattering the fire cloud hell with ease. A scene of utter domination unfolded before them. This strike, which embodied the Ce clan member's essence, transcended 2 minor realms, crushing the Golden Immortal in his prime. With a sickening sound, the fire cloud hell was breached, and the terrifying backlash from the shattered essence sent Hu Wuhin's fiery feathers exploding outward, cascading blood in torrents. How could this be possible? Hu Wuhin howled in disbelief, unable to accept that his most powerful technique had been so decisively overpowered. But the Ce clan member would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. Standing resolutely, he declared, "Better to stand and live than kneel and die." As his furious voice echoed, his towering figure loomed above Hu Wuhin. The 6 paths of reincarnation crushed the firmament. The might of the Heavenly Emperor overshadowed all directions. The brilliance of the entire world seemed to coalesce around the Ce clan member, rendering him the sole focus of existence. Die, the swirling blood essence, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the Heavenly Emperor's might converged into this singular punch. As he struck, the heavens trembled, and the world descended into darkness. To Hu Wuhin, it felt as if all that remained was the oppressive shadow of that fist, a harbinger of death that became his singular focus. Faced with his impending doom, Hu Wuhin succumbed to fear and unleashed his hidden, ultimate killing move. As he unleashed a myriad of divine abilities in a frenzied resistance, he bellowed with rage, "I am the scion of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. How dare you, a mere member of the ape tribe, attempt to slay me? Are you not afraid that your entire lineage will face annihilation?" His celestial prowess was effortlessly torn asunder beneath the weight of the 6 realms' reincarnation fist. In the face of the devastating strike unleashed by Hu Wuhin, Ce clan erupted into a cold, cruel laughter. "To your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, life may hold significance. But what of the countless lives of my human kin devoured by your kind? Blood debts. Blood must be repaid. Today, not only shall I take the life of this young lord, but one day, I shall eradicate your entire Fire Cloud Sparrow lineage." Die. With a resonant boom, a punch thundered forth, crushing the heavens, as Hu Wuhin's massive avian head was obliterated, transforming into a torrential downpour of crimson rain and golden red feathers. His colossal form plummeted to the earth, collapsing a small mountain range beneath its weight. Perhaps, prior to this encounter, he had never contemplated that he would perish at the hands of this insignificant human, one he had never deemed worthy of his attention. Yet, this had become his grim reality. Bathed in the blood of his adversary, Ce clan unleashed a roar to the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration within his heart. He breathed anew, cleansing the shame of the past. How long had it been since the human race could confront their aggressors with such unrelenting ferocity, striking them down without mercy? All of this was rooted in strength, bestowed upon them by the emperor ancestor. Below, the resounding roars of the human race echoed, stirring the very air with their fervor. Countless individuals were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, some kneeling in reverence while others wept openly. The human race no longer had to endure in silence, submissive and meek. At that moment, Luya stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Huo Wuhan had fallen. How swift was his demise? Huo Wuhan had been crushed with such overwhelming force that Luya had not even had the time to intervene. He had never anticipated that Huo Wuhan could be slain within mere exchanges. Who, indeed, was the true pinnacle of the Golden Immortal? Soon, Luya regained his composure, observing the frenzied Zi clan and the jubilant assembly of apes with a somber expression. One must consider the master when striking down a dog. Huo Wuhan's death was a slap to his face as the 10th prince of the demon clan. Even though Zi clan displayed formidable prowess, to Luya, the ape tribe remained insignificant. The chasm between a Golden Immortal and a Tai Golden Immortal was an insurmountable divide. The might exhibited by Zi clan was, in Luya's eyes, merely trivial. With an indifferent gaze, Luya commanded from his lofty position, "Ape, if you take your own life now, you may yet salvage your lineage from extinction." Among the demon race, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would dare not defy his command. In response, a more domineering voice echoed back, "Beast, if you end your own life now, perhaps you may find a merciful death." In the next moment, Yo Chao's figure appeared beside Si. With a cold demeanor, Yu Chao fixed his gaze upon Luya, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. From a distance of thousands of miles, he perceived the unfolding events with his primordial spirit, seething with uncontainable anger. To speak candidly, Si's act of slaying the young master of the Huyunk clan was indeed impulsive. After all, the human race had only just begun to rise and was ill-suited to make too many enemies, particularly with such formidable demon clans. However, given the current strength of humanity, the threat posed was not insurmountable. The Huyunk clan was not among the demon god factions, nor did they possess a quasi-saint to safeguard them. Yu Chao harbored absolute confidence that humanity would soon give birth to its own powerful beings akin to the Deluo Jinxian. Yet, this required the investment of time. "You are the 10th prince of the Huyunk clan? You too shall perish." As his words fell, a murderous intent flashed in Yo Chao's eyes. He stepped forward with determination and unleashed a punch. The primordial divine art, Yuan, an overwhelming imperial might enveloped the surroundings, conjuring a primordial-like space that severed all forms of observation. In that moment of clarity, Yu Chao resolved to eliminate this so-called 10th prince before him. The animosity with the Huyunk clan had become unavoidable. The human race was in a period of rapid development, with each passing day of delay in war. Their strength would only grow more formidable. "You, a mere ape, dare to insult me." Luya bellowed in fury. What of being the 10th prince of the Huyunk clan? He was, after all, the son of the demon emperor, the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan, and indeed, the 10th prince of the entire demon race. Chapter 22. Who truly is the anomaly? Did the womb of chaos intentionally humiliate him? This is a notion that Luya overthinks. The womb of chaos did not deliberately seek to insult him. In truth, he remains utterly unaware of the existence of the 10 princes of the demon clan. Despite his current status as a Tai Golden Immortal, a figure who stands among the upper echelons of the primordial realm, it is imperative to remember that humanity once occupied the lowest strata of this world, positioned at the very bottom of the food chain. The womb of chaos ascended from a celestial immortal to a Tai Golden Immortal in a mere 6 years, a miraculous feat indeed. However, this rapid progression has resulted in a profound ignorance regarding concepts that even the most ordinary Tai Golden Immortals should grasp, such as the identity of the 10 princes, a fact that both the womb of chaos and the entirety of humanity remain blissfully unaware of. In the limited perspective of humanity, the Firecloud Sparrow tribe is perceived as an exalted entity, perched atop the food chain, an unreachable species. As for the legendary figures such as the princes of the demon clan or the offspring of the demon emperor, humanity had scarcely even heard their names. Who would share vital information pertaining to the high echelons of the primordial world with a species so lowly in the food chain? Furthermore, when one is struggling to secure a meal, who has the luxury of concerning themselves with such trivial matters? Humanity is even oblivious to the fact that the revered Nuwa, whom they venerate as a saint, belongs to the demon clan. However, Luya remains unaware of these intricacies. Just as the lower echelons of humanity are oblivious to the affairs of the upper realm, Luya, who was born at the pinnacle of the primordial world, lacks insight into the psyche and thoughts of those who dwell in its depths. Moreover, he holds little regard for the musings of what he perceives to be mere ants. The dialogue and clash between the two parties were, from the outset, fated to be a futile exchange, akin to a conversation between a chicken and a duck, rife with discord. The Beastman, Luya, erupted with fury, his murderous intent surging, yearning to dismember this audacious creature that dared to confront him. Yet, he could not deny the astonishing prowess of this diminutive Beastman. Its combat strength surpassed that of the ordinary, reaching extraordinary heights. Upon making its move, the womb of chaos exuded an overwhelming imperial aura, resembling an emperor gazing down upon the myriad realms, exuding unparalleled dominance, as if prepared to sweep across the 3,000 great worlds. This formidable presence was something Luya had only experienced from his father and his uncle, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Despite being a level above the womb of chaos, situated in the mid-tier of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and possessing the pure bloodline of the Golden Crow, Luya's strength was immensely formidable, far beyond the likes of Huo Wuhan. Naturally, he would not be so easily defeated as Huo Wuhan had been. Buzz. Luya's brows danced wildly, his body engulfed in blazing Golden Crow divine flames, akin to a fiery celestial deity descending upon the world. With each punch and kick, the heavens trembled, the very fabric of space crumbling under his might, his combat prowess defying belief. Yet, having resonated with the statue of the primordial emperor and witnessed the entirety of his journey towards enlightenment, the womb of chaos exhibited an even greater ferocity, a more unyielding dominance. With a fierce shout, the womb of chaos unleashed its overwhelming aura, its eyes gleaming with intensity, striking with unparalleled force. Unfazed by facing an opponent of a significantly higher realm, its blood surged like smoke from a fire, its physical form strengthened to an unfathomable degree. In a fierce clash of fists and feet, they engaged in a relentless confrontation, neither yielding an inch, unleashing a frenzied exchange of blows. The terrifying collisions released energy that warped the very space around them into a spiral shape, creating a tumultuous vortex of chaotic energy. Even those in the celestial realm outside, with their heightened awareness, found it impossible to penetrate the disordered spatial domain to witness their battle, underscoring the sheer terror of this conflict. The intensity of their combat had escalated to a level akin to that of the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortals. The yuan created by the primordial divine power formed a barrier that continually collapsed and repaired under their strikes, teetering on the brink of destruction, with occasional bursts of horrifying energy that flattened mountains and rivers. To prevent collateral damage to the human tribes, the Z clan had no choice but to intervene, sealing off the surging energy. At this moment, the battle within the yuan space reached an extraordinarily thrilling crescendo. Yu Chao grew more valiant with each passing moment, his blood surging, imperial might radiating in all directions, executing grand and sweeping techniques, relishing the fight with increasing vigor and relaxation. In stark contrast, Luya found himself descending into a state of horror, gripped by terror. For reasons unknown, he harbored a vague sensation that this wretched primate before him had never engaged in such an exhilarating battle at this level before. Exhibiting poor combat experience and an inadequate grasp of power, treating him merely as a training dummy. It felt as if this individual had inexplicably leaped from the celestial realm, or even the earthly immortals, directly into the realm of Tai Golden Immortals, lacking any substantial high-level combat experience. Common sense dictated that this was impossible, defying the logic of the primordial world. How could anyone leap from the celestial to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in one bound? Yet, deep within, a persistent voice insisted that this was indeed the truth. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how this primate could grow stronger with each exchange, mastering the control of his power with increasing finesse. From initially being overpowered to achieving parity and now dominating the confrontation, the transformation was astonishing. Moreover, crucially, this primate maintained the fragile yuan space while simultaneously engaging in battle preventing any leakage of power that might alert the outside world. It was akin to multitasking under extreme pressure. With a sudden gasp, Luya found himself at the mercy of Yu Chao's relentless assault, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was beginning to falter. The initial ease he felt had evaporated, replaced by a profound awareness of the threat to his very existence. Was this individual truly a prodigy? His combat prowess seemed to ascend without end as time flowed onward. No, perhaps it was he who was the anomaly, the son of the demon emperor. Yu Chao, invigorated and in peak form, exuded an overwhelming imperial aura, his blood surging like smoke from a pyre, and with a sudden, unstoppable punch, he unleashed his might. With great effort, Luya managed to counter Yu Chao's strike, but his right arm was obliterated, leaving only a golden skeletal remnant. At this moment, the formidable Yu Chao clan unleashed a thunderous second strike. This blow collided directly with the gaping chest of Luya. The impact was resounding. A violent burst that pierced through Luya, leaving him suspended in the grasp of Yu Chao, with the blood of the golden crow cascading down their arm. Was this a frenzied bloodbath? No. Yu Chao's eyes were icy, filled with a murderous intent. In the throes of life and death combat, there was no room for such madness. There was only the fierce determination to roar towards the heavens. With this, Yu Chao clenched a second fist and delivered a crushing blow towards Luya's head. Chapter 23. The thunderous demise of Luya, the roar of the heavenly Tao, and the awakening of Emperor Jun in the face of a life and death crisis. Luya refrained from unleashing a devastating attack akin to that of the fire without trace, recognizing that such an endeavor would be futile, merely inciting further bloodlust in his adversary. Instead, his gaze remained cold, and he let forth a sharp, piercing howl, directing the divine flames of the Golden Crow towards the head of Yu Chao. The Golden Crow's divine fire, renowned in legend to be on par with the 9 mysterious true fire and the chaotic true flame, possessed terrifying lethality. At such close proximity, it swiftly incinerated the wildly thrashing hair of Yu Chao. The two were locked in a moment that could be described as a dance of death. A fleeting instant amidst a tempest of electric sparks and volcanic fury. It must be acknowledged that Luya's ascendance in later generations to become the last remnant of the Golden Crow lineage and his rise to Buddha in the flourishing Buddhist faith indeed attest to his considerable prowess. As the 10th prince of the demon clan, he did not cower in the face of his noble status nor shrink from the specter of death. This maneuver embodied a mutual destruction, compelling Yu Chao to adopt a defensive stance. Seizing the fleeting moment of Yu Chao's retreat, Luya transformed into his colossal, 3-legged golden crow true form, liberating himself from Yu Chao's grasp. He then unfurled his mighty wings, the golden crow's divine fire enveloping him as he surged towards the barrier of the Yuan space. It was evident that he sought to escape. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Chao erupted into a hearty laugh and launched a relentless pursuit, his assault fierce and unyielding, a torrent of blood energy flooding the skies, transforming him into a blood-hued true dragon as he battled the 3-legged golden crow. Above, the golden crow feathers fluttered, golden blood cascading like a torrential downpour. Still a mutated fire lark with 3 legs. Do you think that 3 legs grant you dominion over the human race? Where is your earlier bravado? Yu Chao mocked Luya. Yet his eyes remained chillingly indifferent, his techniques powerful and unrestrained, the murderous intent surging forth, denying his formidable opponent even a moment's respite. Luya, pushed to the brink of frustration, shrieked in fury, yet under the immense pressure exerted by Yu Chao, he found himself devoid of the energy to even utter a word. The battle raged on for 3 days and nights. As the conflict reached its climax, even the Z could not discern the unfolding spectacle. When the 3rd night fell, the vast imperial might began to wane. The Yuan divine powers dissipated, and Yu Chao, bloodied and bearing severe wounds, stood aloft in the heavens, one hand raised, holding the enormous 3-legged golden crow that resembled a towering mountain. His silhouette was majestic, perhaps echoing the sentiment, at the end of the immortal path. Who stands as the peak? Upon first sight, the eternal Tao turns to naught. Yet within the eyes of the 3-legged golden crow, the spark of life had dimmed, leaving only a pallid void. Yu Chao, having just begun to unveil his brilliance, was approached by the anxiously waiting Z, who, unable to intervene, hastily flew over and inquired with concern, "Yu Chao, how are you? Are you all right?" Yu Chao turned to regard Z deeply, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. It hurts quite a bit. Z? Who asked you that? In ancient times, when the human race faced an immense crisis and everyone was on high alert, he failed to notice how insufferable this fellow was, rivaling even the legendary Shen Nong. Half a month later, after entrusting his affairs to the Yu Chao clan, the Zi clan embarked on a journey to the Valley of the Ancestors, carrying with them the roasted remains of a rare three-legged golden crow, partially plucked of its golden feathers. The human race had never before hunted such a precious and elusive creature, especially one that had mutated to possess 3 legs. This invaluable delicacy was destined to be presented to the human emperor ancestor for a taste, with all 3 legs preserved intact. Now, let us rewind the timeline to half a month prior, to the very moment when Luya was slain by the Yu Chao clan. In the boundless expanse of the sky and the infinite void, a thunderous roar reverberated, heralding the will of heaven. Luya, the 10th prince of the demon race, played a pivotal role in the cataclysmic conflict between the witch and demon tribes. During the second great calamity, as 10 suns rose together, the mighty He shot down the eldest to the 9th, with Luya managing to escape and relay the news to Emperor Jun and Tai. This act ignited a long-suppressed conflict between the 2 factions, fueled by the vengeance for their lost progeny, ultimately leading to a fierce and deadly war. The power dynamics between the 2 races were closely matched, and Emperor Jun and Tai were not foolish. Under the circumstances of the 6 sages emerging together, their strengths were comparable. Had this incident not occurred, the trajectory of the primordial chaos might have unfolded quite differently. Luya's demise, naturally, summoned the wrath of heaven. Within the demon court, atop the exalted throne of the most esteemed demon emperor, a man clad in resplendent golden robes suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. Slowly opening his eyes, he was the most powerful being in the current primordial world, a supreme deity forged from the sun star, the 3-legged golden crow, Emperor Jun. At that moment, the undisputed sovereign of the demon race felt an unsettling ache within his heart, as if it were grasped by an unseen hand. What has transpired? Emperor Jun's voice resonated with a deep, commanding authority, echoing through the silent halls of the Lingxiao Palace. Having attained such a profound realm of cultivation, where divine and Tao become one and consciousness transcends, it was inconceivable for him to experience such an inexplicable surge of emotion. In the primordial world, occurrences that could stir his heart were exceedingly rare. Pondering deeply, Emperor Jun could discern no recent significant events that might warrant such a reaction. While there were many frictions between the witch and demon races, they were trivial and insufficient to disturb him. After much contemplation, Emperor Jun surmised that the issue likely resided within the demon race itself, perhaps even within the demon court. He immediately summoned with a voice that exuded majesty, "Come forth." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged through the previously silent Lingxiao Palace, emanating from formidable beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. The space warped as 9 imposing demon figures knelt before him, attuned to the Emperor's will. We pay our respects to the Demon Emperor. The Golden Crow Guards, assembled from the demon race, served as the elite protectors of the Golden Crow lineage, akin to the imperial guards of a future royal city. Though few in number, each individual is a battle-hardened warrior, at the very least of the Tai Golden Immortal caliber. The Jinwu Guards serve as a formidable asset in his dominion over the vast and intricately diverse demon clans. Immediately, he ordered an investigation into the demon court to ascertain whether any unusual occurrences had transpired recently. After issuing his indifferent command, Emperor Jun slowly closed his eyes. He harbored absolute confidence in the capabilities of the Jinwu Guards, which he had meticulously crafted. Not a single clue or trace within the demon realm could elude the vigilance of the Jinwu Guards. Scrutinizing his own stronghold, the demon court, would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. "As you command," the 9 Jinwu Guards replied, their forms vanishing instantaneously from the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Chapter 24. Nuwa takes the blame again. The statue of the demon lord achieves completion in the vast expanse of the primordial world. The ceaselessly turning gears of fate experienced a monumental shift at this very moment. Simultaneously, deep within the boundless chaos, Hongjun awoke from his seclusion, his expression one of utter astonishment. Perhaps, amid the seemingly calm surface of the primordial realm, he, as the Tao ancestor, alone comprehended the extraordinary event that had just transpired. How could this be possible? Hong Jun exclaimed, his astonishment profound, as his formidable intellect struggled to assimilate the staggering information he had received from the heavenly Tao. Since Nuwa's ascension to sanctity through the creation of humanity, he had embarked on a phase of merging with the Tao via the Panga Jade Plate, intertwining his primordial spirit with the ethereal essence of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he had gleaned some insights into the immense upheaval within the Tao. The human race, led by Chao Shi, had slain Luya. In a mere 30,000 years, a Tai Golden Immortal had emerged from humanity, possessing the might to vanquish the divine beast, the Golden Crow. Would Lu Ya's demise shift the conflict between the witch and demon races? Hong Jun found himself in a state of disarray. This unprecedented leap shattered his expectations for humanity once more. Moreover, as he was aware, the first generation of ancestral humans had nearly all perished, leaving only a second generation with slightly diluted bloodlines. How could the second generation accomplish what the first had not? What caught Hong Jun even more off guard was that just recently, after the emergence of a leader among the humans, he had broken free from his state of merging with the Tao to alert his foremost disciple, Laozi, that his opportunity for enlightenment lay in the primordial world, prompting him to seek it out on foot. Although he did not explicitly mention humanity, the implication was clear. Given Laozi's innate talent and cultivation, he was likely not far from the human race at this point. However, this was the gravest concern. According to the guidance he had inscribed in the primordial purple energy and his interventions in the trajectory of the heavenly Tao, Laozi was meant to establish a teaching for humanity, to enlighten them, to partake of their fortune, and thereby gain boundless merit, leading to a fraction of the merits of creation blossoming within his primordial spirit, culminating in his own sanctification. Yet, this plan hinged on a crucial premise. Humanity needed enlightenment, still mired in a savage and uncivilized era. But now, not only had humanity birthed its own leader, but it had also produced a formidable Tai Golden Immortal. Was further enlightenment truly necessary? Or rather, how could Laozi impart his teachings to gain humanity's acknowledgement? This posed a significant dilemma. What transformations had transpired in the primordial world? Hong Jun's countenance darkened as he gazed toward the direction of Nuwa's palace. Indeed, he harbored deep suspicions that Nuwa was meddling in these affairs. After all, how could such a fledgling race dare to slay the son of Emperor Jun without the intervention of a saint? How could humanity possibly have birthed a Tai Golden Immortal within a mere 30,000 years, all while remaining hidden from his vigilance? Every indication pointed to Nuwa. In the current primordial world, only she possessed such capability. If it was indeed Nuwa who intervened, Hong Jun's expression darkened to an extreme, heralding a moment of profound significance. It implied that Nuwa had long been secretly cultivating the human race, a scheme initiated 30,000 years ago, thus rendering the spontaneous emergence of a Tai Golden Immortal plausible. This further suggested that, at the instant of her enlightenment, Nuwa had already harbored rebellious intentions towards him. Yet now, apart from issuing a warning to Nuwa, Hong Jun, who was undergoing the process of merging with the Tao, found himself powerless to act, unable to reveal the shifts in the celestial order. Should he fail to conceal this transformation, the efforts of countless eons would be rendered futile. Nuwa, should you fail in your quest for enlightenment, I shall ensure you pay an unbearable price. Hong Jun's voice grew hoarse, his countenance dark as night. The intricate designs of infinite years were nearing fruition, only to be disrupted at this critical juncture. At this moment, he could only advance step by step, placing his hopes upon Laozi. After all, Laozi was a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with a fragment of the merits from the creation of the world, a being of boundless blessings. As a peak quasi-saint, dealing with a mere human race should pose little challenge. However, this time, Hong Jun remained vigilant, unleashing his divine consciousness without restraint, subjecting Nuwa to thorough surveillance. He aimed to convey a clear message to Nuwa. Any covert actions beneath his watch would be futile. As long as he could merge with the Tao, her dissatisfaction would hold no weight. As for Nuwa's current state, confined and overtly monitored in her palace, the intricate details of her emotional turmoil could fill volumes. In a nearby valley of Mount Buzhou, the Zi clan member, bearing 5 portions of roasted bird meat, strode confidently towards the ancestral valley. With his mid-stage golden immortal prowess, the journey to the ancestral valley was not a daunting task for him alone. Perhaps due to his comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor's statue, the valley's formation instinctively opened a path upon sensing his arrival. Outside the valley, tranquility reigned. Yet, upon entering, Zi was met with tumultuous waves and an overwhelming demonic aura. The Demon Lord, notorious for his tyranny and unruliness, commanded an awe-inspiring presence during the process of perfecting his statue. Upon stepping into the ancestral valley, Zi found himself momentarily paralyzed, stunned by the sight before him. A colossal demonic silhouette towered at the valley's center, its form piercing into the boundless void, surrounded by an ocean of demonic essence that surged relentlessly, vast and infinite. Gazing upward at the majestic demonic figure amidst the swirling clouds, Zi felt diminutive, akin to floating weeds, ready to be swept away by the monstrous waves. Nevertheless, myriad paths ultimately converge. Although Zi did not cultivate the heavenly demon scripture, he could nonetheless glean insights from this grand spectacle, discovering valuable Tao principles applicable to himself. Having just attained the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, he quickly solidified his newfound realm. Beneath the statue of the Demon Lord, the figure of the divine Shen Nong sat in meditation. Having astonishingly reached the terrifying pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, while relentlessly forging ahead in a frenzied pursuit of further breakthroughs, his speed utterly appalling. Time ebbed away, moment by moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had slipped by. A sudden tumult shook the heavens. The already tumultuous aura of malevolence surging with even greater ferocity, an overwhelming scent of destruction ravaging the atmosphere, as countless images of demonic deities manifested, roaring with fierce countenances, seemingly intent on annihilating this realm. Abruptly, a vivid crimson light emerged from the demonic clouds, expanding rapidly until it reached its zenith, resembling 2 blood-red suns suspended in the boundless void. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the Demon Lord's eyes, brimming with a resonance of annihilation. In an instant, a resounding demonic voice echoed throughout the cosmos, reverberating through the endless void. When yin and yang are in chaos, let my demonic blood stain the heavens. The statue of the Demon Lord reached completion. Simultaneously, Su Ming opened his eyes, a chaotic and violent aura of destruction flickering within them. With the statue of the Demon Lord perfected, his realm ascended to the zenith of the quasi-saint triple heaven, marking him as a peak existence at the early stage of quasi-sainthood, significantly enhancing his power. As the profound demonic voice resounded, the tranquility of Shen Nong, who had achieved the ultimate limit of the Golden Immortal Realm, was shattered. The Tai Golden Immortal was born, the second of its kind among the human race. Yet, this was not the culmination. As Shen Nong beheld the entire process of the statue's completion, the accumulated essence erupted in a fervent explosion. Chapter 25. How is it that this colossal bird possesses 3 golden feet? Is it exceedingly difficult for a Golden Immortal to transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? For the vast majority of beings in the Primordial World, it is indeed a formidable challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. Considering the sheer number of beings in this realm, attaining the status of a Tai Golden Immortal requires the passage of countless millennia. However, if one were to inquire of the Sea clan at this moment, he would assert that it is not difficult at all, not in the slightest. Have we not witnessed the Shen Nong clan achieve their breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal in less than a decade since their arrival in the ancestral mountain valley? The process was remarkably straightforward. A mere hum and the bottleneck was shattered. Subsequently, torrents of celestial spiritual energy surged in like a deluge, flooding into Shen Nong's being. Having already observed the Chaoshan clan's ascendancy to the Tai Golden Immortal status and experienced a transformative breakthrough himself, Xi was not particularly astonished by Shen Nong's effortless advancement. After all, is cultivating not as simple as consuming food and water? First it was the Chaoshan, now it is Shen Nong. Surely, he would be next in line. Thus, witnessing Shen Nong's realm ascend at a dizzying pace akin to a roller coaster, Xi, though surprised, could only express his admiration with a click of his tongue. The foundation of humanity has received a tremendous augmentation. Shen Nong's explosive breakthrough continued unabated, moving swiftly from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage, and subsequently reaching its pinnacle. He only paused upon attaining the height of the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This seemingly trifling leap across 3 realms would demand millions, if not billions, of years for the average primordial being. Yet for Shen Nong, combined with the previous 6 years, it took merely 11 years in total. Observing Shen Nong's astonishing ascent had become a familiar sight for Su Ming by now. If the Shen Nong, practicing the Celestial Demon Sutra, had only reached the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal and then halted, it would indeed provoke his curiosity. This is inherently an unconventional martial art. The terrifying and vast phenomena gradually subsided into tranquility as Shen Nong's breakthrough reached its conclusion. At this juncture, a notification from the system echoed in Su Ming's ears. Congratulations, host. For sculpting the perfect statue of the Demon Lord, you are rewarded with the advanced version of the Chaos Demon Sutra. Congratulations, host, for sculpting the perfect mythological statue. You are rewarded with an innate treasure, the Divine Demon Diagram. Having comprehended the perfect mythological statue of the Demon Lord, the host receives a 100-fold infusion of strength. A subtle smile graced Su Ming's lips. The moment of elation had arrived. Buzzing. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the endless demonic fog once again enveloped the sky, concealing the dissipating phenomena. A torrent of celestial spiritual energy coalesced, forming the image of a grand funnel, pouring into Su Ming's being like an inundation of ocean water. After years of perfecting the statue of the Demon Lord, coupled with the fact that numerous leaders and prodigies of the human tribes had comprehended the mythological statue and received a 100-fold infusion of strength during this period, he had attained the zenith of the third layer of the Quasi-Saint realm. When compared to the realms below Quasi-Saint, the 12 layers of Quasi-Saint, every 3 layers correspond to what was previously considered a minor realm. Thus, the pinnacle of the third layer of Quasi-Saint is equivalent to the peak of the early stage of Quasi-Saint. However, the formidable power gained from each minor breakthrough within the Quasi-Saint realm is colossal beyond imagination, akin to the monumental advancements seen in previous grand realms. Consequently, the Quasi-Saint realm is delineated into 12 celestial layers. The transition from the third to the fourth layer of the Quasi-Saint realm is comparable to the breakthroughs of lesser stages within prior realms, with an unfathomable disparity between them. The ensuing commotion and phenomena during such breakthroughs are nothing short of monumental. The torrential spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surges forth like a vast ocean, seemingly intent on overturning the very firmament. The overwhelming manifestations of demonic forces are truly earth-shattering, with legions of fiends in chaotic dance. Moreover, Su Ming is not merely an ordinary quasi-saint. He is a distinguished first-generation human sovereign, one of the last remnants of humanity, endowed with boundless human fortune and celestial protection, along with infinite blessings. Additionally, as numerous prodigies and leaders of humanity have comprehended the mythic statues, the formidable techniques they have mastered are plentiful, and each is of the highest caliber. Among these, the 2 most powerful scriptures are the advanced versions of the Chaos Primordial Sutra and the Chaos Celestial Demon Sutra. With all these factors converging, the phenomenon of Su Ming's breakthrough to the mid-4th layer of the quasi-saint realm is magnitudes more grandiose than that of an average quasi-saint, rivaling even the breakthroughs of late-stage quasi-saints. The ensuing tumult reverberates through the cosmos, disrupting the very laws of existence and shaking the infinite void. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a terrifying divine thunder erupted from the depths of the void. Suddenly, an immense and boundless image of deities and demons, entwined with black and white energies, descended at Su Ming's feet, accentuating his towering figure as if he were a sovereign treading upon the gods. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, this terrifying phenomenon pierced through the heavenly emperor's domain, shattering the protective formations from within the valley at the moment the divine image materialized. This overwhelming spectacle, infused with fearsome demonic might and imperial authority, surged forth from the valley, shaking the primordial world. What does a late-stage quasi-saint breakthrough signify? It must be noted that quasi-saint powerhouses stand at the pinnacle of strength in the primordial realm, the elite among the elite. Those who achieve late-stage quasi-saint status are so few that they can be counted on one's fingers, each a venerable relic of countless ages. In that moment, countless mighty beings were jolted awake by this potent aura, casting their divine senses to discern which familiar quasi-saint had shattered this barrier, eager to extend their congratulations. At this juncture, Su Ming promptly opened his eyes, sweeping his hand to reinforce the isolation array he had established during his Tai Golden Immortal phase, amplifying it with quasi-saint might. He was unwilling to reveal his presence or the multitude of mythic statues hidden within the valley. He had come to realize that these statues were the primary reliance for the resurgence of humanity. However, at this moment, humanity lacked the strength to safeguard such a foundation. Therefore, the secrecy of this valley must be preserved. If the array he had arranged during the Golden Immortal stage could obscure the probing of a quasi-saint, how much more effective would it be now? Ultimately, countless formidable beings traced the extraordinary phenomenon to the foot of Mount Buzhou. After surveying the surroundings, they withdrew their consciousness. Perhaps this newly emerged master of extraordinary powers wished to remain concealed. They were reluctant to probe further, as no one desired to provoke an entity who was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of quasi-saint practitioners. Witnessing this scene, the astonishment of the awakened Shen Nong clan and the Ce clan was beyond imagination. Following the breach of the formation, the shock experienced by the leaders and prodigies of the human race in the valley was immense. The might of the primordial emperor had transcended the limits of their comprehension. In that moment, confronted with the vast and overwhelming disparity, the Shen Nong clan's recently acquired sense of superiority, having just reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, evaporated instantaneously. The Shen Nong clan stood rigidly, observing the spectacle alongside the Ce clan. They were, at that moment, the most formidable forces of the human race. Yet, they realized that before the primordial emperor, they were scarcely more significant than ants. Moreover, the terrifying consciousnesses that had just arrived outside the valley were capable of effortlessly erasing them, even obliterating the entire human race. After breaking through, Ming gradually opened his eyes as the magnificent phenomenon dissipated. Feeling the vast energy coursing through him, a smile graced his lips. He had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, and the pinnacle of the current primordial world was now within reach. Not to mention, with two innate supreme treasures in his possession, he was more than capable of ensuring his own safety. At that moment, Ming's gaze sharpened as he noticed a half-roasted chicken perched on the shoulder of the Ce clan member. No, it was a colossal bird. Most intriguingly, how did this gigantic avian possess 3 golden talents? Chapter 26. Congratulations on becoming the first being to consume the flesh of the golden crow in an instant. A sense of foreboding surged within Ming, as if a heavy weight had suddenly thudded in his heart. These 3-legged colossal avians could not possibly be the golden crows. Could they? Surely not. Given the current status and strength of the human race, how could they have any contact with the golden crows, let alone hunt them down and prepare them for him? No, it must be that a common prehistoric giant bird had undergone a mutation resulting in a 3rd leg. Z, what is this on your shoulder? Ming inquired, still feeling a twinge of unease. Seeing that Z was momentarily unresponsive, the impatient Shen Nong delivered a swift kick to Z's backside, exclaiming, Z, the ancestor is asking you a question. With his prowess at the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, it was almost child's play to intimidate Z. Whether this kick was retribution for a previous altercation with the nesting clan remained uncertain. Awakening from his stupor, Z shot Shen Nong a glare before promptly reporting to the ancestor. Esteemed ancestor, this is what the nesting clan entrusted me to bring. Its identity is the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, having mutated to develop a 3rd leg. Alongside another Golden Immortal Fire Cloud Sparrow, it sought to invade the human race, and both were slain by me and the nesting clan. The nesting clan and I believe that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, being a prominent faction of the demon race with a great Luo Golden Immortal overseeing them, poses a significant threat. Thus, I have come to report this matter to you. Upon concluding, Z displayed a somewhat ingratiating smile, adding, Ancestor, this 3-legged fire cloud sparrow possesses a delightful flavor, rich in energy. When roasted, it is crisp on the outside and tender within. I specifically brought it for you to savor. In truth, he had discussed with the nesting clan and concluded that slaying the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was not an overly grave matter. Even if the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan discovered their actions, as long as they did not mobilize their entire force to confront the human race, it would not pose a substantial threat. Moreover, they had thoroughly cleaned the battlefield. With a swift resolution, the likelihood of exposure was exceedingly minimal. However, upon hearing this, Ming gasped in shock, his mind fixated on a crucial phrase, 10th prince. How many 10th princes are there in the prehistoric world? And how many of them are avian and possess 3 legs? My heavens! Su Ming slapped his forehead heavily, still clinging to a sliver of hope as he turned to Z and asked, "This mutated three-legged fire cloud sparrow, its feathers are not golden. And its beak is not particularly long, is it?" His tone was laden with uncertainty. At that moment, Z offered a definitive response to the ancestor, chilling Su Ming's heart further. "Indeed, ancestor. This mutated fire cloud sparrow is exceedingly arrogant, audaciously referring to our human race as the human ape clan and demanding that both I and the nesting clan commit suicide as an apology to avert the annihilation of our race, as if he were the prince of the entire demon clan." A flicker of disdain crossed Z's eyes as he raised his head proudly, declaring, "What 10th prince? A mere bloodline mutation under the scriptures bestowed by the ancestor is but an ant, easily slain by the nesting clan, and the entirety of the human race shall partake of its flesh." Su Ming felt a chill spread throughout his body. It appeared as though he were the prince of the entire demon tribe. This was indeed the 10th prince of the demon clan. Furthermore, if his conjecture was accurate, this individual was none other than the last surviving 10th prince of the Jinwu lineage, Luya, the Buddha of the Great Sun. However, the Great Sun Buddha had not yet had the time to mature before being roasted and consumed by the Z clan. Su Ming raised his gaze toward the roasted Jinwu meat carried by the Z clan, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. It was not fear that gripped him. With his current strength, should he choose to flee, neither Emperor Jun nor Tai could pose a threat to him. Yet, fate had played a cruel jest upon him. Su Ming had intended for the human race to take advantage of the clash between the witch and demon tribes during the first witch-demon war to stealthily develop. Now, should the human race slay Luya, the situation would likely spiral into unforeseen chaos. The Jinwu clan was scarce, comprising merely Emperor Jun, Tai, and Shiha. Thus, they lavished great affection upon their 10 Jinwu. The utter disregard displayed by the 10 Jinwu, soaring across the sky and scorching the witch clan, testified to their immense pampering. It was the demise of the 9 Jinwu that had precipitated the second witch-demon war. One can only imagine the monumental upheaval that Luya's death would incite in the Primordial World. The disparity in power between the human and demon races was vast. At that moment, the Z clan noticed the ancestor's gaze fixated on the roasted meat upon his shoulder, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Ancestor, this is only medium rare. I shall roast it thoroughly for you to savor." With matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. They could only proceed step by step. Su Ming could only sigh inwardly and wave his hand. The Jinwu meat was indeed worth tasting, a delicacy that even sages had never experienced. Just then, a wave of searing heat surged forth from the boundless heavens, stirring Su Ming's heart as he looked up in astonishment. To his shock, he beheld the 33 heavens ablaze with rolling golden flames, their fiery brilliance enveloping countless miles of sky. Suddenly, a deafening shriek erupted from the demon court, reverberating throughout the primordial world. "Who has slain my son Luya?" Two immense, boundless golden wings, ablaze with fierce flames, unfurled from the supreme demon court, seemingly capable of engulfing the entire primordial realm. The vast and terrifying imperial might shook the very foundations of the primordial world. In the next moment, a golden bird's head emerged from the demon court, as colossal as a blazing red star. Its fiery, golden eyes surveyed the entirety of the primordial realm, filled with unrestrained fury. The golden light of its gaze, like tangible columns of flame, swept recklessly across the primordial lands, obliterating countless mountains and rivers in a torrent of fire. This scene was akin to the end of the world, leaving the entire primordial realm in shock. For a human race that had existed for merely 30,000 years, the impact was beyond words. The primordial world housed such a cataclysmic beast. At this moment, for the Z clan, who was on the verge of indulging in a barbecue, a profound stupor had enveloped him, leaving his entire being rigid. His gaze fixated upon the formidable feet of this colossal avian creature. It possessed 3 golden legs, resembling an enlarged version of the mutated fire lark. Z turned his head in a daze to look at the progenitor, seeking a reassuring answer from him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming descended and gently patted Z's shoulder, proclaiming, "Congratulations, you are the first being in the primordial world to have tasted the flesh of the golden crow." Chapter 27. The Calamitous Water Drawn East. The witch clan to become the scapegoat. Di Jun stands as the most powerful figure in the current world of Hongwang. Although Hong Jun possesses unmatched strength and considerable influence, it is Di Jun, the sovereign of the formidable demon clan, who wields the highest authority, commanding countless mighty warriors and blessed with boundless fortune. The untimely demise of his son has sent ripples of shock throughout the realm. Who possesses such audacity to dare slay even the 10th prince of the demon clan? This act is akin to defecating on the face of the once mighty demon race, a blatant provocation against them. In a fit of rage, Di Jun issued a death warrant, commanding the entire demon clan to relentlessly pursue the perpetrator responsible for Lu Ya's death, regardless of the individual's identity, background, or strength. The decree was clear. There would be no mercy, and entire clans would be eradicated. With this command, the vast machinery of the demon clan roared to life, unleashing a tide of formidable demon warriors who scoured every possible trace left behind. Under the overwhelming and frenzied mobilization of the demon clan, the myriad races of Hong Huang trembled in fear, hastily retracting their influence to avoid any confrontation with the demons, lest they be extinguished in an instant. Even the overt and covert conflicts with the Witch clan seemed to be temporarily set aside, as they too retreated their territorial ambitions. The death of Lu Ya, which had ignited a storm of strife in the tumultuous world of Hong Huang, paradoxically ushered in a brief and eerie period of tranquility. In the darkness of night, within a secluded valley, a bonfire blazed, roasting a massive bird to a golden hue, its juices sizzling and its aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Before the fire, Ming reveled in his feast, his mouth glistening with oil. In this vast expanse, satiating one's hunger takes precedence. After years of dedicating himself to cultivation, striving to save humanity from peril, he had never indulged in the pleasures of life. Delicious and tender indeed, a testament to the mutated bloodline of the fire cloud sparrow, Ming praised as he savored his meal. Before him, the somewhat pale-faced Zi clan and Yu Chao clan stood in awkwardness, caught between the urge to sit and the impulse to stand, feeling out of place as they heard Ming's teasing remarks. It was true that the Yu Chao clan, having realized the gravity of the situation, had hastened to confess to their ancestor. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Shen Nong clan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is delightful. Consuming it warms the body and strengthens the constitution. The Yu Chao and Zi clans glared at Ming, wishing to jointly reprimand him. How could he still think of feasting on the flesh of the golden crow at such a critical juncture? After satisfying their appetites, it was time to get to work. At that moment, having finished his meal, Ming slowly rose, drawing the attention of the three others as he spoke in unison. We await the Emperor's command. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Since Di Jun's decree, the Emperor of Humanity had not uttered a single word regarding the matter, nor had he issued any commands. They all understood the implications. The slaying of Lu Ya by a member of the human race, no matter how meticulously concealed, would inevitably leave traces. Given the might of the demon clan, if they were determined to investigate, they would eventually uncover the involvement of the humans. The current disparity between the strength of the human race and the demon clan loomed large. Comparatively, it is somewhat disheartening, rendering any comparison futile. The concept of the demon clan encompasses the myriad beings of the primordial world, having coalesced under the grand vision of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, amassing a significant portion of the formidable races since the dawn of creation. Among these, the demon gods include even the great demons that have persisted since the age of deities and demons that followed the world's inception. In stark contrast, the human race has existed for a mere 30,000 years, and excluding Ming, there are only 2 Tai Golden Immortals. Once discovered, their fate would be sealed in calamity. The likes of Chao Shi, Zi, and even the divine farmer, who comprehended the heavenly demon canon, would be remiss to claim they are not filled with trepidation. Their own demise might be inconsequential, but should they endanger the entirety of humanity, their guilt would be irredeemable. Do not be overly anxious. Partake in your meals and drinks as usual, Ming remarked with a smile, casually waving his hand. Your task is to manage humanity. Maintain the status quo, and I shall return shortly. With that, Ming's figure vanished in an instant from the sight of the three, disappearing into the valley. In the vast and boundless primordial world, no one knows where its boundaries lie. As the Dragon Han calamity approached, the witch and demon clans rose, leading to warfare and expansion. Centered around Mount Buzhou, excluding some powerful yet neutral ancient clans, The demon tribe predominantly occupied the eastern lands, while the witch clan claimed the northern territories. At this moment, Su Ming's figure appeared above the sky in the heartland of the witch clan in the northern Primordial Realm. Not far to the north lies the North Sea, renowned as the forbidden zone of the Primordial World, home to the ancient and colossal beasts commanded by Kunping. Though Su Ming appeared to stand firm in the heavens, he was, in fact, ensconced within the boundless void, casting his gaze down upon the witch clan's domain with chilling eyes. Below him, towering figures, akin to colossal giants resembling humans, strode across the ground, creating a magnificent spectacle. Su Ming could not idly watch as the demon clan discovered humanity. They were far from being able to confront the demon clan head-on. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only solution lay in diverting the impending disaster. In the Primordial World, the only entity unafraid of the demon clan, capable of engaging them directly, was the witch clan. Admittedly, this was an exceedingly perilous decision, yet Su Ming found himself with no alternative. To be candid, he harbored little fondness for the witch clan. Save for Hutu, who embodies the cycle of reincarnation and possesses great compassion. Thus, Su Ming conceived a grand scheme to redirect the calamity towards the witch clan. Historically, in the primordial era, the witch and human clans intermarried, giving rise to the witch-human lineage, fostering excellent relations between them. Moreover, the witch clan shared a portion of their fortune with humanity. However, the ruling 12 ancestors of the witch clan, wary of humanity's rapid growth, stood idly by as the demon clan slaughtered countless humans, watching as humanity fell into utter decline. Consequently, the demons seized this opportunity to forge the witch-slaying sword, setting the stage for the eventual downfall of the witch clan. Thus, as the current emperor of the human race, Su Ming felt no burden whatsoever in contemplating an assault on the witch clan. His gaze swept across the vast core territory of the witch clan, ultimately resting upon the tribe of Zhu Rong, the ancestor of fire. The Fire Ancestor tribe, known for its fiery temperament and formidable prowess in slaughtering, stood as the most opportune target for wreaking havoc. The witch clan is divided into 12 major tribes, each founded by one of the 12 ancestors of the witch through their sacred blood. Beneath them, mighty witches, birthed from the blood of the ancestors, formed the grand tribes, weaving together the entire expansive witch clan through a shared lineage. These 12 ancestral tribes represent the pinnacle of the witch clan's martial strength. Su Ming, however, was not so reckless as to directly invade an ancestral tribe, for a single ancestral tribe possesses the formidable might to contend with nearly 10 clans of monstrous deities, housing an unknown number of powerful witches, some of whom may even rival those at the threshold of sanctity. Moreover, at the heart of the 12 ancestral tribes lies the Panga Hall, the supreme center of authority within the colossal witch clan, presided over by 12 beings of extraordinary power, each standing at the zenith of quasi-saintship, overshadowing even the masters of several supreme treasures, Di Jun and Tai Yi. Su Ming had no intention of clashing with these unruly lunatics. His objective was merely to slay a few powerful witches and obtain their vital blood. Thus, his actions needed to be swift and decisive. Chapter 28. The sudden slaying of the Great Witch, pursued by Emperor Jiang, time flowed inexorably, second by second, day by day. 10 days passed. Su Ming, akin to a fierce tiger on the hunt, remained poised and focused high above the sky of the witch clan, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Before he knew it, another fortnight had slipped by as night descended. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze flickered. From the depths of the ancestral witch tribe emerged 3 towering great witches, each standing over 10,000 feet tall, their skin a pale crimson, hair cascading wildly. Their skin etched with distinct patterns, resembling rugged mountain ranges. Their eyes were immense, akin to stars, and as they moved, the heavy strands of their fiery red hair whipped through the air with a resounding boom. These 3 great witches did not head towards the wilderness, but rather towards the northern sea. The opportunity had arrived. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he stealthily trailed behind these 3 fire witches. Through their conversation, he learned that they were en route to the northern sea to hunt ancient behemoths for a feast and had no immediate plans to return, allowing him to bide his time. The strength of these 3 great witches was not particularly formidable. The most powerful among them barely reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, grazing the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Su Ming analyzed calmly. With his current capabilities, Eliminating these three great witches would be a mere flick of his wrist. However, he desired a swift resolution, as any delay could potentially alert quasi-saint level great witches or even the 12 ancestral witches, risking exposure of his identity, a contingency he could not afford. In no time, the three great witches submerged into the sea, approximately 1 billion miles from the core of the witch clan. At this distance, a being of the 12 ancestral witches' caliber could traverse it in under a minute. If it were the spatial ancestral witch Emperor Jiang or the worldly ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin, they would likely be even swifter. Just a little longer. Su Ming murmured to himself, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the three great witches, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. As for the notion of being merciless towards these unfamiliar great witches, at this moment, Su Ming's thoughts were solely consumed by the interests of the human race. He must lead humanity to stand tall amidst the myriad clans of the wilderness. As the emperor of humanity, he could not afford even a shred of mercy for the sake of his kin's welfare. This was his conviction, tribal interests above all else. The moment he ascended to the throne as the emperor, Su Ming had prepared for all eventualities. For the sake of humanity, he would not hesitate to forge a path through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In this world of the survival of the fittest, there was no room for compassion. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming realized that his plan to wait had unraveled. The three great witches had barely submerged into the sea, not even 100,000 miles, with the water reaching only to their thighs. Before long, a colossal ancient oceanic beast emerged from the depths, a creature reminiscent of the octopus of later ages, of staggering size, with countless tentacles clinging to a massive island. Its eyes were as dark as an abyss. Its strength was at least at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This ancient behemoth, with its formidable physique, had undoubtedly survived since before the great calamity of the Dragon Han era. Yet, upon catching sight of the three great shamans from a distance, this octopus was overtaken by a primal instinct, its eyes reflecting boundless terror. Countless tentacles, akin to human legs, stood upright in a frenzy, as it desperately sought escape into the depths of the sea. However, upon witnessing the octopus, the three great shamans erupted in hearty laughter, swiftly encircling it. Their 6 powerful hands seized its tentacles, tearing them apart, as the dark blood of the octopus stained the azure surface of the sea. In mere moments, this creature, comparable to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, was slain and dismembered, its remains hoisted upon their shoulders. The surrounding waters remained eerily tranquil, undisturbed by the violent aftermath of the battle, revealing the sheer terror of the shaman clan's dominance, capable of mercilessly hunting ancient beasts in the so-called Forbidden Land of the North Sea. As the three shamans prepared to depart, a cold, murderous glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes, akin to a bolt of lightning cutting through the endless void. There could be no further delay. The long-prepared killing move was unleashed in an instant. The chaotic Heavenly Emperor Fist, an upgraded version of the Heavenly Emperor Fist from the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. In a heartbeat, a vast expanse of chaotic mist enveloped the sea, the overwhelming might of the Heavenly Emperor permeating the heavens. A colossal golden fist, spanning millions of miles, surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Blood mist erupted instantaneously. The foremost and mightiest shaman found the majority of his upper body obliterated into a cloud of blood, leaving only his feet, like towering peaks, standing firm beneath the waves. Blood surged forth, instantly staining the sea red. The searing blood of the fire shaman evaporated the surrounding waters within 100,000 miles, creating a dense steam. The other 2 great shamans were likewise hurled away, their massive forms blotting out the sky, visible cracks appearing on their formidable bodies, blood cascading down. Remarkably, these 3 beings, all at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, were nearly annihilated by this single strike. This scene was nothing short of staggering. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. In the electric moment, the great powers of the North Sea were stirred. Su Ming had anticipated that he would not achieve an instant kill, and, without a moment's hesitation, he stomped down, transforming his foot into a colossal limb that crushed the 2 remaining dazed shamans into a pulp. Following this, with a swift motion of his hand, he extracted the essence blood from the 3 great shamans, condensing it into a sphere the size of a football. Without delay, Su Ming stepped into the boundless void, making his escape. This entire sequence had been meticulously rehearsed countless times in his mind, thus flowing seamlessly and effortlessly. However, this marked Su Ming's first strike since arriving in the Primordial World, and he had underestimated the strength of the top-tier ancestral shamans. The time taken for his 2 attacks was sufficient to rouse the ancestral shaman palace. Suddenly, a thunderous voice, resonant like a muffled thunderclap, erupted from the core of the shaman clan's Pango Hall. "Who dares to slay our clan's great shaman? You shall die." A towering figure, reaching heights beyond comprehension, with skin of a bluish-gray hue and a pair of majestic wings, emerged from the Pango Hall and swiftly vanished into the void. This was none other than the foremost of the 12 ancestor witches, the space ancestor witch, Emperor Jiang. Time is revered, but space reigns supreme. This adage has transcended from the era of chaos to the primordial world, underscoring the terrifying might of the laws of space. Having already retreated billions of miles into the void, Su Ming's heart raced as an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him. Almost instinctively, he cloaked himself in chaotic mist and pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful punch, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's Fist. The immense force of the chaotic fist shattered the void, plunging everything into disarray and obliterating the very fabric of spatial rules. The fact that this 12 ancestor which could pursue him so relentlessly was utterly alarming. Su Ming seethed with rage. Should Emperor Jiang ensnare him, he would undoubtedly face the onslaught of the 12 ancestor witches. Such a scenario would likely compel even the already ascended Nuwa to retreat in trepidation. Chapter 29. The Diagram of Gods and Demons, Annihilating the Universe. The primal chaos trembles. The void was engulfed in chaos, swirling tumultuously like a tumultuous ocean. Such a terrifying spectacle would consume even the mightiest beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, who transcended the 3 realms. Ordinary quasi-saint powers would be lost within, unable to discern the coordinates of the primal world. Yet, before Di Jiang, a being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, who commanded the supreme laws of space, such obstacles were insufficient to impede his advance. Even the chaotic void was malleable, serving Di Jiang's purpose. "Thief, prepare to meet your end." Di Jiang's voice reverberated through the endless expanse, imbued with an aura of annihilation. Buzzing, an immense hand, vast beyond measure, seemed to fill the entire chaotic time and space, reaching out with precision towards the ever-shifting Su Ming. Su Ming sought to evade entanglement with Di Jiang, continuously altering his coordinates within the boundless void. However, it felt as though the ancestral hand had inscribed some form of coordinate upon him, shadowing his every move. Bolstered by the laws of space, the chaotic time and space appeared non-existent before the ancestral hand, billions of miles away, yet within arm's reach. Unbelievable, Su Ming silently cursed, exasperated by the relentless pursuit. Was it truly necessary to chase him so fervently for the mere slaying of 3 great witches? The witch clan was vast and powerful. Could they not let go of these 3 fallen ones? Yet, in this moment, Su Ming began to comprehend why the witch clan had ascended to become the dominators of the cosmos, capable of contending with the ancient and powerful Yao clan. Even daring to confront Hongjun and the 6 saints, who would think twice before provoking them. The answer was simple: unity. They would never abandon a single kin. For the sake of 3 already slain great witches, even the Pango Hall was stirred, and the supreme ruler Di Jiang pursued with relentless fervor. Would the same happen if 3 of the Yao clan's great Luo Golden Immortals were involved? Clearly, it would not. Nevertheless, every thriving clan possesses its own virtues and distinguishing features. The strength of the Yao clan lies in its remarkable inclusivity, capable of embracing nearly any race. Even the once mighty Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans. Though these 3 clans have never acknowledged their affiliation with the Yao clan. While Su Ming felt a sense of admiration for the unity of the Witch clan, he was resolute in prioritizing the interests of the human race. Should the moment arise to strike against the Witch clan again, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Buzzing. A cold glimmer flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he suddenly waved his hand, causing the heavens to tremble. From the treasured diagram of gods and demons, torrents of divine and demonic energy surged forth, cleaving the void. The power of the innate treasure, under Su Ming's command, shook the very fabric of time and space. In an instant, the surrounding expanse trembled, transforming into an abyss of nothingness. This was true annihilation, where countless laws were utterly obliterated. Under the overwhelming might of the void's annihilation, even Zhang's formidable ancestral form bore deep, grotesque wounds. The blood of the ancestral which spills across the void, with the imminent danger of being utterly severed. This time, Emperor Zhang dare not act recklessly and has made his move across billions of miles of time and space. It has become evident that this assassin capable of slaying the great, which possesses the power to inflict harm upon him. Although the ancestral witch's body is immensely formidable, its restoration is an arduous and protracted endeavor. Thief, do not let me discover your identity, Emperor Zhang roared, his voice resonating with a terrifying murderous intent, as his massive hand gradually withdrew from this realm. Acknowledging the futility of pursuit, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in futile struggles. Finally, he retreated. What a troublesome adversary. Upon witnessing Emperor Zhang's withdrawal, Ming exhaled in relief. He could not deny that the might of the ancestral witch far surpassed his expectations. This time, slaying the great witch within the heartland of the witch clan was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Any misstep could plunge humanity into an abyss from which there is no return. The ancestral witch truly deserves to be a legendary figure, leaving an indelible mark in the annals of the prehistoric world. Throughout the encounter, he did not dare to reveal even the slightest hint of his presence. Even when employing the divine demon diagram, it merely reverberated through time and space, indirectly severing Emperor Zhang's hand with the force of temporal obliteration, lest he leave behind even a trace. However, prudence is the mother of safety. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to using the divine demon diagram again. Ming mused inwardly. Although the ancestral witch lacks a primordial spirit, his extraordinary methods could be gleaned from this confrontation. While he considered himself thoroughly prepared, who could fathom whether Emperor Zhang possessed a means to sense the aura of the divine demon diagram? This time, he had nearly capsized. Reflecting on the lessons learned from this encounter, Ming altered his flight path, not towards the valley, but towards the eastern region of Mount Buzhou, the core heartland of the demon clan. At this moment, the prehistoric world once again descended into turmoil. One wave had yet to subside when another arose. Following the intervention of the demon emperor Dijun, the aftermath of the assassination of the 10 princes of the demon clan had not yet abated when the witch clan stirred up another colossal upheaval. It was reported that a formidable powerhouse had the audacity to infiltrate the heartland of the witch clan, not far from the Panga Hall, and had slain 3 great witches right under their noses. It is impossible to articulate the sheer madness and incredibility of such an act. It is akin to defecating on the face of the witch clan. To the powerful beings and tribes throughout the prehistoric world, the one who dared to undertake such an action was nothing short of a reckless lunatic. This is the witch clan, renowned for their brutality and dominance. Historically, it has always been the witch clan that oppresses foreign tribes, and never before has a strong individual dared to so provocatively challenge the witch clan. Why has the demon clan expanded so rapidly? Numerous ancient and prominent tribes of the prehistoric era, led by innate divine demons, have joined the ranks of the demon clan. This is not merely due to the witch clan's oppressive tyranny, which has become unbearable, prompting them to rally beneath the banner of the demon clan. After all, it is more comfortable to seek shade under a large tree. Yet, even so, the demon clan would not dare to strike the witch clan so brazenly. This is the heartland of the witch clan, with the 12 ancestral witches stationed at the Panga Hall, countless great witches dominating, and powerful beings abounding. Even the 3 pure ones of the Dao sect would have to tread carefully in such a domain. Most crucially, the true master of the witch clan, the primordial ancestor Emperor Zhang, personally took action yet failed to apprehend this madman. According to rumors, it seemed that this lunatic even managed to inflict injury upon him. Such a revelation is profoundly shocking. In essence, the world of Honghuang has been divided, giving rise to 2 dominant clans that have established their supremacy. Yet both are facing significant provocations, with the identity of the perpetrator remaining a mystery. The Panga Hall issued a declaration to the entirety of Honghuang. The dignity of the witch clan shall not be trifled with. The witch clan shall permit no transcendent being to escape unscathed after causing harm to its members. Retribution will be merciless. The witch clan mobilized in its entirety, launching an extensive search. Countless great witches emerged from the witch clan. At this moment, not only did the eastern part of Honghuang descend into chaos, but the northern region also fell into disarray. The entire realm of Honghuang was engulfed in turmoil, as both clans set aside their territorial disputes to seek out those audacious enough to challenge the honor of their great lineage. Chapter 30. The Annihilation of a Clan and the Diversion of Calamity. At this moment, Su Ming found himself nearing the heartland of the demon race. He had gathered a glimpse of the chaos engulfing the entire primordial world. With a resigned touch to his nose, he murmured to himself, "To have offended two paramount overlords of the primordial realm simultaneously, I suppose I am truly one of a kind among countless traversers." The great witch was slain by his hand, and the flesh of the golden crow was savored with delight. Yet, this was not his intention. It was a course of action born from necessity. Shaking his head, Su Ming decided to cast aside his thoughts and focus on the present moment. He lifted his gaze towards a grand primordial clan, the Firecloud Sparrow, which occupied vast territories extending for millions of miles, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. From the accounts of the three members of the Nest clan, Su Ming had come to understand the unfolding events in their entirety. Throughout the ordeal, the human race had never instigated any conflict. It was the Firecloud Sparrow that had launched assaults, devouring numerous members of the human race. The fury exhibited by the Nest clan and the Z clan, leading them to recklessly slay the young master of the Firecloud Sparrow, stemmed from an accumulation of pent-up rage that had reached a breaking point. Hence, Su Ming held no reproach against them for their disregard for the greater situation. Having traversed the territory of the demon race for half a month, Su Ming finally located the Firecloud Sparrow clan amidst the vast expanse of their realm. While the Firecloud Sparrow was considered a significant clan among the demons, it was by no means at the pinnacle of power. Many clans rivaled it. Unlike the ancestor witch tribe, which was more readily found, the philosophy of the strong prevail and the weak perish resonated in Su Ming's mind, a phrase that encapsulated the Firecloud Sparrow's treatment of the human race. With an aura of dark magic enveloping his eyes, Su Ming's gaze turned pitch black, shrouded in an eerie depth. He then raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of the great witch's essence, and swallowed it whole. Within the heavenly demon scripture, there existed a potent magical technique known as Heavenly Demon Devour, capable of absorbing an enemy's essence and temporarily transforming their powers for his own use. This was the very reason Su Ming had dared to venture deep into the territory of the witch race and slay a great witch. He aimed to divert the attention of the demon race. In an instant, a palpable surge of demonic energy radiated from Su Ming, his aura shifting dramatically as flames engulfed him, his hair transforming into a vivid crimson, resembling a dancing inferno, while his skin adopted a faint reddish hue. The essence he had consumed elevated his presence to that of a peak-level great witch of the fire tribe, though this was merely a fade. With his eyes still brimming with demonic intent, ablaze with fervent flames, he stepped into the domain of the Firecloud Sparrow. Within the expansive territory, millions upon millions of Firecloud Sparrows resided, some soaring across the sky at the level of tiny golden immortals. Deep within the mountains, terrifying auras occasionally surged, accompanied by waves of oppressive heat. The principle of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Su Ming murmured softly, and his form suddenly expanded to an immense size, surrounded by flames that surged like a tempest. With a mere wave of his hand, the endless laws of fire accompanied him. Darkness enveloped the territory of the Firecloud Sparrow clan, as torrents of searing flames surged forth like a raging river. The true fire of Zhu Rong, a flame rivaling that of the Golden Crow, possessed the capacity to incinerate anything in its path. At this moment, the rampaging flames spread throughout the Firecloud Sparrow clan, consuming the land until it was rendered a vacuum, devouring tens of thousands of Firecloud Sparrows. The fire-affiliated tribe cried out in agony, a cacophony of despair echoing across the scorched earth as terror filled the air. The true fire of Zhu Rong continued to spread with terrifying speed across the territory of the Firecloud Sparrows. Countless startled Firecloud Sparrow warriors attempted to take flight, only to be crushed beneath Su Ming's hand. This was a massacre, a cataclysm. Buzz. Su Ming lifted his colossal foot, covering thousands of miles, and brought it down with tremendous force, turning countless Firecloud Sparrows into mere pulp. In the primal world, the law of the jungle dictated that the weak were prey to the strong, and at this moment, it was manifest in all its brutality. Amidst the heartland of the Firecloud Sparrow clan, a thunderous roar erupted. Zhu Rong the Great Witch, How dare you invade our sacred territory? A terrifying power surged forth. The ancestral spirits of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had awakened. 5 colossal beings of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level emerged from the mountains, their immense bodies casting shadows over the land, wings unfurled like canopies obscuring the sun, their eyes glimmering like stars. Among them were 3 in the early stages of Great Luo, 1 in the middle stage, and 1 in the late stage. Additionally, an overwhelmingly formidable presence began to awaken from the mountains, that of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, standing at the threshold of quasi-sainthood. They did not retreat. Rather, they charged towards Ming, flames roaring and killing intent surging. At this moment, within the vast territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrows, an ancestral formation began to revive. According to reason, 6 Great Luo Golden Immortals, along with 1 on the brink of quasi-saint status, combined with a clan-protecting formation that had been inherited for countless years, could contend with a quasi-saint for a time. This duration would be sufficient to attract the attention of the demon court, prompting nearby demon clans to send powerful quasi-saints for support. Thus, faced with the formidable Zhu Rong, whose strength was leagues above their own, they did not retreat. At this juncture, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Ming's eyes, and he struck down once more, flames roiling. However, this time, a dense aura of demonic energy intertwined with the flames. This demonic essence was that of a mid-level quasi-saint, derived from the profound teachings of the celestial demon scripture. The power of this strike was worlds apart from that of an ordinary first-level quasi-saint witch, bolstered by the ancestral formation. The 5 Great Luo Golden Immortals were obliterated into ashes with a single blow. Even the ancestral formation trembled and began to collapse under the sheer terror of the unleashed force. This scene was nothing short of shocking. The 5 Great Luo Golden Immortals were annihilated in an instant. At this moment, the countless Fire Cloud Sparrows that had briefly glimpsed hope found themselves plummeting from the heights of paradise to the depths of despair, their eyes reflecting utter hopelessness. Even the ancestral elder of the Great Luo had been slain. In the mountains, a sudden beam of radiant light burst forth, exuding an immense aura. Yet the direction of its flight was not towards Su Ming, but rather towards another side. This venerable ancestor of the Fire Cloud Sparrow sought to flee without engaging in battle. For him, this scene was one of utter despair. To escape, Su Ming extended his mighty hand, filling the vast expanse of the sky as if encapsulating the entire universe within his palm. No matter how far the Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor soared, he remained ensnared within Su Ming's grasp, transforming the vast into the minuscule through the divine laws of magical prowess. You are certainly not the great witch Zhu Rong. Who are you truly, and why have you sought to annihilate my Fire Cloud Sparrow? The ancestor of the Fire Cloud Sparrow emitted a desperate roar, yearning for answers. Yet, the weak are unworthy of such knowledge. Su Ming's gaze was frigid, his demonic intent surging forth as he gradually tightened his grip. Sizzle! The pinnacle of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, the Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor, was mercilessly crushed into a pulp, his primordial spirit reduced to ashes by the blazing true fire of Zhu Rong. In that moment, the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan succumbed to despair. The raging true fire of Zhu Rong rampaged across thousands of miles, incinerating all in its path. The remaining Fire Cloud Sparrows, at most Taiji Golden Immortals, stood helpless against the furious flames, akin to ordinary individuals powerless in the face of adversity. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan faced annihilation. Millions of Fire Cloud Sparrows, none escaped alive, while the great clan formation remained steadfast in its place. Yet, Su Ming's figure vanished from the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Amid such monumental upheaval, the demon court high above the 33 heavens trembled. Chapter 31. The Lich's multitude faces off, a storm brewing upon discovering the cataclysmic upheaval within the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The demonic court dispatched a quasi-holy demon to investigate. What met their gaze was merely the remnants of a once mighty lineage, reduced to ruins and shrouded in smoke. The once thriving domain of the Fire Cloud Sparrows had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. Scouring the vast expanse of their territory, not a single surviving Fire Cloud Sparrow could be found. For the demon race, this news struck like a thunderclap, a harbinger of disaster. The entire demon kin stood in shock. Since the great calamity of Long Han, When Emperor Jun and Tai emerged to establish the demon race, wielding the sacred treasure of the summoning banner, they had rallied the great clans of the primordial world, sweeping through it with unchallenged might, conquering numerous tribes and plundering countless resources. Their journey culminated in the formation of the demon court, which commanded the primordial realm. The demon race had enjoyed a smooth ascent, never before having encountered such a profound humiliation. In proximity to the demon race's core, a prominent clan, merely a step away from the demon god lineage, had been brazenly annihilated under the very noses of the demon court and the great clans. In times past, should any formidable being have suggested such an occurrence, it would have been met with derision as a ludicrous jest. The sheer absurdity of a major clan being obliterated right beneath the gaze of the demon court was unfathomable. Who possessed the audacity? Who wielded such power? Yet, here it was, manifesting in reality, and occurring shortly after the recent assassination of the demon race's 10th prince. This shocking revelation rippled through the entire primordial realm, igniting a flurry of speculation among the myriad mighty beings. Was this a deliberate, orchestrated plot targeting the demon race? The atmosphere within the primordial world grew tense, fraught with anxiety and trepidation. No one could predict what frenzied actions the vast demon kin might undertake in the wake of two monumental shames. On the second day following the extinction of the Firecloud Sparrows, while the entire primordial realm remained in a state of suffocating vigilance, a powerful figure from within the inner circles of the demon race divulged a piece of news. In the territory of the Firecloud Sparrows, the blood of a great shaman from the witch clan had been discovered. Moreover, traces of the battle between the great shaman and the progenitor of the Firecloud Sparrows lingered in the air. Within the demon court, only fragmented whispers of this revelation circulated. Yet in that moment, the news bewildered the entire primordial world. A great shaman from the witch clan infiltrated the demon race and slaughtered a major clan? How could such a thing be possible? Had they lost their minds? The motives of the witch clan remained utterly inscrutable, leaving disbelief in their wake. At that moment, the powerful leaders of the prominent clans within the demon race, dispersed throughout the realm, seemed to receive a directive from the demon court. Suddenly, they took to the skies. Converging towards the demon court, the clouds of war loomed ominously, heralding an impending tempest. Countless speculations surged throughout the primordial realm. All eyes were drawn to the tumultuous demon court, where dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. The magnitude of the uproar was unmistakable. The demon race had undoubtedly received some significant intelligence, prompting such unprecedented mobilization, an action not seen even in prior confrontations with the witch clan. In this primordial world, who could possibly warrant such monumental actions from the demon race? Without exception, all the powerful beings inevitably thought of the witch clan. Only the witch clan merited such significant undertakings from the demons. In response to the grand maneuvers of the demon race and the myriad fragmentary messages that circulated, the witch clan, a formidable powerhouse that rivaled the demons, could not afford to be complacent. They promptly set aside the pursuit and execution of the three great witches, summoning numerous ancestral witch tribes and quasi-holy great witches to gather at the Pangu Palace, presenting a stance of resolute opposition. Moreover, they demonstrated no inclination to yield, assembling countless great witches at the boundary between the witch and demon territories, commencing grand training exercises. The endless ranks of great witches towered like mountains, their voices resounding like thunder, exhaling with the force of winds, shaking the very fabric of the primordial world. How could the powerful beings of this realm fail to perceive this as a warning from the witch clan to the demon race, currently engaged in deliberations? They cautioned against making any impulsive decisions, asserting that the witch clan would neither be cowed nor take a step back. Should they act recklessly, the demons would bear the consequences of their choices. In the primordial world, many great clans and mighty practitioners trembled in fear. Among them were those who had endured the cataclysm of the Dragonhan War, memories of that world-ending battle still vivid after countless eons, leaving them haunted. Numerous tribes and powerful practitioners perished and vanished into the annals of history during that tumultuous conflict. Presently, the witch and demon clans were even more formidable than the former Dragonhan trio. Should another war erupt, it would undoubtedly be more terrifying than the calamity of Dragonhan, with repercussions that would extend far and wide across the primordial realm. Yet, amidst their fear, they found themselves powerless. Before these two great clans, they were but ants. Their opinions and thoughts would not be heeded by either side. As the myriad great witches of the Witch clan engaged in their drills, the demon court stirred under the scrutiny of countless intense gazes. 108 demon deities stepped forth from the demon court, towering and majestic, their heads crowned by the sun and moon, their eyes like stars. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky as countless elite demons and powerful beings were summoned to the border between the witch and demon clans, confronting the witch army and commencing their own training. Such a scale of confrontation, even if merely a standoff, was immensely terrifying, with vast and awe-inspiring phenomena manifesting throughout the primordial world. Dark clouds rolled in, and malevolent energies coalesced into a crimson whirlwind that howled between the two armies. The firmament above began to fracture under the tremendous pressure, and vast stretches of mountains and rivers were ground down, the earth itself splintering. The scenes unfolding were reminiscent of an impending apocalyptic battle. The primordial world was engulfed in panic. Countless powerful beings, haunted by the shadow of the Dragonhan calamity, chose to retreat into their caves or flee to the edges of the primordial realm, seeking to evade the impending catastrophe. Beneath this turmoil, countless ordinary beings trembled in fear. Chapter 32. The delight of Golden Crow meet at this moment. The mastermind behind this unprecedented calamity, Su Ming, leisurely returned to the valley. Upon observing the anxious trio of the Yuchao clan still waiting in place, he noticed that the golden crow meat on the nearby wooden rack remained crisp and fragrant. Even after half a month had passed, without hesitation, he plucked a piece of the delectable meat and savored it heartily. Indeed, the golden crow meat was exquisite. Such delicious food should not be squandered. Wasting food is a disgrace. Su Ming felt quite pleased. However, the anxious figures of the Yuchao, Ziyi, and Shen Nong clans, upon seeing their progenitor return, hurriedly approached to inquire. Witnessing Su Ming relishing his meal with grease glistening on his lips, they dared not interrupt, their faces flushed with urgency. It was crucial to note that the battlefield where the witch and demon clans confronted each other was not far from the Mount Buzhou. Given the proximity, even though their current strength was not formidable in the vast wilderness, they could still glean much information. What should they do about the slaying of the demon clan's 10th prince? If word of this reached the ears of the demon emperor, with millions of demon soldiers at their side, the human race would have no chance to flee and would be utterly annihilated, devoid of any opportunity for resistance. Even if they remained undetected, the aftermath of the clash between the two clans would be an unbearable burden for the human race. They were utterly overwhelmed. Just as the human race began to rise, and these three leaders were filled with fervor, reality doused them with a chilling wave of despair. At this moment, they were at a loss, their hopes resting entirely upon their progenitor, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After a considerable time, having satisfied his hunger, Su Ming casually discarded the golden crow skeleton, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and, meeting the gazes of the three human progenitors, smiled lightly. He said nonchalantly, "Why are you all gathered around me? Focus on your cultivation, eat and drink as needed, and simply enjoy the show." Though Su Ming's words revealed no significant information, they served as a potent tonic for the anxious hearts of the three, who regarded him as a deity. With his unfathomable strength, it was inconceivable for him to be oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. Connecting the dots, they began to suspect that the recent upheaval involving the witch and demon clans was somehow linked to their progenitor. Surely, he would not harm the human race. Everything was likely within his control. "Z, come with me," Su Ming commanded, then turned and soared towards the statue of the heavenly emperor, his gaze calm and unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to all that transpired outside. As he departed, he left behind a few golden crow feathers stained with the blood of the great witch Zhurong. What thoughts might Emperor Jun conjure upon seeing these feathers? What actions would he take? What would unfold next? Such matters were of no concern to Su Ming. He could not interfere. His sole purpose was to divert calamity, ensuring the human race could continue to thrive and develop quietly. What Su Ming could ascertain was that even in the event of the Lich War, the human race would not be significantly affected. The human race was endowed with great fortune and destined to be the protagonists of the primordial world. Had the Lich War encroached upon Mount Buzhou, given the human race's previous frailty, it would have already faced extinction in the trajectory of the primordial world. However, Contemplating this, Su Ming could not help but sigh inwardly. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart felt an increasing urgency. The premature arrival of the First Lich War was not a sight he wished to behold. According to the original trajectory of the Primordial World, this war had been significantly hastened due to his interference as a time traveler. Following the First Lich War, the two factions would realize the irreconcilable nature of their conflict, engaging in fierce competition with negligible differences in strength, leading them to fervently enhance their powers and employ every conceivable method to bolster their capabilities against one another. The Great Array of the Stars and the 12 Heavenly Gods' Great Array were both conceived under the pressure of rivalry. After the war, both factions would simultaneously take notice of the human race and adopt varying strategies to contend with them. The higher echelons of the demon race would undoubtedly discover that weapons forged from the essence of human blood could inflict severe damage upon the witch race. Although the human race had considerably strengthened by this time, Su Ming perceived from a macro perspective of the entire primordial situation that their power was still insufficient to alter the prevailing circumstances. This time, they could only divert the calamity to the east by leveraging the information asymmetry as a time traveler. Yet, the disparity in strength remained overwhelmingly vast. The next time the demon race became fully aware of the human race would be driven by self-interest. In the face of such a torrent of profit, all minor stratagems would prove futile. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient power. If the human race possessed 1,000 great Luo Golden Immortals and 100 quasi-saints. Reflecting on this, Su Ming gazed towards the region where the vast armies of the liches and demons faced off, feeling an even greater weight pressing upon him. He sighed, urging himself to strive onward. Arriving before the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, he regarded the magnificent figure and retrieved his carving knife, casting aside the thoughts that burdened his heart, allowing a serene expression to grace his features. Without the strength for an equitable dialogue, even the most intricate schemes would be rendered meaningless. This once mighty Heavenly Emperor, before achieving the Tao of the Emperor, had faced the chaos of darkness. Even in his desire to protect countless lives, he could only march forth to face death with unwavering resolve, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Only strength, after all, held true significance. In this shared mindset, Su Ming channeled the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, swiftly immersing himself in the divine essence of the Emperor. In an instant, a formidable aura emanating from Su Ming, capable of suppressing the world and sweeping across the 8 directions, resonated with the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Z clan, standing beneath the statue, felt a jolt as he absorbed the ancestral might, experiencing the same profound awe once felt by the Shen Nong clan and the Yao Chao clan. Concurrently, an endless stream of enlightenment surged into Z's heart, causing his comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor's scripture to soar, and his realm began to ascend rapidly. The Z clan has recently ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, yet their mastery remains unsteady. However, amidst the tumultuous waves of enlightenment, in but an instant, their realm solidified and they began an extraordinary surge in advancement. In a fleeting moment, the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm reached its zenith, propelling them towards the late stage, enveloped by a terrifying aura and the overwhelming majesty of the Heavenly Emperor. Surging forth as if to merge with Su Ming and the divine statue of the Heavenly Emperor. At Z's current level, they stand worlds apart from Su Ming and the statue. Even a mere whisper of that realm's might would yield immeasurable benefits. In a heartbeat, Z's realm erupted, catapulting them from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Golden Immortal. A torrent of celestial energy converged, forming a colossal funnel that poured into their brow. The late stage of the Golden Immortal achieved. Yet, with this breakthrough, Z's comprehension of the late stage also stabilized, continuously ascending. Having just reached this new height, their insights had already surpassed the confines of the late stage. Under the immense opportunity presented by Su Ming's enhancement of the Heavenly Emperor statue, the pace of Z's realm advancement could scarcely keep up with their burgeoning understanding. In this moment, Z became oblivious to the external world, wholly immersed in this cataclysmic opportunity. Concurrently, Su Ming's aura reached its pinnacle. He slowly raised his hand and made a move. Stone fragments danced in the air. The statue of the Heavenly Emperor seemed to be infused with a soul by this strike, attaining a new level of perfection. At a glance, It appeared as though a heavenly emperor was poised to emerge from the statue, ready to subdue the chaotic realm and restore tranquility to the world. Chapter 33. The Great War begins. Cataclysm of the primal chaos from a distance. Shen Nong sighed, overwhelmed by the scene before him. He had personally experienced the exhilarating sensation of a sudden elevation in his realm. Meanwhile, Yu Chao, indifferent to his musings, soared directly to the statue of the primordial emperor. There, he engaged in profound contemplation of the mythical effigies, simultaneously grasping the process through which the ancestor perfected the heavenly emperor's statue. All pathways of the great Tao ultimately converge. Though the celestial statues did not embody his own path, having a reference point expedited his understanding far more than solitary practice could. In the wake of this crisis, Yu Chao felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon him. The horrifying realization that the golden feathered bird was the 10th prince of the demon clan struck him with a wave of despair and confusion. Humanity itself could be annihilated due to his fleeting carelessness. The root of this turmoil lay in his own insufficient strength. Without power, the human race lacked influence, living in constant peril. Consequently, Yu Chao's yearning for strength intensified. Beside him, Shen Nong also entered a state of cultivation. Elevating their power became a shared aspiration among the entire human race. The valley resounded with the fervor of human elites as they fervently sought enlightenment from the mythical statues, leading to significant breakthroughs. Time slipped by unnoticed. Only upon the completion of a decade would Yu Chao and Shen Nong awaken, returning to the human valley to select new elites to lead their kin. Meanwhile, as numerous mythical statues were comprehended, the human race amassed an abundance of scriptures and techniques. No longer was humanity the once impoverished clan devoid of methods. Countless scriptures were compiled into jade slips. To facilitate this, Yu Chao established a grand hall of scriptures, providing gifted individuals of the human race with opportunities for study. Even those unable to access the primordial valley could select the most suitable techniques from the scripture hall. Remarkably, even those initially lacking in talent found their strength surging forward after discovering appropriate scriptures, catching the attention of the upper echelons of humanity and earning a chance to enter the primordial valley to contemplate the mythical statues. Countless human elites began to alter their destinies amidst this grand opportunity, transforming into the backbone of the human race and becoming formidable warriors. Simultaneously, as humanity flourished, the external primal chaos grew increasingly tumultuous. After a century of tension between the shaman and demon armies, the numerous leaders of the demon clans convened within the Supreme Demon Court, ultimately reaching a consensus. The command issued by Emperor Jun reverberated through the demon court and spread throughout the primal chaos. The great shaman of the Zhurong tribe, having slain the demon prince Luya, was discovered by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Out of fear, they further exterminated the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan with irrefutable evidence. The demon court demanded an apology from the shaman clan and insisted that the great shaman Zhurong come to the demon court to kneel and compensate for the various losses incurred by the demon race. Once this decree was announced, the primal chaos erupted in uproar as many mighty beings were filled with trepidation. Was the demon clan not compelling the shaman clan to confront them head-on? The witch clan has always considered itself the true lineage of Pangu, the authentic representative of the primordial chaos, and thus could never acquiesce to such demands. Unsurprisingly, upon the issuance of this decree, the witch clan promptly and resolutely rejected it. Moreover, the irate high shamans of the clan were incensed, perceiving the command from the demon tribe as an affront, a sheer humiliation to their dignity. They believed this was not merely an insult, but a blatant disregard for the esteemed heritage of Pangu. Fanatics are often unreasonable. The great Pangu is the sole deity of the witch clan, and they regard themselves as the only rightful heirs of Pangu's legacy in the primordial realm. To humiliate them is to insult the great Pangu himself, regardless of the validity of their claims or the sufficiency of the demon tribe's evidence. To demean the witch clan is an act of treachery, a desecration of the great Pangu. In a surge of collective fury, the witch clan swiftly united in a consensus. 100 prominent shamans immediately journeyed to the Hall of Pangu, demanding that the ancestral shamans issue a decree to wage war against the demon tribe and annihilate them. Regardless of the 12 ancestral shamans' personal sentiments regarding the conflict, they had no choice but to acquiesce to the overwhelming tide of fervor. Thus, Commands were swiftly dispatched from the Hall of Pangu. Upon receiving the order, the myriad witches stationed at the borders between the two tribes, long suppressed by their grievances, erupted in a terrifying offensive. Millions of mighty shamans roared with battle fervor, charging violently towards the demon encampment. Their colossal forms could flatten mountains with each step. The great shamans of the highest order stood an astonishing 10,000 zhang tall, towering over the land, with the sun and moon above their heads and the mountains beneath their feet. Wielding witch artifacts, a single strike from them could obliterate vast expanses of terrain. The sheer force of millions of shamans surging forth was catastrophic. In that moment, the entirety of the primordial world was left in awe. Many illustrious beings and top-tier powers were left speechless, shocked by the overwhelming power unleashed by the witch clan. In the eyes of those at the quasi-saint level, those below were akin to mere ants. Yet, when ants gather in sufficient numbers, they can bring down an elephant. And the witch clan is far from being mere ants. Among the vast army of witches, there were over 100 quasi-saint great shamans, and the number of golden immortals reached into the thousands, with countless others beneath them. Such formidable strength would make even saints break a sweat, let alone the many mighty beings of the primordial realm yet to attain enlightenment. They were utterly dumbfounded, even gripped by a sense of fear. Who could stand against such a witch clan? It is no wonder they regard even the Tao ancestor with disdain, proclaiming themselves the true heirs of the primordial chaos. In the face of the witch clan's sudden large-scale offensive, the demon tribe was well prepared. After all, the volatile temperament and unyielding arrogance of the witch clan were well known throughout the primordial world. Following the decree from Emperor June that directed the witch clan to apologize, he had no expectations of their compliance and had quietly made all necessary preparations in advance. His command for the witch clan to offer an apology was merely a strategic step to mentally fortify the demon tribe for the impending battle against the witches. The intricate nature of the demon clans belies the unity that characterizes the demon race as a whole. The assassination of the demon prince and the annihilation of the fiery lark did not elicit a profound sense of empathy among all demon factions, nor did it compel them to engage in bloody conflict with the witch race. In fact, there were even speculations among the ancient powers of the primordial era regarding this matter. Although the demon race boasts 365 demon god clans, the multitude of subordinate factions operates under a communal arrangement. Many merely congregate for mutual benefit and disperse when it is lacking. Under the pressure of the witch race's expansion, they rallied beneath the banners of Emperor June and Tai Yi. Numerous ancient powers contend that, fundamentally, the demon race lacks true cohesion, a unified front, and a shared sense of honor and disgrace. Instead, they are merely a collection of clans joining forces to seize opportunities. Their sense of belonging to this collective is not particularly strong. Should the demon race encounter a formidable adversary and find themselves in protracted conflict under severe pressure, internal divisions may arise. However, now that the witch race has rejected diplomacy and actively initiated an offensive, the vast demon army, under the weight of the witch race's oppression, has found ample psychological justification for ferocious combat. In an instant, the 365 demon gods emerged from the demon court, ascending into the heavens, transforming into colossal forms that engaged in a violent clash with the great witches. Hundreds of quasi-saint demonic beings battled against the great witches, while billions of soldiers fought valiantly. The heavens shattered, the earth quaked, and the sun and moon lost their light, as countless miles of primordial land were reduced to ruins. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire primordial world was engulfed in turmoil. Countless isolated primordial clans, even those hidden away in the far corners of the primordial realm, were swept into this grand conflict, instantly shattered, with the number of annihilated clans beyond reckoning. For the primordial world, this catastrophe rivals the Great War of the Three Races during the Dragon Han era, with countless lives lost. Yet, for the witch and demon races, this was merely the beginning. As massive battalions of witch and demon forces, numbering in the millions, were continuously dispatched to the battlefield. Chapter 34. The Lament of Mount Buzhou and the True Cause of the War Between the Witches and the Demons in the Primordial World. The mountains and rivers lay shattered. The sun and moon lost their luster, and the entire firmament was engulfed in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The scale of this battle, its vast expanse, left many formidable beings of the primordial realm dumbfounded, their scalps tingling in trepidation. Even those who had endured the great catastrophe of the three races recalled that battle with an involuntary shudder. The three pure ones, the Western figures of Jane and Junti, as well as Niu Hua, who had attained sainthood amidst chaos, all felt a chill in their hearts, beginning to reassess and regard the witch and demon clans with newfound gravity. Such immense and terrifying factions, could they truly be restrained even if they attained sainthood? Would the witch and demon clans bow beneath the saints? In the face of such colossal groups, could the saints maintain their exalted status? This posed a profound inquiry into the souls of those powerful beings. Like the three pure ones, who aspired to achieve enlightenment. The overwhelming strength of the witch and demon clans instilled a collective apprehension among many great existences. At that moment, Su Ming, who was immersed in the intricacies of his cultivation, was stirred by the overwhelming aura of destruction, casting his gaze toward the unfolding chaos. Faced with such grandeur, his astonishment was ineffable. Billions engaged in combat, spanning countless miles of space and time. The earth trembled under the weight of their clash. Any attempt to describe the vast scale of this scene seemed utterly inadequate. Fortunately, at this time, Mount Buzhou still possessed sufficient power to uphold the Primordial Realm. The human race, situated not far from Mount Buzhou, enjoyed its protection and their own auspicious fortune, thus remaining largely unscathed. Otherwise, even with their significantly enhanced strength, the human race would have suffered devastating losses amidst such a cataclysmic war. The three leaders of the human race, who were cultivating within the valley, were also awakened by the turbulent aftershocks, left speechless in shock. They began to ponder the potential outcome should the now rapidly advancing human race engage the witch and demon clans in battle. In an instant, they were struck dumb by the realization. This was merely the first great calamity of the witches and demons. Su Ming mused to himself, lacking any awareness of his role as the instigator of this great conflict. Instead, he contemplated the future of the human race. He vividly recalled that this was far from the pinnacle of the witch and demon clans' power. At their zenith, the witches and demons were said to possess the ability to slay saints. It was during the Second Witch and Demon War that the clans truly reached their peak, although thereafter, they would inevitably begin a gradual decline. Yet, his ambition was to alter the trajectory of the human race, to lead them toward resurgence. However, this endeavor would unavoidably alter the developmental path of the Primordial Realm and bring them into collision with the witch and demon clans. The road ahead was laden with challenges and fraught with obstacles. The development of the human race was still a long journey ahead. Just then, Su Ming furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the depths of infinite time and space. Numerous formidable beings simultaneously turned their attention in that direction. At that moment, deep within the primordial expanse, the towering silhouettes of 12 mighty existences flickered into view, their terrifying destructive aura clashing with one another. Opposite them stood two regal figures, engulfed in golden flames. Upon a colossal bell, adorned with intricate carvings of the heavens, earth, sun, moon, and all living beings, reverberates a resonant clang. There stands the eastern sovereign of the demon clan, Tai. Beside him, the highest ruler, the demon emperor Dijuan, exudes an aura of chilling indifference and formidable authority. His regal presence is overwhelming. One hand brandishes the tortoise shell and the river diagram, while the other wields the summoning banner, his feet firmly planted upon the universe, and the sun and moon suspended above him. The might of a sovereign from the primal era is palpably manifest. Behind these two sovereigns, nearly 10 towering figures loom, including the demon masters Kuanping and Shi Fushi, as well as the great emperors of the demon court, Goqing and Zy. Without exception, they exist at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the 12 ancestor witches. Even across the vast expanse of time and space, the clash of these formidable beings at the zenith of the primordial realm distorts reality, erasing mountains and rivers across countless miles. There is no superfluous chatter or communication. All necessary discourse has been previously exchanged. The battle commences. The 12 ancestor witches engage directly with Tai, Dijuan, Kuanping, and others. In that instant, the entire primordial world seems engulfed in darkness, as all living beings experience a moment of suffocation, as if the end of the world is nigh. The collision of such immense powers is unprecedented in the primordial realm, surpassing even the calamity of Longhan. The heavens tremble with a resounding rumble. The universe shatters, and the sun and moon lose their light. Mount Buzhou quakes, emanating a thick black radiance, barely sustaining the celestial dome of the primordial world. Yet, for reasons unknown, the great beings, including the three pure ones and the powerful souls like Su Ming, faintly perceive the mournful cries emanating from Mount Buzhou. It appears that this sacred mountain can no longer endure the relentless calamities besieging the primordial realm. Suddenly, a chill runs through the hearts of many formidable beings. Is Mount Buzhou, the backbone left by the great Pangu, truly on the verge of collapse? This would signify a monumental shift in the primordial landscape. Those standing at the pinnacle of the primordial realm are aware of matters unknown to many lower beings. That Mount Buzhou serves as the primary bridge between the primordial world and the chaos, transforming boundless chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy that nourishes the primordial realm and supports the cultivation of its inhabitants. The reason the primordial realm has endured countless cataclysms while still witnessing the emergence of powerful innate beings is due to the ceaseless flow of innate spiritual energy. Should Mount Buzhou collapse, the ramifications would be profound. The dynamics of the primordial realm may become fixed, preventing the rise of formidable clans akin to the witch and demon tribes. Above the heavens, the 12 ancestor witches and the sovereigns Dijuan and Tai seem oblivious to the mournful cries of Mount Buzhou as they continue their frenzied clash. Having already reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm, the collapse of Mount Buzhou would not threaten their sovereign status. Rather, it would fortify their dominion, ensuring no subsequent clans could challenge their supremacy. The war between the witch and demon tribes, with Gongong's furious assault on Mount Buzhou, appears to involve deeper considerations than the myths suggest. Su Ming's gaze sharpens. Indeed, those who are not involved in the fray cannot possibly grasp the complexities of what transpires within. It now appears that Gongong's furious collision with Mount Buzhou was driven by numerous considerations, perhaps primarily to prevent subsequent factions from challenging the supremacy of the shaman tribe. The phrase draining the marsh and fishing fails to encapsulate the severity of the situation. It is akin to severing the very path of cultivation. In the absence of primordial spiritual energy, no matter how extraordinary one's innate talent, it remains futile when faced with insurmountable obstacles. This predicament resembles a masterful chef lacking fire, pots, or even ingredients. No matter how refined one's culinary skills, exquisite dishes cannot be fashioned. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly became acutely aware of a critical truth. None of the legendary figures in the primordial realm are amenable to negotiation. However, this is hardly surprising, for the primordial world operates as a jungle society, governed by the Darwinian principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail and the weak are cast aside. Within the vast population, those who ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm possess an indispensable combination of talent, foundation, wisdom, perseverance, and a ruthless spirit. Any being with inherent flaws has long been eliminated by this world. Yet, there are still those who do not wish to witness the collapse of Mount Buzhou. A cold smile suddenly crossed Su Ming's face. The downfall of Mount Buzhou would not bode well for the ascending human race. However, there are still others who are even more averse to the prospect of Mount Buzhou's ruin. Chapter 35. The Ascendant Power of Humanity. The vast war between the necromancers and the demons swept across the primordial world, resulting in countless casualties for both races. With the fall of quasi-saint level great shamans and mighty demons reaching double digits, countless tribes were affected, leading to their complete annihilation. Mountains crumbled, and the heavens darkened. The blood-red hue of spilled blood stained the entire world, shrouded in the smoke of battle. At this moment, a grand aura of purple suddenly emanated from the void, enveloping both heaven and earth, its reach extending 30 million miles, exuding an unparalleled dignity. The flames of war seemed to show signs of being restrained. Many towering beings felt a shiver run through them, turning their gazes toward the source. Before them appeared an elder clad in purple robes, manifesting from the depths of infinite time and space, precisely positioned between the 12 ancestral shamans and the battle of Emperor Jun and Tai. Buzz. The instant the elder appeared, time and space solidified, nullifying the attacks from both sides. This scene was nothing short of shocking, delivering an indescribable impact. In an imperceptible manner, he managed to dissipate the assaults of the 12 ancestral shamans and several top-tier powerhouses of the Primordial Realm. The Tao Ancestor had arrived. A collective tremor coursed through the minds of those great beings as they instantly recognized the significance of this arrival, promptly breaking through the void to appear in the depths of infinite time and space, all bowing in deference to the Tao Ancestor. This act was not born from a deep-seated respect for Hongjun, but rather a desperate desire to avert the collapse of Mount Buzhou, primarily driven by their own interests. The collapse of Mount Buzhou would extinguish the primal spiritual energy, and none could foresee the ensuing chain reactions. It was highly likely that achieving sainthood would become nothing more than a legend. At this moment, as Hongjun and Nuwa attained sainthood, they had just illuminated the dawn of sanctity for these beings, who were unwilling to see their hopes shattered. As for the possibility of entering the chaos to establish a Taoist sanctuary after attaining sainthood, with an inexhaustible supply of primal spiritual energy, what did the destruction of the primordial realm matter to them? Observing this scene, Ming smiled, a cold smile. Having delved deeply into the fray and reached the quasi-saint level, he finally comprehended the essence of naked, unadulterated interest. It was profit that drove all actions. Salute the Tao Ancestor. The myriad gods collectively bowed to Hongjun, witnessing so many beings paying their respects to Hongjun. Even the proud 12 ancestral shamans and Emperor Jun and Tai were compelled to temporarily cease their conflict and show their reverence. After all, post the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun had, in name, become the leader of the enlightenment of the primordial beings, revered by all races, transcending mere status as the Tao Ancestor of the Tao sect. In the midst of the war between the necromancers and demons, as the primordial world withered and all living beings suffered immensely, the heavens and earth trembled. Hongjun's expression remained cold and indifferent, as if he had become the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, embodying the Tao itself. He coldly declared, "From this day forth, the demon race shall govern the heavens, and the shaman race shall govern the earth. For billions of years, no conflict shall arise." In this moment, Hongjun, in the name of the Tao Ancestor and wielding the might of the myriad gods, exerted pressure upon the two races. In truth, Hongjun was the one most eager to witness the collapse of Mount Buzhou. He wished for Pangu to leave no trace within the primordial world, facilitating his control over it. However, Mount Buzhou could not collapse just yet, at least not until he had truly embodied the Tao. The collapse of Mount Buzhou is destined to disrupt the heavenly order, obscure the laws, and plunge the primordial chaos into disarray, thereby affecting his fortune and, consequently, his alignment with the way. Mount Buzhou must indeed fall, and the witch and demon clans must be eradicated, yet this is not the appropriate moment. At this juncture, numerous divine beings voiced their counsel. Tao friend Di Jiang, Tao friend Di Jun, cease your hostilities. For the safety of the myriad beings in the primordial realm, a cessation of war would yield immeasurable merit. The world shall remember the goodness of your two clans. The three pure ones, along with the likes of Jane, Zhuanti, the River Styx, and Dong Wanggong, all implored the 12 ancestor witches and Di Jun Tai. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this scene, Ming felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. These individuals, clearly acting for their own interests, feigned concern for the greater good of the primordial realm and the safety of countless souls. Their hypocrisy is utterly appalling, a truly despicable lot. As Ming mused, the most troubling aspect is that he would inevitably have to engage with this faction once the human race rises. What a predicament! However, at that moment, he seemed to forget that this cataclysmic conflict threatening to shatter the primordial realm was instigated by him from the shadows. This has nothing to do with me. I act solely for the benefit of the entire human race. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards the witch and demon clans. Not me, Ming grumbled, then lifted his gaze once more. Faced with overwhelming pressure, the 12 ancestor witches remained utterly indifferent, their colossal forms standing resolutely between time and space, silent, yet observing Di Jun and Tai with cold scrutiny, seemingly urging them to make their stance known. After all, this battle was not initiated by the witch clan. Furthermore, the witch tribe never retreats. Even if they comprehend that the strength of the witch and demon clans is nearly equal and that continuing the fight brings no benefits, they would never willingly concede an inch. Otherwise, given the witch clan's ferocious temperament, they would be unable to justify themselves to the great witches below. Meanwhile, Di Jun and Tai Yi's expressions darkened considerably as they turned to Fu Shi, only to see him subtly shake his head. Indeed, they had been waiting for Nuwa's arrival. Yet she had not appeared, and even Fu Shi, her closest brother, could not be reached. At this moment, with a saint to bolster their position, they would find the courage to speak, negotiating the greatest benefits for the demon clan under the pressure of Hong Jun and other formidable beings. Only they understood the internal discord within the demon clan. If it were otherwise, Di Jun and Tai Yi would not need to summon numerous great demons and demon gods to deliberate in the demon court for a century. They would have simply issued a command for retaliation. Faced with the witch clan, dissenting voices within the demon clan had already grown quite loud. Without Nuwa's support and confronted by Hong Jun and many other powerful figures, they lacked confidence. A pack of scoundrels. Di Jun's expression darkened further as he bore the immense pressure, raising his head to directly berate Hong Jun and the other divine beings before turning away, leading the great demon emperors back to the demon court. All were standing at the pinnacle of power, aware of their respective interests. Wise individuals need not say much. However, Emperor Jun was already quite certain that it was the witch clan that had slain his son, Liu Ya, and annihilated the Fire Lark tribe. Yet now he found himself at a loss for action. All he could do at this moment was to curse in anger, a mere outlet for his frustration. To voice opposition now would likely draw the ire of many formidable beings, including Hong Jun, and coupled with the witch clan. The already unstable demon race could hardly bear the burden. Dao Ancestor, esteemed brethren, we shall take our leave first. Ancestor Wu Dijiang offered a slight bow to Hong Jun before departing with the other ancestral witches. He had no desire to engage in battle at this juncture. The demon race must ultimately be eradicated, but not at this time. The disparity in strength between the witches and the demons was too negligible. The tighter the witch clan's oppression, the more unified the demon race would become under immense pressure. This would prove advantageous for the demons and detrimental to the witches, merely resulting in increased casualties. Through the course of this conflict, he had also sensed the greatest threat the demon race posed to the witch clan. Should the witch clan aspire to unify the Hongwang world, the demon race would stand as the greatest obstacle, and they must be eliminated at any cost in the future. Hong Jun nodded impassively, saying little, and simply vanished into the void. His objective had been achieved, and there was no reason to linger. With the conclusion of the great battle, the many towering beings also found no need to remain, departing in succession. Following discussions among the upper echelons of Hongwang, commands were issued to both the witch and demon clans, and the fighting quickly ceased. The landscape of Hongwang, too, had stabilized temporarily due to this conflict. However, the enmity between the witch and demon clans had solidified into a deep-seated hatred. Small-scale skirmishes and tribal battles persisted endlessly, with the demon race governing the skies and the witch clan overseeing the earth, albeit merely nominally. Yet, as long as it did not disrupt the grand scheme of Hongwang, no great power would intervene. In the timeless expanse of Hongwang, a mere blink of an eye had passed, and the great war between the witches and demons had already elapsed a millennium. In a secluded valley, Ming continued to sculpt new mythological statues. The human clan had seen the Chao clan break through to the third level of quasi-saint, comprehending the supreme divine power of the Primordial Sutra, Yuan, granting the host a 100-fold enhancement, along with the chaotic divine ability of Yuan. The human clan's Li Jian had grasped the statue of the heavenly sword divine emperor, also attaining a 100-fold augmentation. The human clan's Xuandu, from the statue of the Willow deity, comprehended the Willow deity sutra, achieving the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, receiving a 100-fold enhancement and acquiring the chaotic Willow deity sutra. The human clan's Shen Nong had comprehended the supreme mysteries of the heavenly demon sutra, gaining a 100-fold augmentation, breaking through the chaotic heavenly demon sutra and understanding the Hongming divine demon scriptures. Over these 10,000 years, Ming had become almost immune to the incessant system notifications that resonated in his ears. For Hongwang, this millennium was but a fleeting moment, a mere blink of an eye. Yet for the human clan, it signified an explosive surge of unprecedented magnitude, as the elites of the second and third generations of the human bloodline, bolstered by the mythological statues, achieved astonishing advancements. 3 quasi-saint level powerhouses had already emerged: the Chao clan, the Shen Nong clan, and the Zi clan. At the pinnacle of power, There exist no fewer than several hundred transcendent beings of unparalleled strength. Below them, the numbers are beyond reckoning. The population of the human race, bolstered by an astonishing capacity for proliferation, has surged to an astounding 10 billion, their habitation extending far beyond the confines of Mount Buzhou. As for Su Ming himself, he took a moment to assess his own realm and smiled faintly. Chapter 36. The furnace of the billion paths, gazing up at the murky, primordial heavens and feeling the almost boundless power coursing through his body, Su Ming's eyes flickered with a flash of lightning that made the heavens tremble. He had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, the 11th heaven. Indeed, in a mere span of 10,000 years. Under the frenzied breakthroughs of the human race and the hundredfold enhancement gained from comprehending the mythic statues, he ascended to the 11th heaven of the quasi-saint realm. In just 10 millennia, Su Ming achieved a level that many towering figures of the primordial world would expend countless epochs to attain. The quasi-saint realm, the first heaven, is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Yet at this moment, Su Ming possessed absolute confidence that he could engage in battle with any of the formidable beings from the primordial era, even those at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, and emerge victorious. Each time a prodigy of the human race comprehended a mythic statue and acquired its scriptures, he would receive 100-fold amplification, allowing him to master the techniques to their utmost perfection. Over the past 10,000 years, Su Ming had amassed an unfathomable number of scriptures, countless beyond measure. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor forged the Heavenly Emperor scriptures in the furnace of myriad paths, achieving sanctification and wielding power that crushed all emperors throughout history. Now, Su Ming, at the 11th heaven of the quasi-saint realm, commanded scriptures numbering far beyond the thousands. Each was a creation of majestic beings at their zenith, perfected through his enhancement of the mythic statues, reaching unparalleled heights. At this moment, Su Ming's body was akin to a colossal furnace, forging countless supreme, chaotic scriptures. With each passing moment, his body, soul, and will were fervently refining the essence from these scriptures, extracting their quintessence. Although this process had only recently commenced, it had already elevated Su Ming's combat prowess to an astonishing degree. Am I being overly confident? Su Ming mused softly. He felt an uncanny illusion that he could contend with the human Saint Nuwa, who had attained sanctification through merit alone. Yes, it was a grand delusion. He reminded himself to remain humble. The strength of humanity was still insufficient, and continued development was the true path to greatness. His own power had yet to reach its zenith. Suppressing his restless heart, Su Ming resolved to maintain a low profile. Little did he know, during his seclusion, an uninvited guest, whom he was quite familiar with, often recalling in his thoughts yet having never met, was calmly approaching the human realm with a demeanor of tranquility and detachment. After 10,000 years of expansion, humanity, relying on its formidable reproductive capabilities, had rapidly increased its population, bridging the vast distance between Su Ming's valley and the human settlements. This resulted in the formation of a vast domain centered around Su Ming's valley. The visitor was an elderly figure, his visage weathered yet serene, clad in tattered Taoist robes. Strolling leisurely through the primordial world, he was none other than Laozi, the foremost disciple of Hongjun, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, and the leader of the three pure ones. Since the first battle between the witch and the lich, Laozi's desire to attain sainthood had grown increasingly profound, escalating to a level of impatience. As the pinnacle of strength in the primordial world, Laozi discerned that a confrontation between the lich and the shaman was inevitable. The collapse of Mount Buzhou had become almost a foregone conclusion. The time remaining for this world to support their path to sanctification was dwindling. Anxious yet unable to find the opportunity for enlightenment during his seclusion, Laozi emerged from the Kunlun Mountains, bidding farewell to his two fellow disciples. Having roamed the primordial realm for millennia, upon entering the territory of the human race, he suddenly felt a surge within his being, an inexplicable impulse coursing through him. A glint of cold light flashed in his murky eyes, and his expression shifted as he calculated the situation. Reaching his level of existence, where the divine and the Tao harmonized, it was rare to experience such whims. To his surprise, it was the creation of the human race by his junior sister, Nuwa. Upon discerning the origins of this lineage, Laozi's brow furrowed slightly, plunging him into contemplation. Could it be that this race, which supported Nuwa's ascension to sanctity, was intricately linked to his own path to enlightenment. Not daring to underestimate the significance of this revelation, Laozi assumed the guise of an ordinary elderly human and began to wander the lands of the human race, meticulously observing them. His appearance was indistinguishable from that of an elderly human, and since he did not venture into the core regions of humanity, he remained undetected. During his explorations, through conversations with various humans, Laozi's astonishment grew. This race had amassed a formidable presence akin to that of a colossal dragon, destined to soar to great heights. He resolutely concluded that the human race was not to be underestimated, for it was graced with immense fortune. After a period of wandering, although he encountered few powerful beings, the scenes he witnessed convinced him that humanity held the key to his own path to enlightenment. As he continued his explorations, the awe in his heart swelled ever more profoundly. This lineage possessed great fortune and immense virtue. Infants were born with unparalleled strength after merely a year of gestation, capable of vanquishing fierce beasts. Those who reached adulthood at 30 could attain the realm of immortals, with earthly immortals frequently observed and numerous celestial immortals present as well. These revelations nearly overturned Laozi's preconceptions. It is known that infants among the primordial races typically took a millennium or more to gestate, emerging from their mothers as formidable beings. Yet, the human race, though initially frail, required only 30 years to cultivate to the realm of immortals. At that moment, Laozi envisioned a terrifying race rising, one that could rival the three sovereigns and the two races of shamans and liches. He then murmured to himself, brow furrowed. No wonder Nuwa could attain great virtue and sanctity, yet peculiarly abandoned this race to fend for itself after her ascension. He had harbored some doubts at that time. Now, it seemed that everything was likely intertwined with the influence of his esteemed master, Hongjun. His path to enlightenment, indeed, lay within the human race. Chapter 37. How is it that I, the illustrious Laozi, am overshadowed by you? My path is complete. Laozi stroked his beard and burst into hearty laughter. This nascent race, with boundless potential, yet only a few tens of thousands of years old and feeble in strength, serves as the perfect catalyst for my enlightenment. To achieve this, I aspire to establish a doctrine, named humanity, through which I shall partition the grand fortune of humankind and pave my path to sanctification. However, prior to founding this doctrine, I must secure the veneration of the human race to lay the foundation for my teachings. Otherwise, if establishing a doctrine and dividing fortunes were so effortless, I could simply create a witch or demon sect to claim the fortunes of those prominent races without the need to painstakingly seek the opportunity for transcendence. It is only the human race, with its nascent and suffering existence, that presents itself as the most suitable target. As a perfected quasi-saint at the 12th level, obtaining the admiration of a race that has only recently emerged is a task of utmost simplicity. With my prowess, even a race that has existed for billions of years, under the governance of a grand Luo Golden Immortal, would welcome the establishment of a doctrine. How much more so for humankind? Time is of the essence. I casually selected a nearby mountain peak and proclaimed loudly, my voice resonating across 1,000,000 miles of human territory. I am Laozi, the foremost disciple of Pangu, the head of the Taoist lineage, and a brother to Nuwa. Today, witnessing the suffering and arduous cultivation of the human race, I shall impart the great Tao. Those with affinity may come and listen. Instantly, my primordial spirit connected with the heavens, and as I eloquently expounded upon the Tao, magnificent phenomena unfolded. Auspicious signs filled the land, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and celestial blessings descended from above. Given that the highest power among the humans was merely that of a celestial immortal, I chose to teach the doctrine of the Golden Immortal, ensuring that the leaders of humanity could comprehend and benefit from it, thereby acknowledging the doctrine I sought to establish. As a perfected quasi-saint, the profundity of my teachings cannot be understated, and the magnificent manifestations quickly drew numerous humans to listen. However, to my astonishment, the audience consisted primarily of individuals of mediocre talent, with the highest among them merely at the human immortal realm. A significant portion were youths under the age of 18, and even a small fraction were infants, barely able to speak. Seeing this scene left me utterly bewildered. How could it be that I, the illustrious Pangu lineage, the foremost among the three purities and a perfected quasi-saint, could attract only such individuals to my teachings? Then, I witnessed a scene that nearly shattered my composure. Several babbling infants began to wail, prompting their anxious mothers to abandon my discourse without hesitation to tend to their children. Lousy. In that moment, I felt my composure slip. Here I am, the foremost of the three purities imparting profound teachings. Yet it seems that it pales in comparison to the act of nurturing a child. What is the matter with this human race? I was left utterly perplexed. In the valley, awakened by the commotion, Ming extended his consciousness and beheld the scene before him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. The esteemed leader of the three purities found himself at a disadvantage against an ordinary human woman. He was acutely aware of the reason Laozi had ventured into the realm of humanity to impart his teachings. Following the first great war between the witch and demon races, it was indeed a propitious moment for Laozi to seek enlightenment. It was hardly surprising that the human race showed indifference towards his teachings. They possessed the scripture hall and a plethora of talented individuals who could derive the most suitable texts for their cultivation, with even the least gifted capable of progressing to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, coupled with Laozi's misjudgment, believing the strongest among humans to be merely celestials. It was no wonder that his discourse on the Golden Immortal path failed to pique their interest. Laozi, after his laughter subsided, a cold glimmer flickered in Ming's eyes. The current human race was no longer the vulnerable entity of the primordial wilderness. Now, he held three innate treasures that governed the fortunes of humanity. For Laozi to think he could achieve his goals without offering something in return, to simply usurp the fortunes and establish a doctrine, was nothing short of delusional. Without his consent, even Hong Jun could not accomplish such a feat. Nevertheless, Ming did not intend to reveal himself just yet or to drive Laozi away. However, allowing Laozi to continue his disruptions among the humans was untenable. Ming muttered to himself, furrowing his brow slightly. If Laozi persisted in his antics, with his formidable strength and the hidden capabilities of humanity, it was only a matter of time before he uncovered their true power. Ming was keen to prevent such an early revelation of the human race's potential. This would only provoke the witch and demon races, as well as various formidable entities from the primordial wilderness, to regard humanity with suspicion. A solution needed to be devised. At that moment, Ming's brow furrowed deeply as he lifted his gaze towards Laozi's location. He observed a middle-aged man clad in an ancient Taoist robe, exuding an otherworldly demeanor, who bore a slight resemblance to Laozi, appearing at the foot of the mountain where Laozi was delivering his teachings. It was Xuandu. Ming's brow tightened further. Indeed, this man was the renowned Master Xuandu, the only human to have ever joined the teachings established by Laozi after the latter founded the human sect. The significance of being the only disciple acknowledged by Laozi speaks volumes of Xuandu's extraordinary talent, even though Ming's appearance had disrupted the trajectory of human development. Preventing Xuandu from becoming the sole representative of humanity, he still distinguished himself among the second batch of human prodigies entering the valley, rapidly comprehending the statue of the mythic figure. Notably, he grasped the essence of a statue of the willow deity, which was only slightly inferior to that of the celestial emperor, capturing Ming's attention. Xuandu's sudden emergence heightened Ming's vigilance. Could it be that the influences of the primordial trajectory on humanity still lingered, and Xuandu might yet seek Laozi as his mentor? At this moment, Xuandu stood as a crucial pillar of the human race, second only to the three great leaders, privy to many core secrets of humanity. Should he choose to apprentice under Laozi, it would spell trouble. However, Ming refrained from immediate intervention, opting instead to observe the unfolding events before making a decision. At the foot of the mountain, Xuandu stood with an air of tranquility, gazing upward at Laozi, who was seated cross-legged atop the peak, delivering his sermon. His brow slightly furrowed. He had been cultivating in the ancestral valley, but a sudden surge of inspiration compelled him to leave the valley and arrive at this place. As he observed Laozi, a frown creased his forehead. He realized that although the old man spoke solely of the Golden Immortal path, he, as one at the pinnacle of the great Luo, could not penetrate the depths of his realm, which enveloped him like a shroud of mist. Since his emergence into the world, he had been cultivating among the human race, remaining unaware of the concept of the three pure ones. After all, in this era, the Wu and Liao clans, along with the two demon emperors and the 12 ancestral shamans, were the most formidable beings, rendering his ignorance of the three pure ones unsurprising. Could it be that he was employing sinister arts to entice him here for some ulterior motive? A suspicion arose in Xuandu's heart. Chapter 38. The Unknown Supreme Existence. Laozi in a daze at this moment. Laozi, somewhat on the verge of despair, noticed Xuandu standing at the foot of the mountain. On a sudden whim, he calculated with his fingers and was astonished to discover that this individual possessed extraordinary talent, marking him as a significant figure among the human race, and furthermore, someone with whom he shared a master-disciple bond. Laozi was instantly filled with immense joy. It was as if a pillow was provided just when he felt weary. However, it soon struck Laozi with profound shock that this disciple, connected to him by their bond, had attained the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. To think that within a mere few tens of thousands of years, humanity had produced a figure of such caliber left Laozi utterly astounded. Yet, this was not the most staggering revelation. What followed was even more shocking. Laozi discovered that this disciple harbored hostility towards him and, without warning, launched an attack. Lucian Fa. Xuandu exuded an overwhelming aura, ascending into the air, enveloped in a transcendent azure light, with an illusory divine willow tree appearing behind him, towering and formidable. The colossal phantom of the divine willow swayed its branches, slicing through the firmament and segmenting space into numerous fragments. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart, with a supreme willow deity from another world forcibly intruding into this realm. Endless azure light converged upon the willow tree, ultimately forming a titanic palm that surged toward Laozi with great momentum. Xuandu's intention was straightforward, to overpower all methods with sheer force. Regardless of the nefarious arts this elder employed to incite his fervor, the human race was at a critical juncture, and no external threats could be tolerated. Confronted with the Lucian Fa, Laozi's astonishment was beyond words. He was astounded to recognize that this human's strength far surpassed the most formidable great Luo Golden Immortals he had ever encountered, even hinting at a power that could rival the quasi-saint realm. It was ineffable. What an extraordinary phenomenon it was for a great Luo Golden Immortal to possess combat prowess nearly comparable to that of a quasi-saint. Such a prodigy had emerged from a race that had existed for merely a few tens of thousands of years. Laozi was overwhelmed with shock. Yet this only solidified his resolve to accept Xuandu as his disciple. With such innate talent and strength, he would undoubtedly become a leader among humanity. If he could take him as a disciple, what was there to worry about regarding the establishment of the human sect? With his status as the foremost among the three pure ones and the first disciple of Hongjun, at the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, accepting a great Luo Golden Immortal as a disciple was more than feasible. Huh! Laozi exclaimed, unleashing a radiant light that engulfed the divine Willow's enormous hand. Ultimately, Laozi was a being of quasi-saint perfection. Even without wishing to harm Xuandu, he swiftly extinguished the divine Willow's hand. On the other side, Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled lightly, realizing he had overthought the situation. Xuandu was not seeking to become Laozi's disciple. Merely revealing Xuandu's presence was inconsequential. After all, great Luo Golden Immortals were not particularly rare in this era of the Primordial World and would not attract the attention of the Wu and Yao clans. If this could effectively dissuade Laozi from taking Xuandu as a disciple and founding the human sect, all the better. Thus, Ming refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. This rogue possesses a modicum of skill. Xuandu's countenance grew grave as he immediately recognized the formidable strength of the elder before him, prompting him to summon the full might of the Willow God technique. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the primordial heavens were being irrevocably torn asunder. Endless azure light swirled, resembling the divine radiance from beyond the cosmos, illuminating the entire realm of the Celestial Emperor. Countless willow branches converged into a singular form. The piercing blue light was dazzling, revealing a murderous intent that transformed into an awe-inspiring willow branch sword, striking towards Laozi with fierce determination. In that moment, the heavens and earth appeared to collapse, leaving only the presence of this magnificent sword in existence. An aura foreign to this realm surged forth. In an instant, Laozi was rendered momentarily dazed. Feeling the potent essence of the willow sword, his inner astonishment reaching its zenith. This was an aura not aligned with the contemporary cultivation methods of the primordial world. Could it be that this human, who shared a mentor-student bond with him, had connected with an unknown realm and forged a unique path of cultivation? As this thought crossed his mind, Laozi was petrified with shock. He gazed upon the ethereal willow tree that had rent the heavens, his heart swelling with even greater astonishment. What a terrifying existence this was. Laozi realized that he could not fathom the realm of this willow tree, as if it transcended the limitations of time and space, elevating itself beyond the great Tao, existing in an extraordinary realm. Was it a quasi-saint? No. Such a term was insufficient to encapsulate the shock that the willow tree instilled within him. After all, he himself was an embodiment of the perfected quasi-saint realm. This being was at the very least a saint. The mere thought of this left Laozi in an indescribable state of terror. Outside the primordial celestial emperor's domain, there existed an unknown world, where resided beings beyond his reach. Had not Master Hongjun proclaimed that beneath the heavenly Tao, there would be 9 saints? Could it be that the alternate world lay outside the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, thus allowing for the emergence of other saintly beings? This implied that there were paths to sanctification beyond the primordial purple energy. As this conjecture emerged, Laozi's mind spiraled into chaos, rendering him immobile, momentarily forgetting to move. Yet, he seemed to overlook one crucial detail. His shock did not halt the advance of the willow sword. With a resonating hum, the cosmos appeared to cleave in twain as the willow sword, moving with a speed that transcended time and space, ruthlessly struck Laozi's form. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, as his corporeal body collided with the divine sword, causing the mountain beneath him to dissolve into nothingness. The terrifying sound of their clash shattered the heavens, causing the universe to invert. Laozi coughed forth a mouthful of blood, his body transforming into a streak of lightning, propelled out of the human territory with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. Yet even as he was flung into the air, Laozi remained wide-eyed, engulfed in shock, unable to regain his composure. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming could only smile wryly. The esteemed leader of the 3 Pure Ones had, astonishingly, been struck down by a sword wielded by his former disciple. Ming naturally did not believe that Xuandu's sword could severely injure Laozi. Even though Xuandu possessed extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled talents, the chasm between a great Luo Golden Immortal and a perfected saint could not be bridged merely by skill or innate ability. The fact that Xuandu could inflict such a grievous wound on Laozi, catching him completely off guard, was already a testament to his formidable strength. Upon witnessing Laozi's departure from the realm of humanity, Xuandu's furrowed brow relaxed. He had no intention of pursuing him with fanfare, for he had not forgotten the command of the primordial human emperor. The human race must remain low-key. Just as Xuandu resolved to return to his cultivation, a flash of azure light streaked back to the human realm with lightning speed. Turning to behold the source of this light, Xuandu was momentarily taken aback to find that it was indeed Laozi who had returned. To his astonishment, despite having endured Xuandu's full-force strike, Laozi merely bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and in such a brief span, his injuries had entirely healed, as if he had merely been stung by an ant. What an extraordinary being this was. Xuandu felt a sense of bewilderment, but Laozi's next words ignited his fury. "Human race, take me as your master," Laozi declared gravely. Given Xuandu's remarkable gifts and his comprehension of previously unseen principles, Laozi believed that such an alliance would be mutually beneficial. He held confidence that accepting Xuandu as a disciple would not diminish his own standing. He had not forgotten his objective in coming to the human realm. "I am of the human race. How could I bow to an outsider as my master?" Xuandu thundered in indignation, once again unleashing the power of the willow deity. The heavens tore asunder, and the willow deity tree reached from the earth to the skies, radiating a brilliant light as it unleashed thousands of divine techniques. Yet, Laozi appeared to have no intention of resistance. Instead, he gazed at the ethereal silhouette of the willow deity, his face alight with fascination, entranced by the profound truths he had never encountered before. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. In a state of selflessness, Laozi advanced rather than retreated, extending his divine sense to touch the willow deity tree. With a resounding roar, thousands of overwhelming techniques surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing Laozi entirely. The boundless void shattered as he was consumed by the chaotic currents of infinite space, disappearing into the abyss. What a magnificent obsession with the Tao! a transcendent detachment from emotions and desires. This supreme celestial Laozi is indeed, Su Ming murmured to himself. It is said that among the three pure ones, Tong Tian is the most eccentric. Yet, in Su Ming's view, Laozi was the most audacious of all, willing to be toyed with by one he had a master-disciple connection with, all for the pursuit of the Tao. Nevertheless, it seemed certain that Laozi would return. Continuously sending Xuandu to confront these challenges was not a sustainable strategy. A solution must be devised, Su Ming contemplated. The establishment of the Rinjiao was crucial to Laozi's path to sanctification, and he would never relinquish it, unless he were to be killed. However, Laozi bore the merits of creation, protected by the primordial heavens. Even Hongjun would not dare to slay him. Yet over time, the strength of the human race could no longer remain concealed. After a long pause, Su Ming's eyes brightened. A solution had emerged. Chapter 39. Your thick skin commands my utmost respect in this moment. Su Ming recalled a resounding adage from later generations. Do not ask what your country can do for you, but rather inquire what you can do for your country. The identity of the speaker had long since slipped from his memory, yet such trivialities held no significance. What truly mattered was how perfectly this maxim resonated with the current situation regarding Laozi. What grounds do you possess to establish a sect among the human race? What can you, Laozi, contribute to humanity? You seek recognition from the human race without exerting any effort, aspiring to establish a human sect, to divide the fate of humanity, to achieve enlightenment and sanctity. Where in the world does such an opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky, truly exist? However, for Laozi to arrive at this realization, a prerequisite was essential. He must comprehend that humanity is not merely the insignificant ants he perceives, to be manipulated at will. The repeated dismissals he faced from Xuandu, which he met with indifference, clearly illustrated his condescending attitude towards humanity, much like an elephant that pays no heed to a bite from an ant, feeling no loss of dignity, for with a mere shift of its bulk, it could crush countless ants, ensuring they would never rise again. The mere Golden Immortal level of Xuandu was evidently insufficient to prompt Laozi to adopt a more humble perspective towards humanity. Unable to kill or drive away this troublesome entity, Su Ming sighed. At this moment, he began to grasp why Hongjun had chosen to take only the three pure ones as his closed-door disciples. It was simply that he found himself at a loss with these three fated sons, and so he resorted to the titles of closed-door disciples and the allure of primordial purple energy to guide them onto the predetermined path. Su Ming's thoughts mirrored Hongjun's. Since killing was not an option and driving them away was futile, guidance became the only recourse. However, the nuances of this guidance required careful consideration and profound deliberation. 3 days later, as Su Ming had anticipated, the seemingly indomitable Laozi returned once more. Yet, even though his form and footsteps had re-entered the realm of humanity, his eyes were vacant, as if he were lost in a trance, still captivated by the overwhelming sensations of the boundless existence beyond. The moment his divine sense touched the ethereal figure of the Lu deity, he felt as though he had grasped a path previously unimagined. This path diverged from the traditional methods of cultivation in the primordial era, eschewing the cosmic principles of heaven and earth in favor of self-ascendancy. Laozi made no effort to conceal his formidable presence. As soon as he stepped into the borders of the human realm, he was detected by Xuandu. Old man, what is your purpose in repeatedly entering our realm? Xuandu chided, his voice laced with impatience. At that moment, he also began to realize that this self-proclaimed true disciple of Pangu, the foremost of the Taoist sect, Laozi, was likely an extraordinary being of unparalleled stature. Otherwise, even a typical quasi-saint would be unable to withstand his earlier assault without reservation. Upon hearing Xuandu's reprimand, Laozi finally returned to his senses. His eyes lit up as he regarded Xuandu, and he promptly declared, "Humanity, I wish to take you as my disciple." Laozi had not forgotten his true intention. Li Rinjiao, relying on the primordial purple energy to attain enlightenment. Although the path of the human race is profoundly intricate and worthy of meticulous contemplation, I, Laozi, am not prepared to relinquish my own great path at this moment. After achieving sanctification, I shall also delve into profound understanding. You may be unaware, but I am. In summary, by taking me as your master, you shall reap immense benefits. I am patient, revealing my identity and elucidating the myriad advantages of becoming a disciple of Xuandu. In brief, by becoming my disciple, no one in the vast wilderness will dare to bully Xuandu, and you will gain access to boundless resources. After listening patiently, Xuandu slightly raised an eyebrow and said, "Have you finished? If this is the entirety of your purpose for coming to the human race, you may take your leave. These benefits do not entice me." Xuandu's words resonated from the depths of his heart. Although he was indeed shaken by Laozi's identity and power, the so-called benefits offered by Laozi held no allure for him. And naturally, he had no intention of becoming Laozi's disciple. Within the human race, there exist the mythic statues of the willow god for contemplation. And the human race is thriving, their strength soaring to great heights, their fortune vast. Simply from the standpoint of benefits, remaining among the humans is far more suitable for him, offering greater advantages. Moreover, he is currently among the pinnacle of mid-tier combatants in the human race, having expended a tremendous amount of resources from the human race. To leave and take on an external master would be akin to betraying his kin. He must remain to protect the human race. Laozi was momentarily taken aback. From Xuandu's expression, he discerned that Xuandu was genuinely unmoved. While he could not comprehend the source of Xuandu's confidence, its undeniable presence lingered. However, Laozi was unwilling to concede easily. By accepting Xuandu as a disciple, he could gain the recognition of the human race, establish Li Renjiao, and achieve sanctification. Given Xuandu's resolute stance, Laozi had no choice but to reveal his true intentions. After a brief contemplation, Laozi proclaimed, "I am the first disciple of Daozu Hongjun, granted the primordial purple energy by my revered master. For countless eons, I have sought the path of sanctity, and now, I have found the opportunity for enlightenment within the human race. I wish to establish the Renjiao among the humans. I shall be the master of Renjiao. Should you refuse to become my disciple, you may serve as the vice master. After my sanctification, the human race will have a sage to protect it, and you shall receive the fortune of the Renjiao, gaining endless opportunities. The human race may even produce a sage. Is that not splendid? Sage." At once, Xuandu's pupils constricted deeply. How could he be unaware of the sage? After all, the revered Mother Nuwa of the human race, who created humanity and attained boundless merit, is known to all. However, before Xuandu could respond, a cold voice imbued with a hint of demonic intent echoed, "To establish the Renjiao and attain enlightenment. It is indeed laughable that our human race could produce a sage, utterly ridiculous." Upon hearing this voice, both Laozi and Xuandu trembled slightly and turned to face its source. They beheld a towering figure striding forth from the heart of the human race, with hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes as dark as the abyss, harboring a terrifying malevolence. His stature was imposing, his gaze exuding a sense of oppression, and he bore an indomitable spirit, standing amidst the heavens, instilling a sense of dread. In the presence of the revered leader of the Shen Nong clan, Xuandu hastily bowed in respect. The Shen Nong leader nodded slightly and remarked, "I am well aware of the entire sequence of events. Xuandu, you have performed admirably. Those who are not of our kin harbor intentions that differ from ours. Their cunning and ambitions must be met with vigilance and not easily trusted. You may return and focus on your cultivation." Grateful for the leader's guidance, Xuandu expressed his thanks and, after bowing, refrained from further inquiries, promptly taking flight. An edict from the emperor ancestor had decreed that the three great leaders must not reveal themselves lightly. Since the Shen Nong leader had made an appearance, it was undoubtedly at the behest of the ancestor. In the vast expanse of the world, fierce winds howled, and towering mountains surrounded him, where the ferocious beasts of the wilderness had ceased their roars. At that moment, a trace of derision appeared on the Shen Nong leader's indifferent visage as he addressed Laozi, saying, "The thickness of your skin is something I have never encountered before. I am truly impressed. The establishment of the Renren sect, which divides the fortunes of humanity and leads to the attainment of sanctity, has, in your words, become a great benefit to humanity, promising the emergence of a sage. Indeed, this is a tremendous opportunity for our race. How fortunate we are. Tell me, what connection do you have with humanity? What relevance does your desire for sanctity hold for the human race?" Chapter 40. Shen Nong confronts Laozi upon reaching the quasi-saint realm. Shen Nong had begun to grasp the threshold of fortune, gaining a certain understanding of its intricacies. Hence, his remarks were made. Laozi's earlier words directed at Xuandu were evidently a cunning ruse, exploiting Xuandu's ignorance of the profound nature of fortune to deceive him. all while taking advantage of the human race without offering any benefit in return. Faced with the mockery, Laozi was nonetheless filled with astonishment. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Upon further inspection, it became undeniable that this individual from the human race was indeed at the quasi-saint level. Laozi's inner turmoil escalated. Even though he had already recognized the extraordinary potential of this human, likening it to a hidden dragon in the depths, the emergence of a great Luo Jingxian from Xuandu was already beyond belief. Now, another quasi-saint had emerged. After merely several tens of thousands of years, a quasi-saint had arisen. What kind of extraordinary lineage had Nuwa created? Internally scoffing, Laozi, with his thick skin cultivated over billions of years, was not easily pierced by Shen Nong's jibes. He maintained his composure and replied, "I did not anticipate that a quasi-saint would arise from the lineage created by Sister Nuwa. According to our generations, I am her elder brother. You should address me as Shirshu." He deftly sidestepped Shen Nong's previous taunts and the earlier deception of Xuandu, directly responding to Shen Nong's final inquiry. "I am your Shirshu." Such audacity. First, he resorted to deception. When that failed, he desperately sought to forge a connection. Even with Su Ming's prior warning, Shen Nong could not help but be amused by Laozi's remarks. "You may leave. Our human race shall never acknowledge your so-called teachings, nor should you harbor any delusions of siphoning our fortune." Shen Nong, disinterested in further discourse with Laozi, promptly dismissed him. Laozi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this leader of the human race, Shen Nong, would show him no courtesy whatsoever. After all, he was a quasi-saint of great perfection and the brother of Nuwa. In response to Shen Nong's commanding tone, Laozi felt a surge of anger within him. After all, a quasi-saint was now his equal, no longer a mere insect. He could not maintain his previous calm demeanor. However, as he needed to rely on the fortune of the human race to attain sainthood, he had to suppress his burgeoning ire. "Shen Nong, I shall attain sainthood, and for the human race." But Shen Nong, more forceful than ever, did not grant Laozi the opportunity to finish, interrupting him with a cold voice. "There is no need for further discussion. As for saints, our human race has already produced one. Although I have never encountered the Holy Mother since my birth, we still suffer relentless oppression, wandering amidst endless suffering. What right do you have to arbitrarily divide our fortune for your own ascent? What can you offer our people? Why should the human race acknowledge you, the inexplicably appearing leader of the teachings?" Shen Nong, towering at nearly 2 meters, with hair flowing like a waterfall and eyes gleaming with a demonic light, stood against the vast sky, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. The human race is neither the ants you perceive nor mere tools in your hands. If you seek the acknowledgement of humanity, present your sincerity. Otherwise, it is but a foolish dream to expect their recognition. The tone of Shen Nong was exceedingly aggressive, leaving no room for retreat. In essence, he questioned what right you have to convince humanity that your enlightenment would be beneficial to them. This sentiment, undoubtedly, was imparted to him by Su Ming. "What right do you possess?" In a single utterance, he effectively silenced any superfluous rhetoric on my part. The audacity of this rogue incited a challenge within me. Let me see what grants you such boldness. My expression stiffened momentarily, rendered speechless, before anger took hold, ignited by humiliation. What right? Merely that he is the true inheritor of Pangu, the foremost disciple of Hongjun. A diminutive race created by Enwa dares to question him so? However, I had no intention of killing Shen Nong, for he was essential in establishing the human doctrine. To slay the leader of humanity would entwine me in profound karma, making the founding of the human doctrine utterly unattainable. My intention was to suppress Shen Nong's arrogance, to remind him of his place. Suddenly, the dim heavens became still. The fierce winds ceased their howling, and time appeared to halt. Su Ming's expression grew serious as he focused intently on the unfolding scene, bracing himself for action. Shen Nong's emergence was by his command. He understood that I would not dare harm him, yet he remained vigilant. After all, many occurrences in the Honghuang world had already surpassed his expectations. I shall seal my own cultivation, restraining my realm to the first level of the quasi-saint. To engage you on equal footing and educate you, an arrogant junior, on behalf of my sister-in-law, I declared, my voice resonating like the clash of metal. Heavy and resolute. With a mighty surge, I made my move. The Taiji Taoist principles are unparalleled. Pure energy engulfed the heavens as I materialized above Shen Nong. Though my appearance was aged, My every action exuded unparalleled vigor. My foot descended with such force that the very fabric of space collapsed into a black hole, emanating a destructive aura as it aimed directly at Shen Nong's face. Haha, I relish this. Shen Nong laughed heartily, his flowing black hair shimmering with dark radiance. Instead of retreating, he advanced, conjuring a colossal demonic figure behind him, shrouded in fog that enveloped the cosmos. With a resounding crash, Shen Nong unleashed a punch, his black fist dominating the surroundings, sending tremors through the heavens and earth as it met my descending foot with tremendous force. The sound was reminiscent of a cosmic cataclysm. The celestial emperor crumbled as the energies of pure light and demonic mist clashed violently, surging forth like a tsunami across the universe. Bang, 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 the terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, obliterating everything within sight. The surrounding mountains disintegrated into nothingness, the heavens collapsed, and the earth was stripped layer by layer, while endless sands and stones surged upward, engulfing the sky. Suddenly, I found myself forced to retreat repeatedly, each step causing the heavens to shatter further, and I continued to withdraw for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. A sudden shock coursed through Su Ming's heart as he swiftly took action in secret, guiding the residual energies into the boundless void, thereby preventing any harm to the human race. The prowess of the Shen Nong clan exceeded his expectations. After all, Laozi was a perfected sage, having cultivated for countless eons. Despite suppressing his realm, his comprehension of the Tao and the strength of his physique still far surpassed that of Shen Nong. Nevertheless, in their initial clash at the same level, Shen Nong managed to gain the upper hand against him. A hum resonated as terrifying demonic intent swirled within Shen Nong's eyes, with towering shadows of demons looming behind him. He stretched forth his hand, as if tearing apart the fabric of past and future. An endless expanse of demonic clouds converged into a black hole, devouring all within heaven and earth. Blood-red lightning crackled across the firmament, reminiscent of a supreme demon emperor poised to emerge from the abyss, bent on annihilating all existence. The Dark Lord descended upon the world, inundating Laozi with overwhelming demonic power. It felt as though countless demonic deities roared around him, encircling him completely, while tsunami-like assaults threatened to engulf him. Concurrently, Shen Nong stepped forward, his form seemingly merging with the shadows of demons behind him. The surging demonic mist roared as it transformed the realm into a domain of darkness. This space appeared to transcend the primordial world, belonging neither to the present nor the past, but descending from the future, steeped in unfathomable malevolence. Raising his hand, Shen Nong grasped this realm of demonic essence as if it were a colossal and weighty meteorite. The demonic intent surged forth, a blinding black radiance akin to a burning flame, evoking a chilling terror deep within, leaving one to ponder the immense power of this strike. Chapter 41. The ultimate interpretation of the heavenly demon scripture. What is this behavior of mine? Once again, I confront a supreme being from another world, wielding an unknown cultivation method. My brow furrows, and my pupils constrict deeply as I sense an indescribable pressure, prompting me to hold nothing back. With a slap to my forehead, I release a torrent of pure energy, evoking the appearance of two Taoists clad in gray and blue robes, one old, one middle-aged, and one young. This is my self-created Tai Ching Tao method, transforming unity into the three pure ones. Su Ming's expression turns grave as he promptly seals the heavens and the earth. After all, this is the revered Tao method of mine that resonates through the ages, and the two avatars it manifests possess combat prowess and realms equal to my own. The three pure ones act in unison, manifesting the vast void. An immense, boundless giant seems to roar from within the chaos, delivering a mighty punch that shatters the void and collides with the meteorite world wielded by Shen Nong. This marks the second collision. In this moment, the heavens and the earth plunge into darkness, as if everything has ceased to exist under this destructive force, returning all to its atomic state. Shen Nong and I clash like two primordial deities, obliterating all that is visible to the naked eye. The arriving Yu Chao clan is astonished. This so-called authentic Pangu possesses terrifying combat strength. Not only does his Tao method astound the heavens, allowing him to withstand Shen Nong's formidable demonic powers, but his physical form is also astonishingly robust, enduring repeated heavy blows from Shen Nong without any harm. Zi furrows his brow and remarks. Su Ming is not surprised and clarifies. It is the manifestation of the primordial spirit of the Panga deity, cultivated under unparalleled conditions, nurtured by the primal world since the dawn of creation. Upon hearing this, the Yu Chao and Zi clans express their admiration, marveling at the profound depths of the primal world. However, the fact that Shen Nong can engage in fierce combat with someone of equal realm through the heavenly demon scripture further solidifies their confidence in their own paths. The path inscribed by the ancestor in the mythic sculptures is by no means inferior to any Tao in the primal realm. Haha, delightful. Shen Nong fights with wild abandon, his black hair cascading like a waterfall, swirling with a torrent of demonic mist. His eyes gradually shift to a pale red, hinting at signs of madness. This is the heavenly demon scripture, taking an unconventional path. The more one battles, the stronger they become, with demonic intent surging. Their power boundless until they risk bursting their own body. Boom. As Shen Nong strikes, his demonic hand spans the heavens, causing the firmament to collapse and the cosmos to invert. The more he fights, the fiercer he becomes, driving me to retreat repeatedly, while the two avatars of the three pure ones beside me begin to show signs of collapse. My heart races as the battle intensifies. Despite honing my innate divine body for countless years, I find myself at a disadvantage in close combat against Shen Nong, who is merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint. Is this a clan of ancient ferocious beasts? Such a powerful physique, growing increasingly frenzied, as if the regal ferocity of a beastly emperor has possessed him. Moreover, his cultivation method is extraordinarily profound, eerily unconventional. It defies the boundaries of the primal cultivation system, becoming ever stronger in battle. This, once again, is a cultivation method of an otherworldly supreme deity. The existence of such a transcendent being as Xuandu has manifested not once, but twice among the human race, an anomaly of a prodigious lineage. My heart is filled with shock, yet in the midst of combat within the same realm, I continually find myself retreating in defeat. Suddenly, in the heavens above, the demonic shadow behind Shen Nong swiftly diminishes, merging into his very being. In that instant, Shen Nong's form becomes enveloped in darkness, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes that harbor boundless madness, with crimson hair billowing about him. He seems to stand within an unknown world, where torrents of demonic intent surge like a tsunami. Buzz. Shen Nong manifests endless deities and demons, which then coalesce upon his massive fist. In a blink, he appears directly above me, delivering a devastating punch aimed at my head. The heavenly demon scripture has been perfected by Shen Nong. The figures of Chao and Zi are left in awe. The might of this strike is utterly terrifying. It appears to condense the power of countless otherworldly deities and demons, with innumerable bizarre phenomena emerging. The very fabric of reality seems to spiral into destruction, the heavens collapsing, the void shattering, and the laws reverting to their primordial state. Buzz. The cosmos appears to plunge into darkness, and I find myself utterly engulfed. Just before being consumed, I catch a fleeting glimpse of terror flash in my eyes. A thunderous rumble erupts. The heavens and earth shatter, the universe collapses, and the celestial bodies shift. That expanse of existence vanishes, leaving only an overwhelming force of devastation surging forth. In that moment, Su Ming's expression shifts slightly. This strike has far surpassed the realm of a perfected quasi-saint. I have suppressed my own level, unable to react in time. And it seems I have been annihilated by Shen Nong. Buzz. Suddenly, the heavens freeze, the endless destructive force dissipates, and light returns to the sky. My battered form reappears amidst the cosmos. My lips are stained with blood, my garments torn, and my body trembles slightly, clearly bearing grave injuries. Shen Nong's figure materializes not far from me, his demonic aura resounding, his blood-red eyes fixed upon me, yet he refrains from launching another attack, seemingly awaiting my next move. Witnessing this, Su Ming lets out a sigh of relief. At the last moment, I shattered my own seal, returning to the perfected quasi-saint state, thus overcoming Shen Nong's strike. Suddenly, a somewhat dazed voice reverberates through the heavens. I have actually been defeated. Confusion fills my eyes. In that final moment, to preserve my life, I unlocked my own seal. This signifies that in a battle of equals, I am inferior to Shen Nong. The blow to my confidence is devastating, capable of shattering my Tao heart. As the foremost of the three pure ones, I was once proud, arrogantly dismissive of all else, which fostered a transcendent mindset. Yet, this battle with Shen Nong has drawn me back to the mortal realm. I have lost. After a prolonged silence, I hoarsely utter these words to Shen Nong, acknowledging his audacity. As the foremost among the three purities, he regarded himself with such pride that he deemed it beneath him to confront the Shen Nong clan with the prowess of a perfected quasi-saint. Yet, more critically, the fate of humanity hinged upon his path to sanctification. Engaging the Shen Nong clan with such power would not only fail to subdue their arrogance, but also jeopardize his quest for recognition from humankind and the establishment of a doctrine for the people. Allow me to reiterate, the Shen Nong's blood-red hair dissipated, his blood-colored eyes regained their dark hue, yet he continued to regard Laozi with a frigid gaze, questioning his right to establish a doctrine for humanity. As long as I am here, any attempt to subjugate the human race must first pass over my lifeless body. You are indeed correct. At this moment, I am unworthy of humanity's acknowledgement. In a state of despondence, Laozi nodded faintly and turned away, exiting the realm of humankind to sit cross-legged upon the nearest mountain peak outside their territory. The opportunity for sanctification lay tantalizingly close, yet remained beyond his grasp. With leaders like Shen Nong and prodigies such as Xuandu among humanity, what grounds did a suddenly emerged master have to expect their endorsement to usurp their fortunes? He departed. Su Ming exhaled in relief, at least temporarily banishing Laozi. If one wishes to establish a doctrine and attain sanctification, one must first contemplate what they can contribute to humanity. However, upon noticing Laozi seated not far from the human domain, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. What? This Laozi is truly tenacious. Yet, as he observed Laozi's next action, Su Ming was utterly bewildered. Laozi suddenly raised his right hand, his deep voice resonating across the heavens. I, the authentic Pangu from the three purities, hereby declare the establishment of a doctrine for humanity to safeguard the human race. The doctrine is established. Su Ming was left speechless. What was this behavior from Laozi? Chapter 42. I cannot comprehend, yet I am profoundly shocked. Su Ming was taken aback. He expressed his inability to understand, yet he was profoundly shaken. The actions of Laozi, in contemporary terms, could be likened to an indomitable adhesive, impossible to shake off or discard, stubbornly clinging without concern for consequence, insisting on adherence before seeking acknowledgement. Regardless of whether the human race recognizes him, he has established a doctrine. His religion is the human teachings, a faith birthed from humanity itself, with him as the esteemed leader. How could one be so shameless? Su Ming felt utterly exasperated. Where had the pride of the three pure ones gone? However, he had to concede that although Laozi's approach was audaciously brazen, it undeniably bore some efficacy. Indeed, while he may not instantly gain the recognition of humanity, by establishing his teachings first and leveraging his formidable strength within the vastness of the human race, he could, with diligence and by refraining from actions detrimental to humanity, eventually earn their acknowledgement over time. Su Ming collected his thoughts, beginning to analyze the implications. Murmuring softly, this could be seen as a double-edged sword for humanity. The advantage lies in the creation of an invisible bond between humanity and Laozi. In essence, Laozi has proactively aligned himself with them. If he wishes to gain their acceptance, he must contribute to their welfare, thereby linking his own fortune with that of the human race. Viewed from another perspective, Laozi becomes a guardian unrecognized by humanity, albeit one with considerable autonomy, as humanity cannot compel him. Should he desire their acknowledgement and aspire to attain sanctity, he must render service to them. Yet, there lies a perilous aspect. Su Ming took a deep breath and gazed skyward. The scenario he most dreaded had ultimately come to pass. Given Laozi's identity and strength, even if his teachings went unrecognized by humanity, they would inevitably reverberate through the heavenly laws, indirectly stirring upheaval within the primordial world. The attention of various factions in the wilderness would inevitably be drawn towards the human race. With matters having reached this point, one must confront challenges as they arise. Su Ming shook his head in resignation. However, if one were to focus on the immediate picture, the human race indeed stood to gain immensely. A being of the utmost perfection, a Pangu incarnate, had taken on the role of guardian, something that countless primordial tribes would vie for in vain. To even have a modicum of association with Laozi would incite jubilation among their entire lineage. Suddenly, A resounding clap of heavenly thunder echoed across the primordial skies. Auspicious signs emerged. Golden lotuses sprang from the earth, dragons soared, and vibrant purple clouds gathered above Lao Zi's head. This was the primordial world's acknowledgement of Lao Zi's establishment of teachings. It is vital to recognize that Lao Zi is the incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, embodying the virtues that opened the heavens. His every word and deed resonates with the fabric of the primordial cosmos. The fortunes of humanity are assuredly within his grasp. With unwavering resolve in his gaze, Lao Zi quietly affirmed to himself that he had arisen from the profound setback inflicted by the hands of Shen Nong. After countless years of cultivation, his pursuit of the elusive and exalted path of sanctity could never be abandoned. At this moment, Lao Zi had yet to become the revered sage of later generations, one who would attain enlightenment and communicate with the celestial way, wielding the primordial cosmos as his chessboard. The potential of humanity and the impact of his teachings were not in his contemplation. For countless ages in pursuit of the Tao, his sole aspiration at this juncture was to attain sanctity, undaunted by the prospect of death. Lao Zi was acutely aware of his actions. However, he found himself bewildered amid the primordial essence of Kunlun Mountain. At this time, the three purities had not yet diverged, their fortunes intricately intertwined. The moment Lao Zi initiated the establishment of the human sect, they were the first to be informed. Upon learning of this development, Yuan Shi fell into a profound stupor. Among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, Yuan Shi was renowned for his reverence toward the illustrious reputation of Pangu's orthodoxy. He believed the three purities represented the pinnacle of the primordial world's legitimacy, dismissing all others as inconsequential to the height of arrogance. Even the disciples he accepted at Kunlun were of profound roots. All others, regardless of their potential, were derogatorily labeled as mere hybrids, born of damp earth. The numerous disciples taken under Tongtian's wing often faced his scorn, with no regard for their brotherly ties, leading to frequent conflicts. It is evident that Yuan Shi's obsession with reputation and lineage bordered on the fanatical. In contemporary terms, one might describe him as a zealot, fixated on trivialities. Yet, the human sect instituted by Lao Zi received not a shred of acknowledgement from humanity. What sort of behavior is this? A warm face pressed against a cold rear. An unashamed wretch. Moreover, it was a faction abandoned by Nuwa, his younger sister. How could the honor of Pangu's orthodoxy be so carelessly disregarded by the elder brother? Yuan Shi erupted in furious exclamation. Madness, sheer madness. The elder brother has lost his mind. The immense Kunlun mountain trembled in response to Yuan Shi's enraged roar, causing landslides and upheavals. The overwhelming force uprooting ancient trees and sending mud and stones spiraling into the sky. It is unimaginable how furious Yuan Shi was in his heart, grappling with his elder brother's incomprehensible actions. Without hesitation, he ended his seclusion, bursting from his thatched abode and soaring towards humanity. Elder brother, wait for me. Tongtian. His brow furrowed, quickly followed suit. He understood Yuan Shi's temperament all too well. The honor of Pangu's orthodoxy was his very essence, his everything. A confrontation with the elder brother seemed inevitable. At this moment, many formidable beings and great clans of the primordial realm were drawn to the unfolding events. Intrigued by the establishment of the human sect, it is essential to note that Lao Zi was the foremost of the three purities, the first disciple of Hongjun, and endowed with the primordial purple energy. Many great beings speculated that Lao Zi might very well become the second to attain sanctity after Nuwa. The fact that Lao Zi had established the human sect without receiving recognition from humanity was steeped in profound mysteries. Countless piercing gazes turned towards Lao Zi and humanity, and almost instantaneously, numerous great clans began to harbor curiosity towards this previously obscure and nameless race that had emerged merely a few tens of thousands of years ago. Beyond the primordial chaos, within the depths of the void, Nuwa slowly opened her eyes. A glimmer of cold amusement flickered within her beautiful gaze as she turned her attention towards the direction of the Purple Sky Palace. As a sage, her primordial spirit intertwined with the Tao of heaven. She possessed knowledge of many secrets that eluded others. In the current world of the primordial chaos, the most tumultuous force was undoubtedly Hongjun. Hongjun, you can compel my true self into the chaos, forsaking the human race. Little do you know, You may be forcing your esteemed first disciple into the same fate, Nuo mused, her voice laced with derision. After attaining enlightenment, Hongjun had utilized the primordial purple energy to consolidate a portion of her fortune, coercing her into the chaos and abandoning humanity. But lousy. Chapter 43. First, inquire whether my sword consents. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's eyes widened with disbelief, filled with incredulity. It was astonishing. After a millennium, the human race dealt him yet another formidable blow, striking at his vulnerable point directly. Previously, the emergence of the human emperor had instilled fear in him, prompting him to covertly guide Laozi to the human race ahead of time. However, the human race unexpectedly subdued Laozi, leading to the establishment of the human teaching without any acknowledgement from the human race. What transformation had transpired within the human race? Hongjun's expression darkened ominously. He possessed the creation jade butterfly, granting him unparalleled insight into the primal chaos. The acknowledgement of Laozi by the human race, and the subsequent establishment of the human teaching, was a stark contrast to the latter's recognition after the establishment. The former indicated that Laozi was leveraging the human race, whereas the latter suggested the human race was exploiting Laozi. This delineated a difference in initiative, with the human race now in control. It was akin to Laozi becoming the guardian of the human race, intertwining his fate with theirs. Yet, how could the human race assert dominance over Laozi in their game? Their strengths were not even on the same level. Thus, Hongjun's mind became chaotic and bewildered. He had intended for Laozi to segment the human race's destiny and attain enlightenment, not to become their guardian. His objective was for Laozi to utilize the primordial purple energy to achieve enlightenment, extracting Laozi's fortune to lay the foundation for his own path to divinity. The three purities, endowed with the merit of creation, comprised the most crucial basis for his divine embodiment. Yet now, it was being usurped by the human race. How could he rectify this situation? This thought flickered through Hongjun's mind, and soon, his composure began to shatter. There seemed to be no remedy unless Laozi could swiftly gain acknowledgement from the human race, segmenting their fortune to attain sainthood. However, Hongjun knew Laozi too well. He was undoubtedly the most stable and resolute among the three purities, unwavering in his quest for enlightenment. If it were possible, he would never have established the human teaching prematurely. Laozi was not Nuo. Although he had yet to attain enlightenment, he possessed the merit of creation, protected by the primordial heavens. Before achieving divine embodiment, he could not be challenged by the three purities. What on earth was transpiring with the human race? Hongjun's expression grew somewhat ferocious as he turned his gaze toward Laozi. The matters concerning the human race must be unraveled. Yet, the immediate priority was to devise a means to bring Laozi back. Without further ado, Hongjun rose and soared toward the primal chaos. In the primal chaos, Yuan Shi flew to the outskirts of the human race, and, upon seeing Laozi, his expression darkened considerably. He immediately spoke in a tone bordering on command. Eldest senior brother, please disband this so-called human teaching at once. The honor of Pangu's orthodox lineage must not be desecrated. His tone suggested an eagerness to consume Laozi whole. Laozi slowly opened his murky eyes, seemingly having anticipated Yuan Shi's arrival. With an impassive expression, he replied, "This is my decision. It concerns you not. My mind is made up. You may leave." At this moment, having established the human teaching, all eyes of the human race were upon him. How could he possibly disband it? Would that not render him a figure of ridicule among the human race? The arrival of the primordial was, as he had anticipated, an integral part of the unfolding events. Laozi's resolve to pursue the Tao was unyielding, and he sought to demonstrate his sincerity to the human race. In a fit of rage, the primordial's countenance darkened to an extreme as he coldly declared, "If that is the case, I shall annihilate this tribe to uphold the honor of my Pangu lineage." In the face of preserving the reputation of Pangu, the primordial showed no regard for the fact that humanity was created by Nuo. A terrifying killing intent surged forth, darkening the heavens into a shroud of blackness. With a hum, he summoned the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, as the vast chaotic energy enveloped him, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble, as if seeking to return the primordial realm to chaos. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he rose slowly. The first consequence of Laozi establishing his teaching had manifested. Yet, at that moment, a Taiji diagram obscured the sky above the human race, the swirling energies of yin and yang clashing with the chaotic force, neutralizing its power. In a flash, Laozi appeared atop the Taiji diagram, his eyes clouded, yet his voice resolute. Primordial, do you wish to engage me in battle? This succinct statement revealed Laozi's unwavering determination. The opportunity for enlightenment was profound and elusive, beyond explanation. However, if the primordial obstructed his path to enlightenment, he would become his formidable adversary. After countless eons of cultivation to reach his pinnacle, severing emotions and desires, only the Tao remained in his heart. It was merely a matter of differing paths, leading to divergent fates. Senior brother Yu. The primordial was taken aback, unable to fathom that Laozi would confront him for the sake of such a minor tribe. In that moment, the primordial world was suffused with a sense of suffocation, as numerous towering beings were profoundly shaken. The three pure ones, united in purpose, shared both honor and disgrace. They had never anticipated witnessing the day when the three pure ones would clash in combat. At that moment, their regard for the human tribe intensified. However, Ming could only helplessly scratch his nose, feeling a sense of exasperation. The division of the three pure ones was a significant event in the primordial realm, yet somehow, it had devolved into a schism between Laozi and the primordial, drawing humanity into the eye of the storm. Was this the butterfly effect? Ming found himself both amused and dismayed. This was not his original intention. His goal had merely been to guide Laozi onto a path that would be advantageous for humanity. Suddenly, a vast sword aura sliced through the heavens. Seemingly intent on severing the past from the future, cutting through the clash between the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram, attempting to separate Laozi and the primordial. Senior brother. Second brother, do not act impulsively. Tong Tian appeared resolutely between them, intervening to halt their confrontation. We are of one origin. How can we resort to battle and allow outsiders to mock us? Witnessing this scene, Ming was utterly astounded. Renowned for his volatility, Tong Tian had transformed into the mediator among the three pure ones, becoming the most composed of them all. Yet, Tong Tian's next words left Ming in disbelief. Are you certain you have come to play the intermediary, the peacemaker? Tong Tian slowly drew the Qingping sword from behind, its sword aura unleashed with abandon. If you wish to fight, first inquire whether the sword in my hand consents. Perhaps this was the essence of Tong Tian. After a prolonged moment, Ming finally reacted, murmuring softly. The Pangu primordial spirit manifested as the three pure ones, inherently possessing distinct personalities. Laozi's resolve in seeking the Tao was unwavering, embodying the essence of primordial solitude while steadfastly safeguarding the esteemed reputation of Pangu's true lineage. Tong Tian, with his tempestuous nature, was quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The schism among the three pure ones was an inevitable development, yet his emergence had precipitated this confrontation prematurely. The formidable beings of the Honghuang realm bore grave expressions, witnessing this unprecedented spectacle. The clash of the three pure ones was a fervent desire of theirs, for their unity rendered them exceedingly powerful. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Chapter 44. The Mythical Statue of the Ruthless. This woman is named Chang'e Buzz, Buzz, Buzz. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and purple mist spread for 30,000 miles, heralding auspicious signs. An elder, treading upon the purple aura, appeared in the midst of the three pure ones, instantly suppressing them. It was none other than the Tao ancestor, Hongjun. Upon his arrival, without awaiting the customary greetings from the three pure ones, Hongjun coldly admonished, "How can distinguished disciples of the Tao behave so shamelessly? Come back with me at once." After uttering these words, Hongjun cast a penetrating gaze upon the human race before promptly striding towards Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones, being disciples of the Tao, shared a fateful connection, binding their destinies to that of the Tao itself. Their division would equate to a fracturing of the Tao. Thus, they could not afford to separate at this juncture. Otherwise, it would deal a heavy blow to Hongjun's embodiment of the Tao. Reluctantly, Hongjun was compelled to reveal himself to prevent the situation from spiraling into further unpredictability. Many towering beings expressed their regret, for with the Tao ancestor personally intervening, it appeared that the three pure ones would not fracture in the foreseeable future. In the eyes of the three pure ones, Hongjun held considerable authority, leading them to follow him obediently, temporarily alleviating the tense atmosphere. Among the human race, Ming furrowed his brow tightly, acutely aware of Hong Juan's last glance. He did not believe that Hong Jun had discerned his presence. The grand formation he had set up was capable of warding off prying eyes even from great Luo Golden Immortals and Quasi-Saints during his Golden Immortal phase. And given that this formation was re-established after he reached the peak of Quasi-Sainthood, the likelihood of Hong Jun discovering him was minimal unless he embodied the Tao. Nonetheless, Su Ming remained vigilant. The weight of Hong Jun's gaze conveyed immense information. Furthermore, the series of events surrounding the potential division of the three Pure Ones suggested that although Hong Jun had achieved sanctification, his control over the primordial world was not as stringent as in later times, presenting the human race with a significant opportunity to alter their destiny. However, this glance indicated that Hong Jun had indeed begun to take notice of humanity, since the fate of the human race was intricately linked to Laozi's attainment of the Tao. Hong Jun would undoubtedly intervene. How would Hong Jun choose to involve himself? Su Ming rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. Moreover, it was not solely Hong Jun that concerned him. After this incident, the other great clans and formidable beings of the primordial world were secondary. What truly troubled him were the Wu and Yao clans. For these two factions had inevitably become aware of the human race, and it was only a matter of time before humanity would have to engage with them. It was an exasperating predicament, rendering any hopes of quietly developing impossible. Overwhelmed with frustration, Su Ming muttered a curse before promptly immersing himself in his sculpting and cultivation. To remain unchanged amidst the chaos, standing resolute against the winds and rains, unyielding. In the Wu clan, within the Panga Hall. The Panga Hall was vast and boundless, soaring to tens of millions of zhong and sprawling across billions of zhong, eclipsing most mountains in the primordial world. Here, the 12 ancestors of the Wu stood, their eyes like chaotic stars, towering to immense heights, exuding an aura of chaotic malevolence. Laozi's establishment of humanity naturally drew the attention of the Wu clan. The human race, created by Nuwa, was imbued with boundless merit, attaining sanctification. As Nuwa was one of the 5 emperors of the monster court and a formidable foe of the Wu clan, the creation of humanity by Nuwa inevitably piqued the interest of the Wu clan. Later, the human race faced abandonment by Nuwa, suffering significant losses and falling into despair, which shifted the focus of the Witch clan. At this juncture, the establishment of the human sect by Laozi immediately alerted the 12 ancestor witches to the fact that the human race was not as simple as it appeared. Thus, they engaged in discussions concerning how to approach the humans. The human race is but a mere ant-like tribe, unworthy of our Witch clan's attention, remarked the irritable Zhu Rong, still dismissive of the insignificant humans. Ancestor Witch Hutu furrowed her brow and responded, both Nuwa and Laozi possess the primordial purple energy, and they both regard the human race with such importance. Nuwa even sanctified herself through the creation of humans, indicating their significance. Our Witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and should not overlook the trajectory of the Honghuang. The human race is of such importance that it has drawn the personal attention of Hongjuan's 2 disciples, suggesting that they are far from ordinary. I concur with Hutu's assertion. We must not disregard the human race. The confrontation between the witch and demon clans intensified, with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi reorganizing the internal affairs of the demon race, continuously consolidating numerous great clans of Honghuang to bolster their strength, and they too must have taken notice of the humans. The ancestor which Zhu Jiuyi nodded in agreement with Hutu, continuing, though the human race was created by Nuwa and has suffered greatly after being abandoned by her, they undoubtedly lack a strong sense of belonging to the demon race. Should our Witch clan extend an olive branch, they would be deeply grateful. Even if we do not understand why they are valued by Laozi, we must not allow them to be lured by the demon race. I disagree, boomed Gong Gong. Our Witch clan is the true lineage of Pangu, standing tall and proud, with noble blood. How could we lower ourselves to extend an olive branch to a small creation of Nuwa? If Laozi mistakenly perceives this as us trying to curry favor, what face would our clan have left? A heated debate ensued among the ancestor witches regarding the human race. At the pinnacle of the Panga Hall, the leader of the Witch clan, Di Jiang, gazed thoughtfully upon the ongoing dispute among the other ancestor witches. Finally, he decisively declared, the human race can be courted, but it is unwise for an ancestor witch to take personal action. We shall send a quasi-saint level mighty witch instead. This way, We neither compromise the dignity of the witch clan nor allow the human race to be absorbed by the demons. As the eldest among the 12 ancestor witches and leader of the witch clan, Dezhong's synthesis of opinions resulted in a decision that perfectly balanced both sides, leaving no room for dissent. Let us send Hou-Yi, Hutu suggested to Dezhong. Hou-Yi's temperament is stable. That will suffice. Dezhong nodded, then closed his eyes to cultivate, refining his body amidst the endless chaotic energy of the Pango Hall. The other ancestor witches ceased further discussion and entered their own meditative practices. In their eyes, the human race was merely a minor episode. As commands were issued from the Pango Hall, the great witch Hou-Yi shouldered the sun-shooting divine bow and set forth towards the human race. In the heavenly court of the Honghuang, the discussions were far less fervent than those among the witch clan. To the demons, the human race was merely a small tribe created by Nuwa, essentially one of their kind. Nevertheless, with Laozi establishing the human sect, it was imperative to afford the human race a certain level of regard. However, at this moment, Emperor Dejuan and Tai were preoccupied with reorganizing the internal affairs of the demon clan and contending with the witch clan. They casually entrusted this matter to the demon god Jaimin, allowing him to handle it. Jaimin, a formidable demon god ranked among the top 10 of the demon clan, regarded the small group abandoned by Enwa with little concern, casually dispatching one of his sons. Jaimin, you shall venture to the human realm to proclaim the decree of the demon emperor, requesting the human leaders to come to the demon court to pay their respects to the demon emperor. Furthermore, bestow upon the humans the territories currently occupied by them. Jaimin commanded. In his view, the mere recognition of the diminutive monkey clan as a legitimate entity by the demon clan, along with the privilege to pay homage at the demon court, would be enough to elicit their profound gratitude. Understood, Father, Jaimin replied nonchalantly, promptly setting forth towards the human realm. In the valley of the human realm, a tremendous rumbling echoed through the air. Suddenly, the sky seemed to tear open, unleashing an outpouring of divine light that illuminated the boundless void. A majestic radiance coalesced into a singular silhouette. Countless snow-white petals cascaded down, enveloping this figure, emanating an aura that was supremely exalted, yet elusive. At that moment, Su Ming, who was engrossed in his carving, felt a jolt throughout his being, and his eyes instinctively narrowed, gravitating toward the center of the luminous apparition. As anticipated, a mythical statue adorned with a ghostly mask and clad in a flowing white gown stood majestically amidst the mortal realm. Su Ming's pupils constricted slightly. It was astonishing that a human could resonate with the statue of the fearsome emperor. It is well known that the fearsome emperor ranks among the most formidable beings, on par with the demon lord, the heavenly emperor, and the primordial emperor, occupying a place within the upper echelons of the numerous statues in the valley, surpassing even that of the willow god. However, Su Ming had long held little hope that anyone could comprehend the statue of the fearsome emperor, for his experiences and temperament were distinctly different from other towering figures. The fearsome emperor hailed from humble origins, possessing mediocre talents yet extraordinary wisdom. Moreover, he was devoid of aspirations for immortality, embodying the sentiment of waiting for a beloved's return amidst the mortal realm, a true reflection of his essence. In the world of primordial chaos, the law of the jungle prevails, and survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Thus, the prospect of discovering a human capable of resonating with the fearsome emperor was akin to scaling the heavens, which explained Su Ming's astonishment. This indicated that a figure of potential equivalent to the three human leaders was about to emerge. Su Ming gazed below and beheld a woman seated in meditation, her eyes closed, enveloped by a cascade of light and flower petals. He promptly inquired of Yu Chao, "What is the name of this woman?" Upon hearing the ancestral inquiry, Yu Chao did not dare to delay and promptly replied, "I humbly report, Ancestor, this woman is named Chang'e." Chapter 45. The Mythical Statue of Chang'e. Su Ming paused momentarily, as the renowned legend of Chang'e flying to the moon swiftly surfaced in his mind. Could this Chang'e be the very same figure from the myth? Raising his gaze towards the woman seated beneath the statue, he scrutinized her closely, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Though clad in simple attire, she possessed an unparalleled beauty, an ethereal elegance. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Even in a meditative pose, her voluptuous figure was unmistakable, every curve and contour reaching perfection. Despite having attained the pinnacle of quasi-saintly realms and possessing a steadfast heart, Su Ming, upon encountering this woman, could not help but feel a profound shock, a powerful visual impact. She seemed almost otherworldly. Regaining his composure, he inwardly acknowledged, this woman must undoubtedly be the legendary Chang'e. Only such a breathtaking beauty could captivate the heart of the renowned archer Ho Yi, prompting him to forsake his clan and transform into Wu Gang, tirelessly chopping wood on the moon in eternal devotion. The tale of Chang'e's ascent to the moon was a momentous event during the conflict between the witch and demon races, leaving a deep impact on the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Ho Yi's shooting of the suns, coupled with Shi's machinations, led to Chang'e's ascension to the moon, binding her to it, thus giving rise to the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon, which foreshadowed the loss of a great witch who had the potential to ascend as an ancestor in the ongoing battle. At that moment, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth seemed to erupt, converging towards the crown of Chang'e's head. An endless stream of spiritual energy formed a vortex, devouring the primordial essence, which then surged directly into Chang'e's brow. At the center of the vortex, divine light gathered, revealing a supreme empress clad in a flowing gown and adorned with a ghostly mask, gazing down upon the world with sovereign majesty. In the void, torrents of radiant light fell like rain, accompanied by a flurry of snow-white petals, creating a spectacle of astonishing proportions. Although Chang'e was merely at the mid-level of the profound immortal realm, under the infusion of boundless spiritual energy, she began to undergo a frenzied breakthrough. Profound immortal mid-stage. Profound immortal late stage. Profound immortal great perfection. Yet, the barriers of the profound immortal realm could not contain her fervent ascent, which was swiftly shattered. Following this, she advanced to the initial Golden Immortal stage, then to the mid-Golden Immortal stage. Her astonishing breakthrough sent shockwaves throughout the valley, drawing numerous human powerhouses from their meditative retreats to witness the extraordinary phenomenon. While insights from mythical statues were not uncommon, such a breathtaking spectacle of relentless ascension was unprecedented, likely rivaled only by the three leading figures during their own moments of enlightenment. This left the esteemed Chao Shi speechless, unable to articulate his astonishment. What was happening? He recalled his own experience with the statue of the Primordial Emperor, where he merely achieved a breakthrough to the profound immortal realm, crossing several minor levels. Yet, for Chang'e, the ancestral completion of the mythical statue had enabled them to break through directly to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Even the reclusive figures of the Zi clan and the Shen Nong clan were astonished, emerging from their secluded cultivation upon witnessing Chang'e's extraordinary breakthrough. This young girl seems destined to defy the heavens, exclaimed the Chao clan in awe. She surpasses even me, lamented Shen Nong, feeling a profound sense of defeat. He had always relied on the Demon Sutra, utilizing the mythic statues for swift advancements. Yet, in comparison to this girl, enough said. I am old. The relentless tide of the Yangtze River pushes the preceding waves to their demise upon the shore. Such a frenzied breakthrough left even Su Ming astounded, though it sparked other speculations within him. The resonance between Chang'e and the statue of the ruthless emperor might far exceed that of the three from the Chao clan, thus creating this astonishing phenomenon, not for the sake of ascension, but merely to await your return amidst the mortal realm. It is highly probable that Chang'e resonates profoundly with the mindset of the ruthless emperor, which explains this extraordinary connection. Curiosity began to stir in Su Ming's heart. Who is Chang'e waiting for? Did she come here with a purpose beyond merely resonating with the mythic statue? Suddenly, an even more shocking scene unfolded, leaving Su Ming speechless. His brow twitching slightly, he beheld the ethereal figure of the ruthless emperor, seemingly imbued with sentience, delicately touching Chang'e's pristine forehead with a slender, snowy finger. Radiant white light erupted, enveloping Chang'e's form, as delicate white petals danced through the air, and boundless scriptures and secret arts flooded into her consciousness. Su Ming was utterly astounded, gazing upwards at the statue of the ruthless emperor, only to witness an even more astonishing sight. He observed the head of the mythic statue shedding fine stone particles, as the essence of the ruthless emperor became increasingly vivid to the naked eye. All of this conveyed a profound truth to Su Ming. The statue of the ruthless emperor was autonomously perfecting itself. Moreover, all of this was instigated by Chang'e, or rather, she was enhancing the statue of the ruthless emperor. This is bewildering. Su Ming was somewhat dazed. The mythic statue could autonomously improve itself. However, this also indicated that as long as the essence and aura of the statue's perceiver were in profound alignment, there was no need for Su Ming to intervene personally to achieve perfection. After all, before Su Ming could enhance the mythic statue, he too had to immerse his own mindset and aura into the essence of the statue to achieve perfect harmony. In the valley, there were at least tens of thousands of human prodigies contemplating the mythic statue. Yet, none could compare to Chang'e. This little girl seems poised to outshine us. The older generation, the three from the Chao clan, were left in astonishment, overwhelmed by the spectacle. However, their hearts brimmed with pride rather than jealousy. The emergence of an unparalleled prodigy among humankind heralds a brighter future, ensuring the protection and prosperity of the human race. A lineage solely reliant on its elders, devoid of new talents, is doomed to a bleak fate. Suddenly, a series of system notifications resonated in Su Ming's ears. The human race's Chang'e has comprehended the devouring heaven demon scriptures, the indestructible heavenly art, and the chaos scripture from the statue of the fearsome emperor you sculpted. As the sculptor of the statue, the host receives a reward of 100-fold power infusion. Chang'e and the fearsome emperor are in perfect harmony, granting the host a reward of 100-fold power and further enhancing the devouring heaven demon art and the indestructible heavenly art. The statue of Chang'e and the fearsome emperor are in perfect alignment. Allowing for the self-improvement of the mythical statue, Chang'e receives a weapon from the statue of the fearsome emperor, the innate supreme treasure, the black gold cauldron. In an instant, Su Ming felt a sense of numbness. This Chang'e had perfected the statue of the fearsome emperor. Thus he had acquired a weapon forged by the fearsome emperor himself. However, it is undeniable that the fearsome emperor, with unmatched talent, had created scriptures beyond imagination, including the devouring heaven demon art, the indestructible heavenly art, and even the chaos scripture, which pertains to the cultivation of the chaos body. Chapter 46. The human leader kneels to receive the decree of the demon emperor. What an extraordinary being endowed with unparalleled talent. Su Ming sighed in admiration. At that moment, Chang'e's frenzied breakthrough came to a conclusion. She had remarkably advanced from the profound immortal realm to the early stages of the great Golden Immortal, transcending the three realms and existing beyond the five elements as a supreme entity. Is cultivation simple? Every practitioner in the primordial era would unequivocally answer in the negative. It is exceedingly arduous. One might wish to simply relax. Yet, Su Ming would assert that cultivation is, in fact, astonishingly simple, so simple that it defies comprehension. The transition from profound immortal to great Golden Immortal requires merely the comprehension of a divine statue. I am disheartened, spoke Shen Nong in a deep, resonant voice. This time, both the nesting clan and the Sea clan, breaking from their usual demeanor, nodded in agreement, recalling the arduous journey they faced when they themselves ascended to the great Golden Immortal Realm. Alas, no more to say. I shall return to my cultivation. Shen Nong promptly returned to the statue of the demon lord, entering seclusion. At that moment, the nesting clan approached Su Ming with Chang'e in tow. Throughout the ages, there had been many prodigies among the human race who comprehended the divine statue, yet due to Su Ming's preference for solitude, even within the valley, only a select few of the most exceptional talents were summoned by him. Chang'e pays her respects to the human emperor, she said, bowing respectfully before Su Ming. Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark, yet beneath it lay a subtle tremor, betraying her inner apprehension. As Su Ming lowered his gaze upon Chang'e, the vision of an exquisitely beautiful woman graced his sight. To prepare for her audience with the human emperor, the nesting clan had meticulously adorned Chang'e, enhancing her already ethereal beauty to an even more captivating degree. Her hair flowed like a cascading waterfall down her back, and her eyes sparkled like celestial stars, seemingly imbued with the power of speech. Her skin was as white and tender as ivory, delicate to the touch. Clad in a flowing gown of pristine white, her perfect figure was accentuated, with not an ounce of excess or deficiency, rendering her beauty indescribable. It was as if the heavens had poured all their efforts into crafting this perfect woman before her birth. Even though Su Ming had previously glimpsed Chang'e from a distance through divine perception, Confronting the legendary goddess in person overwhelmed him with an ineffable impact. There was no need to board a spacecraft to the moon to see Chang'e. She stood before him in all her glory. So breathtaking was her beauty. It transcended the realm of mortals. Fortunately, Su Ming was no longer the individual he once was. His resolve was unshakable. In order to uphold the dignity of his status as the forebear of the human race, he swiftly regained his composure. Chang'e, you are remarkable. Continue to strive. Su Ming said solemnly, akin to a mentor encouraging a disciple. Indeed, he was the first generation of humanity, while Chang'e belonged to the third generation. According to later interpretations, she ought to refer to him as her great-grandfather. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, the impact Chang'e had on his heart and mind was infinitely greater than the one he had on her. Upon hearing Su Ming's encouraging words, Chang'e's body trembled slightly. This newly ascended Taoist immortal discreetly lifted her gaze to glance at Su Ming. In her eyes, he was enveloped in a divine aura, his eyes radiating like the sun, blinding her to the point that she quickly lowered her head. In Chang'e's heart, the ancestor represented the supreme deity, the ultimate sovereign, the god who led humanity out of adversity, an existence she could revere but could never hope to reach. Since her birth, she had grown up listening to the legends of the ancestor recounted by her elders. From a young age, her strong-willed nature led her to believe that the emperor of humanity was to be the only man in her life. No matter the circumstances, she was determined to follow in the footsteps of the ancestor. Thus, despite her modest talents, she relied on her formidable resolve to gradually become a renowned prodigy among humanity, ultimately being selected into the ancestor's valley, all for the chance to meet him and stay in his wake. However, upon entering the valley, she realized that even among the prodigious figures who comprehended the mythological statues, only a select few at the pinnacle were fortunate enough to receive the ancestor's summons. In that moment, despair filled Chang'e's heart. She had already been of average talent, struggling to resonate with the mythological statues. Watching her fellow prodigies grasp the truths, her confusion deepened, until she stood before the statue of the fearsome emperor and experienced an overwhelming resonance with it, not for the sake of immortality, but merely to await your return in the mortal realm. Indeed, Chang'e's purpose was never solely to cultivate, but to closely follow the steps of the ancestor, the emperor of humanity. Various coincidences culminated in the extraordinary scene when she comprehended the mythological statue. Hearing the ancestor's encouragement stirred her spirit even more, and she vowed, Chang'e will strive even harder. She then added silently in her heart, until I can remain by your side. Very good, Su Ming replied with a gentle smile and a nod. In truth, he was not one for grandiloquent speeches, especially with a girl he had just met. A straightforward man indeed. Wu Chao secretly cast a glance at Su Ming, pondering quietly, is the ancestor satisfied with her? Over the years, the ancestor's lifelong affairs had been a constant source of concern for the three of them, as well as for many tribal leaders. It is essential to understand that Su Ming was the first generation of humanity, essentially a living embodiment of prodigious talent. The children he bore would undoubtedly be the second generation of humanity, with pure bloodlines and exceptional gifts, capable of producing countless prodigies. Throughout the millennia, although many powerful beings had emerged, they still paled in comparison to the witch and demon clans, with prodigies being exceedingly rare. Moreover, humanity had now established a complete system, with Su Ming as the emperor, revered by many tribes. Figures like Shen Nong were not foolish, although they never spoke it aloud. They were constantly concerned about what would happen if Su Ming were to inadvertently fall. In a time when powerful figures among humanity were flourishing, who could command respect and inherit Su Ming's throne? After much contemplation, it seemed that only the children born of Su Ming could inherit his prestige, ensuring the stability of humanity across the tribes. Of course, this was not a desire for Su Ming's demise, but rather a prudent preparation for unforeseen circumstances. In the primordial chaos, countless factions engaged in civil strife following the demise of their progenitor, each unwilling to yield to the other. The leaders, including the Chao clan, were understandably troubled. Thus, over the years, they have intentionally or unintentionally brought forth breathtakingly beautiful female talents from the human race to present before the progenitor. With Su Ming's esteemed reputation, it is certain that countless human female prodigies would gladly bear his offspring at a mere request. Alas, Su Ming appears wholly absorbed in his cultivation, showing no inclination towards such matters, much to the dismay of the Chao clan and others, whose hair has turned gray with worry. It seems the progenitor has taken a particular interest in this young girl, mused the Chao clan. It appears that after we depart, I must have a serious discussion with Chang'e. At that moment, the Ze clan suddenly approached, their brow furrowed, and addressed Su Ming. I report to the progenitor that both the shaman and demon clans have dispatched their formidable entities to seek an audience with the human leaders. How should we proceed? Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, his brow knitting in contemplation. He had anticipated their arrival, though he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Who has come from the shaman and demon clans? Su Ming inquired. The shaman clan is represented by a quasi-saint great shaman, who identifies himself as the great shaman of the Earth ancestor tribe. Ho-E, replied Zi. Su Ming nodded, recognizing that the shaman clan seems to possess genuine intentions, as Ho-E ranks among the foremost great shamans beneath the ancestral shaman. What of the demon clan? Zi took a deep breath, seemingly to quell the anger simmering within, and then stated, the demon clan is represented by a great Luo Jinxian from the Jimeng tribe, who forcefully intruded into the heart of the human territory and explicitly demanded that the human leader kneel to receive the decree of the demon emperor. Chapter 47. Can the Sun Arrow Divine Bao still play a role? A glint of icy murder flashed in Su Ming's eyes. How audacious! Emir de Luo Jinxian from the Qiming clan dared to brazenly intrude into the realm of humanity, boldly proclaiming that the leaders of the human race should kneel to receive his decree. From this audacity, he could discern the disdain the demon race held for the humans. Even with the establishment of the Tao of the Father, they would not hesitate to provoke primal forces. The demon race continued to regard humanity from a position of superiority, treating them with utter contempt. Those wretches in the demon court must think that their arrival in the human realm is an act of great benevolence, a form of charity bestowed upon us. Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with an imposing intent to kill. This was not an act of magnanimity, but rather a blatant affront to humanity. Externally, humanity had not revealed its true capabilities, leading the demon court to presume that humans were a feeble race, easily trampled upon. Su Ming spoke coldly. At this moment, he began to reconsider whether to continue enduring in silence. Should he reveal a portion of humanity's strength to instill a sense of trepidation in the outsiders, lest they presumed they could bully the human race at will? However, he had not yet fully made up his mind. After all, at this juncture, due to the establishment of the Tao of the Father, humanity had already incited the wariness of many formidable beings in the wilderness. Even if he chose to unveil their strength, the extent of such revelation required careful deliberation. Let Shen Du handle the great demon from the Qiming clan. Su Ming pondered briefly before continuing, instructing, let the Shen Nong clan deal with the great witch Hui. I shall remain vigilant throughout the process. As you command, ancestor. Shi accepted the order and was about to take his leave. Wait. Su Ming suddenly called out to Shi, his gaze icy and indifferent, saying, inform Shen Du that he must ensure this beast understands that humanity is not a realm he can recklessly invade. Understood. Shi trembled slightly, then strode away. The demon race, the witch race. Su Ming's gaze deepened significantly. Humanity had finally reached a point where it must confront these two sovereign clans of the wilderness directly. The forthcoming events would be a crucial test for him as the emperor of humanity. Su Ming turned his attention to Yu Chao and Chang'e, allowing them to depart first, before focusing on Ho-E and Qiming outside the valley. Since he intended to meet with Ho-E as the great witch of the witch race, it would be discourteous to leave him waiting outside the realm of humanity. Instead, he invited him into the inner sanctum of humanity, albeit only nominally. The true core of humanity at this moment was, of course, Su Ming's valley. Before Su Ming stood a towering figure of the witch race, rugged in appearance, resembling a human yet radiating a distinct aura. Ho-Yi's eyes were piercing and sharp, akin to those of an eagle, capable of penetrating the very soul. He stood impressively tall, easily exceeding 2 meters and resembling a standing peak. His muscles explosively developed yet meticulously ordered across his form. However, what captivated attention most was not his towering stature. In a world where giants roamed, a height of over 2 meters was hardly remarkable. The golden giant bow slung across his back immediately captivated Su Ming's attention. This magnificent bow, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, was adorned with a multitude of sleek, intricate lines. One could easily imagine the vast energy that would converge when Ho-E drew the bowstring. This splendid bow was undoubtedly the legendary sun-shooting bow, the very instrument that incited the catastrophic War of the Lich. Su Ming scrutinized the bow with keen eyes, silently wishing that it would once again fulfill its former purpose and not waver due to his presence. After all, Ho-Yi's act of slaying the 9 golden crows with the sun-shooting bow was the pivotal moment that ignited the War of the Lich. Subsequently, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he turned his gaze towards the location of the demon clan leader, Ji Ming. There stood a man with azure hair, exuding explosive power, hovering in midair with an indifferent gaze, surveying the many humans below him. Ji Ming had not come alone. He was accompanied by over 100 members of the Ji Ming clan, each possessing at least the strength of a Golden Immortal, with 10 of them being Tai Golden Immortals. These formidable guards formed a tight formation around him, creating a protective barrier in all directions. The Ji Ming clan, known for their formidable physique and terrifying strength, had earned a reputation in the primordial chaos, claiming to rival the great shamans of the ancestral witch tribes in terms of raw power. Each member of the Ji Ming clan resembled a towering mountain, floating ominously in the heavens. Surrounding them was a throng of hundreds of humans, ranging from celestial to golden immortal, who encircled them tightly. In the shadows, even more fearsome entities stirred, their cold eyes fixated upon the scene. Naturally, the Ji Ming clan could only perceive the humans encircling them and remained oblivious to the fact that they were at the very heart of a supremely powerful group. The members of the Ji Ming clan looked down upon the diminutive humans surrounding them with disdain, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence and the scent of blood. One could easily surmise that during their forceful incursion into human territory, they had already stained their hands with the blood of numerous humans. The diminutive Yeren clan was considered a minor faction among the demon tribes, and upon encountering the esteemed demon clans, they not only failed to kneel but audaciously attempted to obstruct their path, demanding prior notification. The Ji Ming clan held a position of great stature among the demon tribes, commanding respect wherever they went, treated as a supreme entity by the lesser demon clans. The audacity of the tiny, weak humans to obstruct their passage was perceived as a provocation against the esteemed status of the Ji Ming clan, prompting them to act without hesitation and forcefully invade human territory. All you insignificant Yeren, if you wish to live, swiftly remove yourselves and have your leader kneel to welcome me, Ji Ming stated coldly, casting not a single glance at the hundreds of humans surrounding him, his arrogance reaching its zenith. Were it not for his father's admonition, he would have long since extinguished this ant-like clan for daring to provoke him. At that moment, however, Su Ming's gaze was entirely fixed not on the insignificant figure of the minor De Luo Jin Xian, Ji Han, but rather on the 2 Tai Jin Xian. Ji Ming, closest to him, his attention riveted upon the corners of their mouths. Upon those corners lingered traces of human blood. Instantly, Su Ming felt a resounding buzz in his mind, as if his scalp might burst. These 2 Ji Ming had devoured humanity. More importantly, in consuming human beings, they had undoubtedly realized that such acts could enhance the purity and strength of their bloodlines. The prior slaughter of humanity by the demon race was rooted in this very notion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of unrestrained fury erupted across the heavens. Beasts, how dare you act with such arrogance? Chapter 48. Slaughter, leaving none behind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a colossal willow tree manifested in the heavens, its myriad branches resembling the sharpest blades, tearing apart the very fabric of existence. An overwhelming emerald radiance cascaded down, engulfing the numerous members of the Ji Ming clan. Swish, swish, swish. The willow branches swept through the air, slicing through space with a delicate green luminescence, instantly reducing a dozen Jin Xian-level Ji Ming into mere fragments of flesh. In an instant, the haughty Ji Ming clan found themselves bewildered, their expressions frozen in shock as they sensed an unfathomable and terrifying power pressing down upon them, imbued with an extreme malevolence that chilled them to the core. They dared not move, let alone resist, in the face of the immense, towering willow tree, feeling as insignificant as ants. What struck them even more profoundly was the realization that this diminutive tribe of human apes dared to act against their illustrious Ji Ming clan. Furthermore, how could this seemingly insignificant human ape tribe possess such formidable strength? A De Luo Jin Xian. But what of it? To dare strike against our noble Jaimin clan is tantamount to seeking death. The mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian, Ji Hun, narrowed his eyes, dismissing the human-ape clan's de Luo Jin Xian as insignificant. With a cold shout, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, his voice reverberating and clashing with the might of the willow god tree. Yet, he was merely at the mid-stage of de Luo Jin Xian. Xiandu, a pinnacle de Luo Jin Xian, who had cultivated the willow god technique, possessed a combat prowess that could astonish even the mightiest. How could Ji Hun hope to withstand it? Bang, bang, bang. A grave oversight. In an instant, Ji Hun's expression shifted dramatically as he felt a horrifying force penetrate his very being through the sound waves. Puff. His face flushed crimson as he felt as though his internal organs were shattering, involuntarily spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The human race. The enraged Ji Hun roared, incensed that he had been forced back by a mere de Luo Jin Xian of the diminutive human-ape tribe. It was a profound humiliation. In his heart, there was also a sense of shock. He had underestimated this lineage created by the Empress Nuwa. Ultimately, this was a tribe birthed by one of the 5 emperors, and regardless of Nuwa's indifference or abandonment, they remained a lineage of the 5 emperors, endowed with extraordinary talent and pure bloodlines. Their innate combat prowess was far beyond that of the de Luo Jin Xian birthed by lesser clans. Moreover, this small tribe had only existed for several tens of thousands of years, yet had already produced a de Luo Jin Xian. Upon reflecting on this, Ji Hun was deeply shaken, immediately realizing that he could not confront them head-on. This tribe, capable of attracting the attention of the 3 purities, was unfathomably deep. Human-ape clan, await your reckoning. Ji Hun gritted his teeth in silent fury, knowing that once the human-ape clan merged with the demon race, he would have 1,000 ways to deal with them. Currently, being in the heart of the human territory, he had no choice but to bow his head. Ji Hun decisively resolved that for the time being, maintaining his own safety was the true path to follow. At this moment, Xiandu, enveloped in a swirl of azure light, strode forth, his gaze laden with an ominous brilliance. A palpable aura of menace radiating from him as he regarded Ji Hun from a vantage of superiority. Wretched beast, he intoned coldly, who bestowed upon you the audacity to rampage unchecked within our human realm. Sensing the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the multitude surrounding Ji Ming, Xiandu felt an intensified surge of murderous intent, though he suppressed it, bound by the absence of the ancestors' command. You must be the leader of the ape clan, he deduced. Ji Hun, stifling the flames of rage that simmered within him, managed to articulate, I am Ji Hun, son of the demon god Ji Ming, sent forth to proclaim the edict of the demon god. Kneel and heed the decree at once. Kneel to receive the edict? Xiandu's gaze remained icy as the murderous intent within him threatened to spill forth from his very being. The mere thought of kneeling was an affront. He had never bowed to heaven or earth, save for the ancestors of humanity. He awaited, anticipating the ancestors' next directive. As for kneeling to accept the edict, he scoffed at the notion. Where was the demon emperor when humanity was devoured and exiled by the demon clans? Bold ape, Ji Hun thundered, seizing the chance to leverage his newfound advantage. I am of the lineage created by Nuwa, a member of the demon emperor's kin. Even Nuwa dares not show such disrespect to the demon emperor. You shall kneel and receive the edict, or face consequences beyond your reckoning. Consequences? Xiandu retorted with a chilling laugh, his gaze still fixed on Ji Hun, the manifestation of the willow god looming ominously, instilling a daunting pressure of life and death. Show me, then, what you deem insufferable. Read. Xiandu commanded, his voice a cold blade, rife with a dangerous threat. You. Ji Hun seethed, a profound sense of humiliation washing over him. Yet, confronted by Xiandu's escalating menace, he faltered, uncertain of the depths of humanity's resolve. Grinding his teeth, he declared, Ape, you shall pay dearly for your disdain towards the demon emperor. Despite the Ji Ming clan's brazen incursion and the slaughter of numerous human warriors, Ji Hun felt justified. As he regarded the ape clan as a mere extension of the demon race, their disrespect towards the demon emperor a grievous act of treachery. When I return, the ape clan shall reap a bitter harvest. With indignation swelling within him, Ji Hun, throat rasping, uttered the decree. The ape clan, being of Nuwa's direct lineage, has endured great hardships in the wilderness over the ages. The emperor bears a heavy heart. and thus issues this command: grant the human clan the status of a branch of the demon race, bestowing upon them the current territories as fiefdoms. The leader of the human clan shall enter the demon court forthwith to partake in the fortunes of the demon race. Thus decreed. With the proclamation concluded, Ji-hun lifted his gaze towards Shen Du, threatening, "Do not delay in kneeling to express your gratitude for the Emperor's grace and accompany me to the demon court to meet the demon emperor." He believed firmly that Shen Du would not dare defy the command. Once within the demon court, it would be his domain. The leader of the human race was struck by a meteor in the demon court, resulting in an unexpected demise. In an instant, Ji-hun devised numerous rationales for the death of Xuandu. However, Xuandu, consumed by fury, felt his hair stand on end, his eyes flashing with a chilling glare. In the past, the human race would have gladly accepted the pretext of being acknowledged by a faction of the demon clan. Yet, the present human race is no longer what it once was. Moreover, the notion of merging the human race with the demon clan, merely to bestow upon them the territories they had independently fought for, was nothing but a mockery disguised as legitimacy. This was a profound insult to the human race. Cursed be the demon clan, Xuandu seethed with rage. At that moment, a cold and resonant voice echoed in Xuandu's mind. Slay them all, leaving no one behind. Hang Ji-hun's head before the human territory as a warning to the wilderness. Instantaneously, Xuandu, who had endured to the brink of his patience, rejoiced. Xuandu obeys. With his brows furrowed in determination, he faced Ji-hun, whose eyes brimmed with menace, and bellowed, "Kill." The long-suppressed urge to kill erupted like a tidal wave. Chapter 49. The Strategy of Xuandu's Decapitation. Hou encounters Chang'e with a thunderous roar. The dormant Lu Shun tree erupted in an endless cascade of azure light. As if tearing a rift in the heavens, countless willow branches descended like meteorites, cleaving through the fabric of reality and swiftly annihilating 16 formidable demons of the Ji-Ming clan. In that instant, Ji-hun, lost in contemplation of the myriad ways Xuandu could meet his demise, was taken aback by this sudden assault. His brows twitched with alarm as he sensed a profound sense of crisis. He bellowed, "Beastmen, what do you intend? I warn you. You are committing an act beyond your capacity to bear." But before Ji-hun could complete his warning, Xuandu, commanded by Su Ming, strode forth with purpose. Stepping directly above Ji-hun, his towering hand imbued with a tempest of murderous intent. "I seek your life." Xuandu's icy voice resonated as his hand, seemingly filled with the weight of the heavens, descended amidst swirling azure light, shattering the firmament. "Foul insect, you have overstepped. Do you truly believe I fear you?" Ji-hun shouted in fury, his muscles quaking as he unleashed explosive strength, hurling a fist skyward. Bang! Ji-hun's might was utterly futile, crushed beneath the weight of Xuandu's hand, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward, while several members of the Tai Golden Immortal beside him were instantly slain. Buzz! Xuandu, exuding an aura of lethal intent, remained unfazed as he advanced, wielding the divine might of the Lu Shun, which illuminated the sky, shattering a myriad of techniques with singular power. Bang, bang, bang! The Ji-Ming clan, once a formidable force, now found themselves overwhelmed by Xuandu's relentless assault. His physical prowess trampling them mercilessly, leaving a trail of blood and devastation in his wake. The very presence of Xuandu could erase them with but a glance, leading to their swift demise, most of them reduced to mere remnants. This was a one-sided massacre, with blood raining down and the stench of death suffusing the air. It mirrored the slaughter they had once unleashed upon the human race, only now the roles had reversed. Ji-hun was consumed by an unbearable frustration. He could not fathom how Xuandu dared to strike against him, for he represented the Demon Emperor, backed by the Ji-Ming clan. How could the insignificant beastmen presume to provoke the might of the Demon Emperor, to challenge the Ji-Ming clan with such ruthless carnage? As the last of his kin was crushed beneath Xuandu's foot, Ji-hun found himself on the brink of annihilation, unable to contain his rage any longer. He howled in madness, "Human race, I am the son of the Ji-Ming demon god. Should you dare to slay me? Do you not fear the Ji-Ming army descending upon you, obliterating your entire clan? I cannot protect you." In the face of Ji-hun's threats, Xuandu remained expressionless, transforming his palm into a fist as his response. The azure light surged forth as the spectral form of the Lu Shun enveloped him. unleashing a barrage of 10 powerful punches. Each strike bore the weight of a towering mountain, suppressing the heavens and rendering even a being as formidable as Ji Hun incapable of resistance. With each blow heavier than the last, he was compelled to reveal his true form. Before you stands a towering figure, a being of immense stature akin to a demonic deity, with muscles rippling like mountainous peaks. Its skin smooth and radiant, imbued with explosive power. As Ji Hun stirs slightly, the heavens fracture and the mountains crumble. With a roar that shatters the sky, he strides forth, plunging into the void and causing the very cosmos to upend. The Ming clan, known for their formidable strength, commands respect across the vast expanse of the primordial world, their reputation echoing throughout. Yet, Shen Nong remains unfazed, invoking the power of the Lu god to solidify time and space, ensnaring the colossal Ming within its grasp. Subsequently, Shen Nong dives into the confined time-space, transforming into a majestic azure light that pierces through dimensions, its brilliance reminiscent of divine flames, directly piercing Ming's massive heart. Ji Hun's eyes widen with fury, yet he finds himself immobilized, the vitality within him gradually fading. Buzz. The azure light, a manifestation of Shen Nong's will, frantically traverses, radiating divine splendor, manifesting countless illusions, relentlessly perforating Ji Hun's vast form, rendering him nearly a sieve, leaving only his intact head. The ape clan, you shall pay dearly for this. With that, the spark of life in Ji Hun's eyes extinguishes entirely, the light of existence vanishing as his colossal body crashes to the ground. Perhaps, before this encounter, he could never have fathomed that the ape clan would dare to confront him, nor could he have anticipated meeting his demise within this seemingly inconspicuous group. And in such a harrowing manner, as if tortured to death, Shen Nong comes to a halt, his eyes tinged with crimson, breathing heavily, releasing the pent-up fury within. After so many years, in the face of such overwhelming power and the oppression of his people, he finally stands to defend humanity. Those who dare to slay the human race shall perish. Shen Nong beheads Ming, and after the Wu clan departs, he hangs the severed head in the heavens. Ming, having observed the entire event with a detached demeanor, also harbors murderous intent in his gaze. As commanded, Ancestor, Shen Nong brings his fingers together. A flash of azure light, and with a swift motion, he decapitates Ji Hun, holding the head aloft, then with a sweeping gesture, incinerates Ming's nearly obliterated body. The Ming clan. Ming retracts his gaze, muttering to himself, a torrent of murderous intent swirling within his chest. The voice of a powerful faction is forged through relentless effort, not bestowed by others. In this moment, Ming's understanding of this truth deepens. His establishment of the Ren Jiao has elevated humanity's prominence, but has not granted them true authority. The attitudes of the various clans towards humanity remain steeped in disdain. To them, engaging with humanity is merely a concession made in deference to his influence, a form of charity. As for the slaughter of a few humans, given his status, it is of no concern. After all, the primordial world is fundamentally a jungle where the strong prey upon the weak. The demon clans hold humanity in profound contempt, dismissing them with utter disregard. If the current situation continues with communication with the demon court, it may lead to significant consequences. Most importantly, the act of devouring the human race, which can enhance the purity and strength of one's bloodline, must remain concealed at this stage. Thus, combining these factors, Ming resolved to eliminate this batch of the Jaimin clan to establish authority for humanity. He gazed upward towards the vast heavens, his eyes deeply contemplative. As the majestic celestial palace of the 33 heavens flickered in and out of view before him, a battle was imminent. Before he commanded the execution of the Jaimin, he had already contemplated the implications. This confrontation would mark a pivotal moment in the establishment of the human race. Ming's voice resonated with a distant echo. Humanity had endured oppression for far too long, to the point where no other clan regarded them with any respect. Now, it was time for humanity to rise and firmly declare no to all those who harbored ill intentions toward them. Subsequently, Ming directed his gaze towards the great shaman Ho-I. His reluctance to allow Xuandu to immediately display the severed head of Jaimin was rooted in his desire to prevent the witch clan from realizing that a rift had developed between humanity and the demon race. thereby leveraging the demon race as a bargaining chip to negotiate substantial benefits with the witch clan. Suddenly, Su Ming's brow furrowed. He observed the towering figure of Ho Yi, whose gaze was sharp as a blade, now seemingly entranced as he stared into the distance. Following Ho Yi's line of sight, a breathtakingly ethereal figure came into view, a beauty that could topple nations, exhibiting an exquisite grace that was utterly captivating. It was Chang'e who, having just emerged from the valley after receiving the inheritance of the ruthless emperor, was joyously on her way to share the news with her family. Was this fate? Su Ming slapped his forehead, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Perhaps destiny indeed weaves its threads invisibly, as Ho Yi, upon his first visit to humanity, fortuitously encountered Chang'e and was utterly enchanted by her. He had never expected such a lofty ancestor, akin to a deity, to possess such an approachable demeanor. As Chang'e walked along, her heart was light, thoughts of Su Ming flitting through her mind. Lost in contemplation, her face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue, as she realized the necessity of diligent cultivation, so she could be by the ancestor's side daily, alleviating his burdens. Suddenly, a deep voice, slightly stammering, reached Chang'e's ears. Chapter 50. A smile like a blooming flower. Upon hearing the voice, Chang'e abruptly withdrew from her reverie of a splendid world. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she lifted her gaze. Before her stood a remarkably towering figure, a rugged man bearing a golden longbow on his back, his imposing stature casting a shadow that eclipsed the sunlight. In stark contrast to his rough demeanor, however, this giant appeared visibly uncomfortable, fidgeting slightly before her, his voice tinged with an unmistakable hint of trepidation. "Who are you?" Chang'e's eyes glinted with caution, instantly discerning that this formidable man was surely not of the human race. No longer the woman she once was, she had ascended to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, before this towering figure, she felt a subtle, tempestuous aura rushing past her, powerful enough to leave her breathless. This was at least a quasi-saint. I am. Stammering in the presence of such an exquisite woman, the legendary archer Ho Yi's rugged face flushed a slight crimson, his growing anxiety rendering him increasingly tongue-tied, to the point of failing to complete his self-introduction. The moment he laid eyes on this stunning woman, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, compelling him to approach her and engage in conversation. However, his inherent pride, coupled with the boisterous nature of the witch clan, made him known for his aloofness, particularly inarticulate when faced with the inexplicable feelings stirred by this woman. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that even legendary figures, despite their celestial might, were not immune to the nervousness of casual conversation and the flush of embarrassment. They were exalted in the myths, their grandiose personas obscuring the ordinary human experiences that lay beneath, leading to their deification. Be it Laozi or the primordial beings, they too harbored desires and convictions, indistinguishable from the common folk. The sole distinction lay in their noble birthright, endowed with immense power and resources, while ordinary individuals struggled with nothing, often never nearing a fraction of their strength. "You must be the great shaman Ho Yi of the witch clan," Chang'e stated impassively. When the leader of the black-clad faction reported to the ancestors, she had been present, and upon recalling the man's physical traits aligning closely with the legends of the witch clan and his formidable realm, she swiftly deduced his identity. The legendary great shaman of the witch clan, renowned for his fierce might, appeared so bashful, a stark contrast to the ancestors' grandeur. Chang'e harbored a sense of disdain, reminiscing about the ancestors' majestic presence, reaffirming her belief that it was the ancestors who were the true paragons of masculinity in the primordial world, worthy of her lifelong pursuit. Should Ho Yi be aware that his awkwardness only solidified Chang'e's convictions, it would likely infuriate him to no end. However, it was evident that Ho Yi was oblivious to the unfolding conversation. Upon hearing the woman before him initiate a dialogue, his heart raced. The exquisite beauty standing in front of him, surprisingly aware of his identity, left him no room for negligence. He quickly nodded fervently, his voice low and somewhat stammering. "Indeed. I am the great shaman Ho Yi of the witch clan. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend?" As he spoke, he dared not meet Chang'e's gaze, his eyes shifting nervously. After all, it seemed too abrupt to ask an unfamiliar woman for her name. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Chang'e's voice chimed in. "I am Chang'e. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that during his distracted glances, she had already departed. He hurriedly turned to look, only to behold a breathtaking figure bathed in the dark crimson hues of the setting sun. A vision so splendid it seemed otherworldly. At that moment, Chang'e suddenly pondered whether her abrupt departure might be perceived as discourteous, especially since the person she was dismissing represented the formidable witch clan, a visitor of great significance. She could not allow her actions to disrupt the ancestral plans. Thus, she turned back, affixing a gentle smile upon her face. "Great Shaman Hou-yi, the leader of the Shen Nong, will be here shortly to meet you. Please be patient and wait here for a moment." Her ceremonial words conveyed both respect and prevented any misinterpretation from Hou-yi, a skill Chang'e had mastered through years of experience. Having spoken, she swiftly turned away and soon vanished beyond the horizon where the dark red sun dipped. Little did Chang'e know that fleeting, courteous smile had rendered Hou-yi utterly spellbound, standing rigidly in place, lost in thought for an eternity. Exquisite, utterly exquisite. That smile was akin to 1,000 blossoms in bloom. Even the everyday dark crimson sunset transformed into a breathtaking spectacle in Hou-yi's eyes. It was as if he beheld a celestial maiden clad in a flowing white gown, smiling at him beneath the darkening sky. He remained rooted in place, gazing at the now vanished Chang'e, his mind swirling with the ethereal image, utterly enchanted. What a Navi great shaman Hou-yi, Ming mused. How effortlessly he had succumbed to Chang'e's charm. She had uttered merely 2 sentences and offered a polite smile. Yet now, in his quest to pursue Chang'e, the path was far more complex than the ancient wilderness. The human race of this time was not the same as it once was. Ming discerned that Chang'e possessed an unwavering resolve, perhaps even a certain pride, for she would not have resonated so perfectly with the ruthless emperor otherwise. He could even envision the past. At that time, the human race was feeble and struggling for survival. Suddenly, they encountered the formidable witch clan, leading to an alliance that was nothing short of a dimensional strike, a shocking upheaval for humanity. It was akin to the abrupt arrival of industrial civilization, laying waste to agrarian society. Once, those in agrarian civilization, adorned in silk robes, stood high above the lower classes. But they paled in comparison to an ordinary man of industrial civilization clad in a suit. Chang'e represents the lower echelons of humanity, while Hou-yi stands as a paramount figure of the shaman tribe, an undeniable elite, who has even pursued her affection. In the face of such a dimensional disparity, Hou-yi, in the eyes of the once humble Chang'e, must have appeared as a celestial warrior, the epitome of perfection. It is hardly surprising that she fell for him so easily, even though he was not particularly eloquent. However, in this lifetime, Ming coldly smiled. Under his leadership, humanity had transcended its former limitations. The presence of quasi-saints and great Luo Golden Immortals was now evident, and the collective strength surged forward with a fervor that rivaled the witch and demon tribes. The notion of dimensional suppression was non-existent. Humanity could now regard the shaman tribe on equal footing, especially with Chang'e, who not only resonated perfectly with the mythic statue of the ruthless emperor, but also possessed the innate treasure, the black gold dragon cauldron. She had the means to reject Hou-yi's advances. Naturally, Ming would not interfere. He had never harbored the notion of leveraging women to fulfill his own ambitions. A tribe that relies on the sacrifice of women and alliances with foreign races, under the guise of protecting their lineage, has no future. At that moment, a tall and robust man, whose stature was not significantly inferior to Hou-yi's, appeared not far from him. It was the recently emerged Shen Nong. Observing Hou-yi's dazed gaze fixed on the direction in which Chang'e had departed, Shen Nong's expression was one of indifference. How absurd that a mere great shaman would aspire to claim the most exquisite flower of humanity as his own. Such aspirations were but dreams. Not even the ancestral shamans could achieve that. Chapter 51. Hou-yi was enraged. "Are you slandering the ancestor witches? You must be the great witch Hou-yi." The calm voice of the Shen Nong echoed in Hou-yi's ears like thunder, causing his body to tremble as he swiftly turned to regard Shen Nong with utmost vigilance. Upon seeing Shen Nong, Hou-yi's gaze sharpened. In his eyes, Shen Nong, though standing there unassumingly, resembled an unparalleled demonic emperor, his form an unfathomable abyss that devoured all light in the cosmos. This was a quasi-saint. Hou-yi felt a deeper shock. Prior to his arrival, he He had never anticipated that the human race possessed a being of quasi-saint status. This not only exceeded his expectations, but also those of the ancestor witches. To them, humanity was merely an obscure little clan, and the only reason they sent Ho-E was out of respect for Laozi and Yuhua, dispatching a quasi-saint great witch. Yet how could a small clan possibly harbor a quasi-saint? Even in this prosperous era, a quasi-saint undoubtedly stood as a towering figure at the pinnacle of the wilderness, gazing down upon all beings. Among the Wu and Yao races, quasi-saints were the absolute backbone of their power, the leaders and chieftains of large clans and tribes. Observing Ho-Yi's reaction, Su Ming smiled faintly, knowing he had achieved the desired effect. The exchanges between humanity and the Wu tribe must be rooted in equality. However, this equality must be established upon the foundation of strength, which was why he had Shen Nong take the stage, as Shen Nong was already exposed to Laozi's view and would eventually be known. Thus, it was prudent to have Shen Nong represent him in dealings with the various clans of the wilderness, for his strength was more than sufficient. Shen Nong, please continue. Su Ming conveyed telepathically to Shen Nong. Knowing Shen Nong's fiery temperament, he dared not let him interact with Ho-E alone. Two hot-headed individuals together could spell disaster. I am the leader of the human race, Shen Nong. I am unaware of the reason for your sudden visit, Great Witch Ho-E. Shen Nong's gaze was calm, neither servile nor haughty, devoid of any sense of inferiority that a smaller clan might feel when facing a larger one, instead reflecting a gaze of equal standing. The Wu tribe had always revered the strong. Ho-E, immediately sobered, shed his earlier nonchalance and replied solemnly, I am Ho-E of the Ancestor Witch tribe, the Earth's Ancestor Witch. I did not expect that the human race, having existed for merely several millennia, would have a quasi-saint of such great powers. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. When addressing the matter at hand, Ho-E was earnest, even expressing regret for his previous casual demeanor towards Shen Nong. This was also the reason why Hodu had sent him to represent the Wu tribe. Shen Nong paused, surprised that the renowned Great Witch Ho-E would express an apology to him, but he quickly recovered, responding nonchalantly, no matter, ignorance is no sin. I was in seclusion and inadvertently neglected your visit. Since Ho-E did not adopt an arrogant stance, Shen Nong reciprocated without maintaining a cold demeanor, and they exchanged pleasantries. Soon after, they delved into the core of the discussion. I am here entrusted by the Ancestor Witches to discuss with the human race the prospect of joining our Wu tribe's alliance. Ho-E spoke in a deep tone, his expression grave. After extensive deliberation, the 12 ancestors of sorcery concluded that the human race possessed immense potential, yet was overlooked by the demon race, suffering endless hardships, which pained them greatly. Should humanity align itself with the sorcerers, they would be granted the opportunity for intermarriage, receive the protection of the sorcerers, and foster deeper exchanges with their formidable members, thus reaping numerous benefits. Join the sorcerers. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming's gaze instantly turned icy. What did joining entail? Unlike the egalitarian factions within the demon race, the sorcerer camp was hierarchical, with the sorcerers as the primary force. Although they had subdued a handful of tribes beneath them, their numbers were scant, and these weaker factions were regarded merely as vassals, receiving little attention from the sorcerers. Certainly, this proposition was far superior to the previous era's interactions between humanity and the sorcerers, when the latter held humanity in disdain, viewing them as mere insects, indifferent even as the demon race slaughtered them. However, the present humanity was not the same as before. While the current terms were indeed better than those of the past, even permitting humans to practice alongside the sorcerers, it was still insufficient. Su Ming desired equality and mutual exchange between the two races, not to become a mere vassal of the sorcerers. Such arrogance was indeed a manifestation of their wild ambitions. Su Ming's eyes grew colder as he swiftly discerned the ancestors' true intentions, promptly communicating with the Shen Nong clan through his divine sense. Arrogance. The Shen Nong clan leader, who had just engaged in amicable discourse with Ho-E, quickly transitioned from calm to fury. Upon receiving Su Ming's divine message, he responded with indifference. What does it mean to join the sorcerer camp? If the ancestors merely wish to exploit the human race, to stand above me and assert the sorcerers as the true lineage of Pangu, overshadowing the three pure ones and attempting to forge a closer bond with me, then there is nothing left to discuss between our races. Humanity shall never become the subordinate of any faction. We are not tools. Any interaction with humanity must be founded on the principle of equality. I regret that I am occupied with pressing matters, so I must take my leave. Indeed, this was the sentiment Su Ming wished to express, articulated through the Shen Nong leader's words. It was well known in the primordial world that both the three pure ones and the sorcerers considered themselves the rightful successors of Pangu, engaged in endless disputes, each refusing to yield to the other. In their hearts, the sorcerers continued to regard humanity as insignificant, and the so-called favorable conditions they offered were merely due to the fact that the Shen Nong had established a sect among the humans, their fortunes deeply entwined with humanity, yet lacking acknowledgement from them. For humanity to become a vassal of the sorcerers would signify a subjugation beneath them, which was the sorcerer's primary objective. Hou Yi's expression quickly shifted, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The sorcerers were known for their boldness and ferocity. He had never anticipated that the ancestors harbored such schemes. He had not expected the human race to reject him with such resolute determination. It is worth noting that the conditions he had just presented to humanity were added by him personally, due to his connections with Chang'e and the prowess of the Shen Nong clan, far surpassing those offered to other sorcerer vassals. The terms proposed by the ancestors did not include any protection for humanity nor provisions for deepening exchanges. The Witch clan, imbued with unparalleled pride, deems the diminutive human clan unworthy of engaging in discourse with their formidable warriors, let alone acquiring their profound techniques. Shen Nong, are you aware that you are slandering the ancestral witches? Within Hou Yi's voice lies a potent undercurrent of wrath and fury, his gaze icy and piercing. Chapter 52. The Pact of Three Arrows. The bloodthirsty divine arrow. Shen Nong let out a cold smile after receiving Su Ming's response, stating, "If you wish to ascertain whether it is slander, you may inquire with the 12 ancestors of Wu. I now propose an alternative alliance, one where the human race and the Wu clan engage in equitable communication and support one another in times of peril, while also announcing the vastness of the wilderness." In that instant, Hou Yi was engulfed in fury, exclaiming, "Shen Nong, your demands are utterly outrageous. By what right does the human race expect to aid the Wu clan as equals, merely based on your mere several millennia of cultivation as a quasi-saint?" At that moment, the pride of being the sovereign of the wilderness was vividly reflected in Hou Yi's demeanor. "Indeed, it is precisely because I am a quasi-saint. Ponder this carefully upon your return. Farewell." Shen Nong's demeanor remained cold and resolute. Su Ming's gaze was equally frigid, harboring a simmering anger. Shen Nong's obstinacy was undoubtedly sanctioned by him. It seemed that the Wu clan was not significantly superior to the demon clan after all. The root of the issue lay in the human race's failure to exhibit their strength. At this point, there was little left to discuss. "Shen Nong," Hou Yi bellowed, feeling as though the honor of the Wu clan had been deeply trampled. How dare a newly ascendant clan propose such audacious terms in the face of the true sovereign of the wilderness? Dare you withstand my 3 arrows? Should you succeed, I shall overlook your brazen words. If not, the representatives of the human race shall kneel and apologize for your reckless proclamations. A terrifying malice flickered in Hou Yi's eyes. Were it not for the remembrance of the ancestors' mandate to foster relations with the human race, and the presence of the ethereal and benevolent Chang'e among them, he would have ensured that the human race paid a heavy price, making them understand why the Wu clan held dominion over the wilderness. Just 3 arrows. Shen Nong, known for his fiery temper among the leaders of the human race, could not contain himself. He strode purposefully towards the distant mountain ranges, a place seldom trodden by humans. "Here, I shall allow you to shoot 1,000 arrows first." What an incredibly arrogant figure Shen Nong is. Hou Yi bellowed, his eyes ablaze with wrath. With a powerful stamp of his foot, the earth trembled, and he launched himself like a piercing arrow, landing atop a colossal peak that towered for thousands of feet. His gaze, sharp as an arrow, fixated on Shen Nong. "Kneel and apologize now, and the generous terms I previously offered to the human race shall still be valid." Hou Yi did not believe that Shen Nong, having cultivated for only several millennia, could withstand even a single arrow of his. He was a quasi-saint at the 3rd tier, claiming to be unmatched beneath the mid-stage of quasi-saints. Yet, for the sake of Chang'e, he wished not to harm Shen Nong. "Generous terms? I curse your ancestors." Shen Nong, now utterly infuriated, erupted with expletives. "Enough of your nonsense, shoot." This exclamation was a phrase he had inadvertently picked up from Su Ming's musings to the demon clan. Such audacity from Shen Nong. Su Ming was rendered speechless, astonished at the coarse language this fellow had suddenly adopted. Fortunately, Hui could not comprehend it. Otherwise, given his reverence for the ancestor witch, he might have immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the god of agriculture. However, as he observed Hui preparing to strike, Su Ming's expression grew grave. It was not that he doubted the god of agriculture's prowess, but rather that he had only recently ascended to the second tier of the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, he faced Hui, who was reputedly one of the most formidable witches of the Wu clan, known as the god of archery, and potentially capable of achieving the status of an ancestor witch himself. His innate combat prowess was exceedingly formidable, and his cultivation level surpassed that of the god of agriculture by an entire tier. The first arrow, a malevolent aura, surged in Hou Yi's eyes, resembling the gaze of two divine eagles, piercing through the fabric of space as if two bolts of lightning from a distant realm. His body arched slightly, and with his hands mimicking the drawing of a bow, a torrent of blood energy erupted forth, coalescing into an immense crimson bow that loomed large, measuring thousands of feet in size. This colossal bow exuded a terrifying malevolence, causing mountains to tremble and leaves to scatter. On the other side, the god of agriculture stood with arms crossed, his words fiery, yet he remained utterly composed. A veil of magical mist enveloping his gaze as he regarded Hou Yi with calm assurance. The palpable murderous intent and the clash of their energies reverberated through the mountains for miles, creating an atmosphere so chilling that it felt like plunging into an icy abyss, leaving all creatures paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a mountain range stretching for millions of miles could no longer withstand the horrific clash of their murderous auras, splitting apart at its core and extending into the distant sky, revealing a vast chasm. Boom, boom, boom. One peak after another shattered, crumbling in groups, as massive boulders erupted like geysers, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing into the air. Both were immensely powerful quasi-saints, possessing pure bloodlines and extraordinary talents. Their combined murderous intent capable of obliterating a fierce beast that was at least a tiny Golden Immortal into a mist of blood. The intense clash of their formidable killing intent reverberated even far from the human realm, awakening many powerful beings among the humans. The Wu clan, known for their physical prowess and disregard for the ways of the Tao, had managed to manifest a terrifyingly colossal bow. As the nesting clan emerged from their seclusion and witnessed this spectacle, they were momentarily shaken. Su Ming articulated gravely, "The Wu clan may not cultivate the Tao, but they possess an innate affinity for the laws of existence, and those endowed with extraordinary gifts can activate divine powers, communicating with the heavens. Yet, even among the vast Wu clan, few can achieve such feats. Behold, taste my first arrow." Hou Yi bellowed, his voice resonating through the heavens. The dense blood energy in his grasp coalesced into a massive arrow of malevolence, which he unleashed with a swift motion, resembling a meteor streaking through the sky at the speed of light. The heavens were engulfed in a suffocating aura, and the mountains trembled, life itself withering under its force. "Submit and accept my terms, and I shall spare your life," he proclaimed, his overwhelming malevolence causing the very skies to quiver. The brilliance of the blood arrow became the sole focus of existence, as mountains crumbled inch by inch, annihilating all in its path. Chapter 53, The Final Arrow. "I am also unable to control the celestial demon devours," Shen Nong bellowed, his hands forming the shape of Tai Chi, swaying back and forth. As torrents of demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a dark vortex resembling Tai Chi, consuming boundless spiritual energy and light from the universe. The world was plunged into darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Suddenly, a blood-colored divine arrow pierced through the gloom, evolving into a vision of the divine and demonic map. Su Ming's eyes brightened, and he could not help but exclaim, "Shen Nong indeed possesses extraordinary talent." The divine and demonic map was originally a weapon forged by the demon lord at the pinnacle of his power, capable of devouring the heavens, earth, sun, and moon, concealing a vast world within. The fact that Shen Nong could, through the demon lord's mystical powers, integrate and manifest the vision of the divine and demonic map speaks volumes of his innate gifts. Buzzing, the dark Tai Chi vortex consumed everything, growing ever larger, seemingly becoming the sole entity in existence. After the blood-colored divine arrow shot into it, The vortex trembled violently, shaking with fervor. Eventually, it stabilized in the firmament above, no longer wavering. It was evident that Hou Yi's innate divine ability had been completely devoured and assimilated. Shen Nong had grown stronger once again. Zi could not help but remark, reluctantly acknowledging Shen Nong's brilliance in combat. Su Ming was equally impressed by Shen Nong's transformation of divine abilities. The celestial demon devours had been elevated to its utmost, evolving into the divine and demonic Tai Chi, utilizing a portion of the divine and demonic map's trajectory, making the consumption of Hou Yi's arrow entirely reasonable. Shen Nong, I concede you possess some remarkable abilities. Hou Yi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated that Shen Nong could withstand this arrow. With the next arrow, I shall be earnest. As Hou Yi's voice fell, he suddenly drew forth a golden giant bow from his back, bending down to pull the bowstring. His movements fluid and seamless, like flowing water. Buzz. In an instant, an endless golden radiance erupted. The surging power of heaven and earth was gathered, coalescing into a golden arrow. The place where Hou Yi stood was awash in golden light, dispelling darkness, with golden lightning flickering and exploding. Subsequently, a bolt of golden lightning shot forth, akin to a golden serpent lunging towards Shen Nong, tearing through the darkness with an unparalleled ferocity. This arrow, both the nesting clan and Zi felt the terrifying power within, trembling in response, ready to leap into action. Do not act rashly. Su Ming furrowed his brow, extending his hand to restrain them. Yet he too sensed the might of this arrow. His mind was focused, prepared to intervene should Shen Nong falter. Su Ming held absolute confidence in his own strength. The agreement of 3 arrows, to hell with it. Shen Nong was one of his chief generals, a stalwart of humanity, and he would not permit any harm to befall him. The golden arrow was extraordinarily potent, embodying boundless essence and vitality. It was Hou Yi's ultimate strike, delivered without reservation. The mere sound of the arrow slicing through the air shattered countless mountains, instilling awe and terror. The celestial demon devours. The eyes of Shen Nong were completely shrouded by the demonic mist, yet he chose not to alter his tactics. Instead, he continued to wield the heavenly demon devour, his hands moving in a dance that left behind profound phantoms, enhancing the potency of the heavenly demon devour to its zenith. A low hum reverberated as the dark Tai Chi vortex trembled ominously, its sound resonating with a force that shattered the firmament, seemingly connecting to some extraordinary treasure deep within the boundless void, enveloped in a layer of mysterious brilliance. At the moment the golden arrow pierced the vortex, the entire realm fell into a state of suspension. Everything ceased to flow. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted as the heavenly demon devour detonated. Akin to the cataclysm of the universe, the fearsome darkness and golden light intertwined, appearing capable of annihilating all existence. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were utterly obliterated, swept away, and reduced to fine powder. The power of destruction surged for countless miles, ravaging the vast earth until it gradually dissipated, returning to silence. This arrow concluded with the mutual annihilation of the heavenly demon devour and the golden arrow. Hiss! This fellow Shen Nong has become somewhat monstrous. Witnessing this spectacle, both the nesting clan and the garbed clan inhaled sharply in surprise. It is important to note that Shen Nong's approach was purely defensive, and defense is inherently passive. In such circumstances, he astonishingly managed to completely block the arrow shot by Hou Yi, wielding a treasured artifact. What else could this be but monstrous? Shen Nong had indeed experienced a significant enhancement in strength. It was no wonder that the heavenly demon scriptures, which traverse unconventional paths, allowed him to break through adversity under pressure and the threat of death. Su Ming smiled faintly. How could he not discern that at the last moment? Shen Nong had pushed himself to the brink, unleashing his potential and achieving newfound insights, ultimately reaching a profound elevation that enabled him to withstand the arrow. Otherwise, even if he could block it, it would not have been so effortless. A certain price would have to be paid. Shen Nong, I respect you as a true man. Hou Yi's deep voice resonated. His gaze, brimming with menace, was fixed upon Shen Nong, fully aware of the latter's breakthrough at the critical juncture. Coldly, he remarked, with the final arrow released, I can no longer control it. Apologize now and agree to my previous conditions while there is still time. Enough with the nonsense, come. Shen Nong's words were concise yet astonishing, as the demonic mist surged around him, completely enveloping him in malevolent energy. He sought to make the witch clan understand that the human clan is not a mere tool, nor a stepping stone for their ambitions. The human clan possesses strength and formidable warriors. This is of your own making. Hou Yi's voice was chilling, imbued with intense malice, as his form began to swell dramatically, transforming into a colossal giant nearly 10,000 zhang tall. The sun-shooting divine bow in his hand also expanded, becoming an immense bow spanning millions of zhang. The gigantic bow was boundless, its golden string connecting heaven and earth, which Hou Yi pulled with great force. Blood-slaughter divine sword. Hou Yi roared, causing mountains to crumble and the heavens to tremble, as boundless blood energy merged into the sun-shooting divine bow, while vast amounts of spiritual energy from the cosmos converged. His visage was fearsome, veins bulging, and his black hair whipped about like dark meteors, striking the heavens with catastrophic force. The pact of 3 arrows represented the witch clan. He would never allow himself to be defeated by a mere human. This arrow, a culmination of Hou Yi's formidable power, had once instantaneously slain a formidable demon of the demon court at the 3rd level of quasi-sainthood, shaking the primordial world to its core. It was in that battle that his renown spread throughout the cosmos, earning him the title of one of the most powerful shamans of the Wu clan. Allow me to enlighten you on the essence of a great shaman. A torrent of golden radiance surged, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Even before the arrow was released, it had already incited boundless celestial phenomena. The cascading shadows of the arrow traversed the firmament, poised to annihilate all in their path. This arrow, unparalleled in might, contained within it a lethal intent capable of obliterating even the great Luo Golden Immortals, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Kill! Hou Yi roared, his voice echoing like thunder as he released the golden arrow, shattering all that stood before him. Time and space trembled. The universe itself seemed to invert, as if heralding the cataclysmic end of the world. With the release of the arrow, silence enveloped the realm. The golden light flickered, scattering like celestial swords piercing through the heavens. The myriad powerful beings of the human race, who had gathered to observe, were rendered speechless, staring in awe at the apocalyptic spectacle before them, a display of extraordinary might, sharp and capable of obliterating everything. The golden shadows filled the entire world, overwhelming and annihilating all within sight. What could the mighty shamans of the Wu clan achieve against such overwhelming strength? We, the humans, stand supreme, Shen Nong bellowed, as his body erupted with demonic mist, revealing his blood-red hair and eyes that had turned pitch black, akin to an abyss. He remained steadfast, showing no inclination to evade, as he swung his colossal fist, causing the very heavens to tremble. The buzzing resonated as the demonic mist enveloping him seemed to ignite, pulsating like infernal flames, manifesting supreme techniques of destruction. The entire cosmos appeared to sway in rhythm with his movements, chaos reigning supreme. In the end, an endless darkness coalesced upon his mighty fist, and he unleashed a punch, colliding with the golden arrow in a spectacular clash. Chapter 54, Ascending to the Pinnacle. A single punch sends Hou Yi flying. Thunderous roars echoed, resembling the cataclysmic destruction of the universe, as energy radiated far and wide, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Shock was etched upon every face. A chaotic vortex of energy obscured all sight. Suddenly, the Shen Nong clan, having evolved the celestial demon scriptures to their utmost, shattered the golden arrow, leaving his countenance pale as he staggered backward. Cough, cough. In a moment of distress, Hou Yi coughed up blood, retreating several steps, his colossal form crashing through massive mountains. The divine bow of sun shooting, coupled with his innate divine powers, represented Hou Yi's ultimate prowess, having once effortlessly slain a quasi-saint of the 3rd tier, earning the admiration of the ancestral witches and becoming a legend throughout the vast wilderness, known to all. Even those of the 4th tier quasi-saint dared not confront him head-on, opting to evade his lethal brilliance. Cough, cough. Gritting his teeth, Hou Yi suppressed the blood from escaping his lips, his eyes ablaze with a fierce malevolence as he fixated on the Shen Nong clan, who merely appeared slightly pale. Clearly, he had lost the wager of 3 arrows. He had never anticipated that this mere quasi-saint, cultivated over millennia, possessed such formidable power. Hou Yi, I will receive your 3 arrows, and you shall endure my single punch. With a fierce cry, The Shen Nong clan's eyes blazed with a wild intensity, brimming with aggression, as his blood-red hair danced wildly. He had never been one to passively endure. In that moment, the Shen Nong clan appeared almost frenzied. Within his dark, mist-shrouded eyes, a terrifying sight unfolded as flames of blood ignited, a truly horrifying spectacle. His aura surged dramatically, reaching an extreme, as he took a mighty step and unleashed a powerful punch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A shadow of a dark fist blotted out the sky, darting by in an instant, plunging the world into darkness. The celestial demon burned fiercely. This was the most extreme of the celestial demon scriptures, elevating one's strength at the cost of one's own blood. To be mad was to survive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ho-E, undaunted, regarded the situation with grave seriousness and grasped the divine bow of sun shooting, unleashing 9 arrows in rapid succession. From their brief encounter, he had already acknowledged the Shen Nong clan's combat prowess. Yet, despite his caution, he had underestimated the strength of the Shen Nong clan, who was now engulfed in the flames of the celestial demon. The 9 arrows were effortlessly swept aside, crashing heavily against Ho-Yi's chest. Poof! The towering figure of Ho-Yi was propelled 1,000,000 meters away, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the heavens, blood splattering as several colossal mountains crumbled beneath the force. Suddenly, a piercing sound split the air as the Shen Nong clan's towering form loomed above Ho-Yi, looking down upon him with an intensely wild gaze. Rasping, Ho-Yi, that punch just now was to demonstrate what it means to be of the human race. This statement was a retort to Ho-Yi's earlier proclamation as he released his 3rd arrow. If you wish to enlighten me on what it means to be a great witch, a figure of the witch clan who stands untouchable, then I shall impart to you that the human race is even more inviolable. Shen Nong clan, human race. As Ho-Yi returned to his original size, he gazed at the divine farmer for a prolonged moment before slowly articulating, "You are indeed formidable. You merit being my rival." The Wu clan has always revered the powerful, and as the mightiest shaman of the clan, Ho-Yi did not deviate from this tradition. This statement was tantamount to acknowledging the divine farmer's strength. It is worth noting that throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, there are numerous quasi-saints, yet few can earn Ho-Yi's respect. Farewell, no need for formalities. The divine farmer replied, as the magical mist in his eyes dissipated and his hair returned to its ebony hue, indifferently preparing to turn away. Divine farmer, wait. Ho-Yi called out, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the realm of humanity, where an exquisite figure clad in white captured his attention. I am willing to facilitate deeper communication between our 2 races, even to the extent of mutual marital unions. However, the conditions for our mutual assistance must be sanctioned by the Grand Shaman. This statement signified a concession on Ho-Yi's part. The divine farmer successfully represented the human race, earning respect and rights through his prowess. Very well. A voice echoed in the divine farmer's mind, affirming his resolve. There was no denying that the Wu clan currently held greater strength than the human race. Agreed. The divine farmer nodded before departing. After casting one last glance at the human realm and the enchanting figure that had captivated him, Ho-Yi strode away. The might of humanity surpassed both his and the Grand Shaman's expectations. The rapid ascent of the human race was astonishing, and this matter required immediate communication with the Grand Shaman. With the divine farmer representing humanity and the enigmatic presence of while lurking behind, they had begun to wield a considerable influence over the dynamics between the Wu and the Yao clans, a force not to be underestimated. Upon returning to the valley, the divine farmer expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his once proud and imposing demeanor now diminished before Ho-Yi. Nevertheless, neither the Ze clan nor the divine farmer mocked him for prioritizing pride over well-being. They would have acted similarly in his position. Well done, divine farmer. Su Ming's figure materialized beside him, his large hand resting on the divine farmer's back to heal his wounds. Su Ming understood the toll that the temporary use of the celestial demon's power could exact on the body. If not addressed promptly, it could even jeopardize one's foundation. From this day forth, if you have any queries regarding the celestial demon scripture, feel free to consult me, Su Ming said with a smile. And you may also venture into the depths of the valley to contemplate the divine demon diagram at your convenience. Clear distinctions between reward and punishment exemplify the principles of a true leader, even though the divine farmer was wholly dedicated to the human race. Contributions must be met with appropriate recompense. Sole reliance on spiritual encouragement cannot sustain itself in the long run. Divine Farmer, I humbly thank the ancestor for this boon. The Divine Farmer exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling on one knee, his face alight with excitement. The secluded realm within the valley was a sacred ground established by Su Ming, concealing the accumulated heritage of humanity under his dominion, and even their 3 leaders were forbidden from entering today. The Divine Demon Diagram was one of those treasured legacies, and the Divine Farmer had long coveted the opportunity to comprehend its mysteries. You have rendered great service to humanity twice. This is your just reward, Su Ming remarked with a smile. For the first time, he was compelled to establish the teachings of humanity, and Su Ming could distinctly perceive the burgeoning fortune of the human race. This time, after thoroughly subduing Ho-E, it was foreseeable that for an extended period, humanity would no longer contend with the Witch Clan, but rather focus solely on the Beast Clan. The damage inflicted by the heavenly demon's inferno on the corporeal form was exceedingly severe, Su Ming remarked nonchalantly, gesturing towards the brow of the Divine Farmer. A flash of black radiance coursing through. This was the perfected version of the heavenly demon's inferno, which inflicted minimal harm to the body while wielding far greater power. In essence, it was an upgraded manifestation of the heavenly demon's inferno from the chaotic celestial scriptures. Thank you, Ancestor, the Divine Farmer expressed. His previously pallid complexion now flushed with excitement as he comprehended the monumental enhancement this divine ability would bestow upon his combat prowess. It is worth noting that the heavenly demon's inferno represents the core divine technique within the celestial scriptures, and given the precarious situation of humanity, he would inevitably have to employ it in the future. This advanced version of the inferno was perfectly suited for him. Meanwhile, the Zi clan and the Yuchao clan looked on with envious eyes, their longing to emerge and contribute to the glory of humanity palpable. Chapter 55. The Hanging Head of Ji-hun and an Unexpected Harvest. Su Ming nodded with a smile. In truth, he was not entirely unwilling to impart the advanced scriptures to the likes of the Shen Nong clan. Rather, he believed that one should not be overly ambitious. Even he had only advanced after comprehensively comprehending the scriptures to perfection. Had it not been for Shen Nong's extraordinary enlightenment, fully grasping the heavenly demon scriptures, he would never have considered sharing them at this stage. At the very least, one must reach the threshold of the late quasi-saint stage. Before long, a colossal green-haired head dangled above the highest peak of the human race, a thick scent of blood wafting through the air. Ji-hun's eyes were wide open, his face stained with blood, and he met a tragically grim fate. It seemed he could not fathom how the human race dared to strike against him, even in death. This immense head quickly attracted the attention of powerful beings from the surrounding tribes of Buzhou Mountain. The area around Buzhou Mountain was rich in spiritual energy, home to numerous large clans, where Tai Golden Immortals were not uncommon, and even the existence of Deluo Golden Immortals could be found. Instantly, they were struck with awe. Even in death, an overwhelming force emanated from the head, causing a suffocating sensation. Observing its bones, the green radiance had yet to dissipate, and the skeletal structure was as solid as green iron. The green hair, brimming with power, evoked a sense of familiarity. The powerful beings from various clans engaged in fervent discussions, sensing that a great calamity was imminent, one that would imperil the safety of their own tribes. At that moment, a grand scroll unfurled in the heavens, revealing vivid scenes. A Deluo Golden Immortal with green hair led 100 guards in a fierce assault against the human race, slaughtering indiscriminately, even devouring members of the human race. In the scenes, one could clearly observe the dark murderous intent in his eyes during a dialogue with Xuandu. Rendered vividly, yet without sound, he threatened and provoked the human race repeatedly. Ultimately, he was brutally slain by the human race's champions, his guards obliterated amidst a torrential rain of blood. Witnessing these scenes, the powerful beings gasped in shock, utterly astonished. Hiss! I have recalled the identity of this green head. He belonged to the Ji-Ming clan, renowned as the strongest demon god lineage among the demon race. I had the fortune of encountering the leading Deluo Golden Immortal, Ji-Ming. Once when he led his clan to annihilate a smaller tribe, he was the son of the Ji-Ming demon god. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings surrounding Buzhou Mountain trembled, their pupils constricting sharply. This human had actually slain the son of the Ji-Ming demon god and brazenly displayed the head. announcing it to the world of the wilderness. This act was tantamount to desecration of the corpse, not merely humiliating Ji Hun's remains, but also striking at the dignity of the Ji Ming clan. It was a provocation against the most formidable demon god lineage. Feelings of numbness, shock, and horror surged within the hearts of many powerful beings, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. They could hardly imagine the reaction of the Ji Ming clan upon receiving this news. This newly ascendant human race had gone mad, completely deranged, and was recklessly courting death. If you wish to perish, do so on your own accord, and do not drag us into your demise. They erupted into a torrent of curses in their hearts. One could foresee the wrath and frenzy that would ensue when the Kemong tribe learned of this. An inevitable army would march forth to annihilate the human race. Given the formidable power of the Kemong tribe, these smaller clans would undoubtedly be swept up in the chaos, perhaps even reduced to mere witnesses or objects for their fury to be unleashed upon. They were paralyzed by fear, contemplating the myriad possible outcomes and the terrifying strength of the Kemong tribe. These smaller clans trembled and hastily ordered their entire populations to relocate. Within less than a month, as the human race continuously replayed the events, a magnificent spectacle unfolded around their territories, revealing vast stretches of barren land. The migration left behind an abundance of rich spiritual energy and resources. Could this be considered an unforeseen boon? Upon receiving this news, Su Ming rubbed his nose, exchanged knowing glances with the three leaders of the Shen Nong clan, and burst into hearty laughter. They had previously contemplated various potential scenarios, yet the reactions of the surrounding clans had taken them by surprise. Having developed to such a scale, the human race faced a pressing shortage of resources and had been pondering how to expand their dominion at minimal cost. Little did they expect the Kemong tribe's reputation to be so advantageous that they could acquire such vast territories and endless resources without lifting a finger. Though Chihuan had perished, he had rendered a great service to the human race and deserved commendation, remarked the Chao clan with a smile. The Shen Nong clan nonchalantly waved their hand. As a reward, let him remain hanging atop the peaks of the human realm. Since they voluntarily relinquished their lands, we shall not be modest. We will claim it all and shall not return, the Zi clan declared with great bravado. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming nodded. Let Xuandu lead the team to claim all the lands left behind. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Thus, the human race would not have to worry about resource shortages for at least 100,000 years, allowing him to focus on external matters. These territories were willingly surrendered by the clans, not forcibly taken by the human race's expansion. It could hardly be said that the human race harbored ambitions for expansion. In the court of the demon realm, a thunderous roar reverberated. Upon learning this news, the Kemong demon god stood momentarily stunned before erupting in a fury. Human race, I shall annihilate your entire kin. The terrifying roar echoed throughout the demon court, shaking the heavens, and even reverberating through the primordial world for countless clans to hear. At that moment, news of the human race slaying the son of the Kemong demon god and displaying his severed head spread throughout the primordial world. Countless clans were left in shock. During this zenith of the demon race, the audacity of the newly risen human clan to slay the son of the Kemong demon god was unimaginable. Many powerful beings could already foresee the impending doom of the human race. I shall seek an audience with the demon emperor for guidance. You all must prepare with all your might to obliterate the human race with overwhelming force, commanded the enraged Kemong demon god before hastily departing for the Lingxiao palace. Although the human race is feeble and easily vanquished, it is nonetheless a creation of the revered Niuhua, and behind it stands the formidable presence of the three pure ones. He cannot afford to be overly complacent. It is imperative to secure the backing of the demon emperor in this matter. Chapter 56. Di Jun's scheming. The primordial demon court, threatening the Lingxiao palace. Seated upon the throne of the demon emperor, Di Jun gazed indifferently at the demon god Ji Ming, who knelt before him, beseeching to engage in battle. Your Majesty, Ji Ming implored, the Yeren clan has committed heinous acts of rebellion, slandering the demon emperor and, most grievously, slaying my son. This is a crime deserving of extermination. With one knee on the ground, Ji Ming raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a cold ferocity, his azure hair dancing wildly. I, Ji Ming, have come to request a war to annihilate the Yeren clan. To elevate the prestige of our demon kin, and to instill fear in the lesser beings of the wilderness. I have been informed of the demise of Ji Han and mourn the loss of a formidable prodigy among our demon race, Di Jun replied, his gaze unwavering and inscrutable. Moreover, Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, and Gui Che, among other demon gods, have also expressed their support for the eradication of the Yeren clan. The annihilation of the human race is not a daunting task. Even the Nuwa Empress has conveyed through Fu Shi that the human race has committed grievous sins, desecrating celestial authority, and will not intervene. Even Laozi, I could enlist to assist you in repelling any interference. Alone, he cannot shake the vastness of my demon court. A glimmer of elation appeared on Ji Ming's face. The backing of Ying Zhao and the other demon gods was indeed orchestrated by him. Yet he had not anticipated such ease in garnering support. The demon emperor was even willing to act against Laozi. However, a flicker of coldness flashed in Di Jun's eyes as he coldly stated, "But Ji Ming, there is something you are unaware of." "What is it?" Ji Ming instinctively inquired. "I have received intelligence from within the Wu clan indicating that the Yeren clan has forged a profound alliance with them." Di Jun's gaze deepened, his eyes flashing with golden light, seemingly engulfed in fury. At once, Ji Ming was taken aback. What did the demon emperor mean? To strike against the Yeren clan could very well provoke the Wu clan's intervention. Di Jun chuckled lightly, saying, "Your Ji Ming clan is undoubtedly a pillar of the demon race, and the demon court shall not remain idle. However, within our ranks." He sighed, an expression of helplessness crossing his face, revealing the weight of his burden. This time, Ji Ming, unusually, refrained from countering Di Jun. He comprehended the emperor's implication. By invoking the Wu clan, he was subtly urging Ji Ming to support the internal restructuring of the demon race and consolidate power. The discord within the demon race was palpable, their hearts divided, a truth known throughout the wilderness, particularly evident during the war of Wu and Demon, where even Di Jun struggled to command respect, resorting to strategy to compel the Wu clan into action first. Thus, Di Jun continued his efforts to reorganize the demon race. Yet the resistance he faced was formidable. These clans, accustomed to wielding power, would not easily relinquish their authority to Di Jun. Ji Ming was among the foremost of these opposing forces. After a prolonged silence, images of the Yeren clan surfaced in Ji Ming's mind, his son's severed head still hanging from the peak of a human mountain, the scene of his slaughter replaying endlessly. Such a monumental disgrace, if left unavenged, would strip Ji Ming's clan of any dignity to traverse the wilderness. To submit is to submit. I shall still remain a demon god. Ji Ming clenched his teeth resolutely and declared, "Your Majesty, after this battle, the Ji Ming clan shall remain loyal solely to the demon emperor. This is a declaration. He will stand with Emperor Jun, supporting him in consolidating the demon court and gathering power." Haraha. With a few chuckles, Emperor Jun descended from his throne, personally assisting Jaimin to his feet, and said with a beaming smile, "The dignity of the Jaimin clan is the dignity of the demon court, and it is my own dignity as well. Go forth and act. I grant you my full support." This time, his words were succinct, devoid of any superfluous remarks. Emperor Jun did not believe that the Wu clan would wage another war against the demon clan for the sake of the human race. Even if such a conflict were to arise, it would be limited in scope. The myriad beings of the primordial world would not permit the Wu clan to launch a full-scale assault on the demons. As for Nuwa's expression of support, he had merely sent Fu Shi to inquire and had yet to receive a response. However, this was of little consequence. As long as he could unify the demon race internally, even a minor sacrifice would be worthwhile. The Ape-Man clan would serve as that minor sacrifice. After Jaimin departed, Emperor Jun was preparing to visit Shiha in the harem when an unexpected guest arrived. Sensing a familiar presence, he furrowed his brow and turned to look. A figure clad in a gray Taoist robe, with hair tied up and a cold, indifferent gaze, had appeared in the Lingxiao Hall. This individual was none other than the Primordial from the Three Pure Ones. "Ha! Primordial friend, what brings you to my Lingxiao Hall so suddenly?" As the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun was profound in thought and immediately laughed heartily, approaching the Primordial. The Primordial, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "Emperor Jun, I have come to inform you that I support the extermination of the human race by the Jaimin clan." Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Emperor Jun's eyes. After all, he had established the teachings for humanity, intertwining fate with the human race. Annihilating them would significantly damage his own fortune. The fact that the second ranked among the three pure ones would offer such support was revealing. From this statement, Emperor Jun gleaned much critical information. The profound discord among the three pure ones was on the verge of a split. This was indeed fortuitous. The unity of the three pure ones, each wielding a strand of primordial purple energy, posed a considerable threat to the demon race. Their division would be a boon. At this juncture, the primordial shifted his tone, coldly adding, "However, do not rejoice too soon. My support comes with conditions." What conditions? Emperor Jun's brow furrowed slightly, disliking the primordial's condescending manner of speaking. The human race must not be entirely wiped out. Only a few frail and infirm individuals should be spared. The primordial spoke indifferently, showing no concern for Emperor Jun's changing expression. Otherwise, the three pure ones will not stand idly by during this conflict. With that, the primordial vanished from sight, retreating into the void. This was the outcome of negotiations facilitated by Hong Jun, a compromise among the three pure ones, ensuring minimal damage to the fortune of the teachings while maximizing their benefits. The primordial found this arrangement acceptable as well. A mere handful of frail and sickly humans, after enduring great hardships, would naturally welcome the teachings with open arms in the face of a harsh world. Watching the place where the primordial had disappeared, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Truth be told, he could accept the conditions set forth by the primordial. After all, it spared him from offending the three pure ones. The audacious manner of speech, culminating in that stark and blatant threat, was utterly intolerable for the proud and exalted demon emperor. The haughty Sanqing held him in contempt, viewing him, along with the witch clan, as naught but brutish creatures clad in fur and armor, with clenched fists, veins protruding, and a visage darkened with fury. Jun felt a golden blaze ignite within his eyes as he growled, "Once I vanquish the witch clan, you shall undoubtedly pay a steep price for your arrogance." After venting his frustration, Jun's expression regained its composure as he proceeded toward the inner palace. As a sovereign, one must never allow others to discern one's thoughts. It is this very air of mystery that sustains an aura of superiority and maintains authority. A transparent individual possesses no semblance of power. Chapter 57. The departure of the Qiming army. Niwa appears before humanity. Fourth update on the following day. A sensational announcement reverberated throughout the primordial world. The clan of Ming declared its intent to annihilate the ape clan within 3 days. Simultaneously, 2 sovereigns of the demon court expressed their stance, asserting that both the ape clan and the Ming clan are part of the demonic race, and thus, their conflict is an internal matter. The demon court would not interfere unless any formidable being dared to intervene, in which case, the court would not remain passive. The primordial world erupted in turmoil. The factions within the demon court reached a unanimous compromise, sealing the fate of the ape clan. This declaration served as a warning to the 3 pure ones and Niwa, and perhaps even to the witch clan, as it was rumored that the mightiest witch, Ho-E, had personally approached the human race, possibly establishing a connection with them. Many powerful clans and individuals engaged in fervent discussions. In this era dominated by the witches and demons, any who dared to challenge the hegemonic clans faced obliteration. To them, the ape clan was no exception. They believed that even if the footage displayed the Ming clan intruding upon their territory, it mattered little. The Ming clan held a prestigious position within the ranks of the demon gods and the demon court, while the ape clan, being so feeble, ought to endure in silence. What good was having a protector if that protector was isolated and unable to safeguard the ape clan? Moreover, the human race arrogantly refused to acknowledge the authority of their own teacher. When the Ming clan launched their assault, whether their protector would intervene remained uncertain. Those clans that fled from the region of Buzhou breathed a sigh of relief, having guessed correctly and feeling fortunate for their timely departure. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes toward the human race, yet to their astonishment, the humans remained unperturbed, displaying an eerie calmness. In fact, the human race mobilized numerous celestials and mystical celestials, leading their people in migration and expansion, claiming the territories vacated by departing clans, and announcing to surrounding factions that these lands were now under human dominion. Instantly, many ancient and formidable clans found themselves amused by this spectacle. Could it be that this weak ape clan was unaware of the Ming clan's declaration? Even in such dire circumstances, They seemed more preoccupied with seizing territory than preparing to defend against the impending onslaught of the Ji-Meng clan, though such defenses would ultimately prove futile. Was the leadership of the human race truly paralyzed by fear, resigned to their doom, seeking to indulge in the fantasies of grandeur? An internal voice from the demon race mocked them, likely with good reason. How could a clan crafted by the illustrious Nuwa be so inept? No wonder Nuwa abandoned them, paying them no heed. The dignity of our demon race has been utterly tarnished by this minor clan. It is said that Ji-Meng ordered all of his clan's powerful members to mobilize, determined to crush and sweep away the human race. I believe Ji-Meng is overreacting. There is no need for such a full deployment. A mere third of the Demon God clan is sufficient to obliterate any primordial clan possessing a Deluo Golden Immortal. Perhaps Ji-Meng has simply grown restless from the lack of battle for too long. The response of the primordial beings towards the human race was one of derision. On the following day, in the western expanse of the Primordial Realm, the formidable Ji-Meng clan stirred, shrouding the heavens in a terrifying haze of demonic clouds. Amidst these clouds, countless human heads, adorned with flowing green hair and emanating a chilling gaze, filled the sky with an aura of impending slaughter, distorting the very fabric of the firmament, a sight that was profoundly horrific. This was the elite of the Ji-Meng clan. Seasoned warriors who had endured innumerable battles against the demonic tribes and expanded their dominion. Even their weakest members were of the Xianxian level. A mere glance revealed a staggering force of nearly 200,000. 200,000 Golden Immortals, a figure that sent shivers down one's spine. Moreover, this formidable assembly included 30,000 Golden Immortals, 5,000 Tai Golden Immortals, and 20 Deluo Golden Immortals. Such terrifying might, when arrayed in formation, could easily sweep away a clan possessing a quasi-saint. And this was merely the surface strength of the Ji-Meng clan's deployment. Hundreds of thousands of elite Ji-Meng soldiers formed a grand formation, their demonic clouds gathering ominously as they surged towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, an air of slaughter reverberating through the heavens. In the primordial world, countless tribes fell silent, paralyzed by fear. It was no wonder that this ancient clan, birthed shortly after the dawn of creation, possessed such profound roots. A quasi-saint from a great primordial clan marveled in astonishment. Though he himself was a quasi-saint, his clan had emerged during the era of ferocious beasts, their foundation pale in comparison to that of the Ji-Meng clan. Moreover, despite being of the same quasi-saint early stage, he was merely at the first level, while the Ji-Meng clan boasted a quasi-saint at the third level, superior in talent, bloodline, divine abilities, and combat prowess by immeasurable degrees. Faced with the Ji-Meng, he could be vanquished in mere 3 strikes. Thus, despite sharing the same quasi-saint realm, the Ji-Meng's reputation could instill awe throughout the primordial world, whereas he and his subordinate clan remained obscure, unremarked upon, and endured their grievances in silence. He could not fathom how the human race dared to offend the Ji-Meng clan with such provocation, a sentiment echoed by countless other primordial tribes. They pondered endlessly over the human race's audacity. As numerous towering entities observed this development, their gazes turned towards the human race. Surely, even the most oblivious among them must have perceived the gravity of the situation by now. Would they not remove the heads of their enemies? Cease the display of Ji-Meng being slain, kneel in supplication, or hastily seek the intervention of their progenitor for reprieve. However, the scene unfolded contrary to their expectations. The human race remained unchanged, continuing their endeavors unabated, relentlessly occupying territories. Only a tribe so audacious could make such a reckless decision at this juncture. A Deluo Golden Immortal, who had vacated Mount Buzhou, scoffed as he watched the human race seize his clan's lands. Occupy it. The Ji-Meng clan shall annihilate the humans and soon depart. What is rightfully his shall remain his, and perhaps upon their return, he may seize even more. Yet, the focus of the numerous towering beings was not on this trivial matter, but rather on the Kunlun Mountains. Would their progenitor intervene? And what of Nuwa? Would she take action? This is precisely the matter that captivates the attention of these preeminent beings. The human race possesses no capacity for resistance unless they are assured that a formidable entity will advocate on their behalf. However, the demon court has declared that no such majestic existence is permitted to intervene in the internal affairs of the demon clan. Would I truly risk incurring the ire of Emperor Jun and Tai to stand up for humanity? or perhaps for Nuwa. Yet, Nuwa is merely one of the 5 emperors. Despite attaining enlightenment, she has remained elusive for an extended period. Should she appear, it would be a monumental event. The army of the Qiming tribe marches forth, a grand procession that darkens the skies and captivates the hearts and gazes of countless individuals. At this moment, however, a woman arrived among the human race, a presence that Su Ming could not have anticipated. Nuwa, or rather, a fragment of her divine consciousness. Though Su Ming was deeply stirred, he refrained from meeting her in person, instead dispatching the Shen Nong clan to greet her, while he remained vigilant. Are you the current leader of the human race? Nuwa's image exuded an aura of nobility, her features obscured by clouds, rendering even the most ordinary of quasi-saint consciousness unable to penetrate her veil. As she spoke with an indifferent tone, the leader of the human race, Shen Nong, pays his respects to the Holy Mother. Shen Nong knelt with fervor, his heart brimming with emotion. Nuwa remains the revered Holy Mother of humanity, the deity who birthed the human race. They can never forget her benevolence, even if she has forsaken them. While Shen Nong harbors no fear of the advancing Qiming army, the mere presence of the Holy Mother Nuwa is a surprise beyond his expectations. I can intercede for humanity, imploring the Demon Emperor to spare them. Nuwa's words bore no trace of emotion, leaving one unable to discern her true intentions. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Is this truly the Nuwa he knows? Yet, her subsequent remark ignited a spark of fury within him. Indeed, Nuwa remains that same Nuwa. Chapter 57. Holy Mother, would you kindly step aside? Suddenly, Nuwa pointed towards the heavens, where a scroll was perpetually playing out scenes of the past. At that moment, the scroll depicted the moment when Xuandu severed Jihun's head. The directive was to deliver this beast man to the Jimeng clan, to conceal the scroll, and to erect a grand tomb for Jihun, with the human race collectively kneeling to pay their respects, thereby severing ties with the witch clan and, in the name of the true self, becoming one of the demon clans. The remainder of the negotiations would be left to the true self to discuss with the Jimeng demon deity and the demon gods to ensure the safety of humanity. Nuwa spoke at length, yet her gaze betrayed no emotion, as if she were recounting events that bore no relevance to her. Deep down, she genuinely believed that this matter did not concern her. However, Hong Jun had overstepped his bounds, and this time, she sought to vex him. Hong Jun aimed to annihilate humanity, allowing the demon race to bear the repercussions of humanity's great fortune, leaving the remnants of the weak and the ailing for lousy to shepherd towards enlightenment. Nuwa was determined to thwart their intentions. This was her true purpose. Saving humanity was merely a byproduct of her resolve. Thus, she discreetly descended a fragment of divine consciousness. Shen Nong was rendered speechless, faced with the Holy Mother's words, or perhaps her commanding tone. He was at a loss for how to respond. Nuwa could be regarded as the mother of the entire human race. Even if she were to forsake humanity, her stature in their hearts remained profoundly esteemed, and Shen Nong was no exception. Yet, the Holy Mother's command ignited within him an overwhelming sense of resistance, even aversion. Was it appropriate for the Mother of humanity to instruct them to surrender and construct a tomb for Jihun, the slayer of their kin? With Shen Nong's fiery temperament, had such words been uttered by any other formidable being, he would have disregarded all else and retaliated immediately. To surrender Xuandu, kneel in apology, erect a mausoleum, and join the demon race. What folly! None of this was conceivable. Yet the one uttering such commands was none other than the Holy Mother of humanity, Nuwa. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within and think rationally. He understood Nuwa's character all too well. However, it was precisely because he understood that he wished to avoid dwelling on it. Upon arriving in the Honghuang world, he had contemplated every grand entity within it. Yet he had never considered Nuwa, for her existence was utterly repugnant. After attaining enlightenment, she had unhesitatingly abandoned humanity and compromised with Hong Jun, subsequently allowing the demon race to massacre her own kind. This series of actions clearly illustrated her lofty disposition, her inherent weakness, and her utter disregard for humanity, exhibiting a propensity to bow and yield, a trait unchanged even after achieving the status of a supreme sage. Yet, alas, Su Ming rubbed his temples. This woman remained the Holy Mother of humanity, untouchable and beyond reproach. No child would dare to chastise or strike their mother, regardless of her transgressions. He had initially believed that his arrival would alter the trajectory of Hong Huang, and along with Nuwa's presence, he had hoped she might utter words of reason. To my utter astonishment, it was all mere fabrications. Moreover, the demon race audaciously referred to humanity as the human ape clan. How infuriating! To acquiesce to Nuwa's conditions would be tantamount to shattering the very backbone of the burgeoning human race, delivering a grievous blow to their spirit. The notion of human ascendance becomes moot. One must first consider whether the internal cohesion of humanity can withstand such a trial. The spirit of humanity is forged from the sacrifices of countless lives, fighting valiantly in the crucible of battle. How could Su Ming possibly consent to such an arrangement? Consent was out of the question for Su Ming. He immediately transmitted a message to the conflicted Shen Nong. Shen Nong, your response to Nuwa. Upon receiving the ancestral message, Shen Nong was invigorated, a smile gradually forming on his lips, for the ancestor's words resonated with his innermost thoughts. It was impossible to acquiesce. To hell with that. He did not ponder why the ancestor referred to the mother goddess simply as Nuwa rather than by her title. Slowly rising, Shen Nong regarded Nuwa with a focused intensity, his spirit coalescing as he solemnly declared, Mother Goddess, the forces of the Jiming clan are approaching. I am preoccupied with mobilizing troops to defend against their advance. Your suggestion is commendable. Once I have dealt with the Jiming, I shall return to discuss matters with you in detail. The battlefield is perilous, and your essence would be ill-protected here. I kindly suggest you visit another day. Nuwa was taken aback. As a sage, her wisdom was profound. How could she not grasp the courteous dismissal embedded in Shen Nong's words? The subtext was clear. I am exceedingly busy. I cannot attend to you right now. And the battlefield is dangerous, so kindly step aside. Nuwa was momentarily bewildered. This human ape, who had always appeared so timid before her, suddenly seemed transformed, as if bolstered by unseen support, daring to request her to step aside. Nuwa believed that her intentions, though not entirely altruistic, were ultimately beneficial to humanity. She had saved the entire race, fulfilling her responsibilities as the mother goddess of humanity, and did not feel unjustified in claiming a portion of their grand fortune. Humanity should have rejoiced at her arrival. Human ape you. Yet Shen Nong had no desire to engage further with Nuwa, dismissing her words as mere drivel. He respectfully bowed to her, courteously signifying his departure, and turned to leave. After all, she was the mother goddess of humanity, and the requisite courtesies must be observed. Humanity could roam freely, but they must not trouble him further. Watching the leader of the human apes turn away, Nuwa, who had fantasized about outmaneuvering Hongjun, felt a surge of frustration, her gaze losing its former pride and composure. It was one thing for Hongjun to look down upon her, but how dare this mere creation of hers treat her with such disdain? However, she could not act against Shen Nong. The human race was the very foundation of her fortune, and this time she had stealthily sent a fragment of her essence, refraining from provoking Hongjun directly. How ungrateful! Nuwa let out an exasperated rebuke, her divine consciousness swiftly vanishing from the realm of humanity. What significance could a mere tribe of apes hold? Those who disregarded her words would soon find themselves obliterated by Jiming. As she gazed towards the direction of Nuwa's disappearance, Su Ming's eyes were profoundly deep. Yet upon closer inspection, a subtle chill seemed to linger in the depths of his gaze, though well concealed. Nuwa, you dare not confront Hongjun. I am indifferent. It would be prudent for you to remain content as a mere talisman of the human race, Su Ming murmured softly to himself. However, Su Ming's thoughts remained unvoiced. Deep down, he did not wish to witness how events would unfold. He was aware that Nuwa held a significant portion of the human race's fortune. Yet, he should not be forgotten. Su Ming possessed a primordial treasure capable of suppressing the fortunes of humanity, and as the emperor of humanity, the fate of the human race lay firmly within his grasp. Even if his establishment of a sect had not garnered the people's acknowledgement, even with their consent, he could not seize a single fragment of that fortune without his approval, unless the current emperor was replaced by one who represented their interests. Contemplating this, images of the ancient trajectories of the primordial world surfaced unbidden in Su Ming's mind. Among the three sovereigns of the human race, the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity, two were reincarnations of primordial deities, one of whom was Nuwa's elder brother. This brother was also one of the 5 emperors of the demon clan, who had once slaughtered the human race. The waters of the primordial world ran deep. Every action taken by these apex beings bore profound implications, intricately tied to immense interests. As long as I am present, none shall dare to unjustly extract even the slightest benefit from the human race. Su Ming's gaze, indifferent, turned towards the armies of the Jimin clan, his killing intent flashing ominously. The heavens grew dark, a tempest surged, and the mountains trembled slightly. He awaited the reaction of that so-called leader of the human sect, curious to see what actions he would take. After the previous encounter, would he truly act in the best interests of the human race, even if motivated by self-interest? If he genuinely contributed to the well-being of humanity, Su Ming would not oppose his establishment of a sect, nor his partitioning of a fraction of the fortune to attain sanctity. Of course, the condition remained that he prioritized the interests of the human race. A sage who placed the welfare of humanity first would yield boundless benefits to the people. Without a doubt, Su Ming approached these matters from the perspective of human interests, and he knew he must demonstrate tangible actions. Chapter 58. The Tyranny of Devastation, the Annihilation of Millions in an Instant. The vast and primordial world fell into a brief silence, as numerous formidable entities turned their gaze towards Kunlun Mountain, awaiting the response of Laozi. The human race continued as usual, having resigned themselves to the slaughter perpetrated by the army of Jimin. Without intervention from the great beings, the outcome was all too predictable. Yet, there was a glimmer of anticipation among them for Laozi's emergence, hoping for a direct confrontation with the demon court. However, as the seconds trickled by, Kunlun Mountain remained enveloped in tranquility, unchanged from its typical demeanor. Mist billowed, ethereal cranes danced, monkeys cried out, and the dense spiritual energy coalesced into liquid, flowing like streams through a picturesque realm. Kunlun Mountain seemed isolated from the world, oblivious to the chaos beyond, where dark clouds loomed and a sea of soldiers surged, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The army of Jimin, teeming with powerful warriors, formed a grand formation, soaring through the clouds with remarkable order and speed, soon reaching the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Yet, even at this juncture, Kunlun Mountain showed no signs of disturbance. Laozi's indifference was unmistakable. Many of the great beings felt a pang of disappointment. Laozi had chosen not to intervene. Should he take action, it could ignite the tensions among the three purities, potentially hastening their division. A conflict between Laozi and the demon race would not only restrain the demons, but also entangle Laozi in the web of karmic retribution, hindering his ascension to holiness. What is Laozi thinking? Mused the powerful beings. The fate of the human race has already intertwined with his own luck. Does he not fear for their annihilation, which would damage his fortune? Deep down, they questioned their own resolve. Had they been in his position, they would hardly oppose the formidable demon court for the sake of a seemingly insignificant human race. The air buzzed ominously as dark clouds of demons spread across the sky, a terrifying presence that swept into the region of Mount Buzhou, drawing closer to the area nominally occupied by humanity. This vast expanse, though sparsely populated, was marked by the human race's assertion of ownership, slowly dispersing their kin throughout this immense territory to flourish and expand. Yet, the army of Jimin advanced without hesitation. The winds of the demons swirling with lethal intent, their ominous clouds poised to engulf the land. They had come to annihilate the monkey tribe, and there was no need for further discourse. Suddenly, a magnificent aura emanated from the human ranks. A radiant blue light swirling around as a colossal willow tree filled the sky, as if it were tearing through the heavens, exerting its overwhelming dominance. This scene mirrored a recurring tableau above the human realm, where the grand willow deity obscured the firmament. Then, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the human domain, his gaze cold and expressionless, as he spoke with quiet authority. Halt. You have entered the domain of the human race without permission. Step any further, and you shall face unrelenting death. This man was none other than Xuandu, a formidable figure among the human race. Upon hearing these words, many formidable beings could not help but break into smiles, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Halt, those who come. How bold must the humans be to utter such words in the face of such a grand spectacle? The Kamon clan has come to annihilate your entire race. Is it possible that this tribe of man-apes has been left lacking in wits by Nuwa during their creation? That they would rejoice at the sight of such an immense expanse materializing before them? The powerful figures of the ancient clans chuckled with mirth. After all, Such a scene is a rare occurrence indeed. A tribe so foolish is seldom seen across the ages. You, the man-ape, have slain the young master of the Kamong clan, and yet you dare to appear before me? A brutal voice reverberated through the heavens. Soon, a towering figure with emerald hair emerged from the demon clouds. His rugged visage and muscular frame emanated an explosive power, and within his eyes flickered a hint of crimson, as if endless vengeful spirits were howling, instilling a sense of dread. With a thunderous stomp, he took a step forward, and the very fabric of space was ruptured beneath his colossal foot. Chaos swirling in the aftermath, a testament to his overwhelming physical prowess. Hiss, Chiba? A member of a great clan, a Daluo Jinxian, gasped in astonishment, uttering the name of this infamous figure of the Kamong clan. Who is Chiba? Questioned the leader of a lesser clan, born but a mere 10 million years ago. In confusion, a nearby quasi-saint elucidated, Chiba is one of the earliest warriors to follow the Kamong demon god. 100 billion years ago, he reached the pinnacle of the Daluo Jinxian, possessing terrifying combat prowess and a notoriously ruthless temperament. He would annihilate entire clans at the slightest provocation. Over 1 million small clans have perished at his hands, with thousands of Daluo Jinxians, many at their peak, meeting their demise through him. As he gazed upon Chiba, even as a quasi-saint, a flicker of fear shone in his eyes. Having lived in the same era as Chiba, the memories of his brutality still haunted him. This individual, rumored to have touched the threshold of quasi-sainthood and secluded himself to comprehend the path of the quasi-saint, had not been heard from for decades. Why had he suddenly emerged? With his talent and combat strength, he should have surpassed us in breaking through to the quasi-saint level. Yet, his aura seemed to oscillate between Daluo and quasi-saint. At that moment, a profoundly ancient being furrowed his brow, observing Chiba for a time before shaking his head. His excessive bloodshed has ensnared him in a web of karmic retribution. The path to quasi-sainthood will be 1,000,000 times more arduous than for an ordinary Daluo. However, a flicker of wariness entered his gaze as he continued. Yet, despite such difficulty, he has still managed to thrust half his being into the realm of the quasi-saint through sheer talent, along with the foundation he has built over countless years. His combat strength is already comparable to that of an ordinary quasi-saint, if not slightly exceeding it. Should he step into quasi-sainthood, his future would be limitless. With his violent disposition, the world of the ancients may once again be plunged into calamity. The other mighty beings of the ancients wore expressions of reluctance, murmuring softly, "How unjust is the heavenly way. This madman possesses such extraordinary talent and power. I have heard that he holds an immense affection for Ji-hun, and upon learning of Ji-hun's brutal demise, he has emerged in a fury from his seclusion. The malevolent energy he has accumulated over countless years is likely to be unleashed upon the ape-like clan." Observing Shen Nong's impassive expression and silence, Ji Bao grinned widely, a hint of crimson flickering in his eyes. It is said that the human race has only existed for several millennia. You, a mere infant of humanity, may not have heard of my renown. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ji Bao, brother to the demon god, and Ji-hun is my dearest nephew. As he spoke, he gestured towards the wretched, enormous head atop the central peak of the human realm. That would be him. Shen Nong's countenance remained indifferent as he cast a glance at Ji Bao, his voice flat. "I know not of this, Bao. But Ji-hun's reckless intrusion into the human domain warrants the death penalty. If you wish to avoid demise, take your motley crew and depart at once." Upon hearing Shen Nong's words, Ji Bao laughed rather than fuming, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent, splendid, quite reminiscent of my former audacity. I take a liking to you." Chapter 59. What on earth is this? When Ji Bao erupted into laughter, it marked the zenith of his fury. Numerous powerful beings gasped in astonishment, their hair standing on end. This member of the human race, Xuandu, was destined to suffer a brutal demise, one that would be excruciatingly tragic. Throughout countless eons, innumerable Daluo Jinxian had fallen victim to Ji Bao's merciless cruelty, their anguished cries reverberating across the primordial wilderness for millennia before finally subsiding. Suddenly, Ji Bao's laughter ceased as he gestured dismissively toward Xuandu. "This human will be dealt with by me personally. Leave the rest to you, and ensure none escape." Understood. The army of Ji Ming complied, disregarding Xuandu as they surged forth, a tempest of demonic clouds ravaging the territories of humanity, an overwhelming aura of slaughter in their wake. At that moment, Xuandu, who had maintained an impassive demeanor, finally stirred, a glint of azure murderous intent flashing in his eyes, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens. With piercing precision, he unleashed a gaze that struck like a bolt of lightning, claiming the lives of over 1,000 Jimeng Xianxian, their bodies severed and blood staining the firmament. The sheer might Xuandu exhibited in that instant left countless powerful beings in utter shock, rendering them speechless. Witnessing such a display in person was far more impactful than any depiction in a scroll. A single glance had annihilated over 1,000 Xianxian, including several Jinxian. Could this even be considered within the realm of Deluo Jinxian? Such audacity was astounding. Furious, Ji Bao could scarcely contain his wrath. How dare Xuandu act against him in his presence? And yet he found himself unable to intervene. Continue your advance. With a resounding hum, Ji Bao's azure hair whipped wildly as he charged forth, transforming into a streak of light, his overwhelming power crashing down like a tempest. His colossal fist struck the heavens, causing the very fabric of reality to shatter with a cacophony of destruction. Xuandu, unperturbed, calmly extended his palm, employing the Willow God technique to confront Ji Bao head-on. With a thunderous impact, the heavens fractured, and chaotic currents of the void enveloped them. Ji Bao's terrifying strength and formidable physique rendered him impervious to the tumultuous void. His ferocity surged as he battled through the chaos, the weight of his punches almost unimaginable. Yet Xuandu stood resolute, wielding the Willow God technique, each movement seeming to rend the very void asunder, as if he were on the verge of creating anew from the chaos of earth, wind, fire, and water. For a time, the two exchanged blows, evenly matched in their fierce contest. Gasping in disbelief, countless powerful beings of the primordial realm watched this extraordinary spectacle unfold. The human ape race had managed to contend with Ji Bao, surpassing everyone's expectations. No wonder he had the audacity to slay Ji Han. Such overwhelming power was nearly on par with that of a typical quasi-saint. A quasi-saint sighed softly, a prodigious talent indeed, but alas, his brilliance is too ostentatious and unbridled, endangering not only himself, but also his entire kin. Many powerful beings nodded in agreement. Though capable of withstanding Ji Bao, they were not merely confronted by him. There were also 19 Deluo Jinxian and countless soldiers advancing. Moreover, the most fearsome entity, the demon god Ji Ming, had yet to reveal himself. Likely observing from the demon court, disdainful of intervening personally. How could humanity possibly withstand such overwhelming odds? In the fierce clash against the Xiandu, the heavens trembled and began to crumble, while the army of Ji Ming surged forth, advancing directly towards the human race, an overwhelming malevolence enveloping the skies above. Within the ranks of humanity, Su Ming's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he shook his head and commanded, "Let us take action." At this juncture, the Old One had yet to make an appearance, still withholding vital information. Even the resolute heart of the Old One, unwavering as fine steel, ultimately succumbed to the immense pressure from Hong Jun and the primordial Tong Tian, leading to a change of heart. Upon Su Ming's utterance, the once darkened firmament above humanity seemed to grow even more sinister, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, akin to an abyss. Suddenly, the numerous powerful observers nearby sensed a chilling trepidation, as if some dreadful entity had broken free from its confines and was about to emerge. What is happening? Why does my chest feel so constricted? In the next moment, a startled cry pierced the air, trembling with fear. Behold the heavens of the human race. Abruptly, a colossal fissure began to form, expanding at an alarming rate, stretching across hundreds of thousands of miles. Within it, a swirling mist of darkness loomed, evoking a sense of horror. Even more terrifying were the countless blood-red points visible within the inky void, each one harboring a dreadful demonic intent, resembling the eyes of the ape-like beings. A great Luo Golden Immortal trembled as he spoke, feeling an unprecedented chill course through his body. The scene before them was so bizarre and terrifying that it instilled genuine dread. A glance revealed that the crimson eyes spanned across hundreds of thousands of miles, densely packed, each point concealing an overwhelming demonic power, obscured by the mists that rendered their true nature indistinct. If these were indeed the ape beings, their numbers could easily reach into the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, a quasi-saint spoke in shock, leaving his thought unvoiced. If they were all of the ape race, Each of these red points likely possessed the cultivation level of a profound immortal. Hundreds of thousands of profound immortals? The gathered powers could hardly believe their own eyes. Suddenly, a detached voice, belonging to the divine farmer, resonated from an unknown source, echoing through the heavens. Order. The Ming clan has breached the human realm. Leave no one alive. Annihilate them all. As the command reverberated, the fissure resonated with the chilling cry of kill, interspersed with the essence of malevolence. Kill, kill, kill. Leave not a single one alive. At last, the multitude of blood-red eyes erupted with murderous intent, the dark mist roiling and surging, engulfing the sky. The human warriors stepped forth from their small world, emerging outside the fissure. 200,000 profound immortals, led by 10,000 golden immortals, manifested amidst the heavens. Their ranks impeccably ordered, marching forward in an unusual formation without a hint of chaos. Moreover, their eyes gleamed a blood-red hue, resembling formidable demon gods, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. With a unified step, the terrifying magical energy sent shivers through the very fabric of reality, as the torrent of demonic aura surged forth like a tsunami, charging towards the army of the Ming clan. Hiss! What on earth is this? Chapter 60, The Human Race's War Department. Aspiring to forge 100,000 emperors, numerous powerful beings were momentarily overwhelmed, rendered speechless. 200,000 and 10,000. Was this merely a dream? A clan boasting billions, giving rise to an extraordinarily gifted prodigy, experiencing serendipitous encounters, and breaking through to in merely several millennia was comprehensible. However, for a race to amass such terrifying foundations in just a few thousand years was beyond imagination. Most crucially, the enigmatic rift seemed to connect to an unknown world, shrouded in a rolling mist of malevolence that even quasi-saints could not penetrate. Yet, a seemingly endless stream of powerful beings emerged, and appearing in abundance. Although their auras did not exude malice, but rather emanated from the cultivation of diverse techniques, each individual resembled a celestial prodigy, some radiating divine light, others with hair ablaze like divine fire, or wielding sword energies that could rend the heavens asunder. Such phenomena were manifold, with each individual being an exceptional genius among billions, a rare talent of unparalleled distinction. This left not only the myriad powerful beings astonished, but also the towering figures, who were momentarily shaken, rendered speechless by the spectacle. With their discerning eyes, they could easily perceive the terrifying potential of these young prodigies from the human race, each at least possessing the stature of a quasi-saint. Their combat prowess formidable. They could effortlessly discern their roots, recognizing that each had cultivated for no more than 30,000 years. Such anomalies were sparse throughout the vast epochs of the Primordial World. A single clan, harboring such an abundance of prodigious talents. This was a shock that rendered them almost numb. Utterly unfathomable. The emergence of 200,000, and these prodigies transcended the imagination of all-powerful beings and towering existences alike. Ultimately, 15 and 500 stood majestically in the heavens, the rift behind them slowly contracting and vanishing, leaving these extraordinarily gifted prodigies akin to brilliant stars, standing proudly against the celestial dome, competing with the sun and moon, casting a shadow over countless other clans. How could this be possible? In the Lingxiao Hall of the demon god was so astounded that he lost his voice and abruptly stood. Not only he, but the other demon gods present were equally dumbfounded. And even the Supreme's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. In just a few thousand years, such a multitude of prodigies and powerful beings was unprecedented in antiquity. The human race, particularly had concealed themselves too deeply, exhibiting remarkable restraint. He had underestimated this clan created by the Empress Nuwa. At that moment, the entire primordial world was shaken by the power emanating from the human race. Standing atop a peak, was accompanied by and his gaze distant as he beheld the dazzling array of human prodigies in the heavens, feeling a swell of pride for them. This was a testament to the profound heritage of the human race, a war department. Millennia ago, Ming perceived that the human tribes were excessively numerous, their strength fragmented. Thus, he gathered the exceptional talents of the human race to establish this war division, under his leadership, with the Shen Nong clan directing the operations. The legions of Xianxian and Jingxian practiced the Shen Nong clan's celestial demon scriptures, consolidating boundless demonic energy through the divine demon diagram. Those who excelled were granted special permission to enter the valley and comprehend the statues of the demon lord, experiencing rapid advancement. The Tai Jinxian and the Luo Jinxian above were the most gifted individuals, chosen to enter the valley and independently grasp the mythic statues. They were indeed the pride of the heavens. It is crucial to recognize that each mythic statue sculpted by Su Ming, despite varying in rank, represented an existence at the pinnacle. Those capable of comprehending these statues were individuals of immense potential, boundless talent, and unique abilities, true paragons of the human race. This was merely the beginning, Su Ming murmured. His grand ambition was to forge 100,000 emperors for humanity, sweeping through the primordial world. With pride shining in his eyes, the Chao clan declared, "Let us wage war in the primordial realms and fully exhibit the prowess of our human champions." "This battle marks our race's inaugural confrontation," the Zi clan remarked coolly. At this moment, the War Division's forces clashed with the armies of the Qiming clan. The collision of demonic mist and monster clouds creating a thunderous roar. Suddenly, the 200,000 warriors of the War Division erupted in a unified battle cry, forming a formation that coalesced terrifying demonic energy, manifesting as a colossal demonic microcosm in the sky. A fearsome power surged into the bodies of the 200,000 warriors at their foreheads. In that instant, each member of the War Division exhibited strength far exceeding their own. Kill. The battle cry was imbued with murderous intent and demonic energy. As the human race engaged with the Qiming clan, a fierce struggle ensued, blood raining down, severed limbs soaring through the air. In this moment, many powerful beings were astounded to discover that the vast majority of those slain were from the Qiming clan. Shortly after the engagement commenced, over 10,000 Qiming Xianxian were cut down, brutally torn apart by the human forces, the sky stained crimson with blood, a scene of utter savagery, with demonic energy surging. "These humans are even more brutal than the Qiming clan," quivered a Luo Jinxian. The battle had only just begun, yet far too many unforeseen events unfolded. The strength of the human race was sufficient to crush the majority of tribes in the primordial world, not greatly inferior to the Qiming clan. "The Qiming clan has grown complacent," a quasi-saint solemnly remarked. In that moment, it became evident to all that the Qiming clan had been excessively arrogant, believing they could easily overpower the human race. Thus, they had not formed a grand formation and, having invaded the territory of the humans, faced an army that was already prepared, suffering significant losses. One step back led to another. Moreover, the power of the human army was inherently on par with that of the Qiming clan, and the formation they had assembled was so profound that even this quasi-saint found it inscrutable and incomprehensible. The battle was intensely brutal, with blood raining down. At this juncture, numerous human prodigies of Tai and Luo confronted the formidable beings of the Qiming clan. The Tai Jinxian were 500 against 1,000, while the Luo Jinxian faced 15 against 20. Additionally, the Qiming clan's warriors held a distinct advantage in cultivation levels, predominantly being mid to late-stage practitioners. Particularly regarding the Great Luo Golden Immortals, the human race possesses merely 2 in the late stage, 3 in the mid-stage, while the remaining masters are all at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is crucial to understand that the higher the realm, the more staggering the disparities become even within the same tier. The army finds itself at a disadvantage. However, the elite warriors hold the potential to reverse the tide of battle. Numerous powerful beings are intently observing, their expressions grave, not daring to blink. The ape clan has wrought countless miracles. In this moment, they finally comprehend that the human race is not merely Na'vi, but rather possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of the demon god clans to a considerable extent. Yet, just as they reach this conclusion, reality delivers a harsh blow to their faces once again. Chapter 61. Is the so-called demon god so weak? The heavens above Mount Buzhou were shrouded in darkness, permeated by a crimson hue, the stench of blood pungent in the air. Severed limbs danced amid the chaos, and blood fell in torrents, cascading from the sky like a multitude of small streams, shattering the earth and mountains below. The great celestial beings of the 2 clans, Tai Golden Immortals and Luo Golden Immortals, clashed fiercely, with a numerical disparity nearing 2 to 1. One side comprised battle-hardened veterans, while the other boasted the newly risen prodigies of the human race. By all rational calculations, the disparity in heritage and realm should have led to a one-sided affair. Yet the outcome left the entire Honglong world in a state of shock. Was the ape-human clan truly a prodigy? This question emerged in the minds of the powerful, as a scene of sheer horror unfolded before their eyes. Just as the battle commenced, a late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal from the ape-human clan, with an ethereal presence, swung his sword. The heavens cleaved in twain, as if a celestial gate had been forcefully severed. A late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal from the Qiming clan, despite launching a full-throttle counterattack, was instantly bisected beneath the piercing radiance of the sword's edge. The formidable physique of the Qiming warrior crumbled before him, as fragile as paper. In a clash of equals, this veteran Qiming Golden Immortal, who had survived countless years, was eradicated in an instant, his primordial spirit obliterated. It was an overwhelming display. What of heritage, longevity, or elevated realms? At that moment, all such concepts were rendered null and void in the face of this stark reality. A prodigy need not concern themselves with the passage of time and cultivation. In battles among equals, a single sword strike could determine fate. Meanwhile, another figure, ablaze with sacred flames, akin to a true deity descending upon the mortal realm, unleashed his power as a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. With each strike, the sacred light scorched the heavens for 1,000,000 miles, facing off against another mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. 1 strike, 2 strikes. By the 9th strike, the Qiming warrior was brutally obliterated, blood staining the entire firmament. The world seemed to mourn, yet simultaneously celebrated the might of this human prodigy. These two scenes were but mere reflections of the vast battlefield. Human Tai Golden Immortals and Deluo Golden Immortals engaged in combat across ranks, as effortlessly as one might partake in a meal. The slaying of foes across realms occurred constantly. A single Tai Golden Immortal could contend with at least 5 foes of the same rank, or even those of a higher echelon from the Qiming clan. Furthermore, numerous peak Tai Golden Immortals could withstand the onslaught of early-stage Deluo Golden Immortals, often gaining the upper hand. This was utterly inconceivable. How could such events unfold? Had a superlative cultivator of the dream realm hypnotized us? The progression of the battle exceeded all expectations, completely reversing the images that danced within their minds. All the powerful beings observing this confrontation were left agape, their bodies rendered immobile. Did the Qiming clan truly possess a numerical advantage? Such a notion was unfathomable. The pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal can be wielded as if they were a Deluo Golden Immortal. If we assess the count of formidable warriors possessing Deluo Golden Immortal strength rather than merely their rank, the number of the human race is overwhelmingly superior when faced with the Kamong tribe. The confrontation between the Tai and Deluo Golden Immortals quickly devolved into a one-sided massacre, the disparity becoming starkly evident, surpassing even the advantage of 200,000 troops. The tides of battle turned to a rout, with high-level suppression becoming increasingly apparent. The sounds of slaughter echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Countless Tai and Deluo Golden Immortals of the Kamong tribe fell, their blood staining the heavens. In the court of the demons, Emperor Jun was utterly astounded, his eyes flashing with golden light as he abruptly rose to his feet, unable to contain the surge of his aura. The scene before him transcended all reason. While the emergence of 1, 2, or even 3 extraordinary prodigies among the human race could be comprehended, after all, they were a lineage blessed by Nua's sanctification. The sheer number of such otherworldly talents was fantastical, evoking a sensation akin to dwelling within a dream. Could the ape tribe truly produce prodigies in such abundance? At that moment, not only Emperor Jun but also many other formidable beings fell into silence, overwhelmed by shock, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. When did such monstrous talents become mass-produced? Kill. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated through the heavens, echoing across vast distances and snapping all powerful beings back to their senses. Upon realizing the shout emanated from the battlefield of Ji Bao and Xian Du, many strong warriors were momentarily stunned. Had defeat come so swiftly? Ji Bao's expression was fierce, veins bulging in his neck, his entire being ablaze with a blue radiance akin to divine flame, his power far surpassing that of a mere Deluo, even instilling dread in quasi-saints. Yet, Despite his formidable strength, he was repeatedly forced to spit blood by Xian Du's onslaught, his body marred with terrifying wounds inflicted by willow branches, some deep enough to reveal bone. One such strike had nearly severed Ji Bao's head from his shoulders. Nevertheless, even in such a grievous state, Ji Bao had no time to heal, nor could he momentarily withdraw from the fray. Xian Du stood like a celestial deity, his gaze indifferent, devoid of emotion. With a mere wave of his hand, millions of willow branches sliced through the skies, fragmenting the world into countless pieces. Each of Xian Du's strikes was sharp and lethal, obliterating everything in their path, collapsing the very fabric of space, an overwhelming force that stifled breath. Kill, kill, kill. Ji Bao roared incessantly, his physical prowess terrifyingly immense, causing the very cosmos to tremble and explode. Yet all his efforts were in vain. As the willow branches continued to slice through his form, leaving behind horrific injuries, blood flowing abundantly and staining the void, it is abundantly clear that the half-step quasi-saint, Ji Bao, stands no chance against Xuandu, being utterly overwhelmed. Defeat is merely a matter of time. This scene closely resembles Ji Bao's own method of dealing with adversaries, striking with relentless precision, each blow severing flesh and bone, as if he were intent on inflicting a slow and torturous demise. The tables have turned, and Ji Bao's words echo back upon himself. The shift in circumstances has been alarmingly swift, so rapid that even the exalted Deluo Jin Xian and quasi-saints find themselves at a loss for reaction. It appears that the Ji Ming clan is destined for defeat. Without reinforcements or a more formidable power to support them, their failure is inevitable. Yet, I refuse to believe it. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the Lingxiao Palace, reverberating throughout the Yao court and shaking the vastness of the primordial world. An overwhelming and savage aura emanated from above the Yao court, solidifying the very fabric of space and rampaging through the entirety of the primordial realm with terrifying speed, instilling fear in all who sensed it. Abruptly, a towering figure emerged from the Yao court, casting a shadow over countless miles. The Ji Ming Yao god was ready to take action. The voices of numerous powerful beings trembled as they beheld this oppressive and savage figure, filled with dread. The Ji Ming Yao god, one of the 10 most formidable deities among the Yao clan, stands at the pinnacle of the third layer of quasi-sainthood. Having attained quasi-saint status during the distant era of ferocious beasts, he has endured the trials of the Dao magic wars, leading the Ji Ming clan to the present day. He is an ancient and mighty innate demon, a superpower second only to those at the peak of strength in the primordial world. It is said that he has previously slain mid-stage quasi-saints, instilling fear across the primordial realm, his temperament exceedingly savage, having annihilated countless clans and gaining infamy for his brutality. "I shall eradicate the entire ape clan," he declared, his eyes a deep crimson, resembling vast stars, filled with blood vessels as formidable as mountain ranges. With a thunderous step, Ji Ming's colossal form shattered the heavens, traversing millions of miles to arrive at the Buzhou mountain, where he stomped down, flattening vast expanses of land, causing the earth to tremble. With a roar that echoed, stars fell and mountains crumbled, creating a scene akin to apocalyptic devastation. To compel Ji Ming to take action signifies that the ape clan cannot be underestimated. The many Yao gods in the Yao court finally regarded this ape clan with newfound respect. However, the intervention of a single Yao god is sufficient to tip the balance of the entire battlefield. This is the weight of overwhelming power. In the primordial world, strength is revered above all. A top-tier powerhouse possesses the capability to rival an entire major clan's strength, influencing the scales of victory. A quasi-saint represents the pinnacle of strength within a major clan's foundation. Without a quasi-saint, no matter how many strong individuals a clan possesses, they cannot truly be considered a major clan. The human race, after all, has emerged only recently. A quasi-saint from a major clan shook his head and sighed, with many surrounding powerhouses nodding in agreement. Now, none can deny the strength and potential of the human race. Especially when it comes to their potential, it is truly boundless. Amidst a plethora of extraordinary talents, their potential is unfathomable. Given time, their growth could reach unimaginable heights, perhaps even rivaling the Lich clans. Yet, humanity, I shall consume you all. The voice of Jaimin was brutal as he lifted his colossal foot, casting a shadow over the human race, and forcefully brought it down. The fabric of space crumbled under the weight of his destructive power. In a fleeting moment, the Jaimin clan suffered immense losses, and his patience wore thin. Simultaneously, he directed one hand towards the majestic Xiandu, his palm engulfing the heavens, exuding a chilling menace, as if he intended to crush Xiandu to oblivion. Xiandu's gaze remained indifferent, unaffected by Jaimin's looming hand, while his own divine power surged forth, overwhelming and relentless, causing Jaimin to roar in fury. Ignorant wretch. Jaimin's voice turned icy. Who was the ignorant one? Suddenly, a cold voice reverberated through the skies. Those who tread upon humanity shall perish. A black beam streaked across the firmament, an aura of annihilation sweeping through in an instant. Blood rained down, saturating the heavens. A mournful roar escaped Jaimin's lips as he retracted his hand, only to find his fingers shattered, crashing down upon the heavens, quaking the earth beneath. This was a moment of profound shock for countless powerful beings. Abruptly, a figure enveloped in demonic light stepped forth from the heart of the human realm, blood-red hair billowing. An aura of destruction rampantly unleashed, plunging the world into darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Countless strong warriors trembled, even from afar. The terror of this presence was palpable, instilling dread. Was this a champion of humanity? The Shen Nong stepped gracefully into the celestial expanse, transcending distances with the speed of light, leaving behind a myriad of illusions in the sky. Distancing himself from the realm of humanity and keeping Jaimin at bay, miles away from their territory. The legendary Jaimin demon god, aside from his larger stature, was nothing more than that, utterly weak and easily vanquished. Chapter 62. The Deception of Ming. Let us cease hostilities. I shall not hold grudges. The presence of the divine farmer was cold and indifferent, his hoarse, enchanting voice resonating through the air, sending shivers through countless powerful beings, leaving them awestruck as they beheld the figure of the human shrouded in demonic mist. His demeanor was both domineering and arrogant, yet it also instilled an unsettling sense of inevitability. His words, though audacious, were imbued with a formidable dominance capable of sweeping away all opposition, exuding an uncanny confidence that compelled belief. You are far too arrogant, human. Never has anyone dared to utter such words to me, Ming thundered. His formidable physique swiftly mending the broken fingers within moments, as if he possessed an immortal body. With a hum, Ming's eyes blazed with intensity, his towering form slightly crouching, as his azure fists coalesced terrifying energy, akin to the eye of a hurricane wreaking havoc. The destructive force radiated a blinding brilliance, overwhelming and terrifying, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. As he unleashed a punch, the heavens shattered like parchment, the firmament inverted, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed to revolve around that singular blow. The magnitude of this power was unfathomable, drawing gasps from numerous formidable beings, including those of quasi-saint caliber. Truly, Ming was a force to be reckoned with. This single strike could likely obliterate an ordinary quasi-saint in an instant. Are you swatting at flies? At that moment, the divine farmer slowly lifted his lowered head, revealing a visage that left many strong practitioners gasping in horror. His blood-red eyes harbored an ocean of crimson, embodying an abyss where endless demonic entities roared, visions of world destruction and falling stars swirling within. Was this a man or a demon? Countless powerful beings were left astonished. This human was enigmatic, a strength that inspired both fear and awe. Ming's flesh, I have yet to taste. Such a massive physique would suffice for an entire feast of humanity. The divine farmer's gaze swirled with a tempest of blood, his hair dancing wildly as his form flickered, transforming into a magnificent beam of demonic light that seemed to bridge heaven and earth, slicing forward with relentless force. Boom! In their first clash, chaos erupted as azure and black energies collided violently, reminiscent of the universe's cataclysm. Yet, even more suffocating was the realization that Ming's exceptionally powerful body was rendered frilier than paper before this demonic light swiftly sliced through, exposing azure bones beneath. Hiss! Bang! A bone-chilling sound reverberated as Ming's once proud immortal form was shattered, his colossal fist cleaved as if by a mountain, the severed surface unnaturally smooth. The vast azure bones still aglow with a cerulean luminescence. The torrent of Ming's blood surged forth like an ocean, inundating the earth, swiftly spreading 100 miles away, transforming into a vast lake of crimson, shimmering with azure light. The scent of blood wafted through the tumultuous winds, extending far into the distance. This human, a formidable presence that evoked both reverence and dread, remained unfathomable. Many strong beings felt their bodies stiffen in the wake of such overwhelming power. At this moment, their emotions were beyond description. What kind of extraordinary clan was this? A formidable army of 200,000 celestial warriors was already astonishing enough. Yet, exceptional talents emerged in droves, as if mass-produced. Even an entity on the verge of sanctity had appeared, overpowering the demon god, Jaimin, in battle. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. Jun murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock, unable to fathom that this clan he had always underestimated possessed such immense power. Jun vowed that if given another chance, he would never belittle the human race again, nor would he allow Jaimin to casually recruit them. What a missed opportunity. With a sigh, he resolved that should he be granted another chance, he would not hesitate to set aside his pride and personally seek out the human race, even if it meant offering the title of demon god. At this moment, the demon gods seated in the Lingshao Hall were rendered motionless, their eyes wide with fury. This scene had confirmed just how incredibly formidable this mysterious and malevolent human combat strength was. Regardless of whether they could defeat Jaimin, it was undeniable that they could at least overwhelm the majority of demon gods. The human race could indeed triumph over most demon clans. Was this the legendary demon god, Jaimin? So weak it was suffocating. The divine farmer did not pursue the victory further, but instead remained stationary, granting Jaimin a moment to recuperate. Gazing down upon him with an enigmatic expression, Jaimin, do you dare to declare the destruction of my human race? I bestow upon you the chance to leave a final message. Jaimin, taken aback, withdrew his hand, seizing the moment to heal and contemplate his next steps. The unfathomable depths of the human race, with strong and talented individuals emerging continuously, instilled a sense of fear even in him, who faced them head-on. Hiss! So audacious! This human race is indeed a model for our kind. When shall we possess such grace? Numerous powerful beings drew in sharp breaths. The divine farmer exhibited such audacity. At that moment, in the eastern part of the primordial world, within the core of the witch clan, a voice resonated, filled with admiration for those of equal strength. Before the Pango Hall, Hou knelt, lifting his head to gaze intently towards the human realm. He had been punished to kneel before the Pango Hall for a millennium, as a warning for having unilaterally agreed to conditions for interaction with the human race. Hou rise. As these words were spoken, Di Jiang and Hou Tu stepped out of the Pango Hall, their fierce gazes directed towards the human realm, eyes deep with contemplation. Hou, you did well this time. This human ape. Di Jiang paused thoughtfully, then continued, the potential and strength of this human race merit an alliance with my witch clan. You have secured for us a significant advantage over Di Jiang. Thank you, Ancestor Di Jiang. My contributions were merely a fortunate accident and hardly noteworthy, Hou replied respectfully, rising to stand aside, his gaze lifting towards the proud divine farmer, memories of the 3 arrows pact and the divine farmer's final punch flooding his mind. In a brief moment, he had grown stronger. Shock lingered in Hou's eyes. He has fought against the divine farmer, possessing profound insight into his strength. Sister Hutu, after this battle, you must personally visit the human tribe. Di Jiang's gaze was deep, lost in thought. Very well, elder brother. I too harbor this intention. I wish to witness the inner workings of the human tribe with mine own eyes. Hutu's voice resonated with wonder. The strength and potential exhibited by the human tribe transcended the imagination of the entire primordial world, including the witch clan. A race that has existed for merely several millennia has achieved such heights, an occurrence unseen throughout the ages, never before recorded in the annals of primordial history. Although the battle between the humans and the Ming tribe was yet to conclude, it had already garnered the acknowledgement of the witch clan, as well as the recognition of the entire primordial realm. Great Ancestor Wu, I shall accompany you, Hua suddenly interjected, a hint of unperceived nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Huta queried, her brow furrowed with confusion. She could discern that Hua still bore injuries. Should he not focus on his recovery? The Pact of 3 Arrows. I have been defeated, diminishing the prestige of my witch clan. This time, I shall confront the divine farmer with all my might. To restore the honor of my people, Hua Yi hastily clarified. Very well. Huta nodded, unfazed. The witch clan was inherently competitive, especially Hua Yi, who once again turned his gaze toward the human tribe. The primordial world was engulfed in a collective shock. In the boundless chaos, within the small world crafted by Nuwa, she had fallen into a state of stupor. Observing this scene, recalling her previous conversations with the human tribe, she felt an overwhelming heat rise to her face. Having created this race only to cast them aside, witnessing their devastating losses, yet seeing them flourish to such an extent, left her astounded, especially as she, the Holy Mother of humanity, remained oblivious to it. Furthermore, as a being of the highest order, she failed to perceive the divine farmer's true realm, uttering words that now seemed utterly embarrassing. No wonder he wished for me, the Holy Mother, to stand aside. Nuwa murmured, her voice laced with astonishment, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the direction of the purple cloud palace. The tribe she had forged possessed such immense potential. It was no wonder Hong Jun had urged her to abandon them. She directed her myriad grievances toward Hong Jun. Hong Jun, you are plotting against me. Nuwa's voice brimmed with resentment. The human tribe's vast potential, had she not forsaken them, would now belong to her dominion. At present, the human tribe still regarded her as their holy mother, yet the attitude of the divine farmer revealed much. They may revere you as their holy mother, but do not presume to dictate their affairs. What Nuwa did not realize was that Hong Jun, at this moment, was even more bewildered and astonished than she. Humans, how have you achieved this? This cannot be. The calculations of the creation jade plate indicated that the rise of humanity should not occur until after the fall of the witch and demon tribes. Hong Jun shook his head repeatedly, unable to fathom that he had miscalculated. He was aware of the emergence of the human emperor. However, he could never have anticipated that this sovereign of humanity had already ascended to the level of a quasi-saint, and the power of the human race had far exceeded his control. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Laozi had failed in his teachings, feeling compelled to shamelessly establish his doctrine prematurely. Laozi, why did you not reveal to me the formidable strength of humanity? Hong Jun mused. The potential of the human race had attained the capacity to disrupt the current balance of the primordial world. He had to confront this burgeoning race directly, for he could not allow the primordial realm to evolve naturally. Otherwise, it could jeopardize his grand scheme of unity. He understood the terrifying fortune of humanity and would never permit the emergence of another powerful dominant race in the primordial world after the era of the witch and demon clans. In the world of the primordial realm, under the watchful gaze of all, the demon god Jimong, after a brief silence to heal, seemed to disregard the arrogant and contemptuous words of the human race before him and spoke in a low tone. Humanity, shall we conclude our battle here? Let bygones be bygones. I shall hold no grudges. His reference to them subtly shifted from the race of the monkey people to the human race. Chapter 63. The Demon Emperor, please advocate for me. Upon hearing Ji Ming's words, Su Ming chuckled. From Ji Ming's utterances, he discerned that his objective had been achieved. This battle had vindicated the human race. The subtle shift in Ji Ming's nomenclature for the human race served as evidence. The respect of others is invariably founded upon strength, devoid of might. All discourse is but idle talk. Beside him, Yu Chaoshi chuckled, remarking, this Ji Ming is clearly gripped by fear, unwilling to continue the conflict with our kind, yet he clings to his pride. Does he not court his own demise? Indeed, Zi Yishe laughed heartily. This beast likely remains oblivious to the caliber of his adversaries. He stands before the Shen Nong clan, yet dares to maintain his bravado in hopes of survival. Were he to confront others, Ji Ming's clan, with its strength and status, might have sought peace with humility, perhaps even maintaining a semblance of defiance without repercussions, possibly allowing for a safe withdrawal. But the Shen Nong clan. Su Ming exchanged a knowing smile with Zi Yishe and Yu Chaoshi. This battle was the Shen Nong clan's domain. They would unleash their full potential. No matter the cost, for the human race would bear the burden. What did you just say? The Shen Nong clan gazed down upon Ji Ming, their eyes ablaze with a fury akin to a volcanic eruption. You, who would speak of letting bygones be bygones with my people, do you deem yourself worthy? By your strength, or that of the so-called Ji Bao, or of your kin whom we have obliterated? At this declaration, an oppressive silence enveloped the primordial expanse. Such brazen arrogance was unprecedented, leaving no dignity for the Ji Ming clan. You, Ji Ming stammered, his anger surging, yet his words remained unvoiced. Suddenly, a harrowing wail pierced the air, capturing the attention of all present. In an instant, Xian Du's gaze was devoid of emotion. Countless willow branches coalesced into a blade, severing Ji Bao's head from his body. The remains were a grotesque sight, blood gushing forth, flesh in disarray. One could scarcely fathom the harrowing torment Ji Ming had endured before his demise. "Show mercy," Ji Ming cried out in desperation. At their level of cultivation, decapitation did not necessarily signify death. Yet, Xian Du paid no heed to Ji Ming's frenzied shouts. A flash of azure light emanated from his hand, and Ji Bao's consciousness was instantly extinguished, leaving no opportunity for escape. "Ji Bao?" Ji Ming's eyes widened in rage, a tempest of murderous intent swirling within him. "Human race, I shall rend you limb from limb." Ji Bao had been his companion through countless ages. Their bond deeper than that of father and son. A son might be born anew, but a brother was irreplaceable. In that moment, the Shen Nong clan's voice resonated with a malevolent authority. "Ji Ming, remember this. Your slayer is none other than the Shen Nong clan of the human race." Instantly, an overwhelming aura of darkness surged forth, causing the countenances of numerous powerful beings to shift dramatically. The aura was so terrifying that even the slightly weaker Deluo Golden Immortals felt they might bleed from all orifices should they stand too close to its core, succumbing to madness and death on the spot. Buzz. Shen Nong's demonic essence surged with fervor, akin to a roaring inferno. His blood-red hair danced wildly. He unleashed a magical hand that spanned millions of miles, a torrent of demonic intent capable of plucking stars from the sky. The heavens twisted as if they were a bottomless abyss. The intent to kill surged forth, the demonic essence boiling, freezing vast expanses of territory. This battle marked the inaugural clash of the human race, a moment when Shen Nong, without restraint, showcased his prowess upon the grand stage of the Primordial World. In the distance, many great Luo Golden Immortals covered their ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony of demonic sound, teetering on the brink of madness, fleeing in terror to a distance of millions of miles before daring to look back. The heavens shattered as Shen Nong's demonic hand tore apart the sky, swinging toward Ji Ming's head, intent on burying him with a single strike. This blow was truly terrifying. Ji Ming's complexion paled. He had not anticipated Shen Nong's unbridled aggression. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he coughed up blood and retreated millions of miles. The human race, Shen Nong, and Ji Ming roared in a frenzy. "Do you truly not consider the future of the human race? Invader, perish." The demonic sound reverberated. Shen Nong's eyes turned crimson, succumbing to madness as the celestial magic bestowed by Su Ming surged uncontrollably. He sought to eliminate Ji Ming with utmost swiftness. Boom. The tumultuous sea of demons surged. Shen Nong's palms traced circles, coalescing into a diagram of divine and demonic forces, transforming into a sword. Countless divine and demonic swords spanned the heavens, an endless ocean of magical blades, submerging Ji Ming within their depths. Ji Ming roared, desperately unleashing his own powers to resist, his indestructible body wreaking havoc, his colossal fists imbued with boundless azure light, shattering innumerable demonic swords. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic swords rent the sky, toppling mountains and oceans. An incessant formation of divine and demonic swords battered Ji Ming, causing him to cough blood repeatedly, his body marred by ghastly wounds inflicted by the swords. This scene was reminiscent of the torturous execution of Xian Du upon Ji Baoling, now playing out upon Ji Ming. Countless powerful beings in the primordial world gazed in astonishment, including Ho Yi of the Wu clan, who was left speechless, feeling parched and dry. This Shen Nong is truly monstrous. He realized that if he were to enter the fray, his fate would not differ greatly from Ji Ming's. Ho Yi, hailed as the mightiest of the Wu clan, understood that Ji Ming was among the top 10 most formidable demon gods of the Yaogu clan, their strengths comparable. In his heart, Ho Yi harbored a sliver of luck, grateful that previous apprehensions had prevented a confrontation with Shen Nong. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Ming's indestructible body was remarkably resilient, deserving of its reputation among the demon gods of the primordial realm, wreaking havoc yet capable of restoration. However, even a formidable being like Ji Ming felt a tremendous burden, unable to endure, as countless divine and demonic swords pierced his form, the endless agony driving him to the brink of madness. Below, Jiming's army had descended into chaos, relentlessly pursued by the human forces. The Tai Golden Immortals and Great Luo Golden Immortals of Jiming's clan fell in succession, blood staining the heavens. Jiming's heart ached as he beheld this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with anguish. These were the remnants of his clan's immense foundation, painstakingly accumulated over countless ages. Once these formidable beings have perished, even if one were to survive, they would be unable to maintain the esteemed status of the Demon God clan, and their fortune would inevitably suffer a great decline. O Demon Emperor, I beseech you to uphold justice for the clan of Ming, for the human race has been exceedingly tyrannical. Ming roared towards the heavens, his voice resonating through the boundless firmament, penetrating the 33 heavens. After his roar, Ming turned to the Shen Nong clan and spoke sternly. Human race, I am a demon god, basking in the boundless fortune of the demon kin. No matter how powerful your clan may be, you remain of inferior status among the demon race. This is an affront to our hierarchy. You still have the opportunity to desist. Should the demon god descend, the human race will not withstand the consequences. The Supreme Celestial of Ta Ching will not risk offending my demon court for the sake of your insignificant clan. Chapter 64. Are humans merely pawns to be manipulated? Upon witnessing the desperate plea from Ming, Emperor Jun of Lingxiao Palace rose with an air of calm. However, as he heard Ming's subsequent words, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed in rage. What a fool! With that, Emperor Jun swiftly retreated from the demon court. Yet, engulfed by endless demonic swords, Ming remained oblivious to Jun's furious roar. At this moment, his sole desire was to preserve the elite of his clan, and he had no qualms about threatening the Shen Nong clan, aiming to shatter their resolve. A cold smile danced in Ming's eyes. Shen Nong, do you still harbor the illusion that the Supreme Lord of the Three Purities will intervene on behalf of humanity? Allow me to disabuse you of such fanciful dreams. In the eyes of those exalted beings, humanity is merely an object of exploitation, a pawn. The Supreme Lord has long since reached an accord with the Demon Emperor. In this battle, my clan will not annihilate your entire race, but will instead leave behind a remnant of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Shen Nong was consumed by fury, his eyes glowing crimson as if they could bleed, and with a single punch, he pierced Ming's chest. Blood gushing forth. Ming, despite the grievous injury, extended his hand, his smile growing ever more sinister. I am a quasi-saint. My body is indestructible. To think you could swiftly slay me is a mere fantasy. It is not too late to withdraw now. The words of Ming cast a suffocating silence over the world of the primordial. Countless powerful beings felt a chill run down their spines. The calculations of these top-tier experts were exceedingly ruthless. Old fool, Su Ming muttered under his breath, his smile evaporating to reveal a cold demeanor, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He had always known that his fortune was intertwined with humanity, with his unyielding commitment to the path of enlightenment. How could he easily abandon his kin and stand idly by as Ming's clan turned against them? Everything had become clear. Su Ming intended to utilize Ming's clan, sacrificing part of his own fortune to seize complete control over humanity. If humanity were left with only the frail and the helpless, the outcome would be dire. He had begun to murmur, but the words fell silent as he clenched his fists, veins bulging. The Z clan shouted fiercely. The traitor's intent to extinguish our spirit remains unquenched. We must remain vigilant. Not merely to extinguish humanity, Su Ming whispered, a malevolent aura permeating his voice. They wish to force humanity to kneel, dictating our fate. A humanity that stands tall is not what they desire. Old fool, I have greatly underestimated you. Su Ming cast aside all illusions in his mind. None of the foreign gods and demons in the primordial world were deserving of even a sliver of trust. Abandoning his fantasies, he prepared for battle. On Kunlun Mountain, a thunderous roar erupted from Su Ming, shaking the very mountains. Brother, do not act impulsively. Allow me to handle this, Yuanshi stepped forward, attempting to restrain the enraged Su Ming. Yet, in an instant, Su Ming's humble dwelling exploded, and a brilliant light surged into the heavens, tearing through the fabric of space. The furious roar of Laozi resounded. I shall not spare you, primordial. As his words echoed, Laozi's figure vanished into the vast heavens above. Senior brother, Primordial furrowed his brow. preparing to pursue, when a large hand restrained him, and the imposing figure of Tong Tian appeared before Primordial. "Junior brother, do you intend to block my path?" Primordial's gaze was icy. Tong Tian's eyes gleamed like swords, seemingly piercing into Primordial's very soul, softly advising, "Senior brother, if you wish to avoid a complete schism within the three purities and desire to preserve harmony with our senior brother, do not proceed." "Senior brother." Tong Tian raised his gaze towards the direction of the human race, his voice dropping to a whisper, "It will cost you your life." "You." Primordial was enraged, yet his foot instinctively retreated. To obstruct the path to enlightenment is akin to slaying one's parents. Laozi's motivations for establishing his teachings had been thoroughly understood by Primordial and Tong Tian during their previous discourse with Hongjun. It was only due to Hongjun's coercion that Laozi had taken a step back. The escalation of events to this juncture could only hint at the depths of Laozi's fury. Should Primordial dare to interfere again, Laozi would truly take his life. The resolve of Laozi in his pursuit of truth was unwavering. Suddenly, an overwhelming imperial majesty swept across the heavens, causing numerous powerful beings to tremble. The demon emperor had descended. Dijuan, towering and majestic, stood above the firmament, surrounded by rolling golden divine flames, resembling a colossal sun pulsating with tremendous pressure. "Jiming, you fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Dijuan's voice was devoid of warmth, as he directly admonished Jiming, harboring deep dissatisfaction towards him. Were it not for Jiming's importance in his upcoming reforms of the demon race, he might have outright discarded this fool. Transactions among the pinnacle of power must not be carelessly exposed to the public eye. "Demon Emperor, I didn't tea." Jiming was taken aback, not expecting to be the first to be chastised upon the Demon Emperor's arrival. "Silence." A hint of ire laced Dijuan's voice, as divine flames flickered in his eyes. "This conflict originated from the invasion of the Jiming clan, which misinterpreted my intentions, leading to this series of events. You should promptly apologize to the human race." Having said that, Dijuan turned his gaze to the Shen Nong clan and said softly, "I am Dijuan, the Demon Emperor, and the close friend of the human goddess Niwa. It is indeed my oversight to have neglected the human race for so long. However, both the Jiming clan and the human race are vital factions within the demon race. Such a grand conflict risks making the entire Honghuang a laughingstock." With a hearty laugh, Dijuan continued, "Might I request that this battle come to an end? Should there be any grievances, we can resolve them at the demon court, where I shall serve as a mediator." In that moment, countless powerful beings in the Honghuang world stood in stunned silence. The once formidable demon emperor, who had once dominated the world, was now surprisingly amiable and approachable. Shouldn't Dijuan have issued a direct command to force the human race to cease hostilities? They were equally astonished on behalf of the human race. This battle has undoubtedly solidified the standing of the human race. Upon entering the realm of the demon clan, the humans, bolstered by their strength and their relationship with the sovereign of the Niwa, have positioned themselves at least among the ranks of the demon deities. They have leapt into the Dragon Gate, forever severing their ties with the mundane world. How enviable! The leaders of the great clans of the primordial era lamented with fervor, their words imbued with envy. However, the path of humanity is not one they can emulate. The humans ascended upon the shoulders of the mighty clan of Jaimong, a formidable demon deity lineage. The response from within the human race was markedly different. Dijun is utterly shameless, cursed the Chao clan in anger. The Zi clan scoffed repeatedly, remarking, "A dignified demon emperor, yet so utterly perverse in discerning right from wrong. It is clear that the Jaimong clan invaded our human race first. The decree from the demon court is known throughout the primordial era. Our resistance followed suit. Yet they dare to claim it as internal strife within the demon clan, turning us into a laughingstock. When did our human race become a part of the demon clan? Even I, the leader of the human race, am left bewildered." The Chao clan coldly remarked, "Is it not because they have witnessed the strength of our human race and seek to draw us in, yet are unwilling to abandon the Jaimong clan? They wish for us to endure humiliation to preserve the dignity of their imperial title." "Imperial dignity," Su Ming murmured to himself. What kind of emperor allows the Jaimong clan to annihilate the human race in order to curry favor with them? When the humans sought to eradicate the Jaimong clan, knowing they were no match, they implored us for mercy while still wishing to safeguard their imperial stature. What do they take the human race for? Mere pawns to be manipulated at will. Chapter 65. Laozi takes action, rooting out evil in the desolate expanse of the primordial world. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Numerous formidable beings held their breath, their intense gazes fixated upon the figure of Shen Nong. It was evident to all that Emperor Jun was coercing the human race into submission. A brazen act built upon the aggressive oppression by the Jiming clan. Such behavior was utterly shameless. Yet, could the human race dare to resist? The being before them was none other than the Demon Emperor, a transcendent existence among the Demon clan, whose status eclipsed even that of the revered Nuwa of humanity. Emperor Jun. A torrent of rage surged within Shen Nong's eyes, burning with murderous intent as he bellowed his name, a manifestation of his inner fury. However, Shen Nong's options were limited. Such a monumental matter necessitated the decisive intervention of Su Ming. In that moment, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a piercing glint of lethal resolve. This affront could not be tolerated. This was the initial battle for the survival of the human race, a fight for their very existence, and they must remain unyielding and resolute. At that instant, a voice, cold and dispassionate, reverberated through the heavens. "Wretched beast, how dare you slander my name?" With a thunderous resonance, the dual forces of yin and yang enveloped the realm. As the Taiji diagram manifested beneath the boundless void, exerting an overwhelming suppressive power that rendered the faltering Jiming utterly immobilized. In an instant, the already precarious Jiming lost all capacity for resistance, pierced through by countless divine swords, leaving its colossal form riddled with gaping wounds, blood gushing forth in torrents. A gruesome sight that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The eyes of Jiming were filled with agony and horror, its pupils constricting. Yet unable to utter a single sound, it could only convey its desperation through silent pleas. In the next moment, Laozi, clad in an ancient Taoist robe, appeared in the celestial expanse, his gaze devoid of warmth, brimming with lethal intent. This seeker of the Tao had been thoroughly provoked. "Emperor Jun, this wretched beast has besmirched my name and sowed discord between me and the human race. This is a grave sin. Furthermore, while I was in seclusion, this beast took advantage of my absence to invade humanity, instigating an act that would lead to eternal regret. This is another sin. Each transgression warrants death." Laozi's eyes radiated with the essence of yin and yang, as he seemed poised for an all-out confrontation, coldly declaring, "I shall eliminate this beast. The Jiming clan deserves annihilation. Do you have any objections?" This was a threat. This was Laozi's attempt to rectify the wrongs inflicted upon humanity. To mend the fence after the sheep are lost. Is it truly ever too late? In the primordial world, an air of suffocating tension permeated. At that moment, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern that Laozi sought to make amends for the human race, arriving to offer assistance. After all, even if the human race were to bow to Emperor Jun, they would suffer little beyond a slight loss of face, while gaining everything they desired along with boundless benefits. In the face of such advantages, what does a mere facade of dignity even matter? A timely benefaction is as precious as a gift in the snow. Su Ming lowered his head and murmured to himself, a hint of a cold smile curving his lips. He harbored no goodwill towards the Old One anymore. However, since the Old One had made his appearance, it was an opportune moment to utilize him, compelling him to confront Di Jun directly. When the clam and the crab contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. How delightful that would be. The two figures, the nesting clan and the black robe clan, exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Two shameless entities, akin to dogs biting one another, a cacophony of fur. Haraha. Even Su Ming could not help but join in the hearty laughter. How exhilarating. Old One, you've outdone yourself. Di Jun's expression darkened to the utmost, as he turned to glance at the perilously cornered Ji Ming, feeling overwhelmed. "The sovereign is not to be threatened," Di Jun declared coldly, his words vehement. Yet internally, he weighed the pros and cons incessantly. "Let Tai Yi join the fray. I am eager to witness whether the unparalleled force of the Taiji diagram prevails, or if the versatile Eastern Emperor Bel proves superior." The Old One's eyes glimmered with chilling intent, his words direct. Hiss. Numerous powerful beings gasped in astonishment, discerning the underlying implications in the Old One's statement. "You, Di Jun, are no match for me. Let Tai Yi accompany you." In response to Di Jun's obstinacy, the Old One offered no further discourse. This previously unassuming, seldom active, and most discreet of the three pure ones now displayed such audacity. The old one possessed ample confidence. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Without looking back, Su Ming, who was also taken aback by the nesting clan and the Black Robe clan, spoke gravely while fixing his gaze on the old one. Legends and later generations proclaim that among the 6 saints, the old one is the mightiest, with strength closest to Hong Jun, embodying the path of the Tao devoid of desires. In his last confrontation with the Shen Nong clan, he scarcely unleashed even a fraction of his true power. Tai Ching. Di Jun bellowed, his fury ignited, his thoughts shattered. You are exceedingly arrogant. At this moment, they were in the midst of the primordial realm, not in the endless void, and certainly not beyond the heavens, all under the watchful eyes of the entire primordial world. The old one pressed forward, uttering bold claims. Should he retreat, he would jeopardize his position as the demon emperor. I can indeed defeat you. A battle beyond the heavens. Di Jun shouted in rage, swiftly traversing to the ancient starry expanse. Hypocritical sovereign. The old one sneered, turning to the Shen Nong clan with an effortful smile, proclaiming, I am the leader of the human sect. Whatever decision the human race makes this time, I shall resolutely support it to the end. With that, the old one soared into the ancient starry skies. Before long, a magnificent imperial aura surged forth, the golden crow's divine flames sweeping through the endless void, colliding with the dual energies of yin and yang. Yet, it was evident to all that the confrontation between Di Jun and the old one would yield no definitive outcome. It was merely a battle for honor. What comes next? A sense of confusion lingered in the eyes of many powerful beings in the primordial realm. Had Di Jun truly departed without uttering a word? What of the Ming clan? Unbeknownst to them, Di Jun's silence was, in itself, a form of declaration. Emperor Jun ultimately finds himself in a position of culpability, as he stands in opposition to the Witch clan, not wishing to confront the three pure ones directly. Consequently, the Ming clan is understandably forsaken by him. Yet, as a deity among demons, he dares not articulate such abandonment openly. Instead, he employs a subterfuge, invoking a conflict from the heavens. Such shamelessness is truly myopic. Su Ming scoffed. For the sake of self-interest, he can easily relinquish an entire clan of subordinates. If a monarch of such caliber could unify the myriad factions of the demon race into a single entity, it would indeed be a sight of the extraordinary. In contrast to the human race, due to Ji's brazen incursion into their realm and the ensuing carnage. What does it matter if he is the offspring of a demon deity or a representative of the demon emperor? The answer is simple. Kill. He even goes so far as to reveal a fraction of his strength, enduring immense pressure to wage war against the Ming clan. Kill. Su Ming issued his command with indifference. Subsequently, he uttered for even more merciless words, eradicate the roots. Chapter 66. The demise of Ming and the enigma of Luo Ho. With a sense of purpose, the Shen Nong clan unleashed a fierce glare and extending a formidable hand. He crushed the feeble and defeated Ming's head into mere fragments. Yet, the indomitable body of Ming, despite its shattered visage, exhibited an astonishing resilience. Even as his form was pounded into a sieve, it continued to regenerate, pulsating with a terrifying vitality. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. If Ming, at the nascent stage of quasi-saint, possessed such formidable strength, one could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if he were to reach the pinnacle of that realm. The many quasi-saints of the primordial world were left in shock, astounded by the sheer robustness of his physique. However, even this formidable demon was overwhelmed and ultimately perished at the hands of a rising human prodigy. As the Shen Nong clan's eyes blazed with blood-red flames that spilled beyond their confines, the inferno radiated an unfathomable depth, resembling a conflagration born of countless wronged souls, exuding an eerie and captivating allure. Encased in flames, Ming's body, more resilient than divine iron, was incinerated into nothingness, while the blood flames intensified, dancing with a vibrant life of their own. Witnessing this, numerous powerful beings felt an icy dread creep over them, their hairs standing on end. It seemed as if the flames were absorbing the very essence of Ming, refining and devouring him. This was undeniably a technique of the demonic path. Yet, had not the demonic sect been obliterated in the battle against the Tao? The sacred grounds of the demonic teachings were now occupied by the likes of Jane and Zundi. perpetually cleansed by the light of Buddhism. Could it be that the demonic path had resurfaced in the Primordial Realm? Was it possible that the demon lord Luo Ho had not perished and that Shen Nong had inherited his legacy? This would indeed explain how Shen Nong had amassed such overwhelming power in a mere few thousand years. Speculations abounded among the powerful. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun murmured, "Luo Ho, the demonic path." A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could it truly be that Luo Ho had survived and was meddling in human affairs? As his greatest rival, Luo Ho's power rivaled that of the saints. If he had indeed survived, it would clarify the repeated deviations from Hong Jun's calculations by the human race. Luo Ho, if you truly live and dare to disrupt my grand design, I shall reduce you to ashes, Hong Jun declared, his voice laced with a chilling intent, causing the chaos to tremble and the void to roar in response. The losses he had suffered were immense. The human race had eluded his control, and he feared that, due to their relentless pressure, he had become despised by them. With the path to enlightenment now seemingly distant, the rift among the three pure ones had widened, threatening to shatter at any moment. Contemplating this, Hong Jun cast a cold, penetrating gaze toward the direction of Nuwa Palace, his eyes filled with ominous intent. Nuwa, too, was restless. How could her clandestine descent of divine awareness into the human realm escape his keen perception? What is this madness? Ever since the birth of the sovereign Shen Nong, misfortune has befallen him repeatedly. If this continues, when shall he achieve unity with the Tao? Hong Jun felt an increasing irritation, and with it, a growing sense of murderous intent towards the human race. It is this very lineage that has caused events to spiral beyond his control. Luo Hu, I shall see if you truly still draw breath. With a low exclamation, Hong Jun produced the creation jade disc and began fervently to deduce the whereabouts of Luo Hu. In the vastness of the primordial world, a resonant hum echoed, rippling waves reverberated through the air, with blood flames surging and radiating brilliance, resembling a resplendent dark red rose ablaze. The body of the demon god Jiming was entirely refined and consumed, an occurrence steeped in enigma. After the annihilation of Jiming, the bloodlust in Shen Nong's eyes showed no sign of abating. His blood-red hair danced wildly, infused with demonic intent as he coldly declared, the Jiming clan must be eradicated completely, leaving not a single one alive. Hiss, what do the humans intend to do? Do they truly dare? A multitude of formidable beings inhaled sharply, a disbelieving thought emerging within them. Do the humans really have the audacity to act in such a manner? The truth would soon reveal itself. The murderous glint in Shen Nong's gaze flickered as he spoke without mercy. Xuandu, lead half of the battle division and pursue the remnants of the Jiming army. Not a single Jiming shall be spared. Xuandu complied without hesitation. Immediately, he set forth with an army of 100,000 Xianxian, launching a relentless pursuit of the fleeing Jiming clan, an aura of slaughter pervading the air. The remainder would accompany me to lay waste to the Jiming territory, leaving none to survive. Shen Nong's voice was devoid of warmth as he and a multitude of powerful allies, accompanied by the 10,000 warriors, formed a formation heading towards the core of the demon race, the homeland of the Jiming clan, situated millions of miles away. Such audacity! To invade the heartland of the demon race and eradicate a clan of demon gods. Witnessing the expansive human battle division, countless primal beings stood agape, rendered speechless. In this brief span, they had forgotten just how many times they had been left in awe. The human race continually surprised them with unforeseen developments. The Jiming clan, despite being a demon god lineage with rightful status, had initially instigated conflict with the humans. Yet, to invade the depths of the demon race and obliterate an entire clan of demon gods was extraordinarily audacious. If I recall correctly, adjacent to the Jiming clan are three formidable demon god clans, the Ghost Chariot clan, the Nine Infants clan, and the Ying Zhao clan, all of which are exceedingly powerful. For the human race to annihilate the Jiming clan, they must traverse the territory of one of these clans. Would they remain passive? Numerous powerful beings held their breath. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. The Jiming clan resided in the heart of the demon race, surrounded by countless formidable demon god clans. Should they intervene, the Witch clan could not eradicate the Jiming clan, let alone the human race. The demon race. Su Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he let out a cold laugh. In truth, he held the demon race in profound disdain. The demon clan. renowned for encompassing myriad beings from the primordial chaos, claims that all life birthed from this ancient expanse belongs to them. By this reasoning, even the three pure ones, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans, and even the formidable Jin Yuan-Zi are part of the Demon clan. However, due to the aggressive and domineering nature of the Witch clan, the Demon clan has indeed amassed countless powerful factions under its banner. With such a vast array of formidable groups, the strength of the Demon clan is unparalleled throughout the ages, if united in purpose. How could they possibly falter against a single Witch clan? Beyond the ancient starry skies, the battle between Laozi and Emperor Jun intensifies, becoming increasingly tumultuous. The imperial might surges forth, and the divine flames of the Golden Crow blaze fiercely. It seems that Emperor Jun senses the unrest within the primordial world and seeks to escape back, yet he is firmly restrained by Laozi, unable to break free. Boom, boom, boom. The human race, with an army of 100,000, swells like a dark cloud, forming the great demon array. The demonic might threatens to overturn heaven and earth as they relentlessly breach the territories of the core clans of the demon race, advancing towards the Qi Ming clan. In the primordial world, countless powerful beings are rendered speechless. With such a multitude of clans, even if the human race is formidable, it only takes a few to step forth. The discord and fragmentation within the demon clan exceed all expectations. In the absence of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, these factions operate independently of one another. In this moment, the human race ruthlessly exposes the deep-seated wounds of the demon clan, revealing that beneath their powerful and resplendent exterior lies an abundance of bloodshed. At this juncture, a deep and commanding voice reverberates. Human clan, Shen Nong, would you grant me, Baize, a favor and spare the Qi Ming clan, considering it a debt I owe to the human race? Baize. Upon hearing this name, countless powerful beings shudder in unison. Su Ming's gaze sharpens. Chapter 67. Shen Nong, I wish to meet the Emperor of Humanity. As the New Year greetings concluded, I shall commence a series of updates starting tomorrow. Baize, the deity who comprehends all things and is knowledgeable about the affairs of spirits and demons. Su Ming murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon the ancient figure of the elder slowly emerging from the realm of the demon race, his eyes becoming profoundly deep. In later generations, the name Baize is indeed renowned throughout the land. Within the myths of the primordial era, Baize stands as one of the most exalted among the 365 demon gods, possessing a status unparalleled and unique. Baize, the singular entity both in the heavens and on earth, is the only one among the demon deities who, relying solely on his own strength without the backing of any clan, firmly holds the position of a demon god. I wonder if this ancient being, the deity who understands all things, can perceive my existence, or perhaps glimpse the future of humanity. Su Ming pondered inwardly. In truth, his understanding of Baize was not particularly profound. Throughout the rise and eventual decline of the demon race, Baize made very few appearances, almost none at all, as if he had foreseen the demise of the demon race and chose to safeguard himself by knowing the will of heaven. The title of deity who comprehends all things might be an exaggeration. At most, he could sense the will of heaven and evade life and death. Su Ming furrowed his brow, unable to fathom why Baize would suddenly appear to impede Shen Nong. In the demon realm, Shen Nong paused momentarily, his blood-red eyes narrowing as he gazed at the seemingly unremarkable elder who had appeared before him. A smirk suddenly creased his lips as he remarked, "Am I to grant you face? On what grounds? Merely because you are the head of the demon gods? Does your goodwill carry such weight?" The world of the primordial era fell into a hushed astonishment, lamenting the audacity and lawlessness of Shen Nong. Baize, the demon god, had secured his position as the foremost among demon deities through his own power, earning the utmost respect from even the demon emperor and the five sovereigns, as well as the Kunpeng demon god. Legend has it that while Baize may not possess the pinnacle of strength, his innate abilities are extraordinarily enigmatic, allowing him to foretell the rise and fall of beings and evade death. Many formidable beings at the late stages of quasi-sainthood sought his counsel for their critical decisions. The value of a single favor from Baize is immeasurable. Countless powerful entities observed Shen Nong's unwavering refusal with envious eyes, turning red with longing. Should you decline, might I take your place? Although the quasi-saint realm is indeed quite formidable and allows for some degree of divination of the primordial trajectory. It pales in comparison to the knowledge of the will of heaven. Baize alone could discern this will and evade death, illustrating the immense worth of his favor. Knowledge of the will of heaven? Is there any being in the primordial world more attuned to it than I? Su Ming spoke to himself, answering his own query. What is the will of heaven? Strength is the true will. Shen Nong's inquiry was, naturally, one he had consulted with Su Ming. This battle was fundamentally for the benefit of humanity, rather than merely targeting the Ming tribe. It aimed to convey to the entirety of the primordial world that humanity is not to be trifled with lightly. To provoke them incurs severe consequences. Humanity possesses the power to defend its dignity. In the grand strategy for the interests of humanity, what is Baize? Should he dare to obstruct, he shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing Shen Nong's words, Baize appeared visibly taken aback, evidently surprised by the response he had received from Shen Nong. Indeed, it is an anomaly, a turning point. Baize mused in a barely audible tone, unheard by anyone. He understood the divine will and evaded mortality, thus sensing the immense impact this battle would have on the fate of the demon clan. Even though he recognized the human race's rise as an anomaly, and his innate divine powers could not discern whether his involvement would be a blessing or a curse, Baize still chose to mediate. After all, as the foremost deity among the demons, he harbored deep affection for his kin. The leader of the Shen Nong clan, with the elite of the Jiming tribe nearly obliterated, posed no threat to the rapidly ascending human race. Although the Jiming tribe had erred initially, we are ultimately all part of the demon clan. Why must we annihilate them and jeopardize the stability of our internal affairs? Baize sighed and continued, with the formidable threat from the witch clan looming, we, as well as the myriad tribes of the primordial world, require the banner of the demon clan for protection. Grant this old man a favor and spare the Jiming tribe. I am willing to guarantee, in the name of the demon god, that they shall never seek revenge against the human race henceforth. Subsequently, I will advise the demon emperor to allow the human race to succeed the Jiming tribe's position among the 10 major demon clans. Upon hearing this, the clans across the primordial world shuddered, awed by Baize's profound vision. The equilibrium maintained between the witch and demon clans indeed served as a boon for all tribes in the primordial world. Should this balance be disrupted, the entire realm would face calamitous consequences. The annihilation of the Jiming tribe would inflict considerable damage upon the demon clan internally. Many powerful clan leaders nodded in agreement with Baize's assertions, reluctant to confront the rapidly rising human race on behalf of the currently weakened Jiming tribe. They then turned their attention to the Shen Nong clan leader. As the head of his tribe, he should comprehend the intricacies of benefit and detriment. No, the stability of the demon clan would also greatly benefit the human race, for they too are a part of the demon lineage. Yet, in the next moment, the Shen Nong leader frowned, seemingly displeased, and uttered a statement that left the entire primordial world astounded. Who told you that the human race is part of the demon clan? The primordial world fell into a stunned silence. Countless powerful beings rendered speechless. The leader of the human race boldly declared that they were not part of the demon clan. The human race was created by Nuwa, one of the 5 emperors of the demon clan, and thus, by all accounts, is inherently a part of it. This is universally accepted across the primordial realm, with even the witch clan acknowledging it. This was precisely why the witch clan sought to recruit the human race. While Emperor Jun directly issued decrees to honor the human race and invited their leader to the demon court, the Shen Nong leader must have lost his senses. At this stage, aligning with the demon clan would yield boundless benefits for the human race. Such remarks would only incite the demon emperor's displeasure toward the humans, bringing only harm and no advantage. The countless formidable beings of the primordial realm could only conclude that the newly ascendant human race, lacking understanding of prioritizing interests, was merely a naive and impulsive tribe. A group with such immense potential is unfortunately led by a reckless youth, a true harbinger of misfortune. A formidable being at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood sighed softly, lamenting, "What a pity! If the human race could endure, with the esteemed position of their holy mother, Nuwa, their standing among the demon race could one day rival that of the Golden Crows." Among the humans, Su Ming's gaze was icy as he suddenly turned, his voice devoid of warmth as he addressed Yu Chao and Zi. "Remember, the human race will never be part of the demon tribe, never before nor now, and certainly not in the future. Yu Chao and Zi were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, yet having never witnessed Su Ming's demeanor so solemn, they respectfully replied, "As you command." Deep down, they had once acknowledged their connection to the demon race, but the demons had consistently ignored the humans, treating them only with slaughter and devouring. However, Su Ming's status among the humans was akin to that of a deity. His words were law, and none would dare defy him. "The grand scheme of the primordial world is of no concern to me." A glint of coldness flickered in Su Ming's eyes. The words of the Shen Nong clan were spoken at his behest. His ambition was to extract the utmost benefit and developmental space amidst the power struggle between the witch and demon races, and he would not allow this so-called Baizhe, the demon god, to label the human race as part of the demons at such a crucial juncture in the primordial world. This statement was directed towards the witch clan, and more so towards Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Su Ming had contemplated this statement thoroughly. The consumption of the human race would immensely benefit the demons. The essence and resentment of humanity could forge the slaughter witch sword, capable of piercing through the ancestral witch's form. A secret Su Ming was unsure how long he could keep concealed. He would conceal it for as long as possible. But as the human race accelerated in development and expansion, exposure was inevitable. In the face of tremendous gains, the demon race would eventually raise their blades against humanity. Any discontent would be trivial. Suddenly, Su Ming let out a light laugh. The perpetual division among the demons serves the human race best. Baizhe, the demon god, was utterly bewildered, completely unprepared for the response to his words, leaving him unable to continue. He understood the divine mandate, aware that the human race was an anomaly, and recognized their dissatisfaction with the demons. Thus, he sought to brand the humans as part of the demon race before the entire primordial world, effectively severing the witch clan's hopes of winning over humanity. To his astonishment, the humans outright rejected him. After a prolonged silence, Baizhe finally spoke softly, "Leader Shen Nong, your words are rather..." But he was abruptly interrupted as Shen Nong waved his hand dismissively, coldly commanding, "Begone. Otherwise, you shall be considered an enemy of the human race and face death." In that moment, for reasons unknown, Baizhe felt an overwhelming sense of terror wash over him. As one who understood the divine mandate, he was suddenly filled with trepidation. Baizhe scanned the vast expanse of the demon race, where countless powerful clans remained utterly still. In the grand realm of the demon race, not a single warrior stood ready. A hint of bitterness welled up in the eyes of Baizhe as he murmured to himself, slowly stepping back to allow the human army to pass. Perhaps everything was destined the moment the demon emperor chose to engage in battle with the celestial, forsaking the Ji-Ming clan. Di Jun did not opt to protect his subordinates. How could unity be achieved if the lives of the demon race were not upheld? The human race, a variable indeed. As Baizhe's voice faded, he vanished into the vast heavens. The Shen Nong clan, leading the humans, charged recklessly through the territories of various great clans, ultimately arriving before the Ji-Ming clan. It was an expansive region, stretching endlessly for billions of miles, replete with boundless resources and an extraordinarily rich primordial spiritual essence, with streams of spiritual energy flowing between the mountains. Such a diminutive clan occupying such a vast expanse was a sheer waste, remarked Shen Nong, somewhat enviously. Like many other powerful clans, the Ji-Ming clan shared a common affliction. The greater the innate talents, the more challenging reproduction became. Despite the Ji-Ming clan's existence since the era of fierce beasts, their numbers remained sparse, scattered across the vast expanse of billions of miles. The Ji-Ming clan resided among various mountains. Only the exceptionally powerful and gifted members of the clan garnered attention. As Shen Nong's primordial spirit swept across the territory, he discovered that the Ji-Ming clan's population was a mere fraction, barely exceeding 100 million. Such a waste, Shen Nong lamented. For even though he had ascended to the realm of quasi-saint, the dread of poverty was deeply ingrained in his being. Consider the human race, numbering in the hundreds of billions, yet confined to a mountainous region of merely a few million miles. Moreover, due to their overwhelming numbers and scarce resources, the three leaders were consumed with anxiety. Kill them all, leave no Ji-Ming alive. Strip the resources bare, take everything we can, Shen Nong commanded fiercely, with no intention of claiming the Ji-Ming clan's territory. Understood. The 100,000 warriors and the great Luo Golden Immortals received their orders and immediately dispersed. unleashing a massacre within the Ming clan, uprooting various spiritual roots and treasures they encountered. Even a human prodigy of the Great Luo unleashed his divine powers, uprooting an entire mountain range rich in spiritual energy spanning thousands of miles. This scene left countless powerful beings dumbfounded, utterly incomprehensible. Accompanying this spectacle was an exceedingly bloody slaughter. Sweeping through the territory of the Ming clan, the stench of blood permeated billions of miles. Meanwhile, numerous clans surrounding them remained utterly unresponsive. None wished to confront the humans at this moment. The Ming clan was obliterated. Countless formidable beings fell silent. Before this battle, none had anticipated such an outcome. Human race, they murmured as they vanished into the skies. In that instant, the renowned might of the human race would resonate throughout the entire primordial world. Such is the ruthless nature of the primordial realm, Ming whispered to himself. This was the first clan he had annihilated since the Fiery Lark clan. Moreover, it is foreseeable that in the future, numerous clans will perish in the wake of the rising human race. In this world, we either take the lives of others or face our own demise at their hands. The gaze of the Chao clan is icy and resolute, reflecting a determination that had previously been absent. The Ze clan clenches their fists and utters a low growl. Stagnation equates to annihilation. This battle marks the inaugural clash of the human race. Henceforth, the humans can only advance through relentless slaughter and ascendancy. Should they fail to progress, the Ming clan may very well become the future of humanity. As a faction of the demonic deities, the Ming clan could never have anticipated such a fate. The bloodshed within their ranks continues, while the titanic clash between Emperor Jun and Laozi in the ancient cosmos escalates, obscured from all eyes. Until, with a resounding and terrifying chime that reverberates through the primordial expanse, an ancient bell of colossal proportions flashes past the demon court and vanishes into the depths of the ancient starry sky. The intensity of the battle surges, and the oppressive aftermath nearly suffocates countless powerful beings. Soon after, as the human race concludes their one-sided massacre of the Ming clan, the turmoil within the ancient cosmos gradually subsides. The following day, a decree emanates from the demon court. The human race is to be conferred as part of the demonic deity clan, rewarded with a vast territory spanning countless miles. And the human leaders may proceed to the demon tribe to receive their divine elevation. In the world of the primordial, a profound silence ensues. Countless powerful beings suddenly recall the words, "Not a single male exists among the demon clan." Under the scrutiny of innumerable gazes, the humans fall into a deep silence, offering no response for an extended period. Concurrently, an elder with a somewhat melancholic expression steps into the human realm and approaches the Shen Nong clan. It is none other than the Ta Ching Tianzun, Laozi, who had once battled against Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. Shen Nong clan, I must meet with the Emperor of Humanity. Chapter 68. I shall not depart until I see the human sovereign. The old sage appeared exceedingly weary, yet his words resonated with unwavering conviction, his gaze penetrating and profound. He demanded to encounter the true authority of the human race. Through careful observation and interactions with the Shen Nong clan, as well as meticulous contemplation of the myriad events transpiring among humanity, the sage was 80% certain that the hot-tempered Shen Nong was unequivocally not the leader behind these significant occurrences. Following the battle with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, he had another encounter with Hong Jun. From Hong Jun, he gleaned that the series of events concerning humanity, including the emergence of the human sovereign, had surpassed even his esteemed master's calculations and predictions. Although Hong Jun disclosed this to the sage, it was evident that he did not wish to witness such developments. Nevertheless, leveraging his own intellect and the insights obtained from Hong Jun, coupled with his own knowledge, the sage deduced that Shen Nong was certainly not the puppeteer of humanity. Of course, he did not divulge these thoughts to Hong Jun. This battle had imparted a crucial realization to the sage. To attain a portion of humanity's fortune and enlightenment, he must rely solely on himself and the human race, avoiding any actions detrimental to their interests. Meanwhile, his master, Hong Jun, harbored ill intentions towards humanity. Taking a deep breath, the sage spoke slowly. Shen Nong, you are merely the figurehead thrust into the limelight by the true human sovereign. The real sovereign lies elsewhere. I do not comprehend your words, nor do I wish to engage in conversation with you. Shen Nong replied coldly, his demeanor indifferent. I am the leader of humanity. I am the human sovereign. Please leave. At that moment, the sage, wise beyond measure, detected a fleeting glimpse of shock within Shen Nong's eyes and reiterated firmly, I demand to see the human sovereign. Please relay my request. How tiresome. Such arrogance. I never imagined that the esteemed Taiji Tianzuan would be so shameless, Shen Nong scoffed disdainfully, turning on his heel and swiftly disappearing from the sage's sight. I shall not depart until I see the human sovereign, the sage declared resolutely, sitting down cross-legged. Shen Nong's reaction further solidified his suspicions. The true human sovereign existed elsewhere. To attain enlightenment, he required the sovereign's acknowledgement, and conversing with the fiery Shen Nong held no value. This battle had already incurred the ire of the demon race. On the highest peak within the valley, an ancestral figure knelt before Su Ming, remorse etched in his eyes. I have made a grave error, and I seek punishment. He pondered how he had faltered, leading to the exposure of the human sovereign's existence. Yet, a mistake is a mistake, and one must acknowledge it. Su Ming stood resolutely atop the mountain, his gaze heavy as he looked down upon the sage seated in meditation at the heart of humanity. His expression was cold and profound. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Rise, Shen Nong. This matter does not fall upon you. I underestimated both Hongjun and the sage. And what shall be done regarding the human sovereign? Asked the Chao clan leader, furrowing his brow. The gaze of the Zi clan was icy and resolute, shimmering with golden light. If we do not establish a formidable array to shield ourselves from external scrutiny, let the three of us take action to set up the formation and eliminate him, silencing him forever. I shall commence preparations immediately. By the heavens, we must rid ourselves of him. The Shen Nong clan, filled with impatience, declared vehemently, eager to set forth. The existence of the ancestor must remain concealed, otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. This approach is unfeasible, Su Ming replied, shaking his head while massaging his furrowed brow. He continued, the Sanqing are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, favored by the Honghuang realm, possessing immense merits. Unless they become entangled in great karmic deeds, not even Hongjun would dare to make a move within the Honghuang world. What shall we do? This fellow is like a stubborn gum, impossible to shake off, and no amount of cursing seems effective. The Shen Nong clan fumed in frustration. Perhaps I should gather a group of human women to surround him and curse him for 10 days and nights. I refuse to believe that would not disturb him. Even if it does not, it should at least disrupt his resolve. The Shen Nong's thoughts were a whirlwind, and without further contemplation, he turned to prepare. Su Ming was momentarily speechless, yet he did not hinder him. Perhaps such a strategy could yield results. After all, in later generations, the fierce women of Hedong were feared by all. A chorus of such voices might very well overwhelm the esteemed Taqing Tianzuan right there and then. The Zi and Wuchao clans exchanged incredulous laughter. However, this was simply the nature of the Shen Nong clan, and thus they allowed him to proceed. The Emperor of Humanity and the Taqing Tianzuan must remain within our core. After all, he is a being of quasi-saintly perfection. Given enough time, many secrets of the human race may be uncovered, Zi remarked, her brow furrowed deeply. We shall maintain vigilant surveillance, Su Ming countered, shaking his head. Issue orders that no one from the human race, aside from the War Department, is to leave the valley. Select outstanding individuals from our kin to enter the valley and comprehend the mythological statues in secrecy, ideally establishing a formidable array to minimize the possibility of discovery. Understood. Both Wu Chao and Zi responded in unison, promptly turning to relay the orders and make arrangements. Truly, the Taqing Tianzuan is astute, a being of profound depth. Su Ming mused to himself, his gaze becoming inscrutable. He understood that with Shen Nong's involvement, the initial battle of the human race would inevitably leave behind traces, drawing the attention of numerous formidable entities. After all, even a mere fraction of revealed power could send ripples through the Honghuang realm. Even Hongjun, the shadowy puppet master, would begin to take notice of the human race. With so many eyes upon them, exposure was unavoidable. It was merely a matter of time. Yet Su Ming had not anticipated such swift exposure, catching him entirely off guard. There was likely evidence of Hongjuan's involvement. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Laozi to detect matters so rapidly. How will you address the human race next, Hongjun? Su Ming pondered, aware that Hongjun would likely refrain from taking direct action. His mind raced with calculations, his gaze growing cold and indifferent. Soon, two words crystallized in his thoughts: Demon Clan. The power exhibited by the human race is already sufficient to confront the majority of threats posed by the myriad clans of the primordial era, and their rapid ascent has instilled a sense of caution among their adversaries. Presently, only the two races of the Witch and the Lich possess the absolute strength to contend with humanity. The Witch clan, characterized by their haughty disposition and self-proclaimed lineage from Pangu, remains unyielding to the influence of Hongjun. It is solely the Demon Clan that must be thoroughly prepared for the impending challenges. Su Ming's gaze was profound and contemplative as he fixed his eyes upon the venerable figure of Laozi, who sat in meditation. Suddenly, a sharp cry shattered the tranquility. Laozi, you shameless old scoundrel, betraying our human race while audaciously seeking to exploit us. A woman, appearing to be in her 40s and lacking celestial-level prowess, strode forth with determination, cradling an infant at her breast. Behind her followed a cohort of numerous women of similar age. These women shared a common trait. They were resolute in their belief of unparalleled supremacy, their expressions brimming with defiance. They proclaimed themselves as the leaders of humanity, vying for the title of matriarch. I, for one, shall not acquiesce. What contributions have you made to our race? Where were you when the Qiming clan invaded? Come forth. If you wish to claim leadership, you must first tread over my body. An old fool, utterly devoid of shame. Chapter 69. Great Aspirations. Classifying all beings of the primordial world, nearly 20 women encircled Laozi, hurling sharp invectives at him, their voices piercing the air, even pushing against the seated figure of Laozi, who remained immovable. The commotion was so intense that several infants, cradled in arms, erupted into wails that soared to the heavens. The scene was profoundly impactful and bustling with energy. Witnessing this, Su Ming felt a sense of awe. How remarkable it was, a throng of mere mortals, lacking even the status of celestial beings, berating a paragon of perfection, the supreme Taoist, and clamoring for him to strike them. Throughout history, could there have been a more astonishing sight? It seemed unlikely. At least, Su Ming could not conceive of one. As if overwhelmed by the cacophony, Laozi slightly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing within, hinting at a potential outburst. Despite having lived through countless eons, he had never been subjected to such vocal derision. This scene did not escape the keen observation of a few women, who, incensed, crowded closer to Laozi, exclaiming, "Come and see. The revered master of humanity is about to strike a woman. Go on, hit me. If you have the courage, strike me on the head." Su Ming was taken aback. Laozi was utterly bewildered. Had he committed any offense? Was it not possible to reason with them? He truly dared not retaliate. Nor could he afford to. After the previous battle, the words of Ji Ming had tarnished his reputation among the human race. To resort to violence against unarmed women would irrevocably obliterate any chance of earning their recognition. This was a test from the Emperor of Humanity. In his mind, Laozi repeatedly murmured to himself, engaging in a form of self-brainwashing, and ultimately chose to close his senses, severing himself from the external clamor. Who dares to claim that the human race lacks strength? A rare smile graced Su Ming's lips. This, indeed, was a manifestation of the human race's strength and a sign of a flourishing era. If humanity were devoid of power, such a spectacle would not arise. It was a reflection of their inherent confidence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. Boundless purple energy surged within the celestial dome, as Tao inscriptions and heavenly laws coalesced into golden blossoms, cascading like raindrops upon the world. Infinite Tao essence condensed in the sky, ineffable in its beauty. The roar of the heavenly Tao resounded throughout the primordial world. In that moment, numerous towering presences simultaneously opened their eyes, even in the depths of endless chaos. This phenomenon sent ripples through the air. In the palace of the purple clouds, Hongjun opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. My path advances further. Who could it be? Su Ming furrowed his brow, revealing the turmoil within. This was the sign of attaining sanctity. Only through the attainment of the Tao could such a thunderous resonance be invoked. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Kunlun Mountains, strolling leisurely, seemingly transcending the bounds of space and time, his aura ethereal, as if he surpassed even the heavenly emperor. His demeanor was indifferent, appearing middle-aged, exuding an air of profound nobility. Primordial. At this moment, Ming was shaken to his core. Numerous towering entities stood erect, rendered speechless. The Primordial was on the verge of achieving enlightenment, a realization that predated Laozi. With a gaze as frigid as ice, the Primordial surveyed the vast expanse of the primordial world, regarding its myriad beings as mere fodder. With a single hand raised, he spoke indifferently. In this primordial realm, I, the primordial of the three pure ones, have garnered the favor of heaven and the affection of the Tao. Today, with the perfection of my great path, I sense the absence of order in the primordial chaos and wish to establish a doctrine. It shall be named exposition. The exposition shall delineate order within the primordial world, categorizing all beings into hierarchies, selecting disciples, and striving throughout my life for the stability of this realm. Thus, the exposition is established. The primordial's expression remained impassive, as a massive chaotic banner materialized in his hand, the Panga banner, one of the three innate treasures, its terrifying aura pulsating, shaking the primordial realm. The exposition, with the Panga banner suppressing fate, would accept those of profound root and bone into my sect, enabling them to cultivate my supreme primordial path. As the primordial's voice resonated, an overwhelming and supreme momentum spread, subduing the entirety of the primordial world, compelling countless beings to bow in reverence, welcoming the emergence of a sage. Above the celestial dome, the Tao resounded, showering boundless profound merit upon the earth, a reward for the establishment of the exposition and the restoration of order to the primordial chaos. The primordial's form resonated, and an even greater, boundless aura of profound merit emanated from his head, saturating the celestial vault. This was the merit bestowed for the opening of the heavens by Pangu, drawn forth by the merit of the teaching. The two immense streams of profound merit fused, continuously integrating into the primordial's being, elevating his momentum to a fearsome height. In the primordial world, extraordinary phenomena erupted. Golden lotuses sprang from the earth, celestial flowers rained down, and dragons soared while phoenixes danced. In the ancient starry sky, endless spiritual rain fell, a reciprocation from the sage to the primordial realm. Above the celestial dome, the rules of the Tao coalesced into runes, enlightening all beings in the primordial world and bestowing upon them immeasurable benefits. I shall be the sage of the supreme clarity. The primordial's aura was intensely terrifying, supremely exalted, bearing the weight of the Tao-esque pressure, dominating the entire primordial world. Fearsome, supreme, and unattainable. Congratulations to the sage of supreme clarity for attaining enlightenment. Under the sheer force of this power, countless beings of the primordial realm knelt. Even the ferocious beasts, devoid of intelligence, were not exempt. In this moment, many towering entities trembled within, shaken by the primordial's establishment of a grand ambition that resonated with all beings above the quasi-saint level. This individual intends to categorize the primordial world into hierarchies. What are his true intentions? Can one born of Panga's essence truly ascend above all beings of the primordial realm? Yet, the enlightened primordial undoubtedly possessed this confidence. With the merit of the heavens in achieving his enlightenment and the Panga banner in hand, his strength likely surpassed even that of Nuwa. The towering entities fell into a contemplative silence. The primordial's enlightenment signified a monumental shift in the primordial landscape. The exposition, a declaration of the Tao, classifying all things into tiers based on their roots and talents for education. Ming couldn't help but chuckle coldly. In the primordial doctrine, humanity occupies the lowest echelon. What significance does attaining enlightenment hold? Can one truly indulge in recklessness, relying solely on the primordial purple chi for ascension? Is it a delusion to believe that becoming a sage grants one the liberty to act without restraint? Ming's gaze was cold and indifferent. Yet beneath it lay a profound apprehension. As he sensed the ancient aura, he could not deny the overwhelming power of the sages. Beneath them, all are but mere insects. Enlightenment. I believe I am nearing that threshold. However, relying on the primordial purple chi for ascension is not my ultimate aspiration. There must be alternative paths to pursue. Ming mused. Amidst this grand phenomenon, Laozi could no longer remain silent. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with complexity. Primordial. Chapter 70. Laozi, why do you seek to obstruct my path to enlightenment? In the celestial court of the demon realm, atop the majestic Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun and Tai sat side by side upon their thrones, their expressions dark as storm clouds. Their hands gripped the arms of the throne tightly, veins bulging, as if an overwhelming urge to confront the venerable primordial being surged within them. Before the vast expanse of the Honghuang world, Primordial had insulted the demon race. Tai's eyes blazed with seething fury, his voice thick with indignation. How could one as proud as he endure such affront? To categorize the myriad beings of Honghuang into hierarchies, and to encompass the demon race among them. What rank were they to be assigned? Primordial was undermining the very foundations of the demon race, digging up their ancestral graves. Brother, allow me to lead 100 demon deities to confront this so-called sage. Tai seethed, barely containing his wrath. Were it not for Laozi's meddling and his fear of the three pure ones, the Jiming clan would not have been so easily annihilated. Now, the demon race is further fractured, and our millennia of effort has been rendered futile. He named numerous demon deities in his fury: Ghost Chariot, 9 infants. What of the sages? The demon race is the true sovereign of Honghuang, the children of destiny, the embodiment of boundless fortune. Tai, do not act impulsively, Emperor Jun interjected, his voice a low reprimand as he restrained his younger brother. Despite the authority etched upon his visage, veins protruding and bloodshot eyes revealing his inner rage, he maintained a facade of composure. Brother, Tai could scarcely contain his anger. Second brother, Emperor Jun cautioned, we cannot afford to create formidable enemies. The Witch clan watches us closely. They yearn to see us clash with the three pure ones. We must not grant them this satisfaction. If we can eradicate the Witch clan and unify Honghuang, gathering endless fortune, the three pure ones will be but a trivial matter for us to handle. Emperor Jun's gaze extended into the horizon, his ambitions vast. Reason dictated that he should not act upon this momentary surge of valor. Thus, this supreme demon emperor suppressed his tumultuous emotions. What was Primordial, after all? Merely a figure of the Chan school, with but 10 disciples. How could he rival the demon race? Suppressing his feelings, Emperor Jun spoke coldly. A mere primordial cannot undermine the foundation of our race. Let him indulge in his verbal jests. What harm can it do? Does he dare to invade the demon court and compel us to disband our kin? Under Emperor Jun's persuasion, Tai begrudgingly tempered his emotions, declaring, should he dare to approach the demon court, I shall make him understand that sages are not invincible nor eternal. Indeed, however, while we may not confront Primordial directly, we must unequivocally express our stance. With a frigid glare, Emperor Jun commanded, and with a wave of his hand, the vast and resounding demon court trembled. The immense fortune of the demon court resonated throughout myriad realms, as ominous clouds of demon energy obscured the heavens, rivaling the celestial signs of the primordial sage. Witnessing this spectacle, numerous towering entities were profoundly shaken. Emperor Jun and Tai were unequivocally declaring the stance of the demon race. The demon race would never acknowledge the doctrines of the primordial Chan school, nor accept the categorization of all beings within Honghuang into hierarchies. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble echoed from the core region of the Witch clan in the east of the primordial world. The supreme temple of the Witch clan, known as the Pangu Hall, trembled with a thunderous sound, releasing torrents of chaotic malevolence and emanating an overwhelming aura of power. A shadow, straddling the vast expanse of time and space, flickered into view, exuding an aura of extreme dread. The Witch clan was asserting their claim as the true successors of Pangu, unwilling to yield even a fraction of their dominance, regardless of the primordial path to enlightenment. Truly, they embodied the fierce and tyrannical spirit of their lineage. Numerous formidable beings felt a shudder of trepidation within. The emergence of the primordial Tao had already stirred discontent among the two dominant clans of the primordial world, leading to a palpable tension. The saints and these two powerful clans appeared to be in perpetual opposition. At the Five Zhuang Temple of the primordial world, beneath the celestial ginseng fruit tree, swirling mists enveloped the surroundings as a sage sighed heavily. The world of the primordial is destined for unrest once more. All living beings shall suffer. Zhen Yuanzi expressed his lamentation. The saints, in their supreme authority, had established doctrines that clashed starkly with the current state of the primordial world. And the nature of the primordial would undoubtedly lead to further turmoil. In the northern expanse of the primordial world lay a sea of blood, teeming with countless vengeful souls. their roars resonating incessantly as the waters churned violently. Deep within this crimson abyss, snow-like mists swirled. A grotesque figure, seated cross-legged upon a black lotus and wielding twin swords, spoke with a voice steeped in the essence of bloodshed. I wonder, within this sea of blood, can the saints pose a threat to me? Regrettably, the creation of the Azura clan had only enabled him to barely forge a second incarnation. The weight of his malevolence hindered his mastery of the Blood Sea's sword path, making the emergence of a third incarnation exceedingly difficult. The only path left was that of merit and enlightenment. The river of the underworld felt a deep sense of foreboding. Among the many formidable beings that remained in the primordial world, he was the earliest born, predating even the three pure ones. Sustained by his connection to the Blood Sea, as long as the Blood Sea endured, so too would he. Having survived countless calamities, he mused, success is born from the Blood Sea, and failure too. The river of the underworld sighed repeatedly. To sever oneself was akin to severing the Blood Sea itself. Yet, the power of the Blood Sea was colossal. Formed from the corrupted blood of Pangu's umbilical cord, far beyond what a perfected quasi-saint could hope to confront. The path to enlightenment appeared distant, and the whereabouts of the primordial purple energy carried by the red cloud remained uncertain. As the primordial pursued enlightenment, the thoughts of the concealed supreme beings in various corners of the realm diverged, each lamenting the arduous nature of the path to enlightenment. The upheaval in the primordial world was too drastic, leaving them little time to adjust. Above the heavens of the primordial, wondrous phenomena manifested, celestial sounds resonated, and the clash of energies from the witch and demon clans reverberated as the saints contended with one another, shaking the very fabric of the primordial world. This scene mirrored the tumultuous state of Lao Zi's heart, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was upheaving. Despite Lao Zi's unwavering resolve and composure, facing his junior disciple who had taken the lead in achieving enlightenment left him unable to maintain his tranquility. Had I intervened at the onset of the conflict with the human race, he pondered, bowing his head, his gaze complex as he muttered to himself. As the foremost of the three pure ones, the elder brother of the Taoist sect, he was the strongest among them, possessing the most steadfast heart of Tao. In the entirety of the primordial realm, it is universally acknowledged that had it not been for Nuwa's expedient creation of the human race, the first to attain sanctification would undoubtedly have been Lao Zi. Yet now, it is his junior, Pangu, who has achieved this milestone ahead of him. Despite having first grasped the opportunity for enlightenment, why do you all seek to thwart my path to transcendence? Lao Zi murmured to himself, his mindset suffering a profound upheaval, his gaze growing increasingly frigid and intricate. Particularly disheartening was the fact that Pangu remained the most resolute opponent against him. At that moment, the figures of Chao Shi and Zi ascended the peak, addressing Su Ming. We report to the progenitor, all arrangements have been meticulously made. The path for the human prodigies to enter the valley has been ensnared by the great Luo Golden Immortals, cloaking all sensations. Indeed, Su Ming replied, his eyes deep and unwavering as they remained fixed upon Lao Zi. Suddenly, he instructed, have those women of our race withdraw and slightly loosen the arrangement of the cloaking formation, allowing Lao Zi to perceive a hint. Chapter 71. The Saints Unite in Enlightenment. Did Lao Zi intentionally allow himself to perceive this? The figures of the nesting clan and the garbed clan paused, bewildered by Su Ming's words. They had just expended great effort to accomplish their task, and questioned, Ancestor, what do you mean? Su Ming merely shook his head, without the intention to elaborate further. With a gentle smile, he replied, go forth, soon you shall comprehend the reason. At your command, replied the nesting clan and the garbed clan respectfully before turning to depart. A slight opening was created, allowing Lao Zi to sense the formidable strength of humanity, yet remaining shrouded in mystery, far more complex than a simple, complete isolation. They had to engage directly to understand. Lao Zi, the primordial has taken the lead in enlightenment. A considerable blow to you, I presume, Su Ming mused to himself, amusement lacing his voice, his gaze profoundly deep. However, this was merely the beginning. Primordial. Lao Zi's voice was hoarse, reflecting the turmoil within him. He was oblivious to the departure of numerous women. He gazed skyward, as if only the primordial, that exalted being surrounded by boundless auspiciousness, remained in his sight. Suddenly, the heavens resounded with a tremendous roar, the skies quaking. Endless purple mist enveloped the firmament. Auspicious signs floating amidst the chaos, celestial sounds reverberating, and countless heavenly laws coalescing into runes. This spectacle caused Laozi's pupils to constrict deeply, his body trembling violently as he rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the Kunlun Mountains. At that moment, atop the summit of the Kunlun Mountains, a figure stood tall, as straight as a celestial sword, its gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Tongtian. Laozi's heart was struck anew, his thoughts in disarray, and he gasped aloud. Tongtian stood upon the towering peak, an overwhelming sword aura enveloping him, dense mists obscuring the summit, revealing only his unyielding eyes. A terrifying aura coalesced around him, the thunder of divine laws resonating as if he had grasped the supreme path, undergoing a final consolidation. On the brink of a transcendent eruption. Tongtian. Su Ming murmured to himself. This time, Tongtian's enlightenment was anticipated, lacking the shock that accompanied the primordial's path. In the original trajectory of the primal chaos, the three pure ones were united, their fortunes intertwined. After Laozi's enlightenment, the primordial and Tongtian followed suit, establishing their teachings and attaining sanctity. In this lifetime, due to his influence, Laozi was stalled at the threshold of enlightenment, while the primordial advanced first. However, the essence remained unchanged. The primordial's enlightenment would inevitably affect Tongtian's fate, granting him the opportunity to grasp the path. Laozi. Su Ming's face bore a smile. At this moment, Laozi's heart must have been racing with 1,000 thoughts, akin to a stampede of wild horses. Suddenly, Laozi's complexion flushed crimson. As if blood surged backward into his head, he staggered back several steps, yet resolutely held back the urge to expel blood. Even Tongtian, his junior brother, had grasped the opportunity for enlightenment. Laozi's voice had become as hoarse as it could be, his chest heaving with agitation. Among the three pure ones, Tongtian's temperament was the most arrogant, reckless, and untamed, with a volatile nature and the least stable resolve in his pursuit of the Tao. If one could tentatively accept the primordial Tao of Laozi, the imminent arrival of Tongtian's own enlightenment was a blow too formidable to fathom. Tongtian was also on the verge of attaining Tao. The numerous towering figures trembled in unison. Is the attainment of Tao becoming a wholesale affair? The emergence of a primordial Tao had already stirred up tempests in the world of Honghuang. Now, an irascible and proud Saint Tongtian was about to join the fray. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flickered in Tongtian's eyes, slicing through the heavens like a colossal sword, cleaving the sky in two. His presence was overwhelming, his robes billowing, and his voice rang clear yet resounded with an indomitable spirit. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, I, the three pure ones Tongtian, favored by the heavens and beloved by the Tao, now attained the great completion of the Tongtian Tao. My heart senses the disarray in the order of Honghuang and the suffering of myriad beings. I hereby establish a new teaching, called the Jiejiao. The Jiejiao aims to seize a thread of life for all beings, embracing all without distinction, allowing any creature to join my teachings and learn the divine arts of the Jiejiao. The Jiejiao shall be anchored by the four swords of extermination, a treasured defense of our doctrine. Jiejiao is thus established. Upon the conclusion of Tongtian's proclamation, the heavens reverberated in acknowledgement of his teachings, showering an infinite bounty of celestial merit upon him, merging with the merits of his creation. A formidable sword aura enveloped Tongtian, his might surging as the four swords of extermination loomed above, suppressing the universe in all directions. Bow before Saint Tongtian. In the face of this overwhelming divine pressure, the beings of Honghuang prostrated themselves in reverence. The doctrine of Jiejiao, open to all, sought to provide a sliver of life to the myriad spirits of Honghuang. Many venerable entities wore complex expressions, yet inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes betraying hints of schadenfreude. Tongtian was openly defying the primordial. With Laozi's enlightenment still a distant prospect, the rivalry between the primordial and Tongtian was palpable. The three pure ones were on the brink of fracture. Above the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged knowing glances, unable to contain their laughter, causing the court to tremble. Primordial, proud as you are, you cannot even keep your own brother in check, yet you dare to claim to rank all beings of Honghuang. Such hubris and ignorance. In the Pango Hall of the Wu clan, the laughter of the 12 ancestors resounded like thunder, mocking the strife between the primordial and Tongtian, a divine being. transformed from the essence of the Father God, yet embroiled in such internal conflict. How can you claim to be the true Pangu? The true legacy of Pangu should rightfully belong to our Wu clan. Meanwhile, in the valley of the human clan, Ming could not contain his laughter, finding the scene utterly amusing. Only by grasping the underlying logic of the Honghuang world could one appreciate how laughable this moment was. Those who stood at the pinnacle all had their own aspirations, seeking endless fortune and grand ambitions. Yet the Primordial, having just established his teachings, was swiftly met with a humiliating blow from his own disciple, Tongtian, showing no mercy. Tongtian's temperament had undoubtedly drawn the ire of the saints during the great calamity of the canonization, and there was reason for it. Ming chuckled, then turned to the figures of Yu Chao and Zi who had approached him, inquiring, "Are you all prepared?" Reporting to the ancestor, "All is ready," replied Yu Chao and Zi, their faces adorned with smiles. Given their current state, they can barely discern the conflict between Primordial and Tongtian. Tongtian's actions have undeniably placed Primordial in a precarious position, thereby allowing humanity to breathe a sigh of relief. "Laozi, the surprises I have for you are yet to unfold," Ming murmured, glancing at Laozi, who stood frozen in place, his face flushed. He intended to leverage the momentum of the Great Desolation's trajectory to push Laozi to his limits. Hongjun is capable of utilizing the Creation Jade Disc to deduce the trajectory of the Great Desolation. Viewing it as a chessboard, he possesses even greater knowledge. Why should he not do the same? Tongtian, has also attained enlightenment. Laozi let out a bitter laugh, a sudden trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Where lies my path? Chapter 72, The Grand Aspirations of the 48. The return of Swearin in the third Watch My Path has been utterly interrupted by you all. Without comparison, there can be no pain. In juxtaposition, my heart is steeped in bitterness. I should have been the first to attain enlightenment. As the foremost among the three purities, though I remain low-key and composed, I harbor an innate pride as the true lineage of Pangu. Yet, at this moment, humanity exhibits profound resistance toward me, and the sovereigns of the human race are reluctant to meet me. The path to enlightenment stretches far and is insurmountable. All of this is a gift bestowed upon me by the Primordial and Hongjun. Suddenly, the sound of Buddhist chants reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. On the summit of Mount Sumeru in the west, two bald figures stood resolute, their gazes solemn, voices penetrating the cosmos. We, the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of proficiency, wish to forge a pure land of ultimate bliss for the beings suffering in the vast wilderness. Our Buddhist teachings shall not be divided. If I attain Buddhahood in a land plagued by hellish demons and beasts, true enlightenment shall not be achieved. Our Buddhist teachings do not promote malevolence. If I attain Buddhahood in a realm where celestial beings face rebirth into the three evil paths, true enlightenment shall not be achieved. With each grand aspiration proclaimed, thunderous roars echoed from the heavens, and profound merits descended upon them. They established a total of 48 grand aspirations. Shaking the very foundations of the wilderness, enveloped in boundless merits, they transformed into two towering golden Buddhas, radiating light that illuminated the vast wilderness. These 48 grand aspirations crafted a pure land of ultimate bliss for the wilderness, blessed by the heavens, enabling the two bearers of primordial purple energy to attain sanctity, causing every being in the wilderness to feel the weight of the saint's presence. Heaven showered auspicious signs, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, as all beings bowed in reverence, recognizing the supreme saints. For saints, three great teachings and two dominant clans heralded a seismic shift in the dynamics of the wilderness. In the desolate west of the wilderness, where life struggles to thrive amidst barren lands, Emperor Jun murmured, his gaze deep and cold light flickering continuously. Tai scoffed, "What of these two saints? Let them dare to venture into the eastern wilderness and preach. The East is not a realm for them to recklessly trample." At that moment, not only the Yao court, but also the 12 ancestors of the witch clan within the Pango Hall scoffed, looking down upon the West. These 48 grand aspirations are not tasks that can be accomplished merely by the West. Yet, if Buddhism desires to preach in the East, the Eastern realm is not one to be trifled with by the West. Buddhism has also emerged into the world, Ming remarked dispassionately. Upon reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he began to grasp the influence of the heavenly principles on the wilderness, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of proficiency. Every aspiration among these 48 is an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. Even with the strength of two saints, it is an endeavor deemed impossible. No wonder these two esteemed saints have descended to such depths of shamelessness. Su Ming shook his head. These 48 grand aspirations, coupled with primordial purple energy, have enabled the Taoist of proficiency and the Taoist of guidance to attain sainthood. Yet, these aspirations are also shackles, binding them irrevocably. Without fulfilling these grand aspirations, the Taoist of proficiency and the Taoist of guidance shall forever be unable to ascend further toward the pinnacle of the great Tao. Hongjuan's cunning, subtle as the gentle rain, has ensnared two magnificent chaos demon gods in their reincarnation, beings of extraordinary talent with boundless potential, yet they are manipulated like pawns in his hands. Tragic and lamentable indeed. Su Ming's expression turned grave as he cautioned the three leaders of the human race. Should any bald-headed figures approach our kind in the future, we must remain vigilant and report immediately. Although the three leaders nodded, their hearts remained unconcerned. Su Ming spoke with a heavy heart. These two possess the essence of myriad beings in the primordial chaos, countless prodigies, and even treasures of the human race may find connection with them, albeit merely in words. This revelation left the three from the Shen Nong clan utterly speechless. How could such shamelessness exist in two saints? The Chao clan expressed their confusion. Reflecting on the calamity of the Fengshen after the numerous disciples of the sect were intercepted by Junti, Su Ming nodded solemnly. Indeed, the prodigies of the human race today are not fewer than those of the sect, and perhaps even more. Su Ming had no doubt that these two saints, who had lofty aspirations but lacked disciples to revitalize Buddhism, had set their sights on humanity. This was alarming. The one called Junti, renowned for his might, leaving no blade of grass in his wake. Su Ming rubbed his temples in distress. The might of the four saints shone brightly, before gradually settling into calm as many towering figures withdrew their consciousness, each engaging in their own comprehension of the sacred path. At that moment, within the human race, Laozi's countenance darkened, his hair disheveled, his gaze vacant. He suddenly staggered backward, spitting out blood. The connection to Junti had been established. Laozi's bitter smile betrayed his despair. These two were indeed Hongjuan's named disciples, their foundations laid in the desolate West, receiving little regard from Hongjuan himself. As his foremost disciple, Laozi found his path to enlightenment a distant dream. He could easily imagine the disdain of familiar top-tier beings towards him at this moment. Except for the fallen Hongyun, he was the last remaining without attaining the Tao amidst the acquisition of the Hongmeng purple qi. What shall I do for the human race? Laozi's voice was hoarse, his gaze sweeping across the various regions of humanity, his smile imbued with bitterness. I have become so humble, revered as the teacher of humanity, which brings only benefits to our kind, yielding mutual advantage. His voice echoed, seemingly in conversation with someone, yet receiving no response. As dusk approached, his figure appeared increasingly desolate, contrasting sharply with the laughter and joy resonating from the various tribes, rendering the scene even more ironic. Mutual benefit indeed. Su Ming scoffed, deeming Laozi unworthy of his attention. What humanity desires is far beyond this. The Chao clan remarked coldly, the human race does not lack his Taiji teachings. This Taiji celestial lord, despite his current predicament, has yet to realize who truly seeks whom. The Z clan sneered. According to my suggestion, we should simply expel him from the human race for some much-needed self-reflection. The Shen Nong clan waved their hands boldly, brimming with fighting spirit. The three leaders, leading the battle division, could easily establish a formation to expel him from the human race. Silence. The Z clan shot a glare at the Shen Nong clan, asserting, the progenitor undoubtedly has a grand design. What do you understand? With a hint of defiance, they added, if you possess the capability, challenge me directly, but do not involve me. The Shen Nong clan, seething with frustration, inhaled deeply, yet found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, especially in the presence of the progenitor. Enough. Su Ming interjected, halting their quarrel with a wave of his hand. He spoke calmly. The latest batch of human prodigies is about to enter the valley, correct? Reporting to the progenitor, all is prepared, the Chao clan responded respectfully. This group of prodigies includes a human leader who has traversed the vast wilderness for many years and has only recently returned. Who is this human leader? Ming inquired, momentarily taken aback. The Zi clan reported, to inform the progenitor, his name is Swerin, and his talents are on par with the three of us. He reached the celestial realm in his youth, and has since journeyed through the vast wilderness to seek a path for humanity, returning not long ago. Upon hearing the name Swerin, Ming felt a jolt of excitement. The three founding ancestors of humanity, Chao, Zi, and Swerin, were now united. He had pondered the prolonged absence of Swerin, only to realize he had been exploring the vast wilderness. Let this batch of prodigies enter the valley, Ming commanded, his heart filled with anticipation for the surprises this progenitor might bring. It had been a considerable time since anyone had comprehended a pinnacle mythic statue, following Chang'e's insights into the statue of the ruthless emperor. By your command, the three leaders bowed in unison. Meanwhile, after Laozi had spoken, his consciousness swept across the realms of humanity, desperately seeking any trace of the human emperor, his heart ablaze with anxiety, eager to engage in dialogue with him. At that moment, Laozi suddenly felt a tremor coursing through him, his pupils narrowing in shock as his consciousness detected a scene of profound astonishment. This was Chapter 73. How much does this human race conceal? So many scriptures from beyond the realms. Laozi's lips were stained with blood, his eyes wide with fury, his appearance exceedingly tragic, akin to an abandoned and abused elderly man, standing vacantly in place. At that moment, beneath his divine consciousness, he perceived a corner of a grand formation, faintly observing a group of at least 10 late-stage Deluo Jinxian human powerhouses, who had not revealed themselves in the previous battle. However, the mere presence of these 10 Deluo Jinxian did not overwhelm Laozi. It was not unusual for the human race to harbor hidden strength. What truly astonished him was that a formation laid down by this mere batch of Deluo Jinxian could effectively isolate his divine consciousness. He could only glimpse a corner of the world concealed by the formation before it was swiftly obscured from his perception. Most shocking of all was that within that corner of the formation stood a group of formidable, spirited prodigies, radiating an extraordinary momentum and vitality, all possessing exceptional innate talents. The human race. Laozi stood frozen, his body immobile for a long moment. He understood deeply that this was merely a fragment of the grand formation he had seen, and no matter how he swept his divine consciousness, he could not uncover even a trace within the human territory. What did this signify? Just how powerful and profound was the foundation and strength that the human race concealed? This thought suddenly emerged in Laozi's mind. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the three pure ones began to grasp the situation slightly. Why did the human race reject his teachings? Why were they unwilling to acknowledge him as the esteemed leader of the three pure ones, the true successor of Pangu? Even if Shen Nong was exceptionally powerful, he was merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint, and regardless of his extraordinary talent, he was worlds apart from Laozi's grand existence at the peak of quasi-saint. At this time, an evident answer lay before Laozi. With so many emerging prodigies and scriptures, the presence of a three pure one like him was merely an embellishment, incapable of influencing the grand scheme of the human race's ascent. Human race, what kind of monstrosity are you? A deep bitterness lingered at the corners of Laozi's mouth. The strength of the human race might be far greater than what he had perceived, more powerful than the entirety of the primordial chaos. If the human race was indeed so formidable, why would they allow an outsider to become their leader, offering them no tangible benefits? At that moment, a terrifying association suddenly formed in Laozi's mind. The human race likely perceived themselves as a force comparable to the witch and demon clans. Even if they could not match the witch and demon clans now, it was only a matter of time. Similarly, would the witch and demon clans permit him, a revered three pure one, to establish a demon or witch sect and assume the role of leader for both clans? The answer was all too evident. What could I do for the human race? After the bitterness, Laozi murmured to himself, contemplating this most pragmatic yet cruel question. This was the very question Shen Nong had once posed to him. Why should he become the leader of the human race? What could he possibly offer them? The human race possesses an abundance of profound scriptures from beyond the realms, giving rise to numerous prodigies. What more can he possibly achieve? Is it that my path to enlightenment is a road to oblivion? The bitter gaze of the master reflects his anguish. He intended to depart, yet he suddenly realizes he seems to have nowhere else to go. Eventually, he sits down slowly in a meditative posture. While both of his junior disciples have attained enlightenment, he, the eldest brother, remains at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. What purpose does returning serve? To witness their arrogance and displays of might? To allow the original to continue pointing fingers at him? Or perhaps to face reprimands from Hongjun once again? The master harbors no doubt that, given the temperaments of his two junior disciples, they are capable of such actions. Ancestor, what has become of me? Why do I feel this sense of depletion? As if my light is extinguished? At that moment, the three leaders, Shen Nong, Zi, and Yu Chao, suddenly trembled, their eyes filled with disbelief. Though the Master-S form remains formidable, exuding a terrifying power, it is evident even to the naked eye that his vitality is waning at a frightening pace. This is a decay emanating from within, a self-exhaustion, a collapse of spirit, a dual blow, a struggle of the soul. Su Ming remarked quietly. The Master-S reason has come to comprehend what he ought to do next. Yet his proud soul, deep within, rejects his rational thoughts. Su Ming's gaze is profound. He has underestimated the pride of these primordial mythic figures and the steadfastness of their hearts. After witnessing the successive attainments of the saints, he finds that the strength of the human race is utterly unconquerable. Yet the Master, in relentless pursuit of the pinnacle of the Tao, is still unbroken in spirit, even showing signs of willing self-destruction. Ultimately, even opponents standing at the peak of divinity and demons command respect. With a gentle sigh, Su Ming waved his hand. Let him sit in meditation, forbidding any human from disturbing him. It is time for him to resolve his own matters. After all, he was once the leader of the human teachings, an object of veneration for countless humans. The respect due to him must still be rendered. Even if he has orchestrated his own downfall, driving himself to the brink of exhaustion. As you command, the three leaders replied solemnly, their expressions grave. They felt immense admiration for the ancestor. The ancestor's psychological control and calculations of human hearts are astoundingly precise, sending shivers down their spines. The esteemed leader of the three pure ones, possessing the merits of creating the heavens, has been manipulated to the point of near self-diminishment. Upon reflection, it is indeed chilling. Su Ming glanced at the three leaders, understanding their thoughts, and said calmly, I merely acted in accordance with the situation. The greatest contributor to the Master-S exhaustion is Hongjun, followed by the original. I merely added a touch of fuel to the fire, nudging the situation along, becoming the final straw that broke the Master-S back. Much like the first battle between the witch and the lich, it was merely their sharp contradictions that I took advantage of. I pushed a little, extinguishing a trivial clan of fiery sparrows, and thus they fell into conflict. What you see is merely the outcome. As the leaders of the human race, it is imperative that you discern the myriad underlying causes that culminate in results. Those who truly stand atop the pinnacle of the primordial world, Di Jun, Di Jiang, and Hongjun, are the most formidable masters adept in this art. Particularly, Hongjun has ascended to his current stature through such stratagems, orchestrating the decline of ferocious beasts and the conflicts among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans with meticulous planning. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming imparted wisdom to the three human leaders, subsequently chuckling softly. In truth, it is not so convoluted. The human race has ascended to the very center stage of the primordial realm. The complexities of power and the entanglement of interests are profound. As leaders, wielding such authority, every action you undertake profoundly impacts the welfare of our people. Always remember to remain composed, to thoroughly contemplate the intricate web of interests, and never allow yourselves to become mere pawns in the hands of others. Heed the teachings of our forebears. The three leaders bowed deeply, awestruck by Su Ming's words, which resonated in their ears like the resounding clang of a great bell, embodying profound truths amidst the struggles of the primordial world. It is evident that mere strength does not guarantee eternal survival, whether divine or demonic beings, or even formidable dominant clans. A single misstep could render them pawns. Throughout the annals of primordial history, countless exceptionally gifted divine beings have fallen, and innumerable powerful clans have dissipated into nothingness. Many chaotic demonic deities were undeniably formidable, capable of annihilating vast expanses of land with a mere gesture. The ferocious beast clan and the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were by no means weaker than the current Wu and Lich clans. Yet, they have become mere chapters in the history of the primordial world, subjects of fascination and tales recounted by contemporary humans. Chapter 74. The mythical statue with the broken sword in hand, the primordial heavens loomed darkly as fierce winds howled, soon giving way to torrential rain, cascading down as if to cleanse the world of its ancient sorrows. Lao Tzu stood amidst the downpour, his eyes tightly shut, his visage aging rapidly. Even with his formidable, nearly indestructible body and primordial spirit, he could scarcely endure for much longer. He remained oblivious to the outside world. The rain soaked his ancient, tattered Taoist robe, washing away the blood at the corner of his mouth, while his hair fell loose, water streaming down his pallid strands. At that moment, who could have imagined that this was the foremost of the three pure ones? Ming shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. At this juncture, Lao Tzu had been driven to a dead end. With his resolute heart, he could never accept the notion of being unable to attain enlightenment. Before him lay but two paths, death or, reporting to the ancestor, the new generation of prodigies, including Swearin, has already entered the valley, seeking to comprehend the suitable mythical statues. The report was delivered by the nesting clan, who then pointed out, that individual is Swearin. Indeed, Ming's expression remained calm. Yet his eyes brimmed with anticipation as he followed the direction indicated by the nesting clan. There stood a remarkably tall figure, his hair wild as if overgrown, a disheveled beard adorning his face. His features were sharply defined, with spirited eyes and bronzed skin, clad only with a tiger skin-like hide wrapped around his waist. His well-defined biceps seemed to radiate explosive strength. What struck Ming most profoundly was the unmistakable aura of indomitable spirit that emanated from Swearin, an unyielding force, resolutely defying fate. Truly, he was a forebear of humanity who could lead his kin through the thorns of adversity in the primordial age. Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. Swearin had roamed the vast expanse of the primordial world for millennia, merely at the celestial level, which spoke volumes of the perils he had faced and the life and death crises he had navigated. His singular purpose was to carve a path for humanity, a means of survival. This endeavor demanded immense courage and an unwavering heart, for to have survived in the tumultuous primordial realm and to return safely necessitated unparalleled wisdom. Both wisdom and courage were indispensable. The survival of humanity is but a reflection of the relentless struggle of its ancestors. Their spirit is woven into the very fabric of humanity, leaving an indelible mark of eternal perseverance, urging them to stride forward without retreat. The rapid rise of humanity is not solely attributed to my efforts, Ming mused quietly within himself. This sentiment had echoed in his mind countless times. He could impart the comprehension of mythical statues and bestow techniques upon humanity, yet he alone could not provide them with this immortal spirit of resilience. It was the culmination of generations of ancestors' struggles and sacrifices. Should humanity succumb to internal strife, vying for power, or even succumb to apathy, it would render any teachings of chaos-level scriptures or innate treasures utterly futile. I fervently hope that this time, I may touch the threshold of enlightenment. Ming gazed intently at Swearin's footsteps, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With the sages attaining enlightenment, and the chaotic world undergoing significant upheaval, he felt an urgent need to continue advancing. The human race had progressed too briefly, lacking the most formidable of champions. Thus, he must swiftly enhance his own strength. This stubborn elder had managed to return alive from the realm of the profound immortal, suggesting that fortune had favored him. Shen Nong spoke candidly, yet his unwavering gaze remained fixed on Swearin, starkly contrasting with his earlier casual demeanor. The same could be said for Wu Chao and Zi. Everyone harbored the hope that the human race could once again produce a figure of extraordinary potential, and Swearin possessed both the talent and the will to achieve this. However, this was contingent upon his ability to resonate with a statue of unparalleled power. Swearin's eyes sharpened as he strode through the valley, his gaze sweeping past various mythological statues, yet his steps did not falter. His instincts informed him that these statues were ill-suited for him. Having been away from the human race for too long, he had fallen far behind Wu Chao and the others. He desperately sought formidable power rather than remaining sheltered under the wings of humanity as an object of protection. Time slipped away, and it was unclear how long had passed. At last, Swearin halted before a towering statue wielding a broken sword, lifting his gaze in admiration, his eyes reflecting a sense of intoxication. This statue, with its disheveled black hair and an aura of indomitable spirit, exuded an overwhelming presence that swept across the heavens. Its grandeur and pride instilled a sense of insignificance akin to that of dust. "This is..." Su Ming trembled slightly, his pupils constricting in astonishment, revealing the shock within his heart. Wu Chao and the others shuddered gently, recognizing from their progenitor's reaction that this statue was extraordinary. Before they could inquire further, Suerin's resonance with the statue occurred at an even swifter pace than anticipated. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy reverberated through the heavens, causing the entire valley to tremble as a terrifying pressure swept over it. Numerous Deluo Golden Immortals in seclusion were jolted awake, their astonished gazes directed toward the source. This aura was vast, magnificent, supreme, and unparalleled, refusing to yield. Faintly, a deep and grand voice echoed in their ears. "He who transforms into freedom, unilaterally dictating eternity." The refrain resonated, shaking the hearts of all present. The Emperor of the Wild Heavens. Su Ming's eyes quaked. He never anticipated that Suerin could comprehend the mythological statue of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. This being was a supreme immortal emperor, a figure who single-handedly withstood the incursions of foreign entities. Although these mythological statues had never battled among themselves, the Emperor of the Wild Heavens held an unparalleled status in Su Ming's heart, even surpassing the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord based on personal preference. "He who transforms into freedom, unilaterally dictating eternity," Wu Chao murmured, his gaze trembling with awe. With sheer momentum, he could confidently assert that the mythic statue of Suerin was in no way inferior to his own statue of the Eternal Emperor. The figure clad in black robes let out a hearty laugh. "Truly, Suerin is remarkable. A paragon among the valiant who dared to traverse the primordial wilderness for millennia without succumbing to death. With his singular strength, he wielded a sword that severed the very fabric of time and space." Shen Nong's gaze turned solemn, filled with deep admiration for such words. What kind of unparalleled being, possessing such extraordinary grace, could perform such astonishing feats? Chapter 75. Su Ming's Breakthrough, the body forged into a chaos supreme treasure? The Emperor of the Wild. Images of the Emperor of the Wild flashed through Sui Ren's mind, as if he were an observer, following the Emperor's extraordinary journey from childhood to the pinnacle of existence. Born with the supreme bone, he was extracted at birth and grafted onto his cousin. Yet, before reaching his first year, he found himself on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. With astonishing willpower, he survived, remaining optimistic and resolute, reborn with the supreme bone, defying fate to reclaim his glory. Ascending to the peak in the lower realms, he single-handedly contended against the gods for the countless beings of the wild domain, enduring grievous injuries that brought him to the edge of death. With immense courage and unwavering determination, he ultimately wielded a broken sword, achieving transcendence. Alone, he severed the ties of time, isolating the supreme existences of other realms, shielding countless beings from calamity as he waged war beyond the boundaries of his world. The Emperor of the Wild, Sui Ren murmured. The early life of the Emperor resonated deeply within him. At that moment, the statue of the Emperor, carved by Su Ming, began to stir from its long dormancy. A vast aura permeated the valley, rending the heavens asunder. In that instant, the Emperor of the Wild seemed to awaken. Gazing upon this primal world, and an overwhelming imperial majesty surged across the ages. Endless primordial spiritual energy coalesced, infusing Sui Ren's body, causing his realm to surge uncontrollably. The bottleneck of the early stage of the profound immortal was shattered in an instant. He advanced through the mid and late stages of the profound immortal. A frenzied breakthrough ensued, as the barriers of his realm, under the influence of the Emperor's statue, appeared to vanish entirely. The barrier of the Golden Immortal was breached instantaneously, propelling him from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, a grand golden scroll unfurled in Sui Ren's mind. Inscribed with 4 golden characters, he transcends to freedom. Though these characters were profoundly enigmatic, they encapsulated the Emperor's lifetime of insights, brimming with boundless mysteries. The human Sui Ren, through the statue of the Emperor of the Wild that you carved, comprehends the scripture of he transcends to freedom, and as the sculptor of the statue, the host receives a 100-fold power infusion reward. Sui Ren comprehends the statue of the Emperor of the Wild, automatically acquiring he transcends to freedom and achieving supreme perfection. A surge coursed through Su Ming's heart, and he slowly closed his eyes to contemplate the other scriptures of transcendence. His body became akin to a furnace, where endless scriptures were forged and refined, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, constantly enhancing his physical strength. The scripture of he transcends to freedom belonged to the highest echelon among these supreme secrets. No grand phenomena appeared, nor was there a gathering of primordial spiritual energy. At his current level of cultivation, the enhancement of power relied upon his understanding of the Tao, the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, and the exploration of his own body. The scripture of he transcends to freedom disrupted the balance of myriad paths within Su Ming's body. Buzz. A terrifying aura flickered within Su Ming, and in an instant, the mountain beneath his feet was reduced to nothingness. Su Ming, with his eyes closed, floated in midair, his long black hair dancing around him. At this moment, a terrifying flame flickered within his body, its brilliance blinding, forging and refining endless runes. Su Ming's power surged at a horrifying pace. The Yu Chao clan, the Zi clan, and the Shen Nong clan were filled with dread as they sensed a force within Su Ming capable of erasing them in an instant. They retreated frantically 100 miles, barely able to withstand the invisible might. The ancestral figure was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Yu Chao clan's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. A double blessing, ha ha ha. The Shen Nong clan laughed heartily, exhilarated to the utmost. The ancestral figure was the greatest foundation of humanity, our greatest asset. As long as the ancestor exists, humanity can thrive endlessly. The Zi clan's gaze was filled with mirth. Deep in their hearts, the three understood profoundly that Su Ming was humanity's greatest assurance. He was the unwavering confidence for humanity to confront the Kaiming clan. He was the driving force behind humanity's resolute rejection of Laozi's overtures. Humanity could do without anyone, including their three leaders, but as long as the ancestor remained, there was boundless hope. Suddenly, a tremor shook the heavens and the earth. With Su Ming as the epicenter, the cosmos turned upside down, the sun, moon, and stars spiraling around his form. At that moment, he seemed like a god of creation, treading upon the heavenly path. With the stars in attendance, Su Ming had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, the 12th heaven of complete perfection. Yet, the countless scriptures within his body continued to be forged and refined by the flames, his aura perpetually ascending. The Shen Nong clan gasped, feeling a terrifying presence. Was the ancestor about to attain enlightenment directly? The three members of the Shen Nong clan felt diminutive before Su Ming, as insignificant as ants, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. In their eyes, the ancestral figure harbored a destructive power that, once unleashed, could annihilate the heavens and the earth, sweeping away all in its path. The dazzling firelight was blinding, and extraordinary phenomena emerged, rendering the scene awe-inspiring. Suddenly, the endless runes within Su Ming's body gradually transformed into a swirling mist. The flames concealed within, harboring an unfathomable level of power that left the Shen Nong clan trembling in fear. With each glance, the three gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with trepidation, unable to fathom the terrifying energy contained within. Was the ancestor forging the legendary chaos treasure within his body? The Shen Nong clan gritted their teeth, at a loss for words, only able to express their shock in such a manner. The innate treasures were insufficient to describe it. Only the chaos treasures could encapsulate the fragments of their feelings. If the ancestral bloodline were to propagate a tribe now, how could humanity not rise? Said the Yu Chao clan. Indeed, the Zi clan nodded in agreement. The first generation of the ancestral human bloodline had reached an unprecedented peak, ready to begin the propagation of clans. I shall discuss this with Chang'e shortly. Shen Nong murmured, pondering how he must ensure that the progenitor engages. Suddenly, with a thunderous force descending from the heavens, he was pressed to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. He lifted his head only to behold the figure of Su Ming before him, gazing at him with an air of indifference. What is it you wish for Chang'e to engage in? Su Ming inquired calmly. Ah, well, engage. Engage. Shen Nong stammered, unable to voice the thoughts that lingered in his heart. Progenitor, the Firebringer is awakening. I shall go and bring him to meet you. With that, Shen Nong's figure vanished from Su Ming's sight in an instant. Su Ming found himself both amused and exasperated, having no intention of pursuing the matter further. He understood the sentiments harbored by Shen Nong and the others. Yet his focus lay solely on the great enterprise of humanity, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Moreover, to cultivate a tribe, was he to be likened to a stud horse? Contemplating this, Ming touched his nose and mused quietly. From the 3,000 ancestors to the present billion-strong lineage, it seems not an exaggeration to liken it to that of a stud horse. Had I begun to propagate upon my arrival in the primordial world, the formidable reproductive capabilities of humanity could easily have birthed an army of 1 billion descendants. As the path of the great Tao loomed above, a resounding voice echoed through the heavens. I, the supreme celestial of the Taiji, Pangu's true lineage, vow to establish the oath of the great Tao. Startled, Ming's heart trembled as he looked up, only to find the once diminished Laozi had, unbeknownst to him, awakened. The oath of the great Tao. Could it be that Laozi had discovered another opportunity for enlightenment amidst his dire circumstances? Chapter 76. The source of the foundation of the Taoist sage. A resonant hum erupted in the enigmatic void of the primordial world, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble. In this moment, numerous towering entities felt an inexplicable sensation, awakening with furrowed brows. What had transpired? They scanned the expanse of the primordial world with their divine consciousness, yet failed to perceive any anomalies, deepening their frowns. That sound seemed to signify a tremor of the primordial Tao. The Tao emerged only after Pangu split the heavens and the earth, a unique product of the primordial world, intricately linked yet distinct from it, occupying a position of unparalleled supremacy. How could it suddenly be thrown into such turmoil? Within the boundless chaos lay the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, his countenance flushed, as though he had encountered some form of backlash. What was happening? A tremor coursed through his heart. He sensed that a significant event concerning his destiny was imminent, and the elation from the saint's attainment of the Tao vanished in an instant. The saint's attainment had allowed him to draw upon immense fortune through the primordial purple energy, solidifying the foundation of his unity with the Tao. Yet, due to various reasons, Laozi's path to sanctification remained distant. Consequently, Hongjun relinquished his intention to intervene in the primordial world, attempting instead to connect with the Tao through fragments of the creation jade plate, directly seeking unity with the Tao, intending to gradually make up for the missing parts. Once he achieved unity with the Tao, he would become an omnipotent being within the primordial world. But what had transpired? Why was the Tao in upheaval, seemingly forcing his divine consciousness away? The connection between the primordial purple energy and the Tao appeared to be diminishing. Hongjun's gaze turned somber. The primordial purple energy was a unique creation forged through immense sacrifice to communicate with the Tao via the creation jade plate. This bizarre shift was entirely unforeseen. As he conducted his calculations, he relentlessly swept his divine consciousness across the primordial world, even carelessly directing it toward the direction of Enhua Palace, harboring suspicions that Enhua might be orchestrating something sinister in the shadows. Having attained the Tao the longest, Enhua possessed profound secrets and a deep understanding of the primordial purple energy. Surprisingly, after his divine consciousness brushed past her, Enhua remained in a state of profound shock, as if astonished by the tremors in her connection with the Tao. Utilizing the merits of creation, she had relied on the primordial purple energy to anchor her essence to the Tao, gaining the powers of a sage through the might of the Tao. However, this reliance meant she was not a true sage by her own strength, rendering her exceedingly vulnerable to the Tao's tumult. Thus, the term Taoist sage emerged, a being sanctified through the Tao, empowered by its might, yet not a true sage in essence. The weakening of their communication with the Tao diminished the augmentation of its powers. In the Kunlun Mountains, the newly anointed sages, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, were left utterly astounded. In the western region, at Mount Shumi, they exclaimed in disbelief. The western saints, Jane and Zhuanti, were utterly taken aback, their bodies rigid with disbelief. They had paid an exorbitant price, establishing a total of 48 grand vows to attain their saintly status. How could this be? They sensed the divine power of the heavenly Tao weakening, their positions as saints precarious. With their mental state fraying, they nearly erupted in expletives. Having set forth 48 grand vows, they had only recently achieved sainthood, and now their status was unstable. Who could endure such a blow? Brother, could it be that Hong? The Tao ancestor is deceiving us. Zhuanti murmured softly, her voice laden with resentment. her heart racing with trepidation. At this juncture, Jane could only sigh in resignation. His hands clasped together. Ba, brother, hold steady. Among the human race, Su Ming furrowed his brow tightly, quickly sensing something amiss with Lao Zi's vows. Why is it that I have established a vow of the great Tao? Su Ming pondered. It was only after a prolonged time in the primordial world that he uncovered a profound secret, that the existence of the great Tao was a taboo, not something to be casually mentioned in the primordial realm. Even the mere mention of it was fraught with peril, let alone establishing a vow upon it. The beings beneath the quasi-saint level who understood the great Tao were exceedingly rare. All of this was intricately tied to the existence of the heavenly Tao. If everyone could traverse the heavenly Tao, comprehend the great Tao, and establish vows upon it, what significance would the heavenly Tao hold? Thus, under ordinary circumstances, even quasi-saints, when required to establish vows, would directly appeal to the heavenly Tao, refraining from addressing the great Tao. To pledge allegiance to the great Tao while bypassing the heavenly Tao was a grave transgression. Lao Zi, as an incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, was intricately connected to the cosmos created by Pangu, infused with the primordial purple energy. He should undoubtedly be bound to establish vows to the heavenly Tao. Su Ming felt somewhat bewildered. Lao Zi's actions evoked a peculiar sense of deliberate deception regarding Hongjun. Rubbing his forehead, Su Ming sensed an underlying dissonance that he could not articulate. His instincts hinted that something had been overlooked. A faint sadness enveloped him, as if an impending calamity loomed. He gazed at Lao Zi who, after establishing half of the vow to the great Tao, sat cross-legged in a daze, his eyes devoid of focus, seemingly caught in a moment of indecision. This old fellow seems to be scheming against me, Su Ming muttered under his breath. The memory of Lao Zi's previous actions lingered vividly in his mind, nearly provoking a confrontation between the primordial and the human race, even drawing out Hongjun. Although the primary objective had been largely achieved, it was not his original intent. The attention had been too overwhelming, and his aim was to resolve issues while ensuring the human race maintained a low profile, striving to avoid conflict with the saints and Hongjun, thus allowing time for the rise of humanity. At that moment, a voice filled with reverence resonated from below. Chief of the Swearen tribe, Swearen Shi, pays homage to the ancestor. Su Ming lowered his gaze and observed Shen Nong approaching with the awakened Swearen, who came to pay their respects. Upon witnessing Swearen's realm, a jolt of astonishment surged within him. Swearen had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal and was already half a step into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is noteworthy that the affinity between Swearen and the mythological statue of the Emperor of the Wild was not as profound as that between Chang'e and the Fierce Emperor, which had not enabled the statue to autonomously improve itself. Nevertheless, despite this, Swearen had transcended several great realms, falling just a fraction short of Chang'e. Truly, Swearen was exceptional, and the statue of the Emperor of the Wild was remarkable. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Certainly, this achievement was also attributed to Swearen's experiences traversing the primordial lands, facing life and death with unwavering determination. Upon returning to the human race, he diligently practiced the techniques from the scripture hall, laying a solid foundation. In contrast, the three individuals who accompanied Shen Nong had no scriptures to guide them, relying solely on their rudimentary understanding and innate talent to reach the celestial realm. This explains why, over the millennia, the human prodigies who comprehended mythological statues, even if the statues were not as profound as Shen Nong's, surpassed them significantly in terms of breakthrough realms. Swearen, I have heard much about you from Shen Nong over the years. It seems there may be some lingering resentment, Su Ming remarked with a gentle smile. Having occupied the position of the human emperor for tens of thousands of years and dealing with various significant matters, he had inevitably improved his communication skills with the human prodigies. Hearing the ancestor's calm words and seeing his approachable smile, Swearen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that his relatively low strength might lead the ancestor to disregard him. After all, in the present era, a Tai Golden Immortal was no longer considered a formidable powerhouse. He had initially intended to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal or even to Quasi-Saint before visiting the ancestor to continue serving the human race. Ancestor, this fellow has always been discontented with me, often leaving me bruised and battered after encounters, harboring grievances against my subordinates, Swearen said with a smile. reminiscing about the times when the four of them led the human race through hardships with resilience and camaraderie. You must strive diligently. He is now at the quasi-saint level. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Sueren's expression shifted as he spoke earnestly. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently, striving to make up for lost time and not hold back the human race. This is not your fault. Su Ming shook his head, seemingly perceiving Sueren's innermost thoughts. Your aspirations are for the human race. The entire lineage shall forever remember your contributions. Thank you for your kind words, ancestor. This is merely what Sueren ought to do. Everything is for the survival of the human race, Sueren replied respectfully. Su Ming nodded with a smile, but suddenly, he felt a tremor course through him and turned to gaze at Laozi. While speaking with Sueren, most of his attention had been focused on Laozi. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed an extraordinarily resolute light in Laozi's eyes. Chapter 77. Hongjun. Laozi, why do you wish to harm me? Laozi, what are your true intentions? Su Ming pondered, his expression grave. An instinctive sense warned him that a significant event was imminent. What had transpired? Observing the ancestor's sudden seriousness, Sueren quietly inquired. The Yao tribe leader shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, instead gesturing for Sueren to look towards Laozi. At that moment, Laozi abruptly moved, his gaze cold and resolute. He raised his right hand, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. I, the Supreme Lord Laozi, have established the teachings for humanity with a heart full of sincerity. From this day forth, should humanity face peril, I shall undoubtedly intervene. The affairs of humanity are my own, and their future is intertwined with mine. Should I act against the interests of humanity, may my essence be obliterated. Laozi's voice was deep, reverberating across the firmament. Let the great Tao serve as witness. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. This Laozi was indeed intent on undertaking monumental actions. Was he not inviting the primordial beings to confront humanity head-on? However, Su Ming failed to realize that the situation was far graver than he imagined. Suddenly, from the depths of the infinite void, chaos erupted, the heavens trembled, as if a supreme, mysterious existence was shaking the very fabric of reality. Boom! The ancient starry sky fractured violently, stars fell, and countless beings of the primordial wilderness sensed an ominous and eerie aura enveloping them, trembling uncontrollably as they knelt upon the ground. What was happening? Numerous towering figures were left dumbfounded, unsure of how to react, their gazes fixed upon the cataclysmic phenomena above. Memories of the catastrophic battle between the Wu and the Lich flickering through their minds. Only that scene could rival the current devastation. In the demon court, Di Jun was struck dumb, taken aback by the abruptness of the cataclysmic event. Nevertheless, being a great emperor of his time, he swiftly commanded, activate the demon court's protective array. The demon court trembled, the array coming to life, dark clouds overshadowing the sun. Yet, in comparison to the annihilating phenomena, it seemed as inconsequential as a drop in the ocean, a small boat swaying perilously amidst a tsunami, on the verge of capsizing. And this was merely the heavens of the primordial wilderness. Within the Wu clan, the Pango Hall erupted with 1 billion chaotic energies, shielding the entire region of the Wu. In the central part of the primordial wilderness, at the Wuzhuang Temple, the ginseng fruit tree radiated with millions of azure lights, overshadowing the sky and safeguarding the land. In the western wilderness, the blood sea roared and surged. Even amidst confusion, many towering beings resorted to their abilities to fend off the unknown danger. Their reactions spoke volumes about the terrifying nature of the cataclysmic phenomena, one that even they dared not overlook. The heavens crumbled, vast expanses of the celestial realm shattered, stars plummeting like a meteor shower. Endless mountains collapsed, raising terrifying clouds of dust and mushroom-like plumes. Cough, cough. At this moment, the saints simultaneously turned pale, their pupils constricting deeply, as if experiencing something profoundly terrifying. Their bodies swayed, suffering tremendous impacts, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. What was happening? The original gaze was devoid of spirit, and the complexion had turned as pale as could be, completely stripped of its former pride. The augmentation of celestial might had vanished. As arrogant as the heavens, in this moment, all vitality was drained, and the body became rigid. Had the duck that was just caught flown away so swiftly? In the west, the figures of Zhuanti and Jiejin were lost in despair, their composure shattered. Senior brother, my primordial purple chi has dissipated. Zhuini turned to Jijin. Having suffered an immense blow. What a calamity. Just moments ago, I had established 48 lofty aspirations, relying on boundless virtue and primordial purple chi, with my essence destined to become a saint through the heavenly way. Now, the primordial purple chi has simply evaporated. This setback, I cannot comprehend. Jijin's gaze was vacant, swaying like a mere mortal, helpless and on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Could it be that the Tao ancestor played some trick within the primordial purple chi? Hongjun. Zhuinti ground his teeth in frustration. Senior brother, we have been grievously deceived. We must seek an explanation from the Tao ancestor. Though their powers had significantly increased, with the dissipation of the primordial purple chi, they had lost the celestial might's support, relinquishing the devastating strength of the heavenly saints. Within the chaos, in the Niwa hall, Niwa's lips bled, her eyes vacant, bearing an immense burden. The saintly position is gone. She murmured, Hongjun, where is the promised 9 saints of the heavenly way? The primordial purple chi was the foundation for attaining the path. How could it have vanished? Having spent the longest time in the saintly position, she had endured Hongjuan's pressure the longest, sacrificing so much. Now, with the loss of the saintly position and the primordial purple chi, the impact on Niwa was the most profound. The saints were enveloped in the overwhelming shock of the dissipating primordial purple chi, struggling to regain their composure, yet unbeknownst to them. It was Hongjun who bore the greatest brunt of the blow. In the Purple Cloud's palace, puff, Hongjuan's head jerked up, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid staining his garments, with every pore of his body weeping blood. In an instant, he became a figure drenched in blood, as if he had endured an unimaginable blow from the depths of his very being and soul. Suddenly, Hongjun appeared to lose all strength, collapsing softly to the ground. The continuously flowing blood saturating the entire Purple Cloud's palace. Lousy, lousy, the human race, the human race. Hongjun lay on the ground, his eyes hollow, seemingly having endured an unprecedented blow, repeatedly murmuring lousy and the human race, his voice hoarse, laden with boundless resentment and desolation. Countless years of effort, all wasted in a single moment. Lousy, why have you betrayed me? I taught you the 3-corpse method and bestowed upon you the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, showing you nothing but tolerance. Chapter 78. Are you questioning my imperial status, Lousy? Hongjuan's hoarse voice rent the fabric of chaos, causing the chaotic realm to tremble, his inner resentment rendering him incapable of controlling his own power. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the entirety of what had transpired. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao severed all ties with the Hongmeng purple chi and with Hongjun himself. Lousy, the possessor of the Hongmeng purple chi and the future sage of the heavenly Tao, showed disdain for the heavenly Tao, instead venerating the great Tao. Particularly, Lousy's unique identity significantly influenced the relationship between the heavenly Tao and the primordial world. The heavenly Tao, devoid of compassion yet inherently flawed, faced a fundamental contradiction. It could not tolerate such insubordination. The unconscious wrath of the heavenly Tao sent shockwaves through the primordial realm, causing stars to fall and the heavens to shift tumultuously. Suddenly, Hongjun roared, Lousy, the human race, you have caused me immense suffering. His connection with the heavenly Tao was nearly obliterated, even with the creation jade plate in hand. The link was tenuous at best. Sensing a tremendous threat, the heavenly Tao instinctively cut off all external connections, including the painstakingly cultivated bond Hongjun had fostered over countless ages. As for the Hongmeng purple chi, it depended on the heavenly Tao for its existence. With the Tao's closure, the purple chi naturally dissipated. Due to the backlash, Hongjun sustained severe injuries, the imprint of the heavenly Tao embedded in his primordial spirit, even though he barely retained his saintly status. He had lost the ability to act in the immediate future. Suddenly, a ray of purple light coalesced before Hongjun, transforming into an avatar of himself, which tore through chaos and sped toward the primordial world. Hongjun, who had always been the one orchestrating events, found himself in an unprecedentedly dire predicament, a blow that could be deemed fatal. He yearned to confront Lousy directly, to inquire, why? Why have you done this to me? I have cared for you meticulously, yet you seek to harm me. The cataclysmic phenomena in the primordial heavens gradually subsided, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. leaving many formidable beings in a state of bewilderment. What on earth just happened? Was there a sudden annihilation, only to be retracted? They felt as if their emotions had been toyed with. In the valley of the human race, Su Ming stood rigidly, mouth agape, staring at Laozi. Perhaps in the entirety of the primordial world, aside from Han Jun, he alone truly understood the reasons behind these events. Yet he remained perplexed about the chain reactions they had triggered. Although he grasped the trajectory of the primordial realm, he could not fathom the implications of this unprecedented occurrence. Could the establishment of a vow to the great Tao elicit such a monumental response? Was it not said that the first action of a transmigrant is to pledge allegiance to the great Tao, affirming that there is no past self, only the present self? Receiving the Tao's acknowledgement, Su Ming inwardly expressed heartfelt greetings to those authors, lamenting, "You have caused me great distress." Fortuitously, he had refrained from impulsively pledging his vow to the great Tao. Otherwise, whether he could have survived to this day would be a question mark of enormous proportions. "You may pledge your loyalty, but must you create such a commotion?" Su Ming muttered to himself, seemingly forgetting that it was he who had meticulously maneuvered events to corner Laozi into this situation. "Emperor of humanity, may I now present myself to you?" The old master stood tall, his voice resonating with a deep, hoarse timbre throughout the realm of humanity. After a prolonged silence, Su Ming found himself reluctant to reveal his presence. However, the extraordinary phenomenon evoked by the old master was too significant to ignore. He felt compelled to comprehend its ramifications. After a moment of contemplation, and confirming that there were no loopholes in the old master's grand oath that could expose his existence, Su Ming gently nodded to the divine farmer, indicating that he should usher the old master in. The divine farmer promptly departed. Turning to the Zi clan and the Yuchao clan, Su Ming instructed, "Conceal all the profound legacies of humanity, including the mythological statues. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Even in the presence of the old master, I shall not allow him to grasp the depths of our heritage. What remains unknown to others constitutes our true foundation and trump card. Once it is known, it ceases to be a trump card." Su Ming understood this principle clearly. Understood. The Yuchao clan members swiftly departed to execute his orders. Standing still, Su Ming closed his eyes and awaited the arrival, his long black hair swaying gently in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. Shortly thereafter, the divine farmer returned, accompanied by the old master. He respectfully bowed to Su Ming before departing. As soon as the divine farmer left, the old master's voice resonated, "Emperor, you have caused me great suffering." His tone was deep and hoarse, his gaze fixed intently on the young man before him, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of his being. The old master felt a profound shock as he realized he could not decipher the young man's realm. It was akin to an unfathomable abyss. Additionally, a subtle yet destructive aura emanated from within him, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slicing through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, casting a shadow over the world. In that moment, he seemed to transcend the very fabric of existence. This was the regal aura of an emperor. All must submit before him. It was his first encounter with someone outside humanity, and as a supreme emperor, his overwhelming presence shook the heavens. "I did not coerce you," Su Ming spoke, his eyes cold and devoid of empathy, his lips barely moving, betraying no emotion. "If you harbor no desires towards my kin, how could I possibly scheme against you? Moreover, I have merely nudged events along. This grand achievement is not one I dare claim." Su Ming did not shy away from acknowledging his manipulation of the old master. Such matters were well understood by all and required no concealment. The old master fell into silence. Indeed, the emperor had only given a slight push. The true force compelling him lay with Han Jun, with the primordial, with the myriad of saints. Aware of this, he had resolutely sunk the great ship, declaring, "If I cannot board, then none shall." After a lengthy pause, the old master spoke again. "Emperor, I harbor a profound curiosity regarding a particular matter. Might I receive an answer?" "To be determined at my discretion," Su Ming replied, remaining indifferent and non-committal. Laozi gazed intently at Su Ming's indifferent countenance, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from his expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a cold tone, "Who exactly are you?" The abrupt and forceful inquiry seemed aimed at penetrating the depths of Su Ming's psyche, seeking to unveil any vulnerabilities. However, Laozi was met with disappointment. There was not a hint of disturbance on Su Ming's face. In a calm manner, he retorted, "What do you mean by that, Grandmaster of Tai Ching? I am the first generation of humanity, the creation of the Holy Mother Nuwa, and the first emperor of humankind." As he spoke, a subtle smile graced the corners of Su Ming's mouth, and he suddenly fixed his gaze upon Laozi, his eyes shrouded in a golden mist. "You have long desired an audience with me, yet now you question my identity. Are you perhaps doubting my authority?" With that, he concluded, "If so, then our dialogue serves no further purpose." Laozi exhibited strength, yet Su Ming displayed an even greater dominance, more tyrannical in nature. While Laozi sought to turn the tide in his favor, Su Ming unceremoniously commanded him to depart. Even the leader of the human sect must heed the orders of the Emperor of Humanity. Regardless of claims to authenticity by Pangu or being the foremost of the three pure ones, in the realm of humanity, the hierarchy must be clearly defined. Chapter 79. Laozi, what great merit have I accomplished for the human race, and how shall I be rewarded? The air ceased its flow, and the atmosphere became so still that it was nearly suffocating. Su Ming exuded an overwhelming presence, almost rendering the very act of breathing a challenge. The majesty of the emperor enveloped the surroundings, making it seem as though he reigned supreme over the entire realm. Su Ming's gaze was cold and devoid of emotion, offering Laozi no glimpse of his inner turmoil. He needed to convey a crucial truth to Laozi, even though he had pledged his allegiance to the human race. It was not a realm where he could act without restraint. Not even as one of the three pure ones could he presume such liberties. It was Su Ming who stood as the sovereign of the human race, the true ruler. Laozi's eyes darkened as he stared into Su Ming's indifferent gaze, their silent exchange lingering for an extended moment. His suspicions regarding the existence of a human emperor had long been simmering within him. He was nearly certain that Su Ming was not a native of the human race, but rather a reincarnation of an ancient primordial deity. How else could one explain the profound understanding he possessed of the primordial waters, the intricate secrets, and the hostilities between various clans? Su Ming had even manipulated the discord between himself and the other saints, compelling Laozi into this current predicament. This was far beyond mere talent or genius. It seemed I had struck a nerve. Laozi mused inwardly, feeling as if he had uncovered a hidden facet of Su Ming. A sense of exhilaration washed over him. He had long felt too subservient, and this revelation provided a cathartic release. Yet, Laozi did not harbor any illusions about his own capabilities. He could discern the astonishing reverence that Su Ming commanded among the human populace. The respect that the Shen Nong clan held for him was genuine and heartfelt. He even suspected that if this emperor were to command the Shen Nong to take their own lives, they would comply without hesitation. But what did it matter to me? I have come to the human race solely to obtain what I desire. With a bright smile, Laozi appeared to have resolved an inner conflict. Dismissing Su Ming's dismissive words and chuckling lightly, "Your Majesty, I have indeed rendered great service to the human race. How shall you express your gratitude?" Su Ming was momentarily taken aback by this sudden laughter. He had anticipated a darkened expression from Laozi, perhaps even a hasty departure. But this unexpected mirth caught him off guard. However, he quickly set aside Laozi's peculiar reaction, furrowing his brow slightly as he replied, "What great merit do you speak of? I fail to comprehend your words. Your grand vow merely attests to your intention not to harm the interests of the human race, thereby granting you the privilege of my audience. Yet, despite your status as a peak quasi-saint, you have contributed nothing of substance to the human race. What is this so-called great merit?" Su Ming's expression remained impassive, yet within, he sensed an unsettling undertone. The prior cataclysmic phenomena were undoubtedly linked to Laozi's so-called great merit. Laozi smiled faintly, and a sudden spark of resolute determination flickered in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Is it not a monumental achievement to dethrone all the saints, including Nuwa? To have Hongjun suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao, resulting in at least severe injury, or even a potential fall from grace? Does that not constitute a grand accomplishment?" This revelation was explosive, causing Su Ming's composure to waver significantly. To unseat the saints? To allow Hongjun to be punished by the heavenly Tao? Were another quasi-saint to utter such words before Su Ming, he would likely deem them insane and send them to a mental institution for treatment. What an absurd jest. Yet the speaker before him was Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, a figure whose character Su Ming understood well. Such an entity would not indulge in idle boasts. Such a monumental event could not remain concealed for long and would soon spread like wildfire. Su Ming fell into a brief silence, absorbing the shocking news, before finally stating, "I still fail to comprehend what you are saying." He did not refute Laozi, but merely expressed his confusion. Suddenly, Laozi erupted into laughter, his white hair dancing wildly, exuding a semblance of madness. Su Ming regarded him with indifference, awaiting further explanation. After an indeterminate time, Laozi's maniacal laughter gradually subsided, and he gasped for breath, his once steady gaze now tinged with faint traces of blood, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. "I am the incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, the true essence of the three pure ones, endowed with the merit of creation, deeply intertwined with the primordial world, such that the heavenly Tao cannot contend with me. Moreover, I am the chief disciple of the Hongjun Taoist sect, wielding the primordial purple energy, destined to become a saint of the heavenly Tao. The primordial purple energy is a product of Hongjuan's communion with the heavenly Tao through the creation jade disc, refined with the primordial spirit as a conduit. It is akin to Hongjun vouching for me with his primordial spirit, promising that I would use the primordial purple energy to affirm the Tao, thereby deepening the heavenly Tao's dominion over the primordial realm. Yet now, I have transcended Hongjun, surpassed the heavenly Tao, and sworn an oath to the great Tao. What fate do you believe awaits Hongjun?" Su Ming's pupils constricted slightly. He finally grasped the reason behind the cataclysmic phenomena that had occurred. That was the wrath of the heavenly Tao, which perceived itself as having been deceived by Hongjun. Of course, the heavenly Tao possessed no emotions. Its reaction was purely instinctual and resistant. With the power of the heavenly Tao, even a slight reaction would bear an unbearable weight upon the saints and Hongjun alike. This was also the reason why, in later generations, it was said that the might of the heavenly Tao was immutable, because the saints feared it, their sanctity bestowed by the heavenly Tao itself. It dawned on Su Ming that there existed such a connection between the saints and the heavenly Tao. His heart swelled with astonishment as he gazed at the seemingly deranged Laozi, silently giving him a thumbs up in admiration. This man was indeed a madman. Su Ming could scarcely fathom the mindset that propelled Laozi to undertake such a frenzied endeavor. However, it did not take long for Su Ming to come to a realization. A sudden chill coursing through him as he finally understood the source of his earlier ominous premonition. "I have cast down the myriad saints from their exalted positions, interrupting the process by which Hongjun merged with the Tao. How could they not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me? This is truly akin to being a harbinger of calamity in the age of the Lich." Su Ming glared darkly at me, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to strike me. "I have sworn an oath to uphold the path for humanity. Will the saints not come to resent humankind? I have outwitted myself, inadvertently augmenting our strength while incurring the wrath of the saints and Hongjun, a transaction that is patently disadvantageous." Chapter 80. The mad Hongjun enters the primordial world. Upon observing the sudden gloom on the face of the human sovereign, Laozi erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Human sovereign. You may not yet comprehend the significance of the human race's position and Hongjuan's schemes against it. The merging of Hongjun with the Tao brings no benefit to humanity. Since I have chosen to establish a great vow and fully align myself with the human race, I cannot allow him to continue his machinations against our kind." After my laughter subsided, my expression turned grave as I solemnly stated, "Of course, while Hongjun may have forfeited the opportunity to merge with the Tao, he will likely intervene in the primordial world without restraint, potentially targeting the human race. Although he may not directly act against us due to the fortune of humanity and my presence, he will undoubtedly plot in the shadows. Human sovereign, you must remain exceptionally vigilant." Su Ming's gaze grew indifferent. He would not allow Laozi to gain the upper hand in their discourse. He replied coolly, "My understanding of Hongjun far surpasses your assumptions. He is a chaos demon god, constrained by many limitations within the primordial world, and does not intimidate me." Laozi was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing slightly. He recognized these secrets because he was a transformation of Pangu's primordial spirit and Hongjuan's foremost disciple. Yet, how did the human sovereign acquire such knowledge? The origins of this sovereign likely exceeded his expectations. Could it be that the human sovereign was a reincarnation of some chaos demon god? Laozi pondered. For only a chaos demon god would be aware of the limitations imposed upon them by the primordial world. A series of illustrious names flashed through Laozi's mind. The Time Demon God, the space demon god, the universe demon god. Do not speculate. I am not someone you can imagine. Su Ming waved his hand, a golden mist emanating from his eyes, exuding an air of supreme nobility that captivated the heart. Nevertheless, I have indeed rendered considerable merit for the human race this time. Henceforth, I decree that Laozi be appointed as the patriarch of the Tao for humanity, titled Taishang Daozuan, enjoying 1/10 of the human race's fortune. Su Ming's voice resonated with grandeur, and as he spoke, the heavens trembled. An immense fortune began to coalesce in the intangible void, descending upon Laozi's head. Thank you. Laozi bowed deeply to Su Ming, then burst into laughter, stepping out of the valley with a single stride. His voice echoing from the distant heavens. When the human race is in peril, I shall not stand idly by. The primordial spirit of Pangu is not invincible. Watching Laozi's figure recede, Su Ming silently mused. At that moment, several leaders, including Shen Nong, appeared behind him. Reporting to the ancestor, the Earth ancestor of the witch clan, Hudu, accompanied by Hui, seeks an audience with the leader of the human race, said the respectful Wu Chao clan leader. Let them wait, Su Ming replied without turning, his gaze fixed upon the heavens as if anticipating something. As you command. After a prolonged silence, the forthright Shen Nong suddenly spoke. Ancestor, since Laozi can no longer attain enlightenment, why do you still grant him 1/10 of the human race's fortune? Wu Chao and Zi remained silent, for Shen Nong had voiced their unspoken thoughts. The fate of the human race is exceedingly precious. Since I am unable to attain enlightenment, even if I stand with humanity, they still perceive a significant loss. For if I do not assist him, Su Ming paused momentarily, slowly turning around and softly uttering, he will perish. He has fully aligned himself with humanity, proving invaluable in countering numerous schemes. For the time being, I do not wish for his demise. I am the manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the merits of creating the heavens. Would Hanjun dare to kill him? The pupils of Shen Nong contracted, his body trembling in disbelief. Su Ming shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, instead gesturing for them to gaze at Laozi in the firmament. Even beings as formidable as Pangu have met their end in this world. Genuine immortality is a myth, dependent solely on whether others are willing to pay a certain price. Beyond the realm of humanity, Laozi stood with closed eyes, towering above, seemingly awaiting something. In the void, immense fortune was coalescing, perceptible only to those powerful enough to transcend the quasi-saint realm. Outside the human domain, a man and a woman stood, their gazes fixed upon Laozi, who had emerged from humanity. These were Hutu and Hui, who had come to pay their respects to the human race. Great Ancestor Wu, that figure appears to be the Grand Supreme Elder, Laozi. What is he waiting for? Hui inquired, puzzled. Such a monumental existence usually remained in their secluded abodes, contemplating the sacred path. The human race has been informed. You should enter first, Hui. I shall follow shortly, Hutu said, her brow slightly furrowed. For reasons unknown, recalling the previously destructive phenomena, an instinctive foreboding whispered to her that a significant event was imminent. One that would impact not only humanity, but also the entire Honghuang realm, including the witch clan. Hui, oblivious to Hutu's thoughts, knew that beings of her and Laozi's caliber were beyond his comprehension, and he strode eagerly into the human domain. Chang'e, where are you? As for restoring the witch clan's dignity and engaging in battle with Shen Nong once more, such thoughts had already been cast aside. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, swirling dust and shrouding the world in a somber gloom. Hutu's expression shifted, faintly sensing an apocalyptic energy rushing toward them, causing her heart to tremble. This power likely surpassed the quasi-saint threshold. Could it be that Laozi is awaiting him? Hutu pondered internally. Suddenly, the heavens collapsed, and a violent maelstrom consumed the sky, shattering the world. Taiching, a hoarse voice echoed through the firmament. An elderly figure clad in a purple Taoist robe emerged from the chaotic void, his eyes bloodshot, bearing an expression of extreme malevolence and profound anguish, a torment that transcended mere physical suffering. Tao Ancestor. Hutu gasped in shock, her expression one of disbelief, her heart tumultuous. She sensed the magnitude of the impending event, never realizing it would be of such colossal proportions. Anything related to Hanjun is of monumental significance, a truth universally acknowledged in the primordial realm. Since the great calamity of the Tao and the demons, countless chaotic deities have perished or been gravely wounded. While others have fled, Hongjun stands as the singular supreme existence in the wilderness. What has transpired? As she gazed upon Hongjun, his countenance feral and eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity that seemed capable of devouring Laozi whole, Hutu was rendered speechless. She vowed that even during the cataclysm of the witches and the demons, she had never experienced such profound turmoil within her heart. Observing closely, the visage of Hongjun utterly shattered her previous perceptions of him. She was the sole member of the witch clan to have ventured to the Purple Cloud Palace to receive teachings, having personally witnessed the unparalleled grandeur of the Tao ancestor, whose inscrutable mastery left an indelible impression on her. Chapter 81. Between the Saint and the Near Saint, the manifestation of all saints indeed, Su Ming exclaimed with a low voice. Gazing at the appearance of Hongjun, a flicker of exhilaration flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fist tightly. This was the manifestation of Hongjun. Su Ming explained to the people of the Shen Nong clan behind him, a lingering joy evident in the depths of his gaze. Noting the confusion in the eyes of Shen Nong and the others, he continued, "This manifestation lacks the power of a saint." The Shen Nong clan members remained perplexed, exchanging glances with one another. Despite their lack of understanding, smiles began to blossom on their faces. The unprecedented excitement from the ancestors signified that this was undoubtedly a monumental event, a source of unexpected delight. Without further elaboration, Su Ming tightened his fist, nearly bursting into laughter to express his overwhelming joy. The greatest threat to humanity had vanished. He roared within, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. Su Ming had to concede that Hongjun had always represented the most formidable threat to the human race in his mind. When Laozi spoke of it, he still dared not fully believe, remaining in a state of waiting. However, having witnessed it with his own eyes, he was now utterly convinced of Laozi's words. Ha ha ha! What an unexpected joy! Su Ming could no longer contain himself, letting out a boisterous laugh. Hongjun was a being who had attained enlightenment through the amalgamation of three corpses, a true primordial golden immortal, possessing the formidable power of a saint. Unlike those so-called heavenly saints like Niwa, such an existence, even in manifestation, wielded power far surpassing that of countless peak near saints, not something that ordinary saints could contend with. At this moment, while the power and aura exhibited by Hongjun still surpassed that of peak near saints, to Su Ming, it was merely that, nothing invincible. He felt an absolute confidence in his ability to engage in battle. This indicated one significant truth. Even if Hongjun had not yet fallen from his saintly status, he was undoubtedly gravely injured, weakened to the utmost degree. So much so that he could not reveal his true form and could only appear in his manifestation within the Primordial Realm. With the greatest thread in his heart suddenly removed, how could Su Ming not be elated? His original intention was merely to devise a scheme against Laozi, with the best outcome being to draw Laozi to the human side, ceasing his daily calculations against humanity. Yet, he never anticipated such a vehement chain reaction. Laozi, oh Laozi, you have truly bestowed upon me a tremendous surprise. Su Ming smiled as he gazed at Laozi in the heavens above. Recognizing the truth in Laozi's words, this was indeed a monumental achievement for humanity, or rather, for all tribes in the Primordial Realm, deserving of eternal recognition for Laozi. Hongjun had schemed for countless ages, endured endless trials, exterminated ferocious beasts, plotted against the Dragon and Han clans, and slain Luo Ho, driving the chaotic demon gods away, all while being on the brink of attaining sainthood and merging with the Tao. Yet, with a single slap from Laozi, he was cast down. Su Ming could hardly fathom the turmoil and madness that must be erupting within Hongjun at this moment. Master, you have come, Laozi spoke softly, his gaze unperturbed, fixed upon the grim visage of Hongjun. How dare you still call me master? Hongjun roared, his face contorted with rage, veins protruding as he suddenly struck out with a mighty palm. The firmament trembled, a cataclysmic aura surged forth, and the violet light blazed blindingly. With a thud, I was sent sprawling, blood spilling from my lips, compressing the endless mountains into dust and chaos. Even though he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, in the face of Hongjun, I was but an ant. Even merely his avatar was beyond my capacity to withstand. Speak, why have you done this? Hongjun's voice reverberated through the heavens, causing the stars to sway under the weight of his terrifying power, shaking the 33 heavens. What offense have I committed against you, Sanqing? I have taught you the path to sever the three corpses, accepted you as my disciple, the foremost of the Taoist sect, bestowed upon you boundless fortune, and granted you the Tai Chi diagram, along with the primordial violet energy. Why would you seek to harm me? Hong Jun appeared almost mad, his hair dancing wildly. Dark clouds obscuring the sun, fierce winds swirling, and endless space fracturing. Coughing, I emerged from the dust, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth. My expression as calm as ever. Master, that strike was a repayment of our bond as master and disciple. As for why I did this, I paused momentarily before continuing. It is because I aspire to attain the Tao. I refuse to remain subordinate. I am the true lineage of Pangu, and since I cannot achieve enlightenment through merit, the primordial violet energy has become an obstacle to my progress. Thus, it must be dissipated. Everything is in pursuit of the pinnacle of the Tao. I had contemplated this thoroughly. Throughout my interactions with Hong Jun, it was evident that he would never relinquish his hold over humanity, choosing to stand firmly with the human race. How could he still utilize the primordial violet energy to attain enlightenment? Moreover, he harbored deep resentment. Were it not for the obstructions posed by Yuan Shi and Hong Jun, he would never have reached this juncture. As the foremost of Sanqing, why should he bow to the human emperor? Thus, he harbored hatred, a profound loathing for Hong Jun. Master, in the pursuit of the pinnacle of the Tao, I can only impose upon you slightly, I spoke calmly. Rebellious disciple. Hong Jun roared, striking out once more with a palm. A torrent of destructive energy surged forth, murderous intent overwhelming, the violet radiance blinding. Accompanied by his bone-deep roar, all of my efforts over countless millennia have been obliterated by you. With a hum, his colossal hand filled the sky. The heavens and earth collapsed, and the vast expanse of land sank thousands of meters, leaving one in awe. The primordial violet energy dissipated. At this moment, many towering beings were left in a state of bewilderment, shocked into silence, unable to comprehend. The entire Honglong world fell into stillness. The exchange between Hong Jun and me bore immense weight. The revelation came as a sudden shock, an overwhelming surprise descending from the heavens. The primordial violet energy was a shortcut to enlightenment. From the moment it emerged, it had suffocated many mighty beings. Now that the primordial violet energy was gone, Huta stood dumbfounded, speechless. Master, you are gravely injured. Why not retreat and heal? I urged with a low voice. Suddenly, the heavens trembled. The divine thunder of the Tao resounded, and countless mysterious and yellow merit artifacts rained down from above. The merit from my body resonated, lured forth, and was wildly absorbed by me. The aura emanating from Laozi surged wildly, becoming increasingly formidable. Suddenly, a manifestation of the three corpses leapt forth from behind him. Utilizing boundless merit, Laozi emerged as the last of the three corpses, his own corpse. His momentum reached an unprecedented zenith, as if he were soaring above the myriad realms, gazing down upon all beings with overwhelming power. Behold, Taiji thunder, Laozi bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, as a magnificent bolt of lightning darkened the skies and struck the hand of Hong Jun. Taken aback, Hong Jun retreated several steps, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Laozi. You have indeed reached this level, he gasped. With an air of nonchalance, Laozi replied, It is due to the wise teachings of my master. Su Ming observed this scene, pondering for a moment before softly articulating, This realm should be designated as the sub-saint level. His gaze was profound, undisturbed by the dramatic enhancement of Laozi's power, for he had attained this level not long ago himself. After reaching the pinnacle of the 12 heavens of pre-saints, he had forged his own path by transforming his body into a crucible. Yet, he was perplexed. Even after making significant strides beyond the peak of the 12 heavens of pre-saints, he still exhibited no signs of enlightenment, despite his combat prowess having increased exponentially. At that moment, a faint suspicion began to form in Su Ming's mind. The path of severing the three corpses, as practiced by Hong Jun, led to immense power gains with each corpse severed, positioning one between the saint and the pinnacle of pre-saints. During the Daomo era, Luo, who was reputed to be capable of slaying saints, yet had not attained enlightenment himself, and he was heralded as the mightiest beneath the saints, presumably existing within this very realm, having forged his own path. Senior brother. Suddenly, a somber voice reverberated through the heavens. Primordial stepped forth from the void. his expression grim and his eyes ablaze with fury. A hum resonated as sword energy pierced the heavens, tearing apart the fabric of reality, revealing the rarely seen darkened visage of Tong Tian amidst the celestial expanse. Chapter 82. The fragmentation of the three pure ones and the emergence of the 3,000 celestial beings. The vast and ancient heavens were shrouded in gloom, the void trembled, and an apocalyptic scene unfolded as the fabric of reality began to collapse. The Primordial One and Tong Tian, they had indeed fallen from their sacred thrones. Even though they had learned of the situation from the discourse between Hongjun and Laozi, many formidable beings still felt their pupils constrict slightly, their expressions filled with profound shock. Just recently, they had witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of the collective enlightenment of the saints, experiencing firsthand the supreme power and majesty of the saints. Yet, they could hardly have anticipated this turn of events. Such a scene was beyond their wildest imaginings. In another encounter, the saints had already plummeted from their sacred positions. An endless sea of blood surged forth. Laozi has saved us all. The face of the dark river, usually somber, unexpectedly broke into a radiant smile. This was unprecedented good news. After the conclusion of the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, the 7 beings who had received the primordial purple energy became the heaviest burden on the hearts of these mighty entities, akin to a sword poised above their heads, ready to descend and annihilate them. This explained why, following Hongjuan's 3 sermons, the conflict between the Wu and the Lich had rendered even the most powerful beings eerily subdued and remarkably discreet. The only notable exception was Kuanpun, who had joined the demon clan and become a demon master, audaciously seizing the primordial purple energy from Hongyun. Especially after the saints' enlightenment, the pressure reached its zenith. However, now that the saints had fallen from their sacred positions, even though they possessed unparalleled strength, they no longer exerted the same formidable pressure. Ha ha ha. The dark river howled towards the heavens, the sea of blood roiling in a cataclysmic tsunami reaching immense heights. Thus, the Shura clan could finally emerge, vying for supremacy in the vast expanse of the primordial world, ready to seize boundless fortunes. In the eastern sea of the primordial world, a tall and valiant man stood alongside a captivating woman adorned in imperial garb. They were none other than the renowned figures of primordial mythology, the foremost male immortal, Dong Wanggong, and the foremost female immortal, Shi Wangmu. Ha 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 ha, junior sister, a grand event has befallen us. Dong Wanggong exuberantly expressed his joy, his booming laughter echoing across the eastern sea. Shi Wangmu, with an indifferent gaze and a slight smile at the corner of her lips, remarked, "The contest for the sacred positions has only just begun. Who will emerge victorious?" In that moment, in hidden corners throughout the primordial realm, grand laughter resonated, and an aura of terror lingered in every nook, sending shivers through countless beings. The primordial world was harboring an astounding number of formidable powers. Within the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai sat regally upon their thrones, exuding sovereign majesty, their eyes cold and unyielding. The primordial purple energy had dissipated. Tai laughed maniacally, his gaze wild and arrogant. "Brother, let us see how the 3 pure ones can still act arrogantly in our presence." Tai remained ever mindful of the 3 pure ones' haughty demeanor, particularly that of the primordial one, who had dared to establish the teaching and sought to shake the very foundations of the demon clan. Dijun did not share Tai Yi's exuberance. Instead, he cast a somber gaze across the vast tumult arising from the various forbidden zones of the primordial world, his brows furrowing slightly. It is both a blessing and a curse. Simultaneously, within the supreme sanctum of the Wu clan, the Panga Hall, the highest authority of the Wu clan, Di Jiang, also bore a profound gaze, as if he could pierce through the fabric of space to witness the towering figures, brimming with ambition and excitement. After today, the Wu and Yao would remain dominators, yet the primordial realm would not be solely theirs. Di Jiang's voice was grave, echoing Di Jun's judgment. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral Wu, excluding Hutu, were momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Wasn't the fall of the saints a monumental blessing? Why did the elder brother appear so troubled? In the valley of the human race, Su Ming, with a deep gaze, uttered 5 words. The 3,000 mortals of Zixiao Palace emerge. Chaos ensues in the primordial world, an opportune moment for the human race to thrive amidst the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Shen Nong and others were bewildered, their eyes filled with confusion. What exactly were the 3,000 mortal immortals? The attendees of the Zhixiao Palace were not limited to the three pure ones, but also included Jian, Zhuanxing, and Yuhua. Su Ming stated calmly, objectively speaking, Hongjun bestowing the foundation for enlightenment has spared the primordial realm from a great upheaval and catastrophe. The Wu and Yao clan's smooth rise to dominance is inextricably linked to this. Curious, Shen Nong inquired, Ancestor, what realm do these 3,000 mortal immortals represent? They are diverse in capability, slightly inferior to the likes of the three pure ones and Tai Yi, yet the foremost among them can rival the ancestral Wu, Su Ming replied with a smile. However, the leaders of the human race, upon hearing this, trembled, their pupils constricting as they exclaimed in unison, Are there not 3,000 quasi-saints? Moreover, among them are many who are at the peak of quasi-saintship, Su Ming added, seemingly oblivious to their shock. The human leaders shuddered, completely taken aback, their previous elation at having reached the quasi-saint realm evaporating entirely. Su Ming smiled faintly, wishing to temper their excessive pride. The depths of the primordial world are unfathomable, teeming with formidable beings. They are all top-tier innate divine demons, possessing extraordinary talents. Their low-profile existence is merely a result of the intimidation posed by Hongjun and the other saints. Now that the saints have fallen from grace, and it appears Hongjun has sustained severe injuries, their long-suppressed aspirations are bound to surface. In truth, it is not merely the peak quasi-saints. Among the 3,000 mortal immortals, at least 10 are not inferior to the three pure ones. Figures such as Ming, Xinyuanzi, and Kuanping each possess at least one, if not two, supreme bodies. According to the nomenclature of the primordial world, what I refer to as quasi-saints could also be termed as Hunyuan Golden Immortals, Su Ming mused. As for the saints, they have transcended all earthly constraints, achieving immortality and eternal existence as Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortals. Since the birth of the chaotic world, only Pangu and Hongjun have attained the status of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Luohu can barely be regarded as possessing the combat prowess of a saint, yet lacks the immortal and indestructible qualities inherent to true saints. The reason Hongjun forged the primordial purple energy was likely not solely to absorb the fortunes of the six saints, but rather to use them as instruments to suppress the innate deities and demons of the Honghuang world, preventing the emergence of any further great Luo Golden Immortals. Su Ming smiled. Hongjun's plans have evidently unraveled completely. The emergence of 3,000 celestial beings vying for supremacy and the conflict between the witch and demon races resemble a process akin to nurturing poison, where mutual slaughter would inevitably lead to the birth of more great Luo Golden Immortals. Su Ming gazed upward at Laozi, his eyes sparkling with brilliance and his smile exceptionally radiant. Master brother, you are a sinner of the Honghuang world, deserving of death 1,000 times over. You are a disgrace to the true lineage of Pangu. The voice of Yuan Shi was hoarse, laden with boundless resentment. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly on the brink of madness. Having just attained the path, he had already fallen from the saintly rank, and the architect of this calamity was none other than his own master brother. Thanks to you, second junior brother, Laozi replied calmly. In his moments of desolation, he had already come to terms with everything. From that moment onward, his life was solely devoted to the pursuit of the Tao, devoid of any personal desires. Yuan Shi was the root cause of his inability to attain the path. Upon hearing this, the proud Yuan Shi erupted in fury. Master brother, do you not yet repent? You resent me for obstructing your path. Yet have you considered that by casting me and the third junior brother down from our saintly status, the noble position we struggled for over countless eons, along with the aspirations of the Pangu true lineage to govern the Honghuang realm, could all be in vain? As he spoke, Yuan Shi looked down upon humanity, his eyes filled with murderous intent. For the sake of this insignificant tribe of ape men, you would forsake the brotherhood cultivated over countless eons. Despicable. You deserve death 1,000 times over. At that moment, Hongjuan's hoarse voice rang out, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian is unworthy to be the foremost disciple of the Tao, willingly descending into depravity and self-exile. You, as my disciple, must join forces to slay him. He has already manifested his third corpse, achieving the apex of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if you once touched upon the edge of the saintly realm, your combat prowess still pales in comparison. Hongjuan's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a hatred that could not be washed away by the four seas of Hongwang. Yet, at this moment, he was merely an incarnation, and as a chaotic demon god, he faced considerable restrictions from the Hongwang realm. It would be exceedingly difficult to single-handedly slay the fully realized Laozi. Even if he succeeded, the consequences would be dire due to Laozi's possession of the merits of creation. However, should Yuan Shi and Tang Tian, who also bear the merits of creation, join forces, the outcome would be drastically different. Let the battle commence. Laozi's expression remained serene, undisturbed as ever, exuding a sense of calm acceptance of death. He had long anticipated such a scenario and had prepared himself for the possibility of falling in battle. Even as Yuan Shi exhibited his madness, deep resentment, and profound hatred, a tremor coursed through him upon hearing the words of his master Hongjun, leading him to bow his head in silence. The unity of the three purities was once not merely a matter of words, but rather steeped in profound emotion. The animosity towards Laozi for his fall from grace, the indignation at his self-imposed decline, and the lingering brotherly affection within the primordial heart were locked in a tumultuous struggle. The intensity of the primal body's tremors was extraordinarily violent, fracturing the surrounding space incessantly. The quaking reached at least billions of times per second, a testament to the turmoil within. A terrifying aura surged forth, overwhelming and vast, causing the mountains to shudder and the very heavens to collapse, evoking a sense of dread. Moreover, the primal response subtly revealed a stark truth to all observers. There existed a murderous intent towards Laozi within the primordial heart. From this day forth, the three purities would no longer exist as one. Their unity had shattered. Many magnificent beings bore a subtle smile, for the simultaneous downfall of the three purities was the most desirable outcome. It is undeniable that even in their fallen state, if the three purities remained connected, they would still represent the pinnacle of power in the primordial world, standing as the most formidable contenders for the title of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Chapter 83. The Battle of Hongjun and the Annihilation of Humanity by the Primordial. Ultimately, the three pure ones are destined to fracture. Observing this scene, Su Ming murmured to himself, "The trajectory of the primordial world seems to have altered, yet paradoxically, it appears unchanged. The three pure ones are still destined to part ways. Their separation merely unfolding in an alternate manner, with the primordial remaining the principal architect of chaos." This seems to resonate with the adage that in the grand design of fate, myriad paths converge. Suddenly, a hoarse, sonorous voice reverberated through the primordial realm, infused with boundless malice. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The overwhelming aura of slaughter cast a shadow over the heavens. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the mountains trembled, trees withered, and all beings felt a shiver of dread. Blood-red lightning exploded across the sky. The primordial abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes suffused with crimson veins, brimming with unending resentment as he roared at Laozi. "Tai Ching, I shall slay you. The dignity of Panga's true lineage shall never be sullied. My countless years of toil and aspirations have been devoted to upholding the sanctity of Panga's legacy. After attaining enlightenment, my wishes were within reach, only to be shattered by your monstrous kind. I harbor a deep hatred. I will kill you in the name of Panga's true lineage." The voice, laden with an insatiable thirst for vengeance, echoed throughout the primordial world. An infinite bitterness that not even the waters of the four seas could cleanse. "They have arrived." Many towering beings felt a shiver down their spines, quickly followed by elation. Perfectly orchestrated, surprises unfolded one after another, completely catching them off guard. The human race had accomplished a monumental deed, leaving them in awe of how humanity had maneuvered events to this juncture. "The three pure ones are parting ways." Di Jiang chuckled coldly. "No, it is mutual slaughter. The face of Pangu's descendants has been utterly tarnished by your three pure ones. You all deserve to perish." Zhu Jiuyin's voice was frigid. "Three pure ones, you are unworthy to be Panga's descendants. Sooner or later, my Wu clan shall purge the door on behalf of our father god." The other ancestral witches seethed with fury, yet they failed to notice the subtle smile curling at the corners of Di Jiang's mouth as he whispered to himself, "This human race always leaves me with an inscrutable impression. This time, I find myself inadvertently indebted to them for a significant favor." The name of Pangu's true lineage has consistently been the source of conflict between the Wu clan and the three pure ones. This time, the Wu clan, united as one, evidently surpassed the three pure ones, and the primordial heaven's favor towards the three pure ones is bound to diminish. In contrast, the cohesion and fortune of the Wu clan will surely ascend to new heights. Interests. As the actual power broker among the ancestral witches, Di Jiang remained the most perceptive. He envisioned the colossal benefits that the fracture of the three pure ones would bestow upon the Wu clan. Excellent. Hongjun grinned sinisterly. With the primordial present, and without the backlash from the primordial heavens, he could slay Laozi without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, a deep voice emerged. Eldest brother, this shall be the last day I call you that. Tong Tian, who had remained silent with a somber expression since his arrival, slowly spoke. Third junior brother. Laozi moved his lips as if to utter something, yet found himself at a loss for words. The demise of the Hongming Ziki weighs heavily upon him, for he feels he has wronged Tong Tian the most. Is an apology warranted? It appears to hold little significance. Tong Tian seems to have grasped something profound, offering a carefree smile. His flowing black hair slicing through the air like arrows, instilling fear. Today, the Grandmaster Taiji remains my senior brother. Any who dare to slay my elder brother must first tread upon my corpse. Tong Tian's proud voice reverberates across the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world. Buzz. The four swords of Zhejian soar forth, standing tall in the four corners of the universe, their boundless sword energy capable of annihilating the cosmos. With a decisive step, Tong Tian approaches the Grand Master, bestowing upon him a subtle smile. Elder brother, when next we meet, we shall be adversaries on the path to enlightenment. For now, you remain my elder brother. The unity of the three purities signifies that any who wish to harm you must first step over my fallen body. This, after all, is the promise once shared among the three purities. Regardless of any resentment he harbors towards the Grand Master's actions, Tong Tian remains steadfast in fulfilling his vow, much like his unwavering sword, relentless in its advance. Truly, he is Tong Tian, the Master of Heaven, unyielding against the four saints, refusing to bow before Hongjun. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration as he clapped in praise. Shen Nong chuckled heartily. Among the three purities, there is indeed one worthy of my regard. Primordial. You are but a petty individual. Zi scoffed, dismissing Primordial despite the vast chasm in their strengths. Wu Chao coldly remarked, the unity of the three purities is tainted by Primordial's narrow-mindedness, unable to distinguish between internal conflicts and external ones. The schism among the three purities stems from him. Should such a powerful being arise among humanity, I would personally eliminate them. In the Witch clan, Emperor Jiang nodded gently, expressing his admiration for Tong Tian. Among the three purities, there exists one who embodies the essence of a divine progenitor. Many towering figures, even if reluctant to acknowledge Tong Tian's actions, could not help but admire his resolve. Third junior brother, even you would stand against me? At this moment, Primordial was utterly stunned, disbelief and seething hatred saturating his voice. He could not fathom the situation. Clearly, he was the victim, yet Tong Tian, also a victim, chose to oppose him alongside the Grand Master, casting him into an unjust predicament. Tong Tian responded coldly, Second brother, your actions have gone too far. Tong Tian. Primordial gasped for breath, veins bulging in his neck, his eyes brimming with a hint of bloodshed. You did this on purpose. You resent me for my teachings, and thus, you deliberately place me in an unjust position. You too shall perish. All shall perish. All shall. Primordial exhibited signs of madness. Suddenly, a fierce roar from Hongjun shattered the heavens. Tong Tian, have you forgotten how your master treated you? Are you truly betraying the Tao and turning against me? In that moment, Hongjun felt a profound sense of being overlooked, intensifying his already turbulent emotions. He is the sole sage of the primordial chaos. He is the Tao ancestor, the founder of the Tao sect. Tong Tian's gaze was frigid as he flashed a grin at Hongjun. Master, it is merely an exchange of interests. There is no need for emotional discourse. Discussing feelings will only lead to greater hurt. It is better left unspoken. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming's eyes brightened once more. Tong Tian's insight was unexpectedly profound. Among the three pure ones, Laozi was deeply enamored with the Tao, obsessively devoted, while Tong Tian was undoubtedly the wisest, albeit excessively proud and relentlessly forward. Su Ming suddenly shook his head again. Each of the three pure ones possessed their own flaws. Perhaps this was the imperfection of Pangu's primordial spirit. manifesting as three distinct beings. Tongtian spoke wisely. Many grand figures murmured their admiration. Tongtian had articulated their innermost thoughts. It was indeed an exchange of interests. You, Hongjun, preach the Tao to the primordial chaos, and we honor you as the supreme Tao ancestor, allowing you to gather boundless fortune, elevated above all. Since it is an exchange of interests, what need is there for emotional discourse? In the world of primordial chaos, only naked interests prevail. Huff, huff. Hongjun gasped for breath, his breathing like a tempest, shattering the heavens. Unimaginable was the tumult within his heart at that moment. The treatment was utterly subversive. Do you truly believe that I, the true essence, cannot contend with you? You are too presumptuous. Traitors, all of you, traitors who deserve death. Hongjun roared, kill. In an instant, surging purple energy and boundless darkness engulfed the primordial land. Wailing, the chaotic winds howled incessantly. A terrifying aura of murderous intent surged forth. The malice of the chaotic demon gods sweeping through the realms. Master, I too seek counsel, Laozi declared, extending his hand as the Taiji diagram enveloped the universe. The dual energies of yin and yang roiling, blocking the residual waves from the human race, and subsequently employing the divine ability of transforming into the three pure ones to confront Hongjun. Ha ha ha, let us battle. Tongtian's words were succinct yet striking as the four swords of Zhumian sealed the heavens. Zhumian, Xianxian, Juexian, and Chuxian, their blades towering into the firmament, unleashing endless sword energy. The two of the three pure ones engaged in a fierce battle against Hongjun's incarnation. As the heavens collapsed, the firmament shattered, and the vast earth split apart in an instant, the cosmos changing color. This was an unprecedented scene. The numerous grand beings felt a weight upon their spirits. This battle was of paramount importance, destined to reveal how much combat power Hongjun still possessed, and whether he could pose a threat to them. At that moment, as if caught in madness, the primordial being stirred unexpectedly. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not join the fray against Laozi, but instead took deliberate steps toward the human race. An invisible, murderous intent rippled through the heavens. With each step taken by the primordial, the firmament trembled. Without even having struck yet, he had already plunged the world into a chilling silence. The dreadful aura of killing intent continually rising. The primordial was set to attack the human race. In that instant, the numerous grand beings felt a tremor in their hearts and collectively held their breath, focusing intently. Human race, it is all of you. The primordial's voice was hoarse, filled with malice, as he stepped forward, shaking the very heavens. Bang! Mountain after mountain crumbled, shattered, the heavens inverted, and fierce winds swept through. With his second step, boom! Before the human race, the vast expanse of land spanning 1,000,000 miles crumbled and shattered, transforming into numerous dark abysses, while clouds of dust engulfed the skies. This scene stirred the hearts of countless beings, as various great clans gazed upon it, their breaths held in solemn anticipation. Ultimately, it was the human race that bore the brunt of this calamity. Even now, no one comprehends the trials that the sage Laozi endured within the human realm, which ignited this moment. The discord between Laozi and Hongjun erupted entirely due to the human race, and the three pure ones also fractured because of them. The human race, an enigmatic lineage beyond comprehension, elicited a profound sigh from a towering existence. The primordial lord, the true inheritor of Pangu, and the second disciple of the Taoist lineage, had long instilled awe in the world of chaos, possessing an unparalleled arrogance, deeming all living beings as inferior, with only the three pure ones holding supreme nobility. Yet, the human race before him, having only recently risen in the past 10,000 years, was a startling anomaly, wielding terrifying power that could annihilate the Qiming clan in a single battle. The sky turned dark and ominous, as the primordial's blood-red eyes radiated boundless killing intent. His robes billowed, a dreadful aura tearing through the heavens. As the Pangu banner appeared in his grasp, exuding a chaotic force that was dark and oppressive, collapsing the very firmament, an unsettling sight. Without you, none of this would have transpired. The race of human apes ought not to exist in this primordial world. The primordial's gaze was chilling, brimming with malice. As the chaotic aura swirled, consuming the hearts and minds of those who stood before him, looking down upon the human race, seemingly disconnected from the world around them. Suddenly, The primordial moved. The Panga banner cleaved through the air, the chaotic energy transforming into a colossal sword, immense and heavy, as if it could pierce the heavens, causing the primordial earth to continuously collapse. Ancestral One, allow me to lead the warriors to confront the primordial, declared the Shen Nong clan, their battle spirit soaring. What of the primordial? There is no need for the Ancestral One to intervene. We shall strike him down ourselves, urged the Chao clan and the Z clan, all eager to engage in battle. Su Ming's gaze was cold, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that shimmered ominously. Chapter 84. The red brocade ball shakes the heavens. Nuwa takes action. The heavens grew dim. This was an unprecedented battle, rivaling even the legendary conflict between the Tao and the demons of old. Today, the three pure ones and other formidable beings stood as equals to the primordial chaos deities of yore. The world was turned upside down, the sun and moon obscured, and a devastating aura pervaded, striking terror into the hearts of all living beings. Su Ming clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Having attained the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm in power between Hunyuan Golden Immortals and quasi-saints. Furthermore, the leaders of the human race, such as the Shen Nong clan, were merely at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. No matter how extraordinary their innate combat prowess, they could not possibly contend with the primordial beings, unable to transcend their ranks. Such disparities were qualitative in nature. Was he ultimately unable to endure this any longer? Su Ming weighed the pros and cons in his heart. To act now was far from his desire. Should he reveal himself and display his strength, the plight of humanity would transform drastically, drawing intense scrutiny from all quarters, rendering any opportunity to navigate the tumult of the coming era mere fantasy. Primordial, your obstinacy truly deserves condemnation. Su Ming muttered lowly, golden mist swirling in his eyes, preparing to step forth and confront the primordial beings. Yet at that moment, he suddenly paused, his pupils contracting as he gazed skyward, his steps faltering. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an endless, blinding crimson radiance illuminated the heavens, its fiery brilliance stretching across millions of miles, reaching a peak of intensity. A colossal fireball, resembling a blazing meteor, appeared in the sky, hurtling toward the desolate earth with an unstoppable momentum, crushing all in its path. The fiery sun was aimed directly at the primordial. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red brocade ball. Nuwa had arrived. The many formidable beings trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the elusive Nuwa would appear, and her first act would be to confront the primordial, as well as Hongjun. Boom. Nuwa's might was unparalleled, her flames illuminating the world. The power of the red brocade ball made the very fabric of the primordial realm shudder, as if even Mount Bujo were quaking, poised to obliterate everything. The blazing sun collided with the Pangu banner at a speed akin to light, a tremendous force clashing with monumental weight. Boom. The heavens and earth seemed to dissolve into chaos, the energy unleashed surpassing the limits of the primordial realm. The forces of chaos and crimson light transformed into a cataclysmic tempest, engulfing all things, annihilating everything within sight. In this moment, the primordial realm fell silent. Nuwa, the first to achieve enlightenment and the one who had sat upon the throne of the heavenly Tao for the longest time, exhibited breathtaking power. Her understanding of the rules was perhaps unparalleled in the entirety of the primordial world. Jin Yuanzi sighed in awe. The expressions of the mighty beings grew grave. Nuwa had lingered in the position of a heavenly Tao saint for tens of thousands of years, perceiving the universe through the eyes of a saint. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Even if she were to lose her saintly status, her strength would surge immensely, enabling her to clash with the primordial, wielding the Pangu banner, without being at any disadvantage. In times past, Nuwa was considered the weakest among the disciples of the Tao ancestor. What a remarkable turn of fate. Even after her fall from the sacred position, Nuwa remains one of the most formidable deities capable of attaining the Tao of primordial chaos once more. The entire primordial world trembled at the sudden emergence of Nuwa, and was further astounded by her overwhelming combat prowess. Nuwa. Su Ming halted his steps, yet his gaze grew increasingly indifferent. The arrival of Nuwa appeared to be both unexpected and, paradoxically, quite predictable. With the fall of the saints, Nuwa ultimately reaped the greatest benefits. With Hongjun grievously injured, Even Nuwa dared to show herself. It seemed that all manner of chaotic entities felt emboldened to reveal themselves. Su Ming chuckled coldly to himself, reflecting on the past trajectories of the primordial world, where Nuwa had not intervened even during the massacre of the human race or the collapse of the demon tribe. It was only after the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain, likely under Hongjuan's directive, that she repaired the celestial dome of the primordial realm. Was she now seeking to capitalize on the rise of humanity amidst the chaos, hoping to extract some advantage for herself? Such intricate scheming often leads one to their own demise. Su Ming's gaze pierced the heavens, his eyes icy. Nuwa. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice, imbued with authority, resonated through the skies. Second brother, you have overstepped. The human race is born of my creation, and as the holy mother of humanity, how can I allow you to trample upon them? With her commanding words, Nuwa stepped forth from the heavens, standing resolutely above the void of humanity. The Holy Mother has arrived. Nuwa, the Holy Mother, has come to save humanity. Instantly, the previously tranquil lands of humanity erupted into cheers and jubilations, as throngs of people bowed in reverence to the Holy Mother. Nuwa, after all, is the divine creator of the human race. Even though she had abandoned them at their inception, the human beings bore no resentment towards her, continuing to honor her as their Holy Mother. Her prestige among them remained unfathomably high. Nuwa. Su Ming's gaze turned frigid. This scene did not take him by surprise. He had never contemplated the abolition of Nuwa's position as the Holy Mother. This was a matter of great significance. Regardless of circumstances, Nuwa was the progenitor of humanity. How could a child ever dethrone their mother? To do so would yield consequences that could not be quantified. Akin to a three-generational family where a father is ungrateful to his grandmother, believing she was unkind to him in his youth, yet expects his own son to honor him in return. Is that truly feasible? Thus, after careful consideration, Su Ming chose not to abolish Nuwa's position, which explained the uproar and celebration her presence incited among the humans. Yet, this did not imply that Su Ming would allow Nuwa to act with impunity. I do not seek to depose you. It would be best for you to remain the totem of humanity. Otherwise, Su Ming murmured, his voice cold. This time, he made no effort to mask his tone, allowing the nearby human leaders to overhear. Chapter 85. The Primordial Battle of the Earth, the manifestation of the timeless bell hiss. The figures of Shen Nong, Yao Qi, and Zi suddenly felt their pupils constrict, their forms trembling slightly as they swiftly bowed their heads, seemingly wishing to convey that they had not heard Su Ming's words. Should this statement leak, the repercussions would be immense. However, in this moment, they were no longer the Na'vi beings once relegated to the depths of the primordial world. Concerning the matter of the Holy Mother Enwa, they had developed their own contemplations. The emergence of Enwa plunged these three leaders of humanity into deep reflection regarding her rightful position among their kind and how they ought to treat her. From her previous remarks during her last visit, it became evident that Enwa's affection for humanity was far from the benevolence and righteousness she exhibited in the heavens. It was merely an act. Ultimately, they exchanged solemn glances, each nodding gravely, discerning their mutual thoughts through the intensity of their gazes. The primordial ancestor was paramount. Once a decision was made by the ancestor, they would undoubtedly offer unwavering support. As the first progenitor of humanity, the ancestor possessed the deepest understanding of Enwa. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Ming's comprehension of Enwa extended far beyond a mere encounter. Su Ming's gaze deepened, harboring an immense indifference towards Enwa's character, which he regarded with disdain. Nevertheless, at this moment, her combat prowess still held significant value for humanity. Observing the exquisitely beautiful Enwa, he smirked coldly. Humanity, you shall find great utility in my presence henceforth. Enwa looked down upon humanity, witnessing the multitude of her followers in reverence. A flicker of a cold smile crossing her features. With Hongjun gravely injured, the imminent emergence of the 3,000 red dust immortals would lead to a struggle for supremacy. And naturally, she required a faction of her own. In every aspect, humanity was the most fitting choice. Having spent countless millennia in the position of a saint of the heavenly path, she had uncovered innumerable secrets. Humanity, with its vast fortunes and destined role as the protagonists of the primordial realm, possessed immense potential. Now, liberated from Hongjuan's constraints, The prospect of seizing this nascent human race promised boundless advantages. What significance did achieving the status of a saint of the heavenly path truly hold? Even attaining the realm of the heavenly path itself was within reach. From a long-term perspective, this opportunity was a tremendous gain. Enwa's eyes sparkled with delight, which also fueled her swift recovery from the despondency of her fallen status, compelling her to take action against the Primordial. This battle would serve as her declaration of authority among humanity, an endeavor to erase the unfavorable impressions she had left on the leaders during her previous appearance. Enwa, even you dare to oppose me? The low, furious voice of the Primordial resonated in Enwa's ears, filled with barely contained rage. His eyes burned with a wild ferocity. Feeling profoundly insulted that this being, who had always shown him utmost respect, dared to obstruct him, as if he were easily bullied. Believing that anyone could take advantage of him. Get out of my way, the Primordial shouted vehemently. In the wake of battle, there is no need for idle chatter. Nuwa's voice was indifferent, eager to engage in combat with the Primordial in order to elevate her prestige among the human race, thus manifesting an unparalleled strength that reverberated throughout the entire Honghuang world. This was not characteristic of the Empress Nuwa. Within the realm of the demon court, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling anomaly. Could it be that this human race possessed other extraordinary attributes? This was also the sentiment shared by numerous formidable beings at that moment. Nuwa's assertiveness surpassed the expectations of all who understood her character, leaving them profoundly astonished. Was this truly the same Nuwa known for her timidity? At that moment, a refreshing and bold voice resonated through the Honghuang. Indeed, if the intention is to annihilate the human race, I, Hutu, shall be the first to object. In the next instant, a towering figure of the ancestral witch, standing a billion zhang tall, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, her eyes brimming with a fierce aura, as chaotic malevolence cascaded from her form like a waterfall, resembling a river of wrath. Hutu, Emperor Jun exclaimed, abruptly rising from his throne in shock. How could the witch clan possibly be allied with the human race? It was no wonder he had decreed rewards for the humans, granting them the position of demon gods, yet received no response for an extended period. Emperor Jun had presumed that the humans still harbored resentment over his biases during the battle against the primal chaos. My brother, in my view, such a fickle race should be eradicated without hesitation. Tai's smile was cruel and savage. He had long harbored discontent towards Nuwa's disregard for the demon race after her ascension to sainthood, and now saw a perfect opportunity for revenge. Since Nuwa emerged, seeking to win over the human race, we must not allow her to succeed. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Jun shook his head. Let us observe how the situation unfolds. I do not believe the human race would dare to brazenly betray the demon race. They ought to exercise caution. The human race possessed immense potential, and their deep connections with numerous formidable beings made it unwise to sever ties recklessly. Indeed, Tai nodded dismissively, maintaining a certain disdain for the human race. Even the Empress Nuwa ranked beneath them. How could a mere small clan spawned by Nuwa be of any consequence? Even the witch clan had ties with the human race. The numerous formidable beings shuddered, their perspectives on the human race shifting anew. Setting aside the current strength and potential of the human race, the mere fact that so many mighty beings had come forth to assist them was enough to draw the attention of the entire Honghuang. Huda stood tall, her head lost among the clouds, where only her eyes, filled with turbulent malevolence, could be seen. Primal, you are a disgrace to the true lineage of Pangu. Begone. Hutu's voice boomed, infused with fury. Many mighty beings had misjudged the connection between the human and witch races. It was not as profound as to warrant the intervention of an ancestral witch. Huda's actions were merely driven by a vague sense of obligation towards the human race, coupled with her spirited nature, which found the primal's behavior utterly contemptible. Furthermore, it was a fortuitous opportunity to extend a favor to the human race, facilitating future negotiations, which prompted Hutu to act. Witch clan Hutu, even you dare to oppose this sovereign. The raw emotions reached an unbearable peak. A tempest of rage swirling like wild strands of hair, the sense of oppression teetering on the brink of madness. The Panga banner howled, the chaotic forces threatening to overwhelm the heavens, casting an abyss of darkness that seemed poised to transform the primordial world into utter chaos. Without further ado, Hutu, with an unpretentious and straightforward demeanor, struck decisively with a single, powerful punch. There would be no retreat, only confrontation. With a thunderous roar, Hutu, the colossal ancestral witch, initiated a seismic shift, shaking the very foundations of the primordial realm. The sheer scale of her strength was beyond imagination, upholding the laws of the earth. Every movement she made resonated with the ground itself, drawing upon the inexhaustible power of the earth's principles. Her combat prowess ranked among the foremost of the ancestral witches. As she unleashed a punch, the heavens quaked, a yellowish glow emanating with a heavy, murky essence, causing the very firmament to shatter. Not to mention, this force was not merely directed at one primordial entity. It was as if the weight of the entire primordial land bore down upon the original being. Hutu, you too shall perish. The original being, now frenzied, possessed eyes filled with a chilling, wild intensity, veins coursing with a blood-red fury, intent on annihilating this world. The Pangu banner surged against the tides, infused with boundless chaotic power, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, colliding heavily with Hutu. This marked the first direct confrontation between the essence of Pangu and the corporeal form, the three pure ones and the witch clan, resulting in a cataclysmic rupture of the heavens and the earth. There was an underlying implication of a struggle for the true legacy of Pangu. The furious shouts reverberated through the skies, the battle fierce as the chaotic forces clashed with the laws of earth, tearing the heavens apart. The intensity of this conflict rivaled that of the legendary confrontation between Hongjun and Laozi, standing as a pinnacle of combat. Numerous mighty beings were left in stunned silence. For this battle, ignited by the human race, summoned forth an overwhelming number of formidable warriors, the ferocity of the clash unparalleled. Original, do not be so arrogant. At that moment, feeling overshadowed by Hutu, Nuwa's expression darkened as she let out a sharp reprimand, unleashing the red embroidered ball to join the fray. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Nuwa extended her hand, encompassing the world with the map of mountains and rivers, evolving the cosmos and emanating boundless power. Kill, kill, kill. The original being, consumed by wrath and madness, displayed an unparalleled combat ability, astonishingly managing to confront two adversaries, even hinting at gaining the upper hand. The entire primordial realm fell into a profound silence. Truly, as the celestial master of Yuching among the three pure ones, her combat prowess was extraordinary. Wielding the Pangu banner, she exhibited signs of potentially tearing apart the map of mountains and rivers, an unimaginable display of supreme prowess. We, the human race, shall not be at the mercy of others. Su Ming muttered to himself, his gaze icy to the core. With a sweeping gesture, the primordial treasure, the Wu Shi bell, materialized in his grasp, its resonant waves collapsing the space around him, suppressing the heavens. Shen Nong, Zi, join me in battle. It is time for the entire primordial realm to understand what it means to be human. We, the human race, stand firm in this world through our own strength and perseverance, not through any so-called relationships with these supreme beings.